stating factually correct
I never do.
information.
Yes, his implication with saying weekdays.
No.
Wow. Poor little guy.
He wasn't even the one that brought up Genesis, bro.
He took it personal, and
he's gonna now make it about feelings
is.
instead of information. It's counterproductive. If you guys want to talk about something else, that's fine.
Let's just move on because I don't even.
Somebody
I like you, Black Globe. You're one of my favorite newest people. Gospel Bear is one of my favorite OGs. Let's just stop. You know.
It's all good. People get triggered.
Look on here. Moving on. Well,
everyone doing okay?
I'll stay. Minutes to go.
I'm nice, thank you, sir.
Taking a sundog and trying to assume that there's a grid-like star pattern or light pattern or all of those sorts of things. All I was pointing out is that that's an assumption.
Yeah, don't misrepresent what I said. Don't attempt to put words in my mouth because that's not what I meant.
There were different focal points on a sundog.
Yeah, I said that on a sundog, it is actually a grid pattern, and you're seeing the center focal point of it, which is true. It's an observation.
How do you know that?
Because I've looked at many pictures of sundogs through different angles, different atmospheric effects that reveals different portions of the light being projected in a grid pattern. And you're seeing it's a grid. If you look at it yourself, you'll see that it shows you a grid pattern.
So your proof is you looked.
It's an observational thing. I'm stating what
you did. So you can't validate it, though, right?
It doesn't need validation. You can Google it.
Oh, okay. Now I get it. Okay, cool.
You just look up sundogs, look at the way the pattern that it makes. And then sometimes more of it's visible. Sometimes it's just that halo. Sometimes you can see an extra pieces of halos going in different directions, or the halos that are at the ends of the halo that you're observing, because there's a bunch of rings and it makes a grid pattern. I'm telling you, it's fact of matter. It's observation.
Excuse me. Sundogs are just refraction.
Yes, it's a refraction effect. A refract that's making a pattern. That's exactly what I'm saying. It makes a pattern. Like, you guys know what kymetics is, where you can use sound to make patterns or frequency to make patterns. I'm saying that the sun, the light frequency, makes a pattern, and the sundog is just a visible refraction, and that sundog, that refractive, is a pattern, and it's sometimes
you're speaking as if the sun and the sundogs are two different things, which is why you brought up the difference between the light and the sun made, quote unquote, 3 days later, which was his point initially.
No, I'm saying it's like it's an effect that's being made.
No, what I'm saying is you decoupled them. You didn't say that sundogs and the sun had anything to do with each other. What I'm telling you is that
I was just talking.
What I'm telling you is that sundogs are just refraction from the main source, which is what we think the sun is. Now that's off of the assumption that the container that we live in is some sort of material where the light can move through and refract.
I'm saying that the sun is the focal point of that wave pattern that makes the focal point, or whatever the focal point is. The sun, whatever it is a part of that pattern, and you're experiencing the sun as the focal point of that pattern to your observational perspective.
Maybe I'm ignorant. I really don't understand what you're saying.
A sundog isn't always visible because you need the right atmospheric effect in order to observe more of this pattern that's being made, and it becomes visible because the way that the light spectrum is observed by you. So not necessarily that the pattern is even that shape. That's just the way you're observing the pattern. And
what does this have to do with using different? What does this have to do with having a timepiece that? How would the timepiece be off?
Because the pattern.
Let's say there's different time zones, right? We all know that there are different times.
not
No,
zones.
but listen, there are different time zones, but that won't make the timepiece inaccurate. You'll just have to know when you change time zones that your watch is going to say this is what time it is for here right now.
What
But
if there is
what you're saying is going somewhere else, time would work different because you're going off of a different source. I don't understand why you're saying that.
no, a different light pattern means a different time pattern.
No, different light. What do you mean by different light pattern?
The way that the sun
What
is
different?
propagated, the way that they measure everything here is by the way that the sun's path is, and then they can misrepresent that in any way they want. But that's how time is divided out. It's by the path of the sun, and
No,
so that's how they.
time zones.
No, time as a whole.
Time zone. No,
Time zones
time
are
zone.
for time zones are for contract law. They are
No,
separating it out.
time zones are for exactly what you're talking about.
It's about disputes in contract law.
No, it's about the sun being overhead where you are
Yes,
and dark somewhere else.
absolutely. And so they're misrepresenting the way that the light is propagated as a
Okay,
whole,
so
and then they
what is
draw all
this
these
light
lines.
propagation as a whole is going to give you? No, I
So what if
don't
I'm saying is
somebody
what I'm
maybe
saying is
some if maybe someone else, maybe you can give me a paper on this, or maybe someone else in here knows what you're talking about, so that maybe I can like be like, because at this moment I'm very close minded
Eric
because
Dollar.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying, and you're not really helping.
There's a man named Eric Dollard. I think he's a Globie, but
Just,
he's
just by
considered
you
a.
making these claims and saying words, we don't understand what you're talking about. It sounds
I'm
like
trying to say
gibberish.
that you could have a different sector where the light is propagated
I'm trying to
differently,
be
and
really nice about this, but you sound like gibberish to the outside listener.
if the light is
It
not
sounds like you
dependent.
have no idea what you're talking. You're not even putting coherent strings of logical thought together. No one can
I'm
follow
trying to
this.
tell you that
Yeah,
I'm trying to tell you the light is propagated separately from the sun, and the sun is
how
just the
did
way that we
how did you validate this?
because of the I'm using the scripture as my
You're making
basis.
an
How you
assumption, though. That
validated
was my
Yes,
whole
something,
point.
the answer to how
yes,
you
a
validated something is not
scriptural based
because.
assumption
Yeah,
that
you
The answer,
can't.
he's not listening. He just doesn't listen. I'm going to mute him.
No, but no. And yes, gospel was about to say this is what he was disputing, I think. But the bottom line is, you're saying that the time propagation is is different. It's almost like you're saying, but okay. You're saying the time propagation is different, although the source is the sun. But you're about to use an example that decouples. It has to do with the sun not being the source,
yes,
which is
yes,
why
exactly.
you
So
which
what
is
I'm trying to say
so
is
then
that
so then when I said you're talking about light from some other source and you said no, you were fucking lying.
no, it's the same source as the sun. Whatever the source of the sun is, the same source of the light elsewhere. What if there was a different amount of hours where there was light propagated, which would lead to a
It's,
Yeah, bro.
different?
it's all
Take a
speculation.
chill out.
Right?
Take a
It's
chill
all
out, bro. Yeah.
speculation. It's all
Have
completely
a seat.
speculation. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything to anybody here. You're not transmitting anything that's coherent to anyone else. We have no idea what the foundations that you're trying to lay are because you're just skimming past them using words that are just pure assumption and just like positively assumption that you know something and then just skipping along past that.
Give me
Like, it
just a
doesn't
moment,
make any
guys.
sense.
Sonny, Corporal, I understand what you're saying. Okay, my encouragement or recommendation to you, take it for whatever you want, is ask yourself, did something change on day 4? Okay, and how you answer that question may or may not help you understand that something may or may not have changed on day 4. So to consider, to try to assume that nothing changed even though something changed may or may not be a prediction within your framework for how you're trying to understand chapters 1 and 2 of that book. So that's all I'm getting at, and I'm sure we can move on now. Is that fair, Corporal?
No, actually, I don't use that book at all for what I believe in. I was using it as an example, but you guys are welcome to attack the scripture all you
This
want.
nigga
It's very
crazy.
I would
satisfying.
Come on, bro.
so again,
It's
that
actually very. I mean, no, it's as a person who was educated in a Jesuit with a Jesuit
Nah, but
education.
hold on. But
It's very
when
satisfying
Sonny
to
told
watch
you
you
to
attack the scripture.
substantiate your claim, when Sonny said to substantiate your claim, you went to scripture. Then Gospel Bearer said, "Well, to help you out, this is what you should think about."
But I
You
didn't
said,
make a
"I don't,"
claim.
and then I'm sorry. Then you said you don't use scripture. So
No, I didn't
then,
make a
how?
claim. I used an example of something that I was talking about. I didn't actually make any claim as to what I was. I wasn't saying.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, you did. You said the light propagation is different in other areas. And
no, I'm
then
saying.
when
No,
we
I'm
said, "What do
saying.
you mean by that?" You said, "Take the Bible for example."
No, no. That's not how I want it to be framed at all. What I'm saying is that
Okay, so
we
can
only
you
know out to
restate?
the.
Can you
Okay.
restate? Can you restate what I'm trying to summarize you saying? Not anything else. What you
Yeah.
initially tried to say.
Yes, we know how the light is propagated only here out to the 70th parallel, where we can all measure that and then agree or disagree on what our findings are. Past that, it's unknown how the light propagation works. And we're all disputing that it's definitely not the globe model and the heliocentric model that makes it happen. And what I'm saying is,
Makes what
supposing
happen?
that
Makes what happen? The
anything
thing that no
happens,
one's experienced.
yeah, the globe and the
Oh, no,
models make
but
anything happen.
when you say happen, you're talking about the difference between what we experience here and
No,
whatever you think is beyond
no.
70 degrees.
No, here.
Why
No,
do you
right
keep
here.
saying I'm listening to what you're saying, bro? You
Well,
made a distinction between what we have here and what we don't know elsewhere. That's
exactly what
what
we
you
don't know
said.
elsewhere.
Okay. So I like, am I confused, people, or like
It's
he's speaking out
confusing.
of
No,
no,
I don't think
you're
it,
confusing.
The light, if okay, if
The
say
claim
okay,
you're
say
about to
there.
make, you don't know. How do you know? How do you know?
I'm
How do
going to
you know that there's
suppose.
a different propagation? How do you
Suppose.
know?
Okay,
How
but
do
no.
you
Listen.
know?
I'm not going to. I'm
No,
not. I'm
not
not.
suppose. How do you know or do you not know?
What I'm telling you is nobody knows how anything works beyond what the information that we're given, which is out to the 70th parallel. And if there
So how do
was
you know
more
that there
beyond
so how
that,
do you know that there's a difference?
because it couldn't work the way that they say the globe, with the way that they say it works, it couldn't work like that outside of the range of what they tell us exists. It would have to work differently. That's all I'm saying.
So your point is to say somewhere in some hypothetical situation that as far as we're concerned doesn't exist because there's no information for it, things work differently there.
For sure. In Wakanda, the sun and the moon don't work the same as in California.
What's the purpose of saying this?
So you can understand the argument that I'm making, or you're trying not to.
What's your argument?
There's no argument. I said there is definitely more than what they are showing us, and the sun
There
doesn't
is an
work the way
argument.
they're showing you the globe
Uh,
model and the heliocentric model,
How do you know? How do you know?
because Earth is not a globe. So it's
But
the
how do you
helio.
know it doesn't? Okay. So as far as what we can experience, it doesn't work the way they claim. But
What I'm
how do you
saying is that
know?
that's not
How
the
do you know that it
explanation.
works? How do you know that it works differently? Time. How do you know time works
How,
differently somewhere else that we're not experiencing?
if we measure the way that the sun travels here, and it's very predictable, and they're not going to show us these, that if there is more places we could go, then we can't measure the way that the sun travels there to show the discrepancies. Are
So
you
what's your
understand what I'm saying?
argument? So what's your argument then?
My argument is the path of the travel of the sun would be different, and all of it in every area would expose the matrix of the way that the light was propagated, and it would be more understandable, and that they trap everybody here in this
But the
very
light
small
propagation
area
is the same where we can travel and
where
experience.
where the land that we inhabit is like a prison colony, and they can materially misrepresent the nature of our reality only because of the way the light propagation works here. any other place that you could travel, which where the propagation of light would be different, would completely debunk the model that they present here. So they have to cordon this sector off and pretend that it is the way it is here, because going anywhere else would prove that that's not the case.
Okay, cool story, bro. Moving on.
Yeah, that does make sense, but we can't prove that. It's
Yeah, I
just
wasn't
kind
trying
of a
to say you
theory
could.
or a concept.
This is
I
my
love
story.
that.
Okay?
I
now
love
you
it.
got my angle, and that was all I was trying to make.
It goes with my concept that I personally would love to see, and that's an ever expanding, Earth. Just like the universe, it's the ground level of universe, and it's just ever expanding. We just don't know the expansion of it, and we need to find it. And that's me. That's my personal concept, is that it's not infinite, okay, not infinite, but it's more expanded than what we are told. And I'm, like I said, Corporal, I completely understand now that you said it in that way.
Well,
thank you. And I want to say, I don't have the evidence of what I'm speculating here. I'm just saying, if there is an outside of the 70th parallel, nobody can prove the way the light's propagated to say, no, that's not how it works, or yes, that is how it works. Either way, we just don't have that data.
BIZRE, but bazaar is like a place where they sell goods and stuff. Unless you're trying to be punny or something in a deep way that I just did not pick up on, which is perfectly reasonable.
Every time.
That's cool. I just missed it. I'm Mr. Literal.
Sometimes I don't get it, even when I'm doing it, till later.
Captain Obvious was like my high school nickname, and Mr. Literal. All these are the associations I have.
What you selling at the bazaar today?
what's an IPS?
Infinite Plane Society. It's just the talking points.
That's crazy. No.
Isn't that wild? I caught it right away when you mentioned it too. I'm like, wow, that is really familiar. But
yeah, penguins and all that stuff. It's like, oh no. There's a penguin as their mascot. I don't know if you knew that. Not everybody knows.
Actually, I did. I remember that group. Because I used to go in there. I used to go and after a while, I'm like, what is this guy's tripping? Yeah, I think he diverted a lot of people's attention for a while there.
Yeah.
So.
What was that?
Yeah, IPS is Tim Osmond, and he definitely did not come up with that penguin. He just started using it, and then people generally associated with his.
You would know. But what did you say, Sonny?
I don't know what I was going to say now.
I mean, I wish we could get him on here and he could say whether he made up the penguin or not, but everybody told me he didn't.
And even if I was trying to remember, I don't.
Elijah, have you ever considered hospice as a career choice?
No.
Your bedside manner. I don't know. It's pretty funny.
What kind of messed up thing is that to say?
Yeah, you're gonna die tomorrow, sir. I can tell.
Oh boy, you'd make a good army medic or something, maybe though.
Oh God. Oh yeah, your leg is blown off for sure.
You even got to time your inhales and exhales around listening to you guys. Damn.
Well, one thing I can say is you'll never walk again.
Who is that directed to?
He's just goofing with the concept of pretending to be a army medic. Yeah, it's all good.
Oh.
Gospel and Sonny, can I ask a question?
Yeah, man, anytime.
Has anyone tried to talk to Flat Earth Girls?
I just saw the name. I just saw it right when you mentioned that. We ought to try. Let's unmute. I know there's no roles, but Flat Earth Girls, are you there?
Loud and echo.
Whoa.
So is that like banana meter on your PC?
I like it, but what's going to happen next is what I'm concerned about.
I think this is really bad.
How did you find the server?
That was interesting.
Flat Earth Girls, are you more than one girl? I mean, that's plural.
Oh boy.
No answer on that one. That's good because that would.
Is it working now?
Oh, no echo, but it definitely sounds like banana meter. So is that the app, or which app are you using?
Yeah, I'm on my iPhone. I don't know.
You don't know which voice changer you're using, is that right?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh.
No, I just don't know what's going on here.
Oh.
I'm too like
I hear you
does it sound
perfectly
okay
fine.
now? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
I mean, if that is your real voice, it kind of sounds.
Yeah, this is me. This is
Okay.
me. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so I
Welcome.
run the Flat Earth Girls page on Facebook. You guys are welcome to go on there, and my personal profile is linked on there a couple times as well. But yeah, this is my page. I've been deleted off of many servers. Instagram's deleted me like 10 times, and now I have a perma ban, and I'm not allowed to log back into my account, and some random person has control of my account on there now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's
So,
not incredibly relevant, but it sounds to me like you might be working off of cell tower and not Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Okay, because there's a lot of roboting going on, so that's why folks were mentioning voice
Oh,
changer.
here, you
But
know what? I think I have some other apps open. Let me try and close
it's
that. Is
no
that
big
a little
deal.
better?
You're coming through fine.
yeah, I wouldn't change
I
it
was
now.
just curious.
Yeah, I
Fine.
wouldn't change it now.
Okay,
Sounds
yeah,
fine.
yeah. I don't have Wi-Fi because I don't like own a TV, and I don't have any like router here. It's just my phone because the base level of communication.
Cool. Facebook page. So decent group of folks on there, or what?
On my Flat Earth Girls page. I mean, my page is mainly where I share my. Sorry, I had to sneeze. It's mainly where I share my memes and my content. I sell the shirt that I'm wearing in my profile picture. I only date flat earthers.
Mhm.
And so that's where I share that content. And I tried to start a group a while ago, and it just got completely shut down. So, like, I mean, you guys know how Facebook is about the truth.
Well, keep talking. You're doing well. Maybe you can tell some more people what's going on in here and get the word out.
Oh, definitely. Well, I just found out about Discord because they like sent me another little notification on my like personal Instagram page where I also share truth, and they're like, "Oh, your account's going to be deleted." because I was sharing information about flat Earth and, just awareness about specifically child trafficking and how it has to do with the court system. And they took all of the posts down, and then they sent me a notification saying that I'm banned from posting for 7 days, and that if I post anything like that, I'm going to get deleted. So everyone was like, oh, are you on Discord? Are you on, I think someone else said Telegram, and I don't know. So I'm trying out these different apps to see, I don't know what the conversation is like elsewhere. And you guys seem to have a pretty good, conversation most of the time.
You've been here before?
Oh, I'm glad it wasn't
I've,
just this afternoon.
yeah, I've listened in before.
Oh, like on YouTube?
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
like I've heard parts of the discussion before, and it seems, oh, sorry, that's my cat. But yeah, I've heard different parts of the discussion. I mean, today it got a little, crazy, but I think that's just how people are, and I think discussion is fun. Everyone has their differences of opinion, and it's interesting to hear how everyone thinks differently because we all experience life differently, and it affects the way that we perceive our world. And as long as we all know that it's not the reality with which we've been presented with, and it's the reality in which we're creating by knowledge, experience, um, then sorry, my phone is giving me random notifications from this app now. I don't really know how it works.
You can mute any server as well, and then it will stop
Okay.
the notifications.
Okay. Is there a chat for the live stream that's different than the
Yes.
lobby?
Live stream voice text, and that's probably where you're seeing the pings.
Oh, I see it.
It should be right up above the live stream that you're in.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm sorry I killed the conversation.
Not at all.
No, you made it still actually really well.
There's a little bit of a calm after the storm, before
Okay.
and after storms. Hey, Justin, is it still a conventional expectation for folks that are in the live stream voice chat to also, or voice text,
to also
be
live
in
stream. Yes.
in the VC?
So they do have to be in here. It happens a lot, but I'm just saying you really should be in here if you're talking in the live stream.
Yeah, I was just curious.
If you're talking in the voice text chat, you should be in here. Yes.
Welcome to the server. I hope you have fun here. Nice to meet you. I'm pleased to meet you. My name is Sunny.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you too. It's exciting to talk to people that, I don't know, have very interesting points of view and that seem to have things to add, because I feel like in my experience, I've dealt with a lot of people who are just coming into the topic and don't know where else to go with it. Or they've, gone off the deep end on some theory, and then it's like, well, now you lost the point too. Now you're on some flat earth society crap, and it's like, that's not what it is.
Yep. We're best friends.
Now you're robot mode,
Oh
Marshall.
shit! Yeah, I just I heard like a fraction. Is that
Domo.
Elijah?
Domo.
Yeah, I think he's moving around. He moves around a lot. But yeah, that's exactly what people come in here, like new people all the time. And that's why it's in our welcome. If you haven't read our welcome, I would suggest you go read the welcome just to make sure that you read it entirely. It's up at the very top. It's the first lobby. But in the very, very top of it, it says, "We are not part of Flat Earth Society." I mean, this is not Flat Earth Society that you are coming into right now. That is by far the the leftists, I would say, side of things, because they don't tell you anything. They just want you to believe what they say. That's it, and that's not what we're here. Sorry, we're not here to make you believe us. They want you to believe them. They literally focus on you trying to make you believe them, and that's another reason. Why do you believe that Flat Earth Society got to the highest level in the government? Obama said it like 8 times in speeches that he did on live broadcasts. We don't have time for the Flat Earth Society or meeting with the Flat Earth Society. Like, it literally is to push you to go look at Flat Earth Society. And then you say, oh, well, Flat Earthers are just dumb. They just are so dumb. Well, we're not them, so guess what? Us being true Flat Earthers, we know how to weed out the dumb.
Exactly. It's all part of their misinformation campaign to just lead
Yes.
people away from the truth. I noticed from a really young age that they were gatekeeping the truth, and I think it's partially because I was blessed enough to go to a Waldorf school, and at my school, not every Waldorf school is like this, but at my school, my science teacher taught us about more than one type of cosmology. And so when I did end up going to a different school later in life, I was presented with, oh, it's just the globe. And I thought it was really weird that people didn't even learn about what other people think. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but Waldorf was founded by Rudolf Steiner, who had anti globalist beliefs. And I wouldn't say exactly that he was a flat earther, but I do know that he definitely did not subscribe to what they believe. And he actually wrote about it multiple times.
And it's just weird that, that most of like the education skips over all other ones just so that they can push their one out and make sure that it's solidified, and then you go work for them, and that's it. There's no teaching of like business or creating your own anything. It's you create what we tell you to create, and that's it.
Yeah, they're teaching you what to think instead of how.
8,500 people. That's good.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I was just looking at your Facebook post. Am I roboting?
No, you were just low.
Oh, sorry. I was just looking at her page. 8,500 followers. That's good. Looks good on there.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I've been working on that page for a while, and I think because of the shirt that I wear, it kind of gained a lot of popularity a couple years ago, and went viral, and then a lot of people found my page that way. Honestly, I made the shirt just for me at first. I wasn't even planning to sell it, and then I realized that I could start a little business, and now it led into me having my whole little business of I make like, little comics, and I crochet, and I'm working on other truth slogans, and yeah, so it kind of took me away from having to work for the system. It's extremely refreshing not to have to work for anybody else now that I do this.
Well, feel free to post links from your shirts or whatever you like here on the voice text, live stream voice text. Are you following along on the voice text, by the way?
Yeah, I'm following along.
Okay.
It goes really fast. Everyone has a lot to say.
Yeah. So do you know a lot of like our arguments against the globe and things like that, such as like the FE core laser test or the black swan or long distance observations like beyond horizons infrared over 270 miles in Europe? You're familiar with those things? Like,
Yeah, I've seen a couple of those experiments, and I actually went to the Salton Sea experiment that they did a couple years ago, and yeah, so I'm familiar. Yes.
awesome. We're really hyper specific about experiment, that word. We all kind of cringe when someone uses
I heard.
so go like, okay, those are observations or measurements, but not necessarily
Right.
an experiment. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up now.
Yeah, no, I heard a little bit of that conversation earlier, so that's why I'm like, I don't want, it's hard to unlearn a lot of the buzzwords that you've been taught your whole life, and then to learn how to use them all properly and in the right way, because they've turned everything into like spells. You're basically casting spells against yourself. That's why they call it spelling.
Yes. You're my kind of girl. Uh-oh, I didn't get a laugh out of that. I don't know if that's good or bad.
No, you're fine.
Well, I did also give you ladies' role because we do have a ladies' night. So on Fridays, ladies take over and they actually school everyone that comes in. The men of the moderating system here do not speak, and we just let the women control. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, you'll love that. It's good.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Someone
Oh,
could
it
drop the
is.
meme.
There's a lot of people that come in. We had a blast last Friday.
Yes, I think we had over 60 in the chat or
No,
something.
it got up to 70.
70.
Wow, that's
I
really
was
cool.
actually
So, is there a
verifying
specific
a lot of
time?
people.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's on nights. I think isn't it 5 p.m. Eastern? Is that right?
It literally starts early as the women come in. I mean, they can just pretty much like take over that Friday. I mean,
Oh, okay. So just like all Friday, pretty much.
it's
Pretty much.
literally when people want to just come in, the women just start saying, but they do have a specific time
Okay.
with most that get off work, and that's usually around the 5 p.m. Whenever your 5 p.m. is.
Sweet.
Hold on. We'll drop some. We'll drop something in the voice checks for ladies' night. Someone else is probably quicker than I.
They do anticipate it, like in the morning and the afternoon. Like there's a lot of people that come in and anticipate it, and they always ask, "When is it starting? When is it starting?" So.
No creeping in her DMs either. She'll expose you, like she did on the Facebook site. I was just reading that post you did. It's quite funny.
Yep, 4 p.m. Central Time. Yep.
So what happened? Everybody decided not to talk anymore, or what?
No, we were all flat Earth girls.
Damn, that was a long stint.
I'm trying to go to my Facebook to post the flyer for the girls' night, so I'm just distracted doing that.
Yeah, it's 3:25 where I'm at. It's usually hot and heavy, 12, afternoon through like 2, 3. And I always like because in the past we would get into like these heated back and forth with like one person who, well, let's just leave it at that. A back and forth with one person when there's so many other people trying to get in at this particular time. But it always seems to be monopolized by someone who wants to argue unjustifiably. But this time is typically a low period. Picks back up sometime between 5 and 7, I would say. Just generally, and then we do have days where there are events like Precious Metals on Saturday, Girls Night on Friday, and then seems to be like we're getting programs together for Sunday anyway.
Yeah, Saturday's kind of like a free for all. Sometimes we have karaoke. People will sing and present music and all kinds of stuff. Pretty fun.
They do play videos from YouTube as well in here. We can stream them, and then I don't know if you knew, but we do have 2 live channels. If you look in the chat, you see the 2 24/7 live channels. That is broadcasted on YouTube 24/7. We have streams. So everything that we're saying right now is recorded right now as we speak on YouTube.
Yeah, I've seen the stream on YouTube before. That's pretty cool. I just posted it on my Facebook, so hopefully, I don't know, I'll draw in some
that's
more
great.
ladies. Yeah.
I do a mic check.
Yep.
You hear
You
me?
good, Dave?
Good, Dave.
Yeah, Flat
I'm
Earth Girls, welcome to the server. And I heard you say you were literally at the Salton Sea, right?
Yeah, I was at the Salton Sea experiment a couple years ago.
Okay. The observation,
Yeah.
but that's neither here nor there. But
Oh,
I never
right. So,
miss
I mean, yeah.
when I hear Salton Sea. I never. You probably already know this, but I never want to miss the opportunity to point out that they you actually saw those guys measure those stripes go away on the boat, and then they declared that there's the curvature, right? And then
Oh, yeah.
meanwhile,
I mean, like, I think the experiment was like it was all for show. You know, it wasn't like
but
legitimate.
you're aware of the fact that the horizon is looming up behind the where they're talking about the curvatures at, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's
Definitely.
obviously, if anybody
Well,
that
because
actually
all of
think
these
is knows
people
that's
are
just
taking.
bullshit.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
exactly. They take things like refraction and the atmospheric pressure and all of these things that you can see with your eyes and think that optical curvature equals physical curvature, when in reality, that's not the way it works. One does not equal the other.
Right. The main point we try to hit is what I just said there. The horizon is always, where the apparent sun and the ground and the sky meet is obviously behind the point that they're trying to point out Earth's curvature at. It's way behind it. But yet that's still the first result that you get on Google sometimes, and it shows there's the Earth curve right there. Many of us have pointed out that that's obviously not Earth curve. But that's cool that you were there. I just thought I'd capitalize on you being there to point that out. But welcome to the server.
Thank you.
Go ahead, y'all. Don't let Dead or Dave kill it now.
It's all your fault, Dave.
No, I think it was me. I scared everyone.
Boo. As the sun slowly moves across the plain.
And the curve disappears.
We found no measurement of curvature once again.
As the world doesn't turn. Next.
Corporal Major shared that song that those Globies did. I thought it was hilarious when they did that, because they found me and then they sent me the song and they were like, "Hey, you were the one that inspired this," and I was like, "Oh, well then."
That's kind of cool, I guess. So,
I just want to say I'm thoroughly pissed with the new update. The new update is trash. Well, it will be trash when it drops.
He's nuts.
Huh?
are you talking about like Discord, or are you talking about like Windows, or?
Talking about COD Mobile, man. Do you know that I just reacquainted myself with the Type 25? I loved it in the earlier seasons, and I don't know what they did, but I didn't use it. MJ told me, yes, I'm pretending like I didn't just come from super left field with this. I'm going to continue talking anyway. So, so the Type 25 was very jumpy. I didn't like it, but they changed it 2 months ago, apparently. And I just found it today. Not today. I'm bugging out. I found it a few days ago and I started using it like, yo, I don't know what happened, but the Type 25 is OP. And so what happens is they're about to update the game. It's going to be a new system and they're going to be fucking it up again. So I don't know what I'll be using now as a meta.
Boy, who?
Dilemmas in the high technology
Fucking.
realms.
I'll probably still use, I don't know, I'll probably still use the RPD. A lot of people don't use that, but I use it for long range, really. If I'm gonna go short range, I'm gonna go with an SMG like the Fennec or something.
How's your binoculars working out?
They're working pretty good.
I bet. Yeah, I have.
They're working pretty good. I keep saying I'm gonna go out and do observations. What I really need to do is connect my phone to it so that I can get pictures and stuff.
That's
or
what video.
video.
I would like to do. I have a little mini spyglass, like a little mini telescope. It's pretty darn good actually for its size. Something I can carry on the bike easy, So I was looking at I just missed the moon the other night. It was going right up, this half moon just going right up through the clouds, bro. It was so weird. And then it got up so high that it just completely got clouded over. But I was looking at some other like stars over there by Orion's belt that was like kind of in the west, pretty high elevation. And I could just barely start seeing that jittery effect. I couldn't hold it still enough. I'd probably need a tripod to hold it still.
Yeah, I need one of those too.
You see that shimmering? You know that I just could barely start to see that little shimmering of the light like you do on real close-ups with good telescopes. You could just barely start seeing that. So I bet if I held it still, I could probably. And the moon's probably going to be a whole lot better. I just haven't had a chance yet. It's been overcast. But I wonder how I could just attach that to the telescope to my phone. That's what I need to do, man. Exactly. I wonder if I'd still be able to focus it. I guess I would, right? Should be able to. Put it all in.
I'm probably gonna go up and down the FDR, try to pick a good spot. No, I probably need to just go to the beach, but yeah, I probably need to go to the beach because it's really windy, the East River. So I don't know. I don't know how much I'd really be able to see beyond a mile or so.
Yeah, that's not that far.
Because it's super windy, but I don't know. Maybe I could find I just need a large body of water and something for like a distance marker. Probably should just go to the beach.
Yo, I just found something out. The reptiloids made the globe flat, and it was a cube, I think.
Wait a minute, what?
definitely understand.
What
The
about a
Earth
cube?
is
What
a
about a
cube.
cube? Wait a minute. What about a cube?
The Earth is a cube. The Earth is a cube.
Oh, really? How did you
How do you know?
how did you validate that?
It's just common sense. Like
No,
an
I asked
illusion.
you, common sense is not something you can validate. So I asked you how you
You
validate
go.
the shape of Earth being a cube. You have to wait till I finish talking before you answer. Hold on. How did you validate that Earth's a cube? It needs a measurement.
If you walk to one edge, then there's an illusion made from the X dimension, and then you step further, and it's like it changes
Hmm.
90 degrees. You know?
No, I don't have any idea
Do you have any pictures of it?
what you actually said.
I just okay. Wait a sec.
I mean, we've been to the moon, so we should have a picture. Do you have a picture?
We didn't went to moon.
1+1.
Oh, did you hear what he just said? That's
No,
that's something we can work with. Why do you think we didn't go to the moon?
because there is a moon.
N-
We went
No,
to
but
the Mars.
He's trolling you.
yeah, it's like an open and shut case. He said that the the profile of the ground goes from it goes it goes it bends in 90 degrees somewhere, like a
Yes,
table.
like a
Where's
cube.
that at? Where's that at?
Where's that at? I don't know where it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not good. All right.
I must go to school and stuff like that. I don't have time to find it out
To find
right
the
now.
corner. You don't have time to find the corner.
Yeah, and it's like an illusion.
I don't have
You
time.
don't see when you
Has
cross
it,
the quarter.
so, no name. Has anybody else found the corner where it goes up 90 degrees?
Or down.
It goes down 90 degrees.
Oh, down. Yeah. Has anybody found where it actually goes down? That location?
Wait.
Do you know if anybody has found that location where it goes down 90 degrees?
I just googled something and I'm sending it to.
I guess that's
Yeah.
that's not an answer. I asked you a yes or no question.
Nah, I can't send pics.
Do you know of somebody that has found the location?
Nah, I don't know.
Okay. So how would you know? So how would you know to be able to say that it is a cube if you don't know where it was measured?
Yeah, wait.
How do you know?
How do you know?
From a group on Telegram.
What?
You know what Telegram is?
No.
Like there's a
Pest
group.
troll.
Yeah, I think we should change him to listening pass.
What?
Yeah, we don't know
No.
what you're talking about. No name. Like
I'm get some sources and stuff like that, and then I'm will come back and explain. Okay?
water doesn't stick to the outside of any object.
Yeah, I'm a comeback.
Have a good one. No water sticking to the outside of objects, so that's objectively false if you're saying something like that. Or water being held by nothing on a cube. That'd be square gravity at that point. No, cube gravity. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about if that was. I wouldn't worry so much about the edges. I'd like to know where the three-sided mountain of Earth is in the world, where the corners are.
The corners are exactly. Questioning the cube fallacy. Absolutely.
Hey, so is that guy, did he leave the VC?
Yeah, he did.
Well, I caught him and he's got a listening pass.
Oh, good for you.
And I gave him, what else was it? Oh, the first one I came to that seemed to make sense was Pretender Clown. I don't know. Maybe that's a little harsh.
Maybe a
What do you
little
think?
harsh. Maybe a little
Okay.
harsh at this point.
We'll just do the listening pass.
I like where you're going with it, but yeah, maybe a little harsh at this point.
All right, so we need to do something else. Well, I guess. Well, I want to put something else on there to indicate that we've spoken with him.
Oh, Jenny, have you met Flat Earth Girls? If she's still
Doesn't
here.
sound
Hey
familiar.
there.
Hey, how's it going?
It's great.
You're
I didn't
echoing.
even know there were other women in this chat right now.
Here, so let me
We
kind of
can-
do it. Let me do a little informal introduction. So Jenny, Flat Earth Girls has a Flat Earth Girls Facebook page, and apparently it's very popular. So she's been around the topic for a little while, it sounds like. And
that's
she
amazing.
just found us, and we told her about Ladies' Night.
Nice.
Kinda
Bring
have
your
a-
girls over here. We need you.
Yeah, we have like a little mini Flat Earth Girl celebrity with us. So yeah.
Well, glad to have you.
I'm glad to be here. Okay, is
So I
that
was
better? I
talking to
feel like
someone
it was
earlier.
echoing before I could hear myself, kind of.
Actually, that's super crystal clear.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, I'm really glad to be here. I feel like the discussion on Facebook has died out, and there's very little actual discussion. I feel like that's kind of the gateway for people who are looking into it to have their, first introduction with the idea, and then, go out and have more formal discussions from there. But yeah, the discussion on Facebook is completely dead. They censor everything, and it's impossible to form a proper community on there because there's so many trolls, and yeah.
Absolutely. I was just about to share a story, as I sometimes do, about the goings ons of Facebook. I'm in Flat Earth Society Facebook, not in the organization. And there's another one, Flat Earth Friends, which is just made up of the same exact mods from the society, and they're all globe earthers. And when you look in there, it's crazy because every response, not every response, but majority of the responses and majority of the posts are what do you call them? Straw man arguments, and what's the other one? Basically just ad homs. Someone asked like a genuine question, like, are there any real flat earthers in here, or why is it that people think the earth is flat? I really want to know. And there'll be like 6 7 people that explain how flat earthers are retarded because of insert straw man, instead of actually letting the flat earther say, hey, well, I'm here because XYZ. And even if I did, they'll just comment under my comment and go, yeah, well, that's because you're a retard, though. Like that's the nature of conversation on Facebook. Sucks, but I was having a conversation earlier on Facebook, which was actually reasonable. The mods tend to stay away now because I pull screenshots. So this guy, he made a post. He said, "I'll give $10,000 to anyone who can show an inconsistency with the globe model." I said, "Yeah, sure, the horizon." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "It's not geometric." He goes, "What do you mean?" And then I'm like, well, um, looking at the formula that is derived from supposedly the geometry of the Earth, uh, it dictates where the horizon actually is physically. Um, and he then said, well, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by geometric horizon? What does that mean? So then I screenshot, I Googled geometric horizon. I screenshot it to him. I also sent him a screenshot of the distance to the horizon formula and the page. And he said, a screenshot of Google, that's your evidence. And I said, no, this is me helping you understand the terms that I'm using because you said you didn't understand. So all I'm saying is the claim is that the horizon is at the set distance based on your elevation above the surface, and that's just not true. And then he goes, well, the equations are wrong. He goes, the equations are wrong. And I go, what do you mean by the equations are wrong? And he says, couldn't it just be that Google has it wrong? And then I said, well, then everything derivative of the radius must be wrong too. If you can't actually validate the measurement claim. And he's like, yeah, so. And I said, bro, you don't have no business coming on here offering people $10,000 when you don't know anything about the geometry of the globe. You didn't even know what I meant by geometric horizon. But to be fair, he seemed like an honest person who actually hadn't come across a conversation with someone who ever spoke about it, you know. So
And that's how most people are. Most people are not trying to, be roles, I guess, for lack of a better word. They are genuinely, they just don't know any better. And, we were all that at one point, and then we figured it out. And people have a really hard time letting go of what they know or feel they know to be true because it's in everything. And that's what they do. They make you reliant on this image. And what people don't realize is by allowing themselves to become reliant on this image, they are allowing them to control their entire reality. If you allow these people who are in charge to control the way you see your reality, they control your life. They control your whole reality. And that's where everyone is at. You're either, like stuck in their illusion or you're trying to find your way out.
Well said, sis. Appreciate you. Yeah, with you being spending a lot of your time, I would imagine over the last year or whatever. So that's like a whole other like cornfield altogether compared to here. You know what I'm saying? So it would be absolutely tremendous to have you here on Fridays if you can make it.
Yeah, I'm planning to. Now that I know about the ladies' night, definitely I am.
We can use all the ladies' perspectives that we can get.
Yeah, and I posted it on my Facebook page as well. And
Yay!
so hopefully
Oh,
it'll bring some more people. And I attached the link too, that way people could find it. So
that's amazing. Unfortunately, I'll be joining late if you happen to come or any of your people. But yeah, when they come in, I would I don't know, is there hey, do you think a lot of people are going to come in cuz I'd like to save them some time. I wonder if we can do a code word. When they come to do the VC check-in.
Oh, I know what you mean. I feel like most of the people that would come from my page, they would just say, "Oh, I was brought here from the Flat Earth Girls page." So they would probably already say where they came from.
That's what
That's
I would
cool.
suggest them say. Yeah, it would be best because then they would know that they came from her Facebook.
Oh yeah, that would go without saying to me. Yeah, I meant that. So I'm glad you brought that up. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't know she had already posted it, so that's okay. You're good.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm super excited about this Friday if it's at all possible. Even if 3 ladies from your Facebook came in, I'm gonna see if I can get off work early so I can get in here.
I'm
Yeah,
excited
so
about it too.
essentially ladies night is carved out for the ladies to showcase their debating skills and
Or conversation
typically
skills. Mhm.
or conversation. So typically uh, the guys hang back and it's purely the girls speaking to whomever comes in, whether it be guy or girl. Not that it's just like all girls talking. It's like if there's a guy who comes in asking questions, um, they pretty much have that conversation. So it's really cool to. It's just another way to let the people who typically don't speak because we're typically crazy and and yelling and
And
so it's supposed to be a more chill, a
yeah.
different feel, and it typically works because a lot of people come on ladies night. It's usually 60 people in here. It's went up to over 100 before.
Well,
Summertime's coming, so I expect it to go back up when we start doing our promotions and stuff. Sorry,
one
Jenny.
thing. Oh, no, 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 you're good. Thank you. No, one thing I want to stress is that, ladies' night is pretty much an open forum kind of discussion and or debate. So if any of your girls have any type of material that they want to present, they are more than welcome to do that at any time. It can be last minute. It doesn't have to be planned. So we kind of when we get good stuff to talk about or whatever, we kind of go with the flow. So just to
Okay.
give you an idea how we roll.
And I had a question because sometimes I feel like people for me at least, I always tend to take flat earth and then run with it, and it leads to so many other discussions and topics. So I just wanted to
Yes.
know can we is this discussion open to talk about things that aren't
Well,
just
well,
flat
you're
earth?
talking. Well, if you're talking about off topic, it's yes, if we can bring it back to flat earth, if it's like
Yeah,
related to
definitely.
flat earth. Yeah. I mean, a lot of us talk about the big picture and how things are interconnected, but we just, we try not to be in the weeds too long. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
yes, we
definitely. Just
can
because
do
I know it's
some.
being streamed
Mhm.
on YouTube, and so I know they're really touchy about.
Oh, well, no medical talk.
Yeah.
Absolutely no
Okay.
medical talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. And no you know stuff that you know already.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Medical stuff, vaccine violence.
True
Right.
vaccine, the fact that the whole
No, I was
vaccine
just referring to the J word. We don't want to talk about certain groups of people and such, and
Oh,
Yeah,
be
oh,
yeah,
careful
yeah.
with that.
or Jews. You don't want to talk about Jews,
okay.
of course. You know.
Yeah, just be
Okay.
very overt when Jenny's trying to be covert. It's very, very good.
Yeah,
I
I
like
know.
it.
Overt when covert.
But anyway, I kind of wanted to ask because everybody's story is interesting, and I love to hear it every time there's an opportunity. So, how did
Oh
you
yeah.
come?
Wait, Elijah. I know what you
No,
want to answer, and I apologize for
Elijah,
interrupting.
sorry, people, for interrupting.
No,
Elijah, you do remember me, don't you?
wait. Oh,
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. You know, you kind of you get on your high horse and you
oh,
stick
well,
up you stick up for the people, don't you? Yeah.
I think Elijah was trying to say something. Please continue,
yeah.
Elijah.
Because I've
No.
noticed it.
Well,
You have done this,
Yeah,
Elijah,
yeah,
in the past. Like
yeah.
you
Get
do.
off your high
well,
horse, Elijah. Get off
Yeah.
your high
hold
horse there,
on.
buddy.
Time out, you guys.
We're
I
going to
am
mute
so
the
Oh my
distractions.
God!
Elijah, what were you
Oh
saying?
my! All of my fans.
What's up with that high horse, Elijah,
Elijah.
man? Why you riding a high
Yo,
horse, dude?
Dude,
What's up,
if
Elijah?
anybody was gonna come in and say something, it would be you, Fraud. And you don't know I love you to death, bro. I
you
do.
need your horse, Elijah.
Oh
What you for what
man.
you actually have
I'm
evidence.
sure
Jason,
that's still speaking, but I
Jason,
muted
what
him.
the hell,
Okay.
Jason?
But
Gee
hold on,
whiz.
Holy
Lemon.
cow.
What's
Calm
up?
Lemon.
down, Jason. Calm down, my man.
Okay, so you guys, I have a specific reason for interrupting, and I apologize, Elijah. I wasn't trying to be rude to you. I know what you're going to ask, and I was hoping maybe we can maybe pause that for Friday. Is that okay? Because, you know, when you tell,
What's
I don't
wrong
know,
with
I guess
saying
it
it
could be told
twice?
2 times, I guess. I mean, I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do. You know what I mean? That's all.
You're trying to save it for ladies' night or something?
Yes, that's what all I meant. Yeah. But I'm not
I
trying to
mean,
take away from Elijah. I'm not. I apologize, everybody. I'm not trying to be extra or anything.
Now I'm
I
chomping at the
mean,
bit.
it,
I want to
it
know.
won't kill me to wait. I don't care.
Really? You're so sweet. Okay. Okay, so yeah, like Elijah was going to ask you, we love to hear testimonies about how people come to the realization that it's not a globe and that it's observably and measurably flat. So that's why that's why I interrupted to our new lady. What's her name again? I'm sorry.
Well,
Oh, Flat
I mean,
Girls.
it's Flat Earth Girls, yeah.
Yeah. So I just love the, like the initial story. I can't imagine how many times you've probably told yours. It's probably been a lot. Or does that go on Facebook?
It's been a lot, and I can tell you guys more about it on Friday if you want me to save it, because it's a pretty cool story. But I also got interviewed by, I don't know if you know, everyone knows what Vice is, yeah. Vice has a all girls brand called Broadly, and they interviewed me because they were trying to do a smear article on Flat Earth, and I just totally smashed their questions that they gave me, and they couldn't even release it. They were like, "Oh, we can't publish the interview because it's too." I think the word they used was something similar to risque.
Spicy.
Yeah. Yeah. So I can actually, I think I have a link to those original questions, and I can share that interview too.
That
So
would be epic.
Vice had to censor the spicy flat earther.
Pretty much.
Wow.
Oh,
That
wow.
is incredible. Love it.
That's awesome.
Oh, I'm going to probably have to listen to some of the ladies' night afterwards but that's okay. Hopefully it'll be recorded. We got 2 people that record, so. Oh yeah, do tell your people that come in that we do stream on YouTube. Did Elijah cover that part?
Oh yeah.
And actually
I was gonna let them know anyways, just
okay.
so they know to be careful and with
Yeah.
what they say.
New account fraud. New Discord account.
Yeah.
Okay. Your old account has a pending friend request from me for like 2 years now, so I'll go ahead and
Oh my gosh.
X that one out, knowing that you weren't just ignoring me.
Oh yeah, I hadn't seen you in a while, Gospel Bear.
Hell.
Yeah.
That's
It's all.
Another person who is who also tends to be accurate with his words was also claimed to be on a high horse, weren't you, Gospel?
Yeah. I've never claimed it to be on a high horse. But I tell you what, I've been accused of it for a long time. And imagine looking at the kid with the, that loves dinosaurs or loves Legos or whatever, and being like, look at that prideful guy who knows everything about dinosaurs. Oh, look at that guy on his high horse with his Legos over there. I mean, my passion isn't Legos or dinosaurs. Just because I know a lot about some different weird things doesn't mean that I'm on a high horse. I've had some traumatic experiences with horses, actually, but I'd ride another one. But anyway, do I still have the autism tag? Did that go away? Nope, it's still there. See, no excuse for anybody to be shooting arrows at me. Weaponized autist.
It's because you're up there on your high horse or shooting the arrows, autistic arrows.
I tell you. Yeah, I put it in the live stream voice text, fraud. I've exposed you for ignoring me.
What's up with you two flat earthers that are up on your high horse like that?
I'm just goofing around.
Is that a trend?
What was that, Sonny?
I said, is that a trend? Now we get two primary flat earthers that are up on their high horse today. Is that a trend or something? Is it?
I don't know. I think that accusations like that are just people exposing their own personal insecurities.
Yeah,
that's what I think. But
they just belong like any high horses.
I think they're just autistic.
Seemed to be a rash of it today. Something was happening, man. It was wild.
Yeah, once people start assigning feelings to Jackson Pollock paintings, you know that their globe Earth evidence isn't forthcoming.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I certainly never attributed feelings to any Jackson Pollock paintings. That wasn't the point I was making.
Well,
it's also not the words that came out of my mouth.
You should re-listen to what you said.
Okay. Well, it's not what I said.
Well, re-listen to it.
Mm-hmm.
I know you won't.
It's irrelevant. It wasn't the point I was making.
What's with the beef today?
I don't know. Like I for some reason, I get under people's skin. Apparently, I don't know what it is.
That's what I'm saying.
No, when you start chanting postmodernistic,
I didn't chant
rhetoric.
Any postmodernistic anything. I'm staunchly opposed to postmodernism.
About Jackson Pollock.
I agree.
Give it up.
Eli. I agree, Eli. What is the beef today?
Give it up, old Haas. Like you're having a personal problem here.
And I'm not being funny about
Pluto
fraud.
return.
I was talking about the other guy. Where'd you go, other guy? What were you saying to me earlier?
I don't think the fact that you've assigned feelings to Jackson Pollock is a personal problem, but it's definitely an artistic interpretation problem.
I didn't do that, old Haas.
Do what you said you were going to go do. Re-listen to what your words were.
I never said I was going to do that. This person is so inappropriate.
Gentlemen,
I muted him already, Brittany. It's all right.
Okay, thank you.
I was just trying to get my thing cleared up, but never mind.
Snippy. Today.
Well, I don't understand. There's no order, or this guy, he had like respected or something, or valued. I don't know.
How can an interpretation be?
I don't know.
Listen, I wasn't making any interpretation. I was making an emphatic statement about how language and conveyance of information and communication work. Whatever he thought I said is not what I was. It either wasn't what I said or it wasn't what I was trying to communicate, and I cleared that up. And he's just holding on to it like I was trying to be postmodern, which is a misrepresentation for anybody that knows me knows. Very clearly that I'm very much opposed to all forms of postmodernism.
It almost sounds like Glober mentality when I hear that kind of stuff. Not from you, from the other people.
Well, I unmuted you, old Haas. Just chill out, bro. We're trying to actually have productive conversation.
Yeah, I think we're having just a failure to communicate, miscommunication somewhere along the line here. So I don't know why that's
Hey,
happening.
Lemon.
Multiple
How you
times.
doing? I heard Lemon in here. The Lemon popped up for a brief second, I guess.
Yeah, I don't see him right now.
I still call him Lemon. He hasn't been Lemon for like forever. I don't know.
I used to just because you guys did. I go, okay, well, that must be his name. I start calling him Lemon too. But
Dude,
I like
it's
Metal Lark because, like, the Harlem Globetrotters, I remember seeing them when I was a kid. They were always on TV, dude. Think about that name, Globetrotters. More mind control. Huh?
Dang, that Globetrotter. I hadn't thought of that.
Trippy.
bro, it's so cold up here, man. It's fucking.
It's snowing over here.
Really?
Oh my gosh.
I think it's cold everywhere. I think an ice age is coming. Just my intuition.
Actually, well, is it colder than it has been? Because from today, it's actually hotter than it has been. It's like what, 40? No, it's almost 60 degrees. A couple days ago it was 30, 20s.
Yeah. You guys really get weather over there. I have no right to speak about weather.
Cause it never rains in Southern California.
Unless you want to hear about some of the storms I've been in. No, those are worthy of talking about.
Seriously, you guys got to get on COD Mobile and represent the contingent on there.
We can get on Call of Duty, you say?
Huh? Call of Duty
You're
Mobile.
saying we? Yeah.
You know
Nothing
how
done, man.
salty people must feel when they get killed and they see my name, Flat Earth Guns.
Awesome.
I got something else that might be funny. Okay, so we was talking about lemon just a few seconds ago. I always wondered, did the bird enthusiast tag, did it mean that I was like always praising lemon because I always like to listen to lemon and I always tell lemon that I like to listen to him? Or is it, the British version of bird, like that's my bird, talking about the females, because I do like the females too.
Yeah. Everyone likes the females.
So does anybody want to tell me what the bird enthusiast tag means?
You know what? I don't know specifically, but that really has a kind of a crypto ring to it, though, doesn't it?
It does.
Dude was on here a long time ago.
That's just a guess.
Had a parrot as his profile picture, Congo or something like that. He made it. It was because he liked birds.
Wait a minute, who did?
I can't remember the dude's name right now, but he was on the server, on the first server in the beginning. And he had a parrot as his profile picture. He made that because he liked to watch birds.
Well, I had a bird as like my screensaver on my phone, not my screensaver, my background or whatever. But I'm just curious, who gave me the role and why did I get it?
Maybe you're a bird enthusiast?
Yeah, maybe it's some long lost bird conversation you were having and lost in the archive. Lost?
They did call me Larry Bird in high school.
Uh-oh.
And Scary Larry.
Scary Larry Bird. Scary Bird Larry.
It's crazy how many This is off topic because when he said his name Larry Bird, that was like typical for someone to equivocate between a name and anyway. And I just thought, it's crazy how many fallacies a person can commit just in one statement. That's indicative of how broken our cognitive skills are, and a globe Earth belief is kind of just the the unit of measure. I would say. I don't even know if I could say that, but you guys get what I'm saying.
The tip of the iceberg? No. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I wasn't trying to. I was just thinking, like, do you mean like it's the tip of the iceberg? I don't know if he cut out or if I just overstepped.
No. I heard you. Also, my son was talking to me, but I was just saying that yeah, it's like it's how you measure exactly how delusional someone is.
Could you elaborate?
Yeah, like matter in a liquid state. In order even to call it that, would have to be in a volume, right? So it'd have to have something holding it there.
Right.
Matter in the gaseous state, it also requires a volume because you wouldn't be able to read a pressure without, well, having there would have to be pressure in order for you to be able to do that. And then you go, is the outside surface of a ball considered a container? It's like, obviously not. So then why do you believe in the globe? Well, gravity. Okay, well, do you think that gravity has been scientifically validated? Of course. Okay, well, is there an experiment that was done? Cavendish. Okay, well, that's not an experiment only because there's no valid hypothesis to be tested. And then they'll go, well, things fall because of gravity. It's like, well, actually, you don't know you've never validated that. Like, we don't even know what gravity is specifically. Haven't determined the cause of gravity. So why would you assert it? And it's like, damn, I wanted to tie this into a short and concise point, and I kind of don't know where to go from here. I mean, you just take things like you can't have gas pressure without a container, and it's like, yeah, but you can if my space religion is real. And it's like, okay, well, the Earth is a level plane. Well, level just means equidistant from the center. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, what's the sun? It's made up of mostly hydrogen and helium. Um, okay, but it's in a vacuum. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. I keep getting distracted by.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Actually, your point was actually made because you said that is kind of the measure of their logic. I'm pretty sure you said something along those lines. And so those kind of that line of reasoning when you have these conversations, they're falling into illegal territory, And so yeah, that is a measure of read their reasoning skills, their logic. I think it's the point sort of you're trying to make. Hope I'm not too
Yeah,
far.
because we have direct experience with water, gas,
Mhm.
and they believe that, yeah, while that's true, it works in exactly the opposite way in space. I'm like, I don't even know how you do that.
Mm-hmm. Because it's always seemed to be every single point that occurs with their going off to that other direction. God, what was the point I was going to make? Well, it's a concession. That's one thing, but it's a lapse in reasoning right there. Because I know. It's a special pleading. It's a special circumstance every time. Every time they do that, it's a special circumstance that they insert there. That can't be verified. That's the whole thing. Okay, they're saying we have these observations, then they make a story, and then they go, insert, insert this story. That can't be verified. It's like a little capsule way of just like injecting illogical thought into the conversation. That doesn't match reality. So I don't know what's causing them to skip out into non-reality, like a stone skipping across water, skipping out. Then it's out of the bounds of reality itself, where it can only, like the things can only occur in the mind. That's the only place that those things could possibly occur.
Yeah, you got to ask those people, is water real? When they say, I don't know, then what is your brain setting in, motherfucker?
Mm-hmm. So after a while, you just have to go, this person's just denying all reality, and so there's no fight there. What would I be fighting against? So yeah, I got to stop fighting against people that are out of their minds. They can't see reality. Not necessarily their fault. We were all kind of like controlled by that system, but people just refuse to look at new information. You can tell the closed-minded and the ones that are not. That's pretty easy to tell. But anyway, I'll shut up for a while. Man, it's freezing here.
How freezing? It's -9 here.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up now.
I was just curious. I wasn't trying to.
I know.
We had a -50 wind chill like last night because of the wind, but it only, I think it like -21 or something like that.
Listen, cold for me is below 60 degrees. So.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's
So
below 60 degrees.
you have like skin made of cellophane or something?
58, see?
Gee.
Yep. Rainy. Wind's blowing.
Where's Where's the big -21?
Oh, it was last night. It's -9 right now Fahrenheit.
Where's that area? Area that was that cold?
Top of the world, the northernmost part of North Dakota.
Oh boy.
Thought so. I was going to ask you what are you in North Dakota? And you are. Yeah, I bet. Wow.
Yeah.
Got a couple mooses running across your property sometimes?
You know what is really fascinating? You mentioned apparently there's only 1 in 100,000 born albino moose. There is an albino moose running around where I live, like within like a couple of miles down the road. But yeah, it's really amazing. I saw a picture of it. Some friends of ours snapped a picture of it, and man, that thing looks amazing. It's
Is it a bull
all
moose or a cow?
white.
Bull or cow?
It's a cow. Yeah. Cow moose. Yeah.
Yeah, guess what? My girlfriend, my ex, actually, mother of my children, she grew up here in San Diego, and she said up around the Presidio, which is where the Spanish and after Cabrillo landed, where they made their first encampment up there, and where the friars and stuff. Anyway, so she said growing up here, there used to be an albino deer that was coming down from the Presidio, down from the hill, eventually across the freeway there. But she said it was there for years and years, and they would see it. Eventually got killed.
And I've seen an albino squirrel before too. It's pretty neat. But yeah, there's moose, there's wolves. Oh, there you go, old dude. That's what I'm talking about. Isn't that amazing? You just look at that and it's like it looks like something out of a storybook or whatever. It's so cool.
Wow, that is outrageous. What?
It's so neat. Yeah, it's like anyway. A lot of interesting creatures up here. But moose is the most dangerous creature where I live.
I bet it is.
It will mess you up.
Because they'll charge you, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they can mess your vehicle up. They are a force to be reckoned.
I will punch a moose in his face.
You try.
Try me, bitch.
You're like 7 or 8 foot tall. Be punching up. I know you're tall, but still.
Damn, no, you can't. No, you're not 7. No way. Well, then again, horses are okay.
No,
really?
moose are
I've
like
never
7
seen a moose.
foot
So
at their like shoulders or whatever, and their antlers can be like 4.5 or 5 foot wide, something like that, from tip to tip.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, I don't want no beef with that.
Yeah, so they could just lift you right up, flip you over, no problem. Just trample you down a few times.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Swing you around up against trees and so forth.
And antelope. There are antelope here. I've never saw antelope before in my life until I moved to North Dakota. Deer and antelope. So that's home on the range where the deer and the antelope play. Bro, there's deer and antelope out the wazoo out here. It's crazy. I don't know where wazoo is, but those deer and antelope, they left wazoo and they came here.
Yeah, that's a trip.
Yeah, Battlemod knows what's up about the moose.
So yeah, what do you walk around with, a bazooka?
No, you just got to be cautious. Now, if you start getting charged, you have to find something like a tree. You wouldn't want to be in an open field because
absolutely right. Yeah, because they can't climb trees. That's for sure.
No. You get you just get behind it. Yeah. They're eventually if you. Huh?
No, I said I'd be scared shitless even with the tree.
Yeah, look at the size of that thing that XO put.
They're fast though, bro.
Look at the size of that moose. What the heck? That's
yes,
giganticism. Looks like the whole car could fit underneath. Like the height of the moose is higher than the car, like
Yeah.
underneath its body to the ground.
So you basically got to become like a squirrel minus the climbing, because like I swear squirrels know how to keep you out of the and keep them out of your line of sight while they're also climbing. I don't know why. I don't know why that level of.
Well, they
Dude,
had
the
to
squirrel's a snitch of the woods too. They tell the entire woods, right here's a man, right here under me, he's right here.
Yep, all the
Oh
birds
my
go,
gosh.
okay, we got
I'm
it.
telling you.
The squirrel's
That's
like,
funny.
wait a minute, the
it's not
squirrel.
like they. Yeah, go on.
As like squirrels are like calling in air support.
It's not like they don't just run straight up the tree. You know what I mean? Like they
No.
do this like spiral fashion. As it not even I can't even say spiral, because if you try to run the other way and see them, it's like they know exactly how to stay out of your line of sight. It's wild.
Mm-hmm.
I would just like to point out to the gentleman that said he would punch the moose. Like, these animals kill cars and sometimes the people in the front seat.
Jeez.
Yeah, if it flips on the hood, but a 180-pound deer can do that too. If it flips up and onto the hood through the windshield.
Mm-hmm.
Another animal you wouldn't want to try to punch, a deer. They get up on their hind legs and start flailing. Holy fuck.
Moose are heavy. You'll total your car hitting one of them. Always cracks me up. That boy right there could be 1,200 pounds, but look how skinny his fucking legs are. Like, how do they do it? Running around on them skinny ass legs with all that weight.
Speaking of moose, I wonder. There had to have been Globe propaganda in Rocky and Bullwinkle, right? Because every old show that I watch, like Popeye, Woody the Woodpecker, there's always some crazy Globe. It's just the Globe something.
There was a lot going in, and Rocky and Bullwinkle had a lot of interesting stuff. I don't know. And then Rocky. What is Rocky besides an unusual flying squirrel?
A gay squirrel. Anyway, Boris and Natasha.
Yeah.
Or was that from that's from another cartoon, isn't it?
No, Boris and Natasha.
No, it's the same one.
That's Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Yeah, Rocky is
As soon
a
as
rocket
you said
squirrel.
it.
He's a squirrel rocket.
Then you have the Royal Canadian Mountie guy.
In the human version of
Dudley
Rocky.
Do-Right.
Yeah, Dudley Do-Right. Brendan Fraser. But no, in the human version of Rocky and Bullwinkle, they portrayed Rocky as a female, and I never got that impression when I watched the cartoon as a kid. So I was like, am I just confused? I just never knew Rocky was a girl. But there's a lot of cartoons that are like that. Like, oh, I had no idea.
Gosh, it started way
Which
back
is kind of, but that's kind of cool, isn't it? It's like Well, I mean, on one hand, cartoons used to be where they didn't include like a romantic perspective or like, it didn't matter what gender. Let's not even say that. Didn't matter if you were man or a woman, but now, all of that shit is just like. But it did have the propaganda, the Russian propaganda, and all that.
I don't know who said Bullwinkle was a female, but female.
No, Rocky.
Oh, okay.
The squirrel. In the human version, they portrayed the human equivalent of Rocky as a female in the human Rocky and Bullwinkle movie, which is kind of a funny movie. It's not that terrible, but.
Sorry. You know what else? No, this is totally unrelated. Never mind. Any more? Well,
if we're going to talk about cartoons, we got to incorporate which cartoons portray the flat and stationary Earth, and which ones are super overtly globe-tastic.
See,
That's
you
what
see what I'm
that's
saying?
what I
Like
was gonna. I was gonna point out the one cartoon where Bugs Bunny hits the baseball and it goes all the way around the world, and when it comes back, it's got stickers from all the different countries on it. Like he slams it over one horizon, it comes back over the other horizon, and he catches it. It's got France, London, all these stickers on it.
And they also
Yeah.
dig down through the Earth and get to China and
Yeah.
all those different little ideas that they
But the
plaster in
best
your.
part is when they is when they get to China, they're all wearing those funny hats.
Yeah. Why is that the best part?
Well, because they stereotype China. That's hilarious.
Stereotypes are almost demanded in cartoons.
Mm-hmm.
What were you gonna say,
Oh my
Eli?
God, Mr. Popo is killing me. Oh gosh, I don't even know. But what was I gonna say? Oh, Flat Earth. Flat Earth can do much better, man. We're so lazy and shit. Like because Flat Earth is actually a thing. Because this is a level plane, there should be more artists coming out and expressing this, right? Like, so I'm just thinking it shouldn't just be Hibbler Films with a documentary. I was just talking about. I wish I could do a doc. What was it doesn't matter what I was talking about, but you were there. You know what I'm talking about, Sonny. Yesterday when I brought up something about um something that I can't remember right now, but
Something
I'm
about
I'm
something.
saying that because imagine we had like a little collage of the cartoons from the past to present. Um, one depicting how many times that the context clues would have you assume that the Earth were a plane versus the cartoons that would have you. Well, I don't even. They would have you believe that it's a globe. Like just having, the I'm so old. Side A and side B, where you have part one as like all of the cartoons from now and before, with all of the globe stuff, and then part two would be maybe even those same cartoons most of the time having some inconsistency because they'll show you the globe, but then they'll say like for instance, what's this Vinland 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 saga? It's like a Viking kind of uh thing. So anyway, sorry, my words are going. Don't worry about it. So in this Vinland saga, uh what happens is the first thing you see when the show comes on in the opening credits and stuff, and the theme song, it's like it always shows you like the galaxy, the stars, and all of this, and then you kind of get a view of the globe, and then next thing you know, the camera's descending through the clouds into what the Earth actually looks like, and then everything else is back to business as usual. You show the people doing what they do and all that. But so when you're watching the show, one of the episodes talks about how if you go to the west, far enough west, you'll run into like these huge sea monster creatures. And then the kid asked him, "What's beyond that?" "Well, that's the end of reality," they said. And so you have like some visuals that would, oh yeah, that's space and that's the globe and blah 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 blah. But within the story, they talk about going west and then there being a point at which nothing exists beyond that point. So that would be cool to have a little collage of shows. It'd be cool to just have a lot of things that we don't have. The super dope animation.
Hey, bro, I
You know?
wanted to point something out. I was watching an old Superman cartoon the other day with my daughter, and like this one, the Superman cartoon, The Mad Scientist and the Magnetic Telescope, where the guy was trying to pull the moon down to Earth with a magnet. And then there's another one that's the electric earthquake. There's all kinds of shit in the old Superman cartoons. And these are from the 40s.
The 40s are good.
There's mad propaganda and all that crap.
Yep. I grew up with all that shit. All the way from
Gravity.
All the way
And
back to Felix the cat.
In any cartoon, when they show somebody walk off the side of a mountain, somewhere it implies gravity. Oop, there goes gravity. With Wile E. Coyote a lot. He whips a sign out that says, "I forgot about gravity."
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, there goes gravity.
Yeah.
I like to watch those old cartoons I grew up with.
The Roadrunner, look at it, that when they show a long horizon, I guarantee you it's flat. And another cartoon that used flat Earth, the Flintstones. All flat.
I'll tell you what. Foghorn Leghorn don't play that shit. That was one of my favorite ones, Foghorn Leghorn.
Foghorn Leghorn.
I liked him.
You ain't a chicken hawk.
He's a good character.
You're a dog hunter. A dog hunter? No, I'm a chicken hawk. No. You're supposed to be hunting that dog over there.
Who was that guy? There's this like one guy that did almost all those voices. What's his name?
Hell, I don't.
The guy that did Bugs Bunny is, I think, who you're thinking of. And I just recently watched a documentary about that guy, and I've already forgotten. Voice. Mel Blanc, I think, is probably the most famous voice actor that did a tremendous amount of voices. 1,000 different voices in over 5,000 different cartoons. Mel Blanc.
Yeah, Mel Blanc, that's right.
He was, when you watch the interviews and stuff, he's tremendously talented. He was an expert at his voice, for sure. The Haney guy from Green Acres did a lot of cartoons too, and I liked him. Mr. Haney. I don't remember his real life name. I'll look it up real quick. Green Acres. He had that real hard draw. No, nobody is remembering who I'm talking. Pat Buttram was his name.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy now.
Yeah, so he was in the Robin Hood cartoon movie, and there's a bunch of other cartoons.
That's hilarious.
Pat Buttram. I just know him as Mr. Haney because, man, that show was great. I still like that show. Green Acres. The Aristocrats, the Rescuers, Fox the Hound. He was in the Garfield and Friends show.
Yeah, they had some weird stuff too about the time we came home from school. The Dark Shadows. Remember those weird, creepy shows? That was some strange stuff, man.
The 90s were really twisted, perverted.
Oh no, I'm talking about like the late 60s and
Yeah, Dark Shadows is before my time. I hear you. But in the it was the Dark Waters cartoon came to mind when you said Dark Shadows. Something explorers in the dark waters or something. I don't know.
We had like
Pirates of the Dark
I
Waters.
thought
That's
for
what it
sure
was.
there was a creature from the Black Lagoon show. There was like there was another one where the submarine was underneath the sea everywhere, going to seeing all these weird things and different civilizations under the ocean and all kinds of strange stuff. I forgot what that's called. Oh, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea.
Yeah, that's some Jules Verne interpretation stuff, right?
Yeah.
Jules Verne. Now that guy, these different people that had their esoteric knowledge.
So, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. So, they're in a submarine, and submarines don't use any curvature anywhere.
What you mean in traversing?
Yeah, and traversing. Yeah, they don't calculate. Neither are their torpedoes. They're not calculating or adjusting for 8 inches per mile squared.
Refraction takes care of all that for the submarine, bro.
It must, underwater or not. Apparently, in any medium, refraction just takes care of it.
Well, and gravity, of course. You have to remember gravifraction, and everything is taken care of. It's all fine.
Gravifraction. You heard it here, folks. It's copyrighted now. To Gospel Bearer.
Somebody else probably said it before me.
I like to just hand them out. Here you go. Go ahead and use it freely. Spread it around as much as you want. Globe Earth propaganda in cartoons. Yeah, that's interesting, you know.
Oh, yeah, it's prolific. I had recently watched the Elijah Wood movie North. Rewatched it recently, and the intro to that movie is just heavy laden with symbolism. The globes, there's globes, and then there's snow globes, back and forth, back and forth. It's just really weird symbolism that they throw in these movies. It's hard to pretend that it's not on purpose.
It's called North.
Yeah, North. You never saw it?
I'll have to watch it. I don't remember. I don't recall.
It's kind of an unusual movie. There's a lot of foul language for the genre that you would expect. Like, it's kind of a movie set for people between like 9 and 12 years old. Kind of like the age range that you would expect that movie to be appropriate for. There's quite a lot of harsh language in that movie for what you'd expect, like, because of the age of Elijah Wood.
So, like, inappropriate to age scale or whatever.
It should be PG-13, but I don't think it is rated PG-13. But tomato, subjective. That's my subjective opinion. Back to that subject.
You have to add that in there now. So, I'm looking on Soap Today and see if I find it on here. With Elijah Wood, 1994. Is that?
And Bruce Willis is in it too. But yeah, 94 sounds right.
Yep, this is it. Good. Let me see. I'll save that. What?
Hey.
Somebody said something.
Yeah.
Somebody's just uttering nonverbals. Try and get the ball
Just
rolling.
vowels. Hey, oh,
No, it's you. Are you trying to get the ball rolling, Elijah?
But yes, hello. I'm gonna go on mute now.
I mean, seriously though, what if that phrase was intentional? What if what if money makes the world go round and get the ball rolling and those sorts of things actually had an
It's all.
origin in intentional programming? It'd be
I
kind of
would say it's
fascinating.
all a part of it. Yeah, it's always there in your subconscious. It's like subconsciously you're saying things that if you thought about it deep enough or were questioned hard enough, you would say that's not what I mean. Which is often what they say when we say this is what you believe if you believe in the globe, and they're like, that's not what I said.
Yeah.
But they just say things that don't. And that's how they do it. They make it a part of our vernacular, whatever is hip to say at the time. It'll incorporate a couple of things like that. Get the ball rolling. Hey, you should come visit me down under.
Yeah. Those prepositions though have multiple possible. You could understand the word under in more than one way. It's just under that other. It's just under the cheeseburger on the menu, right? You're not going to flip the menu over. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So, Yeah, Australia though. How about Australia? Make penal colonies great again over there. I tell you what.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. The best thing out of there is that funeral home director trying to let people know what it is.
You might have to share that one with me in my DM or something. I don't know about that, but I don't think I do.
I'll send it to you. It's a very good watch for
Cool.
me. It's about 30 minutes. Doesn't take up too much time.
That should definitely be their slogan down there, though. Make penal colonies great again. I mean, why hide it? Just everybody loves some good honesty from time to time.
Yeah, they're usually honest. It's just when you press it on when you press them on it, they tell you when they tell you what they meant to say. That's the lie.
So, has anybody on here studied much about the sextant?
We were just talking about that topic a little earlier. What's your curiosity?
So, I kind of mentioned this. I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, but I've been looking and researching a little bit, and I'm actually coming to the premature conclusion. It's definitely premature. I'm actually coming to the premature conclusion that since likely not historically used in navigation until recent times.
How do you define recent?
Yeah.
You know, maybe 150 years.
Mm.
Yeah, they
I think
use
that
some. It's the evolved version of
The
Am
astrolabe.
I the octant, which I think
So,
is what I thought. Is it an octant? I'm tripping. Sonny, that cross staff you were talking about.
see, we all get hung up, and
Yeah,
not
wait a
myself
minute.
in this too, but we all get caught up in the mathematics of how a sextant works, but we forget that the most important part of a sextant is not the sextant, but the clock that they would have to carry to tell them exact Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
For
clock
dead reckoning.
the clock part just goes along with what you're doing along your pathway, your dead reckoning, that line of travel. So that is just being more accurate with that bottom side of the triangle.
So what you have to do is you got to go then look at the day and the hour in the little booklet, and then look at the table. And so you have to know a very accurate hour of what day to then be able to look at the chart to
That
know where
applies
you
to
are.
the stars. Yeah.
would you argue that this is fraudulent? What I put in the chat.
I'm not sure. I'm not able to see what you put in there just this moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like it's an image from 1583 portraying a man utilizing a form of a sextant.
Yeah, they may have used something, but
That's an old version of the sextant. Yeah.
yeah, they may have used. I would say they because the astrolabe, I'm sure, had been used and there had been things, but when
Yep.
the Globies come to us telling us they're using, a sextant proves the Earth because every so many miles they noticed. Every 60 miles, they noticed 1 degree of declination, or whatever the heck it is they say. That I'm just wondering if it's more fiction than that. Likely, maybe possibly that it was used here and there, but it seems to me that it'd be very difficult to keep that clock in the 15, 16, 1700s, 1800s likely, 1900s absolutely, but what about?
You're right about that. The clock technology wasn't very good until later on. You're absolutely correct.
Do you know how to do dead reckoning? That's why I posted the post I post about marine charts and for the land charts and navigation.
You mean just like where you estimate how far you've gone by the time
Dead
and
reckoning.
Yeah, but listen, JE, do you realize that the whole
spot
point
on.
with the sextant and those log books that you're looking through to find out is that star that you have on your zenith?
Yeah, because they didn't
It's
just
in
need
the
a
wait. I wasn't
clock.
done. I wasn't done.
They need star
The
charts too.
star that's at your zenith is in the same geographical location as it always has been, and they know this.
oh
So
yeah,
how is that
absolutely,
star exactly in that same location over Earth every single year at that time and date?
and
Exactly
that's
over
how
that
they have that
location.
book with it. Yeah, that's
That's
how
the
they
whole
have.
point. So listen, because of that, when you're traveling in a horizontal fashion, you have the zenith. You can measure the distance and the angle to the star. Do it again, and you have 3 overlapping circles of equal altitude. They all intersect, and that is where you are. It works because the bottom surface is a flat plane. That's the point. It wouldn't work otherwise.
Of course it wouldn't. Yeah, no, absolutely. But my point being is how they are very swift to tell us how. They're very swift to tell us how. This curved adjacent nonsense. Now that garbage. And this and that. I'm just thinking the more that I try to dig into sextants, the Earth would absolutely have to be flat for it to work. Absolutely, because it could not be spinning through. Couldn't be spinning through Earth and spinning through a supposed universe. It would have to be flat, and but then, like I say, secondarily, I wonder how much could have they been used before, say, modern, I don't want to say modern, because obviously they had good wind-up clocks 150 years or so ago. But I just wonder, like...
in the 1500s, 1400s?
I mean, how good of clocks could have been rocking back and forth in the ocean in the 1500s? I don't know. I'm asking the question.
Well, see, that's what you got to do your research on. Look up
horology, is
it? Clock technology up until that point, and then also, actually, the answer to your question is in something I posted earlier that Eli just asked me about. Hold on, I'll find it. The cross staff. The navigators carried the cross staff, or probably a whole sequence of them. And also probably the astrolabe. Hold on a second. Let me find this. So they carried earlier versions. That's all.
Were you trying to say chronology?
Chronology. Yeah, chronology. It's the study of clocks, right?
I thought it was orology.
Time and movement.
No, it's called on a ship. It's called a chronometer. I'm sorry.
Exactly, it's a chronometer, and the study of the arrangement of times and movements. So the clock only does one portion. You still need the stars. The clock just tells how long you've been on this path. Dead reckoning is done by the stars.
So you get correct distances. That's all.
But
Yeah,
to
that's
get
all the clock is used for.
but
It can't tell you which.
where you are, you've got to be able to look in the booklet that
Well, yeah,
for the time.
No, you get a more accurate placement when you know you took your first reading at this time. Then you can tell the change of angle. Then you know your run line or your direction of heading. So the clock it works with the stars. That's why they had an astrolabe. You couldn't just use a clock to navigate anywhere. It just tells you how long you've been at it and how much the angle has changed, which gives you your run line. You don't go by longitude or latitude, curvature, longitude, latitude. They can all be safely ignored. You go by the star charts and the time of travel. Your run line is your path. If you use longitude and latitude, well, the lines converge. Because of this convergence, you'll never end up where you want to be.
Yeah, and the other thing I notice is that when we were in school and they taught us about these triangle trade routes where supposedly they went from England to Africa to the Caribbean or the Carolinas and then went back to England, I realized that some time ago that, of course, that's entirely a farce. If you look on the map, you see that England pretty much is halfway between North America and Africa on the AE map. So, of course, it is interesting that even from there they were trying to use the marine navigation to hide what the obvious truth is. So it's interesting that they have used various parts of navigation and marine trade to hide what we.
Yeah, can I point
know.
some out though? You know,
Yeah,
those
cool.
guys,
Yeah.
when they first started using the sextant, they didn't use an AE map. The AE map is actually pretty current. It's for radio wave propagation. So what they used was portal land charts. That's why I posted these links. So a lot of people think, oh, they use this. That map was never a navigational map. They used portal land charts. And it would be your Mercator map.
Right, of course.
Laid out with a tic-tac-toe checkerboard across it.
Navigation, but the AE map is from about like the 1300s.
Yeah, it's not an accurate representation of anything. If you followed all those converging lines, you'd just get lost.
Oh, but there's obviously no map that is, all maps are wrong, just some maps are useful for various purposes.
Yeah, all maps have their intended purpose. And the intended purpose of the AE map was not navigation.
But if you look on the AE map, England is the halfway stopping point from Africa to North America. And it's harder to see that on the Mercator map because of all the distortions of the northern countries. But it's still pretty obvious when you know that we're not on a squishy water covered ball. But it is funny what they will try to pass off. But have you all been noticing a uptick in globe trolls recently? Or
you been here?
Saya,
what the fuck?
What are you talking about?
Saya!
What? Huh? Oh, sorry.
The quadrant is another tool used. That's a predecessor of the sextant for measuring elevation angles. It's in the article I posted about brief history of navigational instruments. Quadrant has a plumb that hangs down. So you automatically have your perpendicular right there.
But you all have a good evening. Now I got to get to fixing dinner, and I appreciate the chat as always.
Right on. Nice talking with you as well. Likewise. Have a good day.
Hey. Ooh. Ooh, eh.
Who goes there?
He who has been silenced. XID.
Zidridge.
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 You have anything you want to actually put into the conversation, or are you just gonna do
I
baby
just
talk?
I just tried to start the conversation.
With baby noises? That's very odd. It is different to you there. But this is an adult conversation, so.
Well, now's your chance. Good talk.
What you want to talk about?
I don't know. Spark something up.
Citrage. Looks like you're only VC verified. How long you been in the server and what originally brought you here?
I've been here for 1 day.
Weren't you here a few weeks ago too? I remember your voice.
No.
Lies.
I'm new to Discord.
I swear I talked to you like a month ago.
No, I'm new to Discord.
No, that's not true.
It is true.
Let's get to the bottom of this.
Battle mod, vet this person.
Bottom
Make
of
sure
what?
they just joined.
It's fine if you've been here for a while,
Probably has a
man.
new profile, yeah.
Just be honest
Hey,
with us.
you see account creation Tuesday, 22 February to 2022.
So you've
I'm
never
new.
been here, really? You've never been here before
Tuesday.
a day ago.
I've never been here.
I've definitely talked.
22.
I've definitely talked to you before on another account.
Sounds
Sound like
familiar.
No,
Ratio
you
Swan
have
to
not.
me.
He does sound familiar, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, I recognize him.
He could be a voice doppelganger. Let's give him, for the
Oh
minute,
my god, you guys are
benefit of the
saying
doubt. What say you
Indonesian
are?
people
Is
all
it?
sound alike. You are Indonesian racist.
I mean, I don't care. He didn't do anything bad
Oh my
last
god,
time I
my
talked to
my
him. But
buddy.
just
Do you think flat, or are you still on the heliocentric side?
On the fence.
that's not true.
What makes you on the fence?
Boy, you put a lot of effort into saying that.
No proof for either side.
Oh, really?
Now that's a familiar idiom.
You said, how would you know that if you only got here yesterday?
I got to the Discord yesterday, not today.
Yeah, my
to
doubt.
the Flat Earth.
So you haven't seen our proof yet, correct?
No.
My doubts are starting to build. At Flat Earth Society by chance? Because we're not society.
Hold on, you don't have to go there.
I showed him the Black Swan last night.
Refraction, we didn't ask you.
Oh yeah, I remember you. It wasn't last night. It was It was today.
Yeah, last night, like late.
Yeah.
So he's seen some proof.
So
He doesn't like it so far, I don't think.
yeah, so what proof? Can you name one proof that you've seen that you don't approve of?
The Black Swan that he showed me.
And he only got here yesterday. And he knows about the Black Swan.
No, he showed me it yesterday.
Oh, he showed it to you yesterday. Oh, forgive me. Okay.
Yeah, so what more needs to be said on the Black Swan?
And it doesn't prove anything.
Well, it does, actually.
Or disprove.
Well, that is what it does. It disproves the globe model.
No, it doesn't.
Well, you're just in denial.
So, yeah, okay, so let's see. 9.4 miles. And there's this. The curvature is 8 miles per 8 inch per mile squared, which means it's supposed to be about 76 inches deep.
Okay, but here's the thing. Sort of
76 inch to FT. Because it's supposed to be 6 foot underwater. So that thing needs to be 6 foot underwater.
No,
The mile squared, it's supposed to be 66 feet of vertical drop.
No,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be 6 feet.
But here's the thing.
You
you're
don't
also-
know what squared. I don't think you know what squared means, sir.
But he's also missing the point of the observation, aside from that, which is the horizon, right? It's the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. But where is it?
Yeah.
And that's where that drop is coming from, right? If something is going to be obscured by 66 feet of curvature at 10 miles, right? It's the horizon that's doing that. That's blocking your view of that thing, right? But where is the horizon? It's behind the thing that's supposed to be blocked.
How is it behind? So yesterday, you didn't get why you're saying it's behind. It's clearly not behind.
Just look at it.
What am I looking at?
Black Swan's been posted a few times.
Not behind.
Yeah, it is. Look at
You're going to be intellectually dishonest with yourself. We won't get very far with you here.
Okay. Again, I'm trying to see. Okay, I don't get what you're trying to say here.
Well, I've said
everyone that's looked at that photo agrees that the horizon is behind the second oil rig.
But because you are you are 1 foot tall, it's supposed to be around 5 feet under. You're supposed to be 5 feet.
At 1.22 miles, the horizon would start curving downwards at 1 foot above the ground. You're obviously seeing beyond that 1.22 miles.
Yeah, and you're obviously seeing the horizon well beyond that 1.2 miles.
Maybe I'm colorblind, but I really don't see it.
Well, what do you mean? Do you know what the horizon is?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it's the apparent location where the water seems to meet the sky, right? So where's that?
The land or the earth?
Yeah, so where's the horizon line? Where is it? Do you see it before or after the oil rigs?
Let me look closer.
Sure thing.
It looks like it's behind the first one, and before the second one.
No, it's behind both of them.
I don't see it.
And even if it's behind the first one, it's still further than 1.22 miles. So either way, your horizon is too far away to be. For 1 foot above the Earth's surface, your horizon is going too far.
It's probably just Fata Morgana. Morgana, I don't know how to pronounce it in English. Fata Morgana.
No, that's not what it is. In fact, that meme that you're looking at, that evidence you're viewing, is a still photo of a video footage. And if you look at the video footage, there's islands beyond that second oil rig to the left, your right, anyways, you got to view the video as well, not just.
You pronounce it Fata Morgana. That's
not what that is. That's just the horizon.
No, you're saying that this thing that I'm seeing is the horizon, but I think it's just Fata Morgana, which means it's the water, but it's a reflection of the water from the
That's not what looks at all.
It's still beyond 1.22 miles, whether you want to call it refraction, Fata Morgana, whatever you're saying, it's not where it should be.
The Phantom Morgana, whatever. It's a reverse image. You wouldn't see it right. It'd be reversed.
A reflection would have a reverse image, exactly where I was going with that. Thanks, Battlemon.
You weren't. Yeah, let's say it wouldn't have mattered at this situation.
What?
It doesn't matter at this situation.
This is exactly what matters.
It matters that it makes your ball have a radius of 264,000 miles. That's what matters.
Yeah, I mean, that's just you hand waving it, man.
So you're arguing not about that you can see them, about where the how forgot its name in English. the the point where you can see the water separate from the sky is, right? That's what you're referring to, right?
Yeah. And that has to be at
That's
1.2
the
miles if
horizon.
it's a globe, right?
And we're not here to argue. We're here to present you the evidence we have and let you make up your own mind. You want to believe there's a rover on Mars. You want to believe
to be about that, yeah.
you want to believe there's a rover on Mars, go ahead. We won't stop you.
Yeah, but what I'm seeing is prove to me that's not just Fata Morgana. Fata Morgana.
No, prove to me that it is.
I already told you. No, I already did that. I already did that. It's not inverted, so it's not a Fata Morgana.
Yep, it would have to be a reversed image. Sorry.
I already proved that to you.
This is the second
And we're
time.
not here to prove or convince anything. We're here to show you and you make up your own mind.
Do you know how does a Fata Morgana work?
Oh my gosh. You don't know what you're talking
Yeah, I
about.
just told you it's a looming inverted image. I think you mean just plain old mirage, but you're saying the wrong fucking thing.
I'm translating it from my language, so.
Okay, good. Translate this. Is everything you're looking at a mirage?
Not everything.
No matter how far?
If it's far enough, I could see mirages.
Okay, good. How far is that?
It would be. It depends where you are, but about it can be at any.
No, it can't be. You
Not
said
any, but
No,
it
we
can
need
be
to
in a
know
lot.
exactly where it's happening. Can you tell us where? And I need a
It's
citation.
not just like one specific place. It can happen in many places. It's not just like at 1.428 miles it's going to be, and then when it passes it, it's not.
Any distance? So at 1 inch, refraction can happen?
Any inches after and before a certain point.
Sound like another sex robot candidate.
I'd also like to point out to you that the black swan is one of several proofs that we see way too far, that there is no boats going over any curve.
Yeah, we could go on like this for a while showing you stuff like this, by the way. And you just hand wave all of it, probably.
Even if, like I said, even if it's inversed, it wouldn't matter in this situation because it's a line that you wouldn't be able to see.
Again, if you're going to be intellectually dishonest with yourself, it's going to be hard to get anywhere. If you're there has to be some sort of a result of your claim. So if it's Fata Morgana, then explain to us why it's not curving away, why it's going too far. Just because it's a mirage doesn't explain why we're seeing what we're seeing.
It explains why you see the horizon so far away.
No.
Is because it's not curved. That's why.
I think we need to cut through the
So
chain.
if it wasn't curved at all, now if I was, for example, on a tall mountain,
I think we need to cut through the chase here for a
if it
second.
would be on a,
Hey, do you guys mind if I say something? I'm just trying to.
Speaking of rude,
Hold on.
you just cut in.
Relax. Just everybody. Hold
Listen,
on.
man, don't call me rude and then come in and interrupt the conversation just because I unmuted you. You can ask.
I'm not trying to be mean.
You can ask if you can get in there and then wait for your turn.
Yeah, that's why I said, can I interrupt?
No, not right
Not
now.
right now, no.
So
Okay.
Zidridge. So you think you're on a ball, right? A spinning ball.
Yes.
Okay, that's your claim. So what proof do you have that validates your claim of Earth being a ball?
Can I say it or no?
Oh, wait a second. Okay. You don't like the pictures, so let's it's not proof, but it's very logical because all our calculations work perfectly with a globe Earth model, and some of them
Actually,
work
it
on
just
a
showed you an
surface model
instance where
too,
they
but
don't.
some of them don't.
So, okay, you don't have any proof, but you do have a model and you believe your calculations fit.
Well, if he was right, the math
It's
would be.
unbelief. It's
Listen,
just
bro, if
you
he
have any
was
proof
right,
of
the
this
black
model?
swan wouldn't be true. We wouldn't be able to observe it. The math doesn't
no,
reflect the observation.
it
The black
doesn't.
swan
It
is
can
an
totally
example of that.
work.
What I was trying to get to is, do you know of any direct measurement of Earth's curvature, Zidridge?
If someone has, like, without calculation, like literally just
No, I didn't
measure
say
that.
calculate. I'm going to stop you. Logical error. I asked for a measurement. Not a
Measurement, like I'm measuring a circumference of a
A
ball, or
direct
something like
measurement.
that.
I don't care. You can do it on the surface easy. It's a very simple geometric question.
Yeah, we have, but not literally.
Oh, not
Someone,
literally. Okay, good. So you heard it, folks. So no, they did. You do not have a measurement. Okay, good.
yeah,
How
we
about
do. We do
you
have.
have detection? No,
They just
no,
didn't
you
do it.
don't.
They didn't physically
You
take
said they
a
physically didn't.
measurement and
You
count
said they
and somehow
physically
calculate
didn't.
it
That they
like that.
didn't literally. You said they literally didn't do it. You literally said that.
No, I said
Okay,
they
so that
didn't take they didn't take like a ruler or
I
something.
didn't say calculate. I'm talking about measuring, direct measurement. It requires physical activity. A physical.
So no, they didn't, but they calculated it.
Okay, good. So they didn't. You don't have a direct measurement. So that's just a belief in your mind that they measured it. So the second point is.
Okay, so if I
They had to
measured half of my body and the other half, and then I calculated how tall am I, it's not really a measurement because I calculated it and not
That
measured
was
it.
the end of question one. Yeah, you didn't know. So how, when, and where did they detect Earth's rotation or axial rotation?
When or where?
How, when, and where did they detect, or did anybody detect what method was used to detect axial rotation?
Okay, so you can see
Do you know or do you not?
Yes, I do.
Who did it, how they did it, and where and when? When did this occur?
They did it with a laser, if I'm correct.
Who's they? I need to know who it was and
I
how
don't
they.
remember who did it.
Okay, so you don't know. Okay, so that's the end of question two. You don't know for curvature. You didn't know for axial rotation. How
I don't
about
know who
have you
did
ever
it.
seen a demonstration for gas pressure without a container?
Gravity can be at a container.
Do you have a verification of this?
Gravity, as we see understand it,
You validate
is a
your
container.
claim of gravity.
Do you have? Yeah, I can validate it. They did an experiment and detected
So I need
gravitational waves.
What was the experiment? I need the experiment from 1915 from general relativity.
Oh no, it wasn't in 1915. It was 2050. It was 2050.
15 paper. I need the experiment with the hypothesis that has to include the manipulated independent variable, or else it's invalid. So once you bring that to us, then we can go on talking about your gravity as long as you want. But we need verification through experimentation that there was a valid independent control variable, or it doesn't pass the test. Got it?
What it is, I don't know.
Yeah. So, moving right along. So, no demonstration of gas pressure without a container. That's what I'm guessing. Didn't sound real good on that. So, all the three premises of the globe, it being curved, that means it's not a ball, hasn't been measured. Not a ball, not spinning, no motion. Never been detected by anyone. Didn't know that either. And no demonstration of gas pressure without a container was provided. We've never seen that either. None of us could answer any of those questions. Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth. If you still think you're on a spinning ball, it's only in your mind. It's not in reality. We've checked for you, and you're welcome.
Okay.
Let me say something.
Now, can I
Sonny.
answer
Hold
your
on,
question
guys.
without
Hold
you
on. Don't
muting me?
start in with it. Hold on. I muted you because every time he tried to talk, you either had background noise or you just rambled over him. It's not polite. You'll either have a conversation where each person gets to be heard, or you just won't be here. Cool? Thank you.
Okay. So, the first, please stop not letting me speak. You're letting me speak and then cutting me. Okay, so he asked for.
I didn't ask for concern trolling, guy. I asked you to be polite enough to let other people speak.
Gas without a container, and I told him gravity, so he asked him proof of gravity. So the proof is in 2015 or 2014, they did an experiment. It took years to this experiment, and with a laser, and they've seen the light waves in.
Really? I need the one from
What?
1915.
They had to detect
one from 1915.
No, what they did general relativity wasn't in 1915. General
I didn't
relativity was published in
understand shit he said.
1916.
I didn't understand shit he said. Can I get a citation of what you were just referring to?
Yeah,
a link or something?
Yeah, why aren't anyone? Why
You're kind of hard to
doesn't anyone
understand.
here letting me talk?
Okay, give us a link for what the test or whatever you said.
Well, you have a whole hell of a lot of concern. Can you give me a citation for the test you just... It's not... If nobody was letting you talk, bro, you'd have just been muted since the time you came in here. Quit being asinine, man. We're not here for childish people.
Yeah, I've been listening for a few minutes and I've been hearing the guy talk all over everybody else in the middle of their sentence.
I
So,
like how
dude, you need to learn how to control yourself and not talk over people.
I like how you just you all are
Don't
just
do it.
lying to make you here. You see, you're going out.
You did it.
You see,
Shut
you
up.
did it again. Stop doing.
No, shut up. You're going to your feelings and concerns about how somebody's doing this, and you didn't even address what's being said to you. Give people the respect that you feel you are due. That's all we're asking. And I'm gonna unmute you. If you go back to your concerns or your feelings, I'm gonna ban you.
Okay, Lego. Later, there's something called Lego. Okay.
LIGO.
Lego. I don't know how to pronounce it. Like I said, English is not my first language. So there's something called LIGO, and it's something that imagine two lasers with a mirror in the
We know about the LIGO
middle.
observation.
Yeah. Okay. And
So
you
you think they can
agree
measure
that
the
they're
nanometers?
Don't overtalk.
and you agree that they detected
try to
something
moderate.
that correlates
You're not a
perfectly
moderator.
with the calculations of what would happen
what you
if a gravitational wave from two black holes colliding would have. Yes?
You think they can really measure that to 2 nanometers? From this distance to there?
We're making, let's say, CPUs are
I know what the
using
LIGO
7
observation
nanometers.
is.
Yeah, so you've seen.
Can you demonstrate that 7 nanometers over a few billion light years? Can you show me that's a reality?
CPUs, we use 7 nanometers to make the CPUs like I don't really know a lot about electrical engineering,
And
but
how does Navi chip? Come on, bro.
7 nanometers isn't as small as you'd think.
Okay, that's great though, but how does that relate to proving gravity?
It shows a great correlation, almost perfectly, not almost perfectly, perfectly correlates with the calculations of general relativity.
Correlation is not causation, and you can't determine
Technically you
anything
can't
from
prove
looking
anything.
into the sky. You're still over talking people, but you'll get better, I'm sure. Looking up into the sky, you have no independent control variable that is not verifiable, so you can't verify any of it. So how could you verify?
Okay,
I'm not done.
I
I'm
can't
not done.
verify
I'm not
anything. I
done.
can't
I
verify
wasn't
that
done.
you
I
exist.
wasn't done
And we're going to
talking.
this
I
talk.
wasn't done talking. That's how you know I wasn't done, because I'm still
Use
speaking.
that mute you got, Sonny. Mute his ass next time.
No, I will. But it's okay. You don't have any independent control variable, and how can you try to prove something through something that you can't verify? You're gonna prove something that's unverified with something else that's unverifiable. That's illogical, and that's not how. That's
Yeah,
not.
I want to say something just real quick. You know, it's like he says we can't prove anything. Okay, so maybe the light switch in my room turns on the light in your refrigerator, right? How would we go about proving that? How would we
I
prove
didn't
that?
hear you.
Okay, listen carefully. Let's say that I have an outrageous claim, and I say that the light switch in my room turns on the light in your refrigerator.
Okay.
How would I prove that?
You could put a glass, or you can make a hole in the refrigerator and test it.
Right, but you would have to have a live stream camera, right? And it would have to be me,
No,
right?
you can see it
Here.
yourself.
No, listen, bro. You would have to have me live streaming the switch on and off, and then you live streaming inside your refrigerator and the light going on and off. That would be the only way that you could prove it, right? So
Yeah,
what
wait
is...
a second, wait a second. I need to do something. 5 seconds, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat waiting for his return.
Yeah. So what is the switch that he's hitting to prove that, you know, this Einstein thing is true? What switch was hit?
I
Who was
know.
manipulating switches?
That's
Because
what I
that's the only way you can prove it, right? Manipulating switches.
I was trying to get to that. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, you got to be able to, you have to be able to wiggle something here. You know, if you have nothing you can move or manipulate, then you're out
Listen,
of.
another thing he said that isn't true is there's no truth in science. Well, there is true, but we just leave it at 98% because we know the only constant thing in the universe is change. So all things will change with time. So we never say it'll be this way forever. Just like
Right.
boiling water at sea level. Water boils at a certain temperature at sea level, but that's because of the atmospheric pressure. So we know that if the atmospheric pressure changes, so will the temp water boils at sea level. This is why there's no 100%. Not because it isn't a certain truth, but it's a certain truth at this time under these circumstances.
Yeah, and that's why no science should ever claim to be settled. No one should ever say that science is settled. This is settled science. So it's beyond reproach.
Yeah, the only settled and certain thing is all things will change. Change is the only constant.
Except water will never bend.
I'm not going to even touch that, bro. I don't see how that goes with the valid point.
Constant. It goes with constants, though. You know, like consistency, constancy.
Well, there might become a circumstance under which that can be true, but we won't know unless we're there at that time.
Yeah. We could say so far as we know, it's always been this way.
Anything's possible, and that's because all things change. Always.
Yeah, I want to apologize for interrupting, but I thought it was a valid point that you have to manipulate the variable, and I was trying to hammer it into his brain, and then he started saying that you can't know anything anyway.
Yeah, I can't stand that. We can know what rings true right here, right now, under these circumstances, at this time, in this medium. We can know. We also can know that that's not 100% because in another lifetime, it may change all the conditions in this medium.
You know, not to be violent or anything like that, but if someone were to say that to me to my face, like we can't know anything, I think if I got in their face and with my bad breath and my, scary demeanor, right? Because, I'm a pretty scary looking dude. I would say, do I exist? Do you think you don't know if I exist? Are you questioning whether I exist? Because I'm right here and I'm dangerous.
I bet
And I
there's no
definitely exist.
questioning that. I bet there's absolutely no questioning that when you confront Hank. That's my
Well, I mean,
guess.
I'm not trying to be, I'm just trying to prove a point. Like, are you questioning, do I exist? Like, here's my bad breath. You still questioning it?
So we talked to this kid.
It could just be his delicate nasal passages.
He spent about a half an hour last night saying that you don't need to manipulate variables in science.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Ratio Swan. The return of Ratio. That dude's probably got 15 accounts right now. He'll come in tomorrow and try to be a little deeper with it. Oh my God, my friend, I just got here.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know.
Just one day ago.
But that is refraction.
Bagok.
I like how you try to replicate my accent and it doesn't work.
Oh, my friend, can you help me with my AT&T email?
Sorry about that.
I cannot get
it's
it
not
down.
really an accent.
I'm sure you are an expert in this field. Buddy, my guy.
The difference between calculation and measurement.
Listen,
that would be a
that's
good study.
That's it. That's all.
Calculations or measurements are the same accurate. If it's
No.
good measurement,
No, they're
and good
not.
accurate.
No. Yeah, you guys
Measurement is direct
for a while.
calculations or quantifications. It's a
Okay, so I have a
man-made
question.
One physical measurement, the other is a unit of measure.
Okay, if I measure half of my body, let's say only my legs, and then I measure from my legs to my head, and then I calculate what from these two variables that I know, what is my height. Is it
Well,
not
guess what?
accurate?
All those stem from actual measurements, so they would all ring true. You can get ratios from fractions. We know this, yes, based on true numbers. But when you do it with assumed numbers, your quantification is nothing but bullshit.
No, if those assumed numbers make total sense and they're
No.
accurate.
I can figure out my symmetry, but first I need a couple direct measurements.
Okay, so if I take a light, okay, and I let's say I'm in a vacuum, and I know that
If you're in a vacuum, your butt would boil.
Okay, let me speak. Let's say I'm in a close to a vacuum, and I'm in a and I have a laser, and I know that. Let me speak. And I know that two-way speed of light is the same as one-way speed of light, and I have a mirror. Okay, and I hit the laser with the mirror. Okay, and I calculate how much time it took it
You hit
to
the
go
laser with the
there and
mirror.
hit
Wouldn't
back.
that break the laser?
What? No. Why would it break the laser?
Well, you're hitting it with a mirror.
What? No.
You-
I hit
did you
the
hit the
no.
mirror with
Okay.
the laser?
It's the same thing.
No. The point comes first.
I hit the table. The table hit me. Those two are the same.
They are not interchangeable.
They are. I'm throwing a
They
rock at
lay a
someone.
basic
He is coming
foundation for an English
towards my
sentence.
rock.
What came first?
It doesn't matter.
It's called context. It does.
Physically, it doesn't matter.
Listen, there's two different reference
so
frames.
you
In one
hit
reference frame, you're shining a laser at the mirror and it's coming back to you. In the other, you're holding the mirror in your hand, smacking the laser with it. Come on, guy.
Let's say, okay, laser is light. What?
Let's say, give me a citation. Give me a demonstration. We don't play your here. Believe me. Listen to me. Let me tell you this fairy
Two
tale.
dogs are going. Okay, I'm walking towards my table. Okay, if you are only seeing me and the table, not anything around it, not compared to the earth, me compared to the table. The table is moving towards me exactly as I'm moving towards the table.
Was there a point in there somewhere?
Hitting the laser with the mirror or the mirror with a laser is the same thing.
Okay, here's the thing. So if you're saying, well, I can say it took the laser light this long to travel from the laser to the mirror and back to me. So I know it's this much distance.
And we know that the two-way
Can I
speed of light
finish
is
what
the
the
same
fuck
as
I
long.
was saying, or do I have to ban you to do that? So if you want to apply that to the universe, how are you going to verify that it's actually bouncing off what you say it is and it's not bouncing off something else in between us and it? Like our ionosphere.
Because you can see that there is nothing between those two that it can bounce on.
No, we can't see that.
Yes, we can.
Billions of light years away. Are you fucking serious?
If it would have been
be diverted by gas. By
if it
high
would
pressure.
be billions of light years away, it would take billions of years for it to come back. We would have died until then.
There's another postulation you can't prove.
Light year just means
I don't get the
how
point,
much
Penny.
how much
What's
light
the point
it can
to the
move.
reasoning? What's the
How-
point
how-
to your
how
reasoning?
much-
What's your point? I'm
Oh,
lost.
so you were just wrong. So that's.
Are you just playing so dumb that you want to act?
We are not go. If
Do
you
your
hit them,
touchdown dance,
Oh.
whatever. It's cool.
if we are going to hit a laser at something billions of light years away from us, it would mean that it would take billions of light years to come back to us. We are not going to do these calculations because an average human lives around like 80, not 75 in some countries, 70 in some countries, 80 in some countries, but around the same, not billions of years.
See, I still don't know what any of that applies to.
Okay, I need to go. Bye bye.
I'll never know.
OMG.
Was that dude just rambling on, or am I really just really too fucking stoned?
Good to see the Globers putting their best foot forward.
That was
Like
a
I
dude we met
said-
in Ron's server, Battle Mod. Do you not remember him from Ron's server?
Yeah, yeah.
It was like stabbing myself in the eyeball listening to him.
I just kept wondering, can we get it on the good foot? Shit. I have no idea what that Imagine This story was about at the end of the conversation. What does it apply to, man? That's their new strategy. They just come in here and play so dumb it's confusing.
If I'm in a vacuum with a mirror and a laser, it proves we're on a globe.
And then your mom's in my bed because I hit the mirror with the vacuum and the laser broke. I mean, is it not a different situation? Hitting the laser with a mirror with the laser, or hitting the laser with a mirror? What was that supposed to prove is what I don't know.
He was trying to say if I'm in the vacuum and I have a laser and shoot the mirror with the laser, but because of his accent and shit, if I hit the laser with the mirror.
I like Katsura. In a vacuum, no one can hear your mom scream. This is true. I just wonder how you know this.
Uh, movie studio, no one could hear you scream.
Yeah, is that vacuum going to be the area above the swimming pool where they tape the ISS?
Or maybe it's the pedo ring that runs the movie studio.
Oh, that's at the back. That's all the way the back on the left.
You guys.
Donuts are on the right, though. If we put it in their terminology, it's really sickening. If you want pizza, you got to go all the way back and take a left. Chicken's on the right. I'm thinking, where's the millstones in the rope?
I have a perfect summary of that last gentleman's ramblings. Would you like to hear it?
Why not? Go ahead.
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
I know. Fucking you guys killing me with them soundboards. It just occurred to me in the middle of talking to him that I'm probably sounding just as dumb as him by trying to keep up with what the fuck he's saying.
I'm trying to find an old clip I saw maybe year and a half, maybe 2.5 years ago, called Flat Earthers Don't Vacuum. And it had video footage of a astronaut inside a vacuum chamber, and they flipped the switch, and after like 30, maybe 45 seconds ish, he just falls head over heels backwards inside the chamber. And then I saw a later interview with the same guy that was in there, and he described how the saliva on his tongue started bubbling and shit before he passed out. And so I'm just trying to find it and share it in the live stream. It was a pretty cool clip proving it would be a bad idea to try to put humans inside of a vacuum. Go ahead, sir.
What's up? Yeah, I just wanted to say, by the way, I brushed my teeth. How about the you know how you got the dragon breath when you first wake up?
Wow, down to 23 milliseconds. That's astounding. Really, really.
I'd talk. Somebody else wants to talk too.
bird calls.
Yeah, what you think about that Fata Morgana? It's one of them fancy words. Makes you sound smart.
Yes. Kept saying it too after we pointed out what it wasn't, or what it's supposed to be. The strategy is you just there, and whenever you don't know something, say Fata Morgana.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
A couple of times today, I thought for sure I was listening to people actually having a glitch in the matrix or something. That was, I just don't know what to say. I'm at a loss of words.
Can you demonstrate what the matrix is, Sonny? If you're going to make that claim.
Wait a minute, what'd you say?
Demonstrate what is the matrix, since you claim there's a matrix.
What is the matrix?
That's a good question.
That's a really good question.
I think
what I'm referring to is the mind control program itself, and the people that are stuck in it like flies in a net.
Flies in the Vaseline.
I think the Matrix is that it's also a place that exists in people's minds based off of adventure stories and movies and such. There's a certain generation that when you say the Matrix code starts pouring downward in their minds.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
just
of
like
course.
the movie.
Well, it does in my mind because, hell, that was a good movie, right?
Exactly.
Well, yeah.
Well, that doesn't mean I necessarily believe it, but I'm
Sure. Yeah, I'm not
starting to
saying
wonder, though, lately I'm
well,
starting to wonder.
it's one of those 90% true, 10%
Knowing,
not,
no,
or
I don't
whatever
know
the fuck.
anything.
You know what I
I
mean?
just have all these ideas.
I feel like there's some truth in the answer that Morpheus gives Neo when he first asks him what the Matrix is. He
Prison
says,
for your mind.
"It is the world that's been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth." And then Neo says, "What truth?" And Morpheus says that you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage.
Yeah, but it's a pretty impressive meat sack that they gave us, right? Heals itself. It's crazy.
Pretty awesome, you gotta admit.
But when you study law, you'll find a lot of truth in that statement for sure.
Right on.
Yeah.
Man-made
I was
law.
gonna say.
They got to base it on something, don't they? Something unnatural.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So those are all good answers, but nobody practically demonstrated to me what the matrix is. I'm just saying.
Right. You can't measure it, demonstrate it, can't
I would
taste
say
it.
I'll give it I'll give it a whirl of what I think it is, since we're saying
Oh
think.
boy. All right.
I think if the Matrix exists, the Matrix would be whatever it is that we're in, what container we're in. Because everybody knows that we're in a container of some kind or another. We just don't know what's above it, what's beyond it, what's below it. We don't know none of that, but we all kind of know that, it's all leading to some kind of an answer like that, right?
Sure.
That's what I think the Matrix is. It could be, the beings, the angels, or whatever you want to call it, or whatever you want to call them, that keep us in here from getting away. Who knows? I don't know.
No idea, dude.
That's just my wild guess.
There's a reason that the word Matrix is so popular, and I do think that there's something behind it, the connotations that
simulation
they match up with reality, and that's why people get sucked in. But the most interesting thing about the word Matrix I've heard is the breakdown of the word M-A, which is mama, mother, and then tricks. Mom who plays tricks. She plays tricks on us in the Matrix. So,
also
and I was when I first heard that, I was like, "That's too on the nose to be real." But I don't know. The more I think about it, it's kind of cool. But speculation.
Never thought about it like that, but yeah.
Yeah, because
etymology will scare the crap out of you.
Yeah, I hadn't heard anybody say it like that until then. I was like, "Whoa." Right. Yeah, etymology. It's a world within itself. Absolutely.
Yeah, I seen a video on YouTube and I was like, what? And then I went and I looked up all the answers to those, like somebody was just going off of what words, and how words mean stuff and all that. With some silly video of I think it was some guy from either Kenya or somewhere. I don't know. He had this really, really strong accent and he was talking about, that words are, the English language is cursing, is like curse. And that they mean things that you don't realize that they mean. And then he rattles off a whole bunch of them. And I was like, what? Wait a minute. And of course, I'm a judgmental person. So I'm going, oh, this guy's crazy, right? So I had to go look. Sure enough. I was like, wow, that's interesting. And then from there, that's where I got my experience with etymology. I didn't even know it. I didn't even really know what it was until then, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And it's funny, too, because like English, we're told is a more recent development. So if we're breaking down the etymology of English words, we may not be anywhere near the mark on what the initial intention was for each of these words.
True. We only have, whatever record that they seem to be pulling the information from. Yeah, that's true. And we know how that kind of information works, right? To the spoils. Spoils go to
the victor.
The victor. Yeah.
It's funny, a guy named Victor married into my family for a while, and he was the biggest loser that all of us had ever met, and nobody wanted to say so until...
what do you mean loser? As in, he was
just
dorky?
His personality. He always tried to... He was a try-hard. He, it didn't seem genuine, even when he was helping people, and he's just a... You know what I mean? Certain kind of guy.
Right, gotcha. I get what you mean.
Like... Quagmire without the sexual stuff. Okay. Which I guess is like 80% of his personality. But anyway, yeah, something like that.
I kind of get what you mean.
And he's a yes man, all just everything, absolutely yes. Oh, no problem. I couldn't agree more. So anyway. Yeah. So anyway, his name was Victor and he was a loser. That's what the moral of the story was.
Right, gotcha.
Anyway.
So the moral of the story was his name was Victor, but he was a loser.
Exactly.
I'm a loser.
Victor means winner. And I think that cursed him, right? It's like this ironic fucking name. He's like, I'm the winner. Like, of what, dude? It's just a name. Do you win the name lottery?
Sometimes people think that hard enough, they actually become one. Who knows? Say that again.
Can you guys hear me okay right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Cool. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Matrix for a second. So, you ever heard, I got stopped for being black? That's technically a real thing, right? Because there's this thing called Terry versus Ohio where, when you see the cop, they can just automatically, make up some shit that they think you're doing a crime. And they can do all this weird stuff to you, touch your nutsack and all sorts of weird things, looking for guns. And, I know that a lot of people are probably used to it by now, but that's the Matrix. right? And there's these unelected judges at the Supreme Court that, get to make up this law, right? That's the Matrix. It's basically the Federal Reserve System. Whenever you hear the Matrix, someone's talking about the system, right? And the system is the Federal Reserve System. So if I couldn't make it any clearer, yeah, that's the thing. And I'll put it on my phone because every time I open my phone, I know what I'm diving into the system.
Gotcha. I get where you're coming from. I wasn't aware of that. I guess it's just
my
a term I hadn't
screensaver.
heard.
You know how when you haven't touched your phone yet, and it's like something playing or something in the background, you haven't put in your password. Like I put my password in the Matrix thing, and it's the code falling down. You know what I mean? And yeah, it's just a reminder that the system is everywhere. The Federal Reserve System is everywhere, and I think a lot of it has to do with this. They have the right to regulate commerce, but then they spill over the commerce into like everyday people's lives, right? Because all crimes are commercial, and it's like really weird, right? Because like some of the stuff that's like commercial, like the weed thing, is it really a crime? How? Anyway, that's all.
Well, congratulations, Hank. You probably came the closest to bringing something in our physical reality as being the Matrix. I see what you did there. That's true.
I'm the only one sensing that everybody seems on edge today. Even myself, like I literally feel like I'm on edge too. Even
I
though I don't know
was
why.
a little bit earlier. I've calmed down.
I mean, I'm not accusing anybody. I'm just saying I've noticed that.
Oh, you could
I've
tell
been
me,
sensing
man.
a little bit.
Be like,
I'm not. I'm
like,
calm,
yo,
cool,
Glad
and
earlier.
collected
What the
over
fuck,
here.
bro?
Right
What?
on.
I'm calm, cool, and collected. I don't know about you guys.
Dude, Dave, always. I think you're
Maybe we need to find out what you're doing right then.
Yeah, what'd you be smoking on, Dave? And it's dead air, Dave. And it's so funny when you do that. It motivates me. I'm like, all right. We gotta pick a topic. We gotta talk about something.
Last stuff I smoked was birthday cake, if you have to know. So
nice.
Yeah. He just wanted to have his cake and eat it too. That's all right.
That's a nice strain. I'm rocking some Rockstar right now.
That's very nice. No, what Dave? That's a good one. Birthday cake. Yeah. I had some Wedding Crasher not long ago, but now I have some Mendocino garlic breath, and it's pretty heavy, but I like it because it's cold out, so you know how you get achy? Colder.
Oh yeah, of course. It's called arthritis or barometric pressure.
No, I'm not 900 years old yet, so.
You don't have to be. Trust me. When you get in your late 40s, you're
just kidding. No, I get the creaks in the pops. Yep.
I've been getting them since I was a kid. It used to be like, like growing pains. That's what they tell me it was, and now I realize it wasn't. It was just me straining muscles and then them healing back again.
Dude, what isn't a growing pain? What a stupid term.
It's actually it doesn't exist, but you do get cramps in your legs when you're a kid from overworking your legs. You run too much and stretch out, whatever.
For sure,
dude. It's a natural thing, right? But I guess your mom calls it something else, right? She has a nickname for it.
Yep. And then you got your figurative.
Kind of like the Globers say that truth is, curvature that they can't find, that kind of thing.
Oh, those poor Globers. They're just lost. Done.
That's poor. Yeah, well.
Yep.
Everybody's got to find it on their own.
They got all those
at this point.
They got all those rock cousins to comfort them.
And there's plenty of them. There's plenty of them.
All their their rock family, pet rock family.
I'm related to this keyboard I'm using right now.
You like keyboards? What kind of keyboard is it?
Oh, I have
world as life, really, that we're very complicated rocks.
We're very complicated rocks. That's a good point. She has a good point there.
I mean,
some of us are like complicated rocks.
if someone has a kidney stone, they have a complicated rock in them. I feel, but other than that, it's
I don't know. Some people have hard heads. You might say that they had rock heads.
And that kind of complicated, Rock.
So
You really do
people-
you feel me?
No, I didn't understand it. Sorry.
You know what I did this morning to make myself feel better? I watched some Karen videos.
Karen video. Okay, so
And I was like so shocked by some of them. I was like, what was wrong with these ladies? They must be like on crack or something. I was like,
so
oh my
Dane
goodness.
Cook, the comedian, came up like invented the Karen thing.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
Dane Cook?
it's I hadn't heard it before, and then just like when you listen to him say it, you're like, oh shit, and it was a while ago, like 2002, 2003, 2004, maybe. It was a while ago, and then it just kind of caught fire, for whatever reason, and now everybody calls people Karens. There's always a fucking Karen. That's he puts it so funny, like there's a Karen at the office, right, and this, that, and the other. There's always a Karen.
Oh my god, dude! Holy crap! It started pornos.
I don't know who invented Darren, but Darren is obviously the male Karen, and I like to mix it up with like
I thought it
McDarrenson.
was Kevin.
Right, so I'm not only calling
Karen.
them, but their parents also like a Karen.
Holy crap, dude! Those drops are huge.
Yeah, like your dad's a Karen at restaurants and like high school basketball games and shit.
Yeah, it does seem to be like sports places where there's sports is usually where there's crazy people. Huh? Maybe it's because they serve too much alcohol and it's overpriced. That makes them mad. Sometimes I think that makes it.
Well, but if
sometimes I
the
think
more
that
they
makes
drink,
the drunks worse.
the more they drink, the less mad they are about the price. You know.
Yeah, but maybe they make it so expensive on purpose just to make you mad, so you'll end up fighting in there, and so you know what I mean.
I don't know that.
I know I don't know that. I'm just saying.
I remember paying way too much for beer at a lot of places in Texas.
Anytime I went to a football game or any kind of sports game, I always just get drunk in the parking lot and then go inside, and then sip a beer or soda.
Ain't that the truth, man? I've always said people who go out and drink like they're going out and doing it wrong. Like there should be like a keg and some shots and a field with pickup trucks, because when you go out and drink in Texas, it's like you said, it ain't worth it, bro. Because you're just gonna pick it up anyway. It's not like you're taking it with you.
Yeah, man. I went to a bar once and paid over $20 for a fucking. It was a big beer, but it was one beer, and it wasn't like it was. It was less than a pint.
Yeah,
oh,
that's
really?
$1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
So
mark it
stupid.
up
Yeah, $1 if you buy a keg. Yeah.
Well,
No
you know
kidding,
what? Those hipsters will buy anything, man. Especially if it's expensive, they'll be like, you know what? I can't wait to buy that. I can't wait to be
I
in
gotta try
public
that.
buying
It's
shit like
expensive.
that.
It must taste really good.
It must be great. And like you watch them make the drink, and they put like 2 sips of something, this here and there, some ice, and like a piece of mint on top, and they're like, "Here, this is $45." Fucking ridiculous.
You just
Oh,
described
you're right, though.
Starbucks business plan, didn't you?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, what is this, Starbucks for bars or what?
Yeah.
I was a bartender for a while when I was younger, so I can relate to that.
Well, they are drinking that special Chugga-Bucks, the little extra expensive space coffee. So
Space coffee. Yep.
And we tried to make a deal with Starbucks, but we couldn't because they saw my
They think
interviews
they're better than us.
and
They have issues. I'm not doing super today.
and let's just say they'd never want to see me again.
They don't want to hire a plumber to install our machine and reroute their plumbing.
We told them we had space coffee, and they said, okay, but show us how it's made. And so I was eager to show them the chugga, and they didn't like the
We
process.
don't have coffee machine. That we destroyed that technology for the coffee machine.
But the
we might have-
chugga is science.
We might have a
Why
new
does everybody keep saying
listener.
that? Where's that from?
We might,
Chugga
we
thing.
might have new listeners, so let's ask Don Pettit
All right.
himself. How do y'all make coffee on the ISS, Don? Are you there?
that we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Oh, this coffee smells like shit. It is shit, Austin.
That's a bunch of crap.
It's a bit nutty.
You know, and how is it that that NASA let him get away with saying that, and then they put it out as a PR thing? What the fuck?
I think it's bullshit. I think you flat earthers made it up.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Literally, dude, it's such a joke. I'm like,
it is. I
no
thought it was a
way
joke too. I had to go and double check and
they're
make sure it
serious
wasn't a
about
joke.
that, right? Are they no capping that, or what's going on? It's ridiculous.
They got the real.
Let's
Is there a
chug it,
real
chug it.
interview? Is there an actual interview?
No, I'm just calling bullshit because I think it's not human shit. I mean, that would be detrimental to one's health. I think it's bullshit.
Bullshit or gerbil shit?
Yeah.
Gerbil,
sure.
huh?
I don't know.
Maybe goat shit. Goat
So,
shit's a little
are you
nugget,
guys
isn't it?
telling me they got
Shit.
Ezekiel coffee in space? Y'all know about Ezekiel bread. I done told y'all not to eat no
Yeah,
Ezekiel
I'm eating
bread.
it.
Those rats. They have those test
Everything's
rats.
Look,
named
they
after
got
a titan
Ezekiel
or some
coffee.
Wait, it needs
mythological
rats
thing.
in science, so it's probably rat shit.
Oh,
One
no.
at a time
Yeah,
with the
probably.
feces talk. Ready, go.
Oh, there you go. That's all.
Just
I'm
kidding.
done.
Don't talk about feces, please. We can
I know, everybody
categorize that
everybody
in
gets all
medical.
into it,
Talking
yeah.
about medical.
That's probably
stuff.
worse than religion, huh? Or
Oh, whatever.
politics. I'm kidding.
Don't drink
Everybody's
the
so
chugga
sensitive.
chugga Ezekiel coffee.
What about the Chupa Chupa popsicle or those stupid? What are they called? Lollipops or whatever they call them.
Chupacabra.
Suckers. We used to call them suckers.
Chupacabras and lollipops are completely different things. Very different
Yeah, they
things.
are. So are umbrellas and unicorns, but
Just learn to keep you on your
just
toes.
saying.
So can you technically say chupa chugga? Chupa chugga.
I don't know.
No,
how
I
you
Chupa
say it.
chugga Ezekiel coffee.
Chupacabra. What is
Chupa.
that
Chupa
crypto animal? The
It's
crypto.
Spanish, right? It's some Spanish thing
Get
or
that
Latin thing.
nutty, chocolatey flavor. Sorry.
Was it more like
Chocolatey. Chocolatey.
walnuts? You think
It's
it was
more like a flavor's terrible.
My daughter ruined chocolate for me forever. You know that?
How
She
did
ruined
that
it.
happen?
She showed me this video about how chocolate's made, which didn't bother me. But then they explained what chocolate really is and what it isn't, and I was very disappointed. I realized that all the chocolate that I've been eating hasn't really been chocolate at all. It's just been, this greasy stuff that they put cocoa in. And I'm like, wait a minute, I've been getting duped on that end too. I'm like, damn it, I'm tired of this duping thing. I'm tired of being duped.
But wait, they're at least using real cocoa, right?
Yeah.
Well then,
But if
okay, it's not that bad.
but if it doesn't say actual chocolate on it, like it'll say milk chocolate, or it'll say chocolatey, or it'll say, there's all these words that they use for, they put just cocoa, and they can put as low as 2% cocoa in it.
Here's
like
how
the coating on
here's how
stuff.
crazy it
It's
is.
insane.
They can put on a snack bar chocolate flavored and pass it off as a chocolate bar, and it
Or
will
made
not
with
have any
chocolate,
chocolate on
made
it.
with cocoa, or
Yeah,
made with cocoa. They like to put that on there. Yeah, that's another one of those catchy ones. It's called marketing.
Chugga chugga.
I call it lying right out through your teeth.
You have no idea.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you did that to me in person, I'd punch you in the nose, or at least I'd give you a hard time about it. You know? People do it.
Meanwhile,
People do it in ads all the time.
Meanwhile,
it's
here on the
crazy.
Flat Earth server, we've been joined by a globe earther, and y'all are ignoring him. You're not
Let's
being very
talk to
good
the
host.
globe earther.
Kessler,
Let's apologize
hello.
to the globe earther.
I'm sorry, globe earther. What do you got?
Hello, Kessler. Are you there? Why do you live on a globe?
Oh, Kessler?
Round one.
Yeah, hey Kessler, welcome back, bud. How are you? It says he's idle, and that might actually be the truth.
Probably is.
He probably fell asleep. We bored him to death. Sorry. Our bad.
Kessler's he's a good
He's like,
item for conversation for a couple hours, though, for sure.
you mean like the American Idol?
What?
Yeah, something like that.
He's idol like the American Idol? Is that what you mean?
Oh, yes. Yes, he is
like that.
To be idolized. Yep, and then Paza, of course. It's got to get pretty uncomfortable out there on top of that fence.
Right? He can't prove anything. Is that his deal? Am I misquoting him?
I think so. I think that's what's up. Paza, we're
Maybe
tearing you apart out
all
here,
of our
man. You might want to
niceness
defend
would be
yourself.
intimidating him.
Hello?
Hey.
Enemy spotted. How's it going?
Good, man. You got time to talk, or are you busy with stuff?
I'm flitting in and out. I'm working at home, but yeah, I can chat
Okay,
for a bit.
well, I didn't want to interrupt that. I was just shouting you out.
No, I'm busy.
Poking you in the ribs a little bit. You know, are you ticklish, by the way?
I think so. Yeah, my feet. Yeah,
You think so?
Yeah,
How don't you know that?
It's been a long time since anybody's tried to tickle me, but I must have been fit.
Are you married? Do you have children?
I've got both. Yeah.
Okay.
Both going on. But, yeah.
You don't tickle your children anymore? They're like 30.
Yeah.
Their own.
I get arrested. They're old enough now to get me arrested for tickling them.
That's hilarious.
No, I've got two sons in their 20s, so it's not going to happen.
Cool.
They're like, if I go run up to start tickling them and go, they'd probably
be so funny, dude.
They put me in a home.
Well, people say that if someone's ticklish, the more ticklish they are, the more like loving and physically loving mom or people were when the baby was young.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the more physical love and contact you got, the more because it makes sense as you're developing your nervous system. There's shit out there going, hey, come over here and develop. Hey, come, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Again, I don't know if that's true, but it would be a good and a nice thing to be true, wouldn't it?
That is correlation without causation. Yes. Yes, I agree.
I'm trying to get a phone to work at the minute.
A phone, huh? Burner phone? Yeah.
No. I work in manufacturing phones, and I've got a load of shit at home I'm trying to get to go.
Did they were like, hey, dude, take this home and fix it?
It's not now. I developed them. I developed the capacitive touch screens.
Oh, okay. Touch screens.
So if you're using a Samsung phone or not Apple, but if you use Samsung or some of the other cheapy ones, there's a very good chance when you touch your finger on the glass, there's a bit of me in there doing something.
That's cool. Cool.
Yeah. Because
that's a lot of people doing something. Touching your manifestation of
exactly
something.
Yeah. A lot of people don't give a moment's thought as to how it actually works. How when you touch it, you swipe or you tap. People just think the touch detects a physical pressure, but there's nothing further from the truth, because the glass on the front of your phone is called in the industry it's called Gorilla Glass, and it's one of the toughest for its thickness. It's as tough as any glass out there, Mm-hmm. So your finger tapping on the top isn't actually having any causing any physical displacement. So the whole thing works it gives you synchronized electric shocks and then checks out which part of the screen you ground with your finger.
Oh, that's nuts.
Yeah, it is. There's a bit of Gorilla Glass on the top, yeah? Then there's a couple of like transparent substrates. Don't ask me if they're made of like plastics, yeah? And there's 2 layers of tiny microfine electrical wires in parallel. One layer of them goes across the phone, and then one layer a little bit further down goes at 90 degrees along the phone. And the chip I work on basically bangs a tiny electric charge sequentially down one set of lines, and then it looks on the grid to see where your finger is, because that's you'll have a tiny regionalized grounding, and that's how it works there with your finger.
Okay, cool.
It's doing that
I have
whole
a question
process. Oh yeah, go
on. So do you think that technology connects with space satellites?
No, not really.
Okay.
No.
Well, that was easy. You couldn't have had an opposing opinion just for fun. I'm just kidding.
Just for clarity, did he just say that our phones are shocking us?
Yeah, tiny amount. Static electricity.
Tiny amount, okay.
It's in the magnitude of static electricity, so I wouldn't worry about it. It's way below the electrical currents in your nervous system. Hence, you can't even feel it.
So yeah, I've been telling you guys about that for a while.
I like the motion of the earth. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, bro. the radiation from your phone does kind of build up and collect and run through and all the stuff in your body. So you should really ground yourself. I mean, people might think you're crazy for hugging a tree, right? But just, if you're wearing shoes, how else are you going to get grounded, right? But I mean, if you think about it, just take your shoes off, touch something metal. When you're thinking about it throughout the day, just walk by a metal pole and just, no electricity run through it, not a light bulb, but just, something connected to the ground.
But the bit that I do, the electricity it generates doesn't generate any radiation as such, because it's so negligible. But the GSM kit in there that talks to the the communications out there, that's the bit that you've got to worry about. That's the bit that's cooking your balls as you walk along with it in your pocket.
Yeah, I keep my cell phone like separate. I got a magnet on the back of it, so I just like put it somewhere, and I know that I'm, I got the headphones in, but at least it's not the damn cell phone.
Sure. You can get inserts for your wallet, and you can get phone cases that have got some stuff put in it. But generally speaking, it's an excuse for someone to charge you an absolute earth for fuck all on Amazon, right, basically. If you go online and look on YouTube, you could use tin foil and cardboard, I think, to shield out stuff. Like any of you guys got chip and pin? Because if you've got chip and pin, the contactless payment stuff, you really do need to have two foil panels in either side of your outside of your wallet.
Hey, pause that.
Stop people dabbing and stealing. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Hey, I'm going to go pretty soon, so I wanted to just say, thought I heard you say you have two boys in their 20s?
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. They're not babies anymore.
Did you start late, or did you start early?
I'm 53, so it didn't start too early.
I got this before. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a good innings in. I got a good amount of fun before I started a family.
Mm-hmm. So our kids, we started our kids at the same time. We were just slightly different ages. I was a little bit older.
Yeah. One of them's Christian. The other one is undecided yet. I was just letting them get on, and I showed them everything and anything on the internet, including your guys' stuff. Let me remind up. I'm not going to tell them anything. No one said anything about. One of them's madly into world politics, and he's very, very savvy of the way that the world's run and how people are shitting on each other. So, and the other one's not so bothered.
Yeah.
But, I think the most important thing is I don't impose any of my personal opinions on them. Tell them what I think, and just let them rack on with things, whether it's faith or what they believe. It's up to them. They ask me questions, I have to give them answers, but I'm not going to tell them. I'm going to insist. I've always kind of raised them to say that if you ask me a question, you shouldn't just stop at my answer. You should go and ask other people if you want to. You should actively go and ask your mother, or go and ask other friends what they think too. I think the world is one of the big problems of the world is people take what their parents say as verbatim, and you need as many opinions as you can, really.
Well,
critical thinking, all part of critical thinking, isn't it? If you use critical thinking, you'll come to the conclusion that you should never use one source and never should use one opinion, even if you respect on any level that person's opinion. That person as an individual, doesn't mean to say they're right.
Yeah, exactly.
Just means to say they're candid with you. That is under any circumstances not the same thing. So yeah, they're doing all right. They're growing up and they're getting on with the shit they got going.
Yeah, it's really kind of weird. Mine are two very unique, individually speaking.
Right.
And they're both their own. They're both their own self. Except one has quite a bit more appeal to authority. I'm noticing, and kind of goes along with the crowd. But I think that's just part of. Like we are the way we are for a reason, right? So that's just part of his personality, the way he's functioning. The other one is very individualistic and very much more like me, revolutionary in his thinking, and like has a problem with authority because he can sense the bullshit. And so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, sure.
Be a visionary, And I had to kind of like bring it to him lightly, but like, listen, try not to get into so much conflict about these things, because the reason you're seeing it, there's a reason why you're seeing the things you're seeing in these people. So take it easy, just do the best you can. You know, you're not going to make any rash decisions at 23 or 24, you know, just continue doing what you're doing. That's what's working is working. Just keep doing that. Do the best you can. Try to, you know, if you want to do better, just, you're going to have to make moves to make things better gradually, you know? So I don't know. Like, they're both really mechanically inclined. Well, one's more mechanically inclined, actually. Like, as a teenager, put a freaking Acura engine in his, what did he put that in his Honda? Yeah, put an Acura engine in his Honda.
Did you have to jig around with all the subframe and everything, or did it go in quite?
Yeah, he just took the whole drivetrain out and put an Acura drivetrain in it, basically.
Wow.
So that's a trip.
Fair
You know?
play.
And he bought his own house on his own at 23 recently, or last year. So
Those are pretty common things to do. People can get those, you know, little engines for pretty cheap, and do the little racers. They're relatively cheap to do if you take all things into consideration, and it's a lot of fun learning experience. So yeah, that's really cool that your kid
yeah, I
can do
know
that.
that. I know that Napalm. Yeah, Acura actually is Honda. Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
So that's
No,
why.
I've never had the time or the space, because I live in here to build things. I haven't. My brother is mad on my brother builds literally lathes. He builds motorbikes, and he's got all the lathes and all the equipment, and he actually builds the components.
That's cool. That reminds me of that guy from New Zealand, the fastest Indian dude. You seen that movie about the New Zealander?
Doesn't ring a bell.
He built his own motorbike in New Zealand. He took it to the salt flats, and he had the top land speed record for that class for like decades.
Wicked. But back in the days when, like, you know, they were trying to get the land speed record, and also I saw a film about the water speed record. For years, it was held by in the UK. You know, it's held by basically people with nothing else better to do to spend money on it. And like Donald Campbell, who was a famous guy who died, his boat just disintegrated on the water somewhere in the UK. I mean, those guys, they were aristocrats, and they obviously they built those things from these huge, great, you know, like 36-cylinder engines in the 1950s. You know, they were just absolute monsters, and they was all built bespoke for them or with teams for them. You know, back in the days when you had to do absolutely everything from scratch if you're going to do that kind of thing. You couldn't just take a bit of this and a bit of that, and, you know, and a turbo kit from here and an ECU from somewhere else. You had to literally every wire on every coil of every component was wound by hand and lacquered by hand, and every wheel and every strut was lathed and meticulously checked against, you know, all using, you know, non-digital equipment. Remarkable, really. And the days when people, you know, and the days when if something wrong with your car, like an alternator, the mechanic would take it out, take the alternator apart, fix the alternator, change the brushes, put the alternator back together and put it back in, and long gone. It's just nowadays, take the old bit out, chuck it in the bin, get the new one out of the stock, scan the barcode, get the new one in, slap it in, and off you go. You know, modern cars, they don't do it, you know, they do absolutely fuck all repairs to broken bits. They just basically it's just not worth their time and effort nowadays.
Well, yeah, nobody has, like you said, the shop space. That's partly what changed so drastically in our society is this going away, this kind of grassroots mechanic in the neighborhood knowing how to fix everything going away gradually, all that space being engulfed up, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I first started work, I worked in several fields, and I was working in the map making industry for a while. They were making these machines that took these digital photographs and created 3D models on the ground. The technology in them is like pre-war, so all the optics was made by companies like Zeiss and Wilt who were literally just funded by the Nazis during their war machine.
exactly. And
Zeiss make make these fantastic lenses for binoculars and cameras even now. Yeah. But when I'm digressing a bit because when I first went there, I went down to one of their factories near where I live, and there was this open warehouse, and there was like, I must have been 120 lathes in there with a guy, each one smoking like a chimney.
Yeah, man. Right.
All of them doing calibrating every, just they lived at those lathes.
Was that a Zeiss factory in UK?
No, it was this was a British company making what they called stereo plotters.
Oh,
and what they did.
Okay.
And if you in the old days, in the old days, going back in the 70s, they'd have a Cessna, and the ass would be taken out the back of it, and they'd have a gyroscopically balanced camera with a huge, great photographic plate in it, which would take 14-inch by 14-inch negative images on the fly from a big camera drum. And what they do is the plane would fly at altitude. Every 100 meters or so, it would take another shot of the ground. So you'd have a 50-50 overlap. You could take two of these photographs, put them in these big machines with big mechanical systems, and you look into each lens of a telescope, and you get a 3D view of the ground. And that's how they can then mechanically acquire contours and features onto paper that way. And by the time I was doing it, it was digital, so I was actually doing the digital.
They have a very hard time seeing through brush and trees, though, don't they? Still, I mean, they use ultraviolet or heat. What is it? Ultraviolet, right?
I got a question.
Yeah.
We can use radar to see things, sonar, LiDAR, these sorts of types of things. And, we use it to scan certain things. But when those drones, when they scan the Earth, do they actually detect curvature? Because I know that there's drones out there that you can buy for like $2,000-ish. And they'll like measure out the topography, map everything out for you. So if you were to like send one, like these things can go like 5 miles sometimes. Like, a good 5 or 10 miles, let's say, in the near future.
Yeah. I don't know.
Wouldn't that be an easy way to prove it?
I think drones may actually be a way to to check of these things. You hear these stories about like you ever heard that? I've heard the fact that some suspension bridges are the verticals either side are a couple of millimeters further apart than they are at the base, and you've got no way of knowing that. But with drones, you see, you could in theory have some accurate telecommunications equipment between them, which measures distance really, really accurately. So you could actually check those kind of things yourself, if you had the right equipment. I think you could actually check if there was any. Certainly, funny thing is when I was doing these maps, and they were taking photographs, and they do a strip. The plane would do a run of like anything up to 50 miles, taking photographs at like 100 meters distances. So you'd have this huge, great strip of photographs that overlapped into an area of the ground. So in theory, it was hundreds of meters. It would represent the curvature. However, because I remember saying to someone, because I saw the equations that map them together, there's a big mass that marries them up. And I said to someone, is there anything in here for the radius of the Earth? And they said no, because in actual fact, between two photographs, you're only dealing with like 100 meters separation. So that was that was just an aside going. That was it back in 1992 when I was working on it. I asked that, and it makes sense because you're dealing with such a close system that in reality, even if it was an Earth's curve, then you're talking about such a localized system. You would never be able to discern it, But those drones that are able to map things might be an interesting line of pursuit of it,
I get the topography, we don't want to measure that. So, somehow we could measure the surface of the water, like a good 5 or 10 miles.
Don't see why not. Well, if you, in
I don't know.
In theory, right? If you had two drones, right, and they had between one of the radio transmitter and one of the radio receiver, you could have them on the ground. You could get them to blip out signals to each other, and you can and on the basis that the radio signals travel a known speed, and you've had really good electronics on it, you could actually accurately work out how far they are apart. I'm talking, millimeters, level. Because ultimately, all you're ever doing is blipping one end blips and instantaneously sends a blip back, and then there'll be a tiny little latency in that kind of system, yeah? So you could have two of them on the floor, miles, a long way apart, and check what the timing is, and then get them both to raise using exactly the same location on the floor, going up and up and up and up. Now, if there was a curvature, as is proposed, then they would effectively be moving physically further apart by definition. So that latency between the two signals would get wider. You know what I mean? And if they stayed
you just said, go ahead, bro.
Sorry,
go ahead and finish your point. Finish your point. I was going to ask a clarifying question.
If it was flat, then if you just made them levitate up to the same altitude, keep going up and up and up, then that timing latency between the blip from one to the other would remain consistent, because by definition they're both going they're in a true vertical orientation towards each other. The only potential then variable then is any atmospheric change between where you were on the ground and when you were up in the air. So you don't necessarily clear all of the hurdles, but you potentially would present yourself with another experiment which could prove if there is a bend or not between. I never thought that before, but yes, drones would be a very good way of doing that, because you can, with the modern drones, you've got GPS and you can literally have it on the deck and you can say go up, like you can control it to go up in the air, like 500 meters, and it will literally be above you on the deck, and it won't have moved within a foot, 12 inches a foot from its position on the deck, and you can bring it back down and it'll come back down the same spot, because they use a GPS transponder on there. And that's one of the features they have. So that may be I don't know how high they go, the ones you could.
Let me ask you a question before you get too far. So you said that the drones can identify location through triangulation within a matter of millimeters. Is that a true thing?
No. They, as far as I'm aware, the cameras on the drones aren't quite there at the moment. But what they're proposing to do with them commercially is to have them go up and look at sit in a spatial arrangement up in the air, and then look at different orientations of something, and those images can potentially then be used to build for a computer can then trivially build a 3D model of what it's looking at. In the same information I gave you, 4 images of a dice, or a rectangle, or any object on your desk, as an artist you can then visualize it from full 3D, and you can its dimensions, couldn't you, in any projection. And computers do that all the time. They can. You've seen those things where they scan people's faces as they rotate a camera around them, and they can build a 3D model for movies and stuff. And that's the way the world's going. But so I think the camera being used for that. The cameras on them at the moment haven't got that accuracy, but because it's a question of how much weight are on these things at the moment. But the commercial ones, some of the commercial drones now for doing surveillance, they literally they're getting up to must be in US units, like 30 pounds in weight. These things are monsters. They have a limited fly time. They have, and their optics and their cameras, they're going up to 4K video now. But it's not so much the accuracy of the camera; it's how responsive the equipment that keeps the camera oriented towards the surroundings. Like you see this, you've seen that slow-mo of like a hawk or something in the air, and it's trimming its wings, it's staring at the ground, and it's trimming its wings, and it's every sinew and every muscle in its body is working to keep its head perfectly stationary. And if you see it on a video, it's weird because it looks like the head's glued to something and the body's moving, perturbed by the wind and moving around. Well, it's exactly the same sort of technology going on in these drones to try and get some image stabilization done. And when they crack that, and they're getting better and better at it, then yes, you could in theory then accurately measure distances, not from a single drone, but using multiple drones and knowing where their orientation is. So does that kind of answer what you're saying? But what I was proposing for the experiment,
bro, we're probably just waiting on civilian drone technology to get a little bit better, but I'm pretty sure that people like DJI, they've already got this place all mapped out, and they obviously know, when they compare the data, right, that they've done. Because the drones do go over water, it's just kind of scary. Like, oh my God, I put my drone over the water. So not a lot of people would want to do it, right? But if you had two guys, right, and let's say the drone could go like an actual 5 miles, all you would have to do is have basically pushing the signals and then watchers, watching it happen. And then you could basically map it all out, and it's either going to be a chessboard or a ball, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how high
A
you'd have to go.
topographical chessboard. Yeah, forgive me, topographical chessboard.
Yeah, but like I said, what you could do in very short order is get some guy with it. I don't know anybody who's got it, but if you get someone to set up a radio transmitter receiver pairing, so they could blip each other, with a piece of there's dedicated counter chip inside two little bits of kit. Those sort of things can effectively they ping each other, and by the virtue of that, one pings the other and one pings back. After one side is sent a ping, there's a tiny latency, a delay when the ping comes back, and that is a function of a little bit of timing for the two bits of kit to respond, as their mechanical reflex, but also it's a function of the distance they are apart. You know what I mean? And radio waves travel quite quickly, obviously, so you can calibrate them out. So you can effectively, if you have these two bits of kit even on the ground, and you accurately calibrate them over like several distances, you can get them to a point where one side will know the exact delay between the ping and the response, and it will know the exact distance between the two of those little bits of kit. Now those bits of kit aren't too complicated and they're not too heavy, so you can strap them on commercial drones, fly them at like 10 meters 10 meter altitude in a wide open area, and you could measure the latency. If you then flew those drones up, raise them both in altitude to say a mile, one or two things would happen. If it is a flat Earth, that the drones effectively stay the same distance apart because the Earth's flat and the two verticals are still parallel to each other. So that timing latency would remain consistent. The ping would be the same because they're the same distance. If there is a curvature, by definition, they're slowly moving away from each other, if you know what I mean, in terms of their physical distance, because they're both on verticals which are out of kilter from each other. So that would be a purposeful experiment that could be done relatively quickly, I think. But again, that's something that could be done now. We don't have to wait for any advances in equipment. But ultimately, these drones, and the really weird thing about even the commercial drones, right, is that they have a bit of kit on board which trims all typically four motors, trims the four motors to keep the thing level, and they also trim the four motors in unison to give it the lift and give it the descent and keep it in hover. But you can actually, I've seen someone on YouTube, they connected a tiny little helium balloon to an anchor point on the drone near the vertical center of gravity, and they are able to fly and then they move the drone very carefully, and they're able to fly. They were able to go beyond the physical height the drone could go without the balloon, with the balloon, because by definition the thing was effectively a bit lighter, but all of the electronics just took that into consideration and just was able to, it was in the upper speed limit of the drone's rotors to give it lift were enhanced by the balloon. They will take it further. So in theory, you could actually strap a balloon to a helium balloon or a meteorological balloon.
It's not in theory. It's an application. I've been thinking about it for a while. I really probably shouldn't say this.
Sorry,
I should probably patent it, but I just wanted to say that I've been thinking about drones. Drones are all wrong. It's all mechanical, super expensive. It should be as simple as cracking some water and then put some propellers on it, to slightly move around a little bit. And then all that lift is going to be for free. It's just, do you need to maneuver in a certain direction, right? Then you get to a certain altitude and the jet streams will do most of that for you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is that the paradox is the smaller the drone, the more complicated the trimming and the dynamics of it are, because it's got less momentum, you know what I mean? It's got less physical inertia. So all your trimming has got to be done really carefully to stop it from getting, going into some sort of, chaotic, resonance and just falling away. So the tiniest drones have got the most, the jiggeriest, for a number of reasons. So the small commercial drones you buy, where typically the rotor stems are about, I don't know, they're probably about 2 foot and a half apart. They actually have got a level of sophistication in some respects more than the bigger, the commercial drones, because they're heavier, and they effectively they're easier to trim in some respects. In the same way as it's easier to trim a bigger plane, or a bigger helicopter than it is a small helicopter, I suppose. Must be some sort of, correlation there. But yeah, you're right. I mean, they could be made a lot.
Easy it would be to get a little string, and we got a 400-foot ceiling here, right?
Yeah.
And with drones, right? But is there, that sort of ceiling with balloons? So I mean, it's just really easy, I think, to send a balloon up, and
sure. I mean,
a slightly powered balloon would make a lot of sense.
It would do. I think the trouble is with the balloon is, like, if you've got any wind, okay, you're fighting a losing battle, aren't you? And that's the trouble. If you've got suitable tethering, it'll probably be all right. But you'd have to have. See, the thing is, if you want to keep a balloon in a set position above the ground, you're really going to need at least minimum 3 ultralight tethers triangulate from each other. Because obviously, because you imagine you've got a triangular pyramid of wires, so the tensile will hopefully keep the apex, the point where the strings meet at the top where the drone is, roughly as best you can in one spot. Now, if it's particularly windy, some of those lines will go slack and they'll move around. But if you've got an environment, a day when there's hardly any wind, then by definition the uplift of the balloon will keep the 3 lines taut, and that's the best arrangement for keeping the balloon, in an accurate position above the ground. So that's one approach. But the trouble is, you get to that's the other thing about tethered balloons, is there's a physics that says that it's the gaseous displacement coefficient, the buoyancy capability of the balloon eventually becomes compromised by the sheer weight of the cable that you're using, or this twine or whatever you're using to keep it anchored to a position, because there's obviously lifting that as well. So that's a compromise that you have to do for physical.
So you know how they do 3-stage rockets? How come we can't do a 3-stage kite, balloon, drone? I mean, we could get pretty high, right? What if you had a balloon that deflated and inflated? For example, you pump your drone up, right? You let it go with the hydrogen, excuse me, and it goes up, right? It's going up, and then what if it starts to get close to its pop, you deflate it a little bit, and then when it comes down, like it deflates till it gets like 100, 200 feet above the ground. Then it slowly starts to pump the helium back up. That way it just like hovers right in front of you and then lands. But why can't we have a 3-stage kite launch? After the kite, the tether breaks, then it would undo the helium, and that would make the.
So it's able to trim it. So it's able to trim its altitude, sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Yeah. It may be.
So what if you had a drone attached to a balloon? You could go up and down, ride the thermals. You could use the drone when needed if you had to detach from the balloon.
Yeah, that's exactly what you would be able to do, I think.
Fly it over Antarctica.
Of course, there is an upper limit as to how high a propeller-driven drone will go, because they're typically built so that even when the 4 rotors, typically if it's a quad rotor drone, there's a built-in maximum revolution speed for the props, which is just balanced to keep the so when you're at ground level or near ground level, you're getting the best duration, so it's a compromised arrangement between how long the battery lasts and how quickly you want it to react, or how quickly you want it high. But if you get to really high locations, you're starting to get a rarefication as a factor, and that will start then nibbling away at the performance of the rotors. But I mean, I think there's no reason why you couldn't. What you really want to do is make a ultralight one. Then you can go. Then you can be in a position where you can go much higher. In the same way as you get these guys who.
Well, then you got to ask, what is weight, right? If it's neutral buoyant, then it doesn't weigh very much, right? I mean, I just think that we're doing it wrong. Powered flight is so retarded. It's like we think, how did they build those cathedrals? Maybe they knew more about buoyancy than you know about.
Yeah, they definitely they had a range of skills that have been lost, definitely. But the thing I think about those kind of, it's like when you look at Stonehenge and they dragged some of those monoliths from rock quarries a long way away, and you think, how the fuck do they do that? This is the time before they had any sophisticated gears or machinery or anything, and obviously they did it with brute force and took a long time and everything. But when they put them into those upright positions, you think, well, they had no cranes and they had no gantries, and they're second guessing that they effectively built mounds of soil and ramps of soil around it, and basically just rose them up slowly. Used just basic principles of leverage and basic physical principles to do that. And that must be true for a lot of technology before you had the ability to build cranes and this sort of thing, and gantries.
Let me ask you something, bro. Let me ask you something. Sure. They've been pulling gold out of the rivers for a long time, haven't they?
Yeah, well, you mean sort of like prospecting kind of thing?
Yeah, pulling gold out of the rivers. Yeah. How do they do that?
Well, gold's pretty unreactive, as you almost certainly know.
No, so panning, right? Come on, panning. They do it through panning, right?
Yeah, they basically.
Right, and why does the gold stick to the bottom? Is it because of the bending and warping of space-time? Why does the gold stick to the bottom? Yeah?
I think it's because if you've got a load of... I kind of know a bit why. If you've got a load of soil... I did an experiment at school with it, and I had this machine, an agitator, which you had a container on top. You could put things in, and you could. It was basically an eccentric rotor, so it just would vibrate like crazy. If you put a load of soil in there and a load of bits and pieces, twigs, all mixed up, put the lid on, and let it go for half an hour, and you opened it up, all the stones would have sifted their way to the bottom, and all the leaves and twigs would have sifted their way to the top, and all the organic materials at the top. So, and the explanation that was given was that when you vibrate that whole system, you effectively, not entirely, but you effectively start making it act in a more fluid. So it becomes a more fluid mechanic in it. So you get the effects of buoyancy able to enact, because by agitating everything, it becomes a bit more fluid as a whole, so that it allows the buoyancy to slowly take effect. And when they when they sift in the pans and they lift a whole load of shit off the riverbed, their effect it's not the fact that it's in the pan, and it's not the fact that it's in the pan with a bit of water on top. The water is used as an adjutant, but basically, if they didn't get the technique right for vibrating the pan to get just the right kind of vibration going, then the sifting action wouldn't be taking place, and that's effectively what it is. It's the same sort of thing. When they shake that pan, all the soil, all the silt.
Yeah, I get it. I get it, bro. I get it. You're a bit long-winded there. Yeah, I just want to thank these ancient primitive people. Obviously, they had not the intellect to invoke some sort of bending and warping of space-time, correct?
No, and and this is the vast majority of the applied sciences that are used on the Earth aren't in any way remotely affected, as everyone here knows, aren't remotely affected or characterized by any discussion about the cosmos or higher order, what they call the theoretical physical models that they create. because a lot of them are satisfied by, conventional understandings or conventional systems that propose how they work and how they're modeled, and the resolutions that the scale and the resolution you talk about in the average everyday world doesn't make much difference. If whether the Earth is going around the sun and the sun was going around something else, or if the Earth was the center of everything, had a manifest, an obvious, and should we say, very obtrusive manifest effect on our lives, then we wouldn't be having this discussion, because it would be obvious to everybody one way or the other. But because even you guys believe in the flat Earth, you're not aware of the. You look into the world, you see the world, and other people look in the world, they see it differently. But you on a day-to-day basis, you can be distracted by what you're doing, and you don't think about the outside world, and it doesn't end. You can go a little period of time where it doesn't enter into your realm. And if you're in a workshop building something, or you're cooking something, or you're taking something apart, or you're solving a everyday problem, it gets put to the back of your mind momentarily. At least in terms in the practical sense, And that's the thing about a lot of the science behind, and the technology, and the slow.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about pan and gold, man. You went way out there, bro. So the people that pan gold, right?
Yeah.
Like they knew, right? They knew there was something about the gold that made it stick to the bottom of the pan, because we got lots of gold. All the gold from ancient times, we still have it, and we probably just buried some of it. Right? It's all still there, whether it got melted down or whether it got buried with the Visigoths and the Scythians, right? The Egyptians, right? Whatever communities like to bury their people with gold. Somebody panned it out of the rivers and dug it up out of the earth, and and they had no inclination about mass attracting mass or the bending orbit space time. And look what they did.
Yeah,
I mean,
totally.
it's pretty amazing.
Yeah,
some of the things that they built. I mean, and we don't even know, what they didn't build, like the unknown buildings. Right,
Yeah,
we can
sure.
see some of the pyramids, but even in modern day America, they plant trees to hide ancient temples. And China, they plant, the farmers are paid by the government to hide the, pyramids. All over the world, they're being hidden and covered up, and don't dig here without permission. But yeah, they knew, like, it's buoyancy and density, because how else do you get gold?
Exactly.
So the people that were movers and shakers in their community, they knew how to build shit.
Absolutely. I don't disagree with that in the slightest. Even if they had a different conceptual understanding of what was going on, they knew the practical implications of doing things, and how they could, and they learned how to apply those to advantage them in their lives. There's no question about that. They learned about agriculture long before they learned about, before we realized what was going on with microbacterial fertilization mechanisms, which have taken us on a bit further. But they learn in a different realm with a different set of understandings, and some of their expertise is inevitably lost, because there's a lot of it is there's a lot of what they learned. There was an intimate relationship between what they learned and how they used it, which is lost in the modern world. There's no question about that. Yeah, if you were a 14th century longbow, a carpenter making arrows and bows and longbows, these pieces of equipment that could, you could shoot someone with no lenses, no sighting with lenses, no trimming, no just a piece of, again, lovingly crafted oak or whatever, and 6 foot, 7 foot long piece of oak carved in this position with a bit of twine, and all these arrows made to perfection. You could kill someone at 3/4 of a mile away, or shoot someone clean in the middle of their head at a 1/4 of a mile on the battlefield. The expertise and the knowledge and everything that went into those people making those bows, almost certainly every single chunk of it's gone, or huge chunks of it are gone. In the same way as the samurai swords, where they'd fold the steel, the way that the techniques they used to make thin blades that were like able to carve through not just flesh but bone as well, and cleanly. All those skills, they come from a different realm of understanding. almost, and that's undeniable, I think. And I think most people don't have a problem with that, with the notion that, knowledge is lost as well as gained. It just shifts its position.
A lot of it's covered up. I think just outright covered up. I don't think they want you to know the law. I mean, there may be law libraries, right, that you can go to and easily access, but I think they'd much rather you be ignorant, right?
When it comes to the law, again, I don't know much about law, but as far as I'm concerned, and I think it's just one fuzzy clump of stuff they just make as they go along quite a lot of the time. There's laws and bylaws and these laws and that laws, and they cite this case and that case, and they go this versus this, and it's a big old racket as far as I'm concerned. I haven't got anywhere, I've got absolutely zero respect for lawyers and the mechanism of law and order that I have for like scientists and engineers and artists. Those people, they're working in a practical domain, whereas people who just basically just there's a have you ever read the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Have you ever read those books? Or
not the book. I've seen the movie. Sorry.
In the book, because the books are quite good actually. There's a lot in them that obviously doesn't make it into the.
Played the game when it first came out.
All right, yeah, the game was good, but there was a bit in it. There was a planet where they had this planet got it was a joke. Obviously, it's a jokey story, but there's this planet where they.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but they had you heard the Bearkers? You heard that one?
No, I thought you were talking about
Tell
the
us
one
about the
with
planet.
yeah, sorry.
It was a side story in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It was an offshoot, just a little quip. But there was this planet where they got fed up with like lawyers, and they got fed up with politicians, and they got fed up with people doing jobs that frankly everyone else thought were just pointless or useless. So there was this secret meeting between all the academics and all the engineers and all the artists and all the people who work in all the miners and all the doctors, all the people who actually did something. And they decided that what they're going to do is they're going to tell all the people that the bemused even existed, that their planet was coming to an end, and they were going to build 3 spaceships, 3 arcs, and everyone was going to migrate to another planet. And they said that, and they managed to. So the people, all the lawyers and the politicians said, "Well, which one are you going to do first?" And they said to them, "Well, we're going to do the VR. We're going to do your arc first because you're most important. It's important that you get to the destination first and set everything up because if you don't get there first, it's going to be chaos." And obviously, all the lawyers and the politicians bought it because of their ego. And they built a ship and they sent them off, and then the rest of the planet lived in perfect peace and harmony until it was destroyed by something else. Yeah. And the notion that there's a chunk of people who, it's a joke, but there is a chunk of people that, as far as I'm concerned, they don't do anything fucking remotely useful in the world. They exist to earn money and they waste their education, they waste their educational capabilities, and they end up doing pointless, shitty jobs that, frankly, just exist to oil the machinery of some, conglomerate that's or some industry that's really. Insurance is fucking ridiculous. The amount of people working in insurance, working in mortgages, working in finance. Absolute waste of fucking time, people's time and effort. They make a nice profit from it, and it's an open quotes respectable close quotes profession. But what a convoluted waste of time a lot of those jobs are.
Speaking of pointless jobs, how about astrophysicists?
Yeah, their jobs are they're as far as I'm concerned, that branch of theoretical, and using the word theoretical in every sense, physics. I mean, how do what they do and what they say affect anybody? There's physicists who work on plate tectonics, and physicists who work on metal fatigue systems, and physicists who work on vibration analysis, or work on new lubricants, new batteries. There's a whole load of physicists who work in engineering, and everything they do in try and achieve has a manifest physical benefit to some mechanical mechanism that we all use or we all want to aspire to use. that's the kind of science that drives things forward and makes the world a better place. But there is that.
Well, let me ask you this one. What about
fluffy non-
astrobiologists? What do you think about that? I'm being serious. That's a thing that really exists. If I went to college and I spent whatever, got my degree here in the States, it cost us quite a bit, right? Like the house, right? It cost us like grandma's house. Okay.
Yeah. Same
So
here.
that much money, right? So,
Yeah.
and we get a degree as an astrobiologist. Do you know what astro means?
But
You know, like,
they're looking at materials from space, what they think is space, aren't they? Outer space. Astrobiologists is particularly looking at meteorite samples or extraterrestrial, what they think is source extraterrestrial material, and looking for signs of life, effectively. Or
so,
they, I know,
or they're not, right? Or they're not.
I don't see how they're I think a lot of the time they're on the ground when they're doing that kind of stuff, whether they know what they're doing or whether what they're doing is real or whatever. They're exercising a lot of practical science skills, but I don't think necessarily what they're doing is going anywhere meaningful or even represents anything meaningful. I've got no way of knowing. I don't. But again, I'm a bit of I have a science and I have an engineering background to some degree, so it instantly makes me a bit of a snob when it comes to those sort of things. Anyway, I know people who do. When I was first started working in engineering, I was working in a university, and there are some people doing there, some real clever people doing some really amazing work in numerous fields. But there's an awful lot of people doing really fucking nothing. Look at some of their dissertations and some of their papers, and you're like, really? Where's this? How is this going to? Other than you getting your qualifications, how is this going to ever be practically applied? So there's a lot. I agree with I hear a lot of the guys on here who are deeply suspicious of a lot of the scientific community, and I don't flatly out dismiss what's said here, because there is a chunk of it that, even from my perspective, which is different, most people in this group, even from my perspective, I'm like, yeah, okay, those are just jobs for the boys. That's just an industry making up jobs for the job's sake, or that's people just who are what I call skimmers, people who are in the industry and just do the very minimum they have to convince people they're actually doing something useful. But you get those in every industry, as we all know. People who do the absolute bare minimum, but do just a little bit more every now and then, just to make little of they're not doing the bare minimum. So yeah,
I mean, I wonder how much Space Force has cost us so far. How much are we spending? Like, Americans are spending more on the military than they are on the whole rest of the country.
Oh,
for
God.
time. I don't know if they're doing it this year, but I think it was last year. No.
I might be wrong, but I think my country's defence expenditure is obscene as well for a country the size it is. But I think, unless I'm wrong, I think I read somewhere you're spending more on military research than Russia and China and the rest of NATO putting together.
We have to, so we could sell it to them later and then say they stole it.
There is that. But the trouble is, I think that there's a lot of, from my perspective, and when I look at America, and I think a lot of people think it is that you when in your zenith as your position in the world, you were spending an awful lot of money on your own country. You were spending an awful lot of money on infrastructure, buildings, facilities for your people, roads. America in its heyday was an echelon of an engineering excellence in your own country. And there is the perception in the world, and it may just be biased with the news, but there is a bit of a perception that you're letting some of your infrastructure go a bit. And if you contrast that against the fact that countries like China have gone from having no high-speed railway in 2002 to now 20 years later having an absolutely colossal high-speed railway infrastructure, which is slowly spreading across the country. Those sort of things. We all know there's a disparity in the economics, but there is definitely a perception that America's not. Its focus has changed since the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, when it really exploded as a force in the world in every sense. I think America was an economic giant at the beginning of the 19th century, but I think by the middle of the beginning of the 20th century, but by the middle of the 20th century, that's when everything was going mental for your country. And
well, one thing to state on that as far as infrastructure is concerned, when you're talking about the 40s, 50s, and 60s in this country, most of our highways that went across this country, which is a very big country, were mainly 2-lane roads, right?
Right.
So a lot of that infrastructure and that building was basically just building our interstate highway systems. But I've done a fair bit of time in Europe and other countries, and the United States isn't necessarily lacking in infrastructure, regardless of what you hear on the television.
Maybe that's the case. I mean, it's certainly there's a definite drop off in spending on infrastructure here in the UK, but that it's a bit different. I think in some respects,
infrastructure is code word for politicians to basically just launder money and give people a little bit of it back in the form of a few overpasses here and there.
Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with it.
And usually not what it was first allotted for most of the time.
Yeah, it's like in this country's obsessed with the fact that it's got an ailing railway system, and that it wants to. I want to suddenly build a brand new high-speed rail link between this city and that city, so it'll save a commuter 20 minutes. You think, and you're like, really? Who voted for this? Billions of pounds being spent, unnecessarily.
Look,
just for a couple of 1,000 businessmen in a day to turn up 20 minutes early. We're fucking set up for work 20 minutes early, you wankers.
I mean, think of it this way: you got people that are barely able to put food on their table and keep their lights on, but don't worry, that high-speed rail is really there for them when they need it.
Absolutely.
That's what politicians do.
Yeah, they like their from their own ego and they like their own landmarks, don't they? Oh, in my time and power, I did this, that, and the other. They can't be just. They don't want to be seen as a privy councillor. They want to be seen as a statesman.
See, this is how bad things are. Adam Unsalted doesn't even believe that Space Force is a branch of the military. It's a TV show.
There's a TV show called Space Force.
Somebody play that. What's his name? Trump doing the Space Force song.
Oh, let's play that Space
Force.
Yeah,
love it.
Hold on, let me find it.
Why not?
Space Force.
Just a little clip.
Yeah, here we go. Boomers in control here. Wait a minute. Is it this one? Hold on.
Yeah, just like a little 10-second clip. I can't get enough of that. Yeah, we just made up Space Force. Yeah, Flat Earth just made up Space Force.
This is fun.
Doofus.
Funny as get out. One moment, please.
Flat Earthers just made that shit up.
Remember in the old days, your disc is about to be played. No. Did they ever do that? My bad.
Spinning up.
Space Force! Space Force! Space Force! Space Force! Space Force! Space Force! Space is a war-fighting domain, just like the land, the air, and sea. We have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Force. My new national strategy could be Space Force, Space Force, Space Force, Space
endless amount of work in space. They said maybe we need a new force. We'll call it the Space Force. And I was not really serious. And then I said, what a great idea. Tremendous. Tremendous. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. They say that you can't use hairspray because hairspray is going to affect the ozone. They say it. I say no way. My apartment is all sealed. You're telling me that affects the ozone layer. I want to put a little spray. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force.
Songify this!
Before you have to up and go, make sure to watch another episode. And you can get the track too, if that's something that you'd like to do.
Have a great day and a great life. Remember, you can get behind the scenes and other goodies at Patreon.
Hamburger prices. People say anything. Hamburger prices.
Thank you, Donald Trump, for.
Well, that song makes me feel so patriotic, doesn't it, you, Hank?
Oh yeah, man, they're just wasting money. Oh yeah, they're just printing it and throwing it into the black hole that is space.
It's tremendous. Tremendous.
Has anybody watched season 2 of Space Force?
It's on Netflix, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. There's a couple flat Earth little nods and winks in it.
Cool.
I saw the first one. It had a couple flat Earth scenes, but not the second one. You saw the second one?
Yeah. So this is after they bring people back from the moon, right? And they're interviewing one of the. By the way, this is going to be a slight spoiler, but it's only one line. They're interviewing one of the astronauts, the one that was kind of semi not so bright, let's put it that way. And they were trying to prep him for a interview with the press. And they're like, all right, so if somebody asked you what the moon was like, what would you say? He's like, how would you describe it? The moon was flat. He's like, no, the moon's round. And he's like,
round
well,
and
it's
flat.
round too and flat.
Like a pizza.
Yep.
Like a pizza, he says.
You know, I always thought of the moon as like a powdered donut, right? It's like extremely fine sand or whatever they told us, like bullshit back in the day. And I thought, what is this like, powdery, rock floating out there for? And it's like some people said that, a comet hit planet Earth and knocked its tooth out. It's like, or something like that, It's like, what the hell?
They do
How
propose
can anybody tell you?
Exactly. There is that proposition that the something smashed into the planet in its infancy and broke it into two bits. The smaller bit's the moon, the bigger bit's the Earth. I think they call it a proto-planet, don't they? I think that's what they. How they like.
Yeah, but what about gravity? How did it smack how did the comet smack the Earth in the mouth so hard that the moon orbited it for 4.54 billion years? Think about that.
If that happened, it's, and I've got no way, I think the moon landings is something that a lot of people are, I look at the moon landings and I'm like, at the time and the way it was done, and I'm deeply suspicious of some aspects of what they proposed they did and so forth. And I saw this. It was Onion News Network did this thing once. I saw it on it's going back years now, and they had this And they had this guy who was. They showed the pictures of the guy, Neil Armstrong, that getting out the spacecraft on the surface, and they changed the. Like when they originally spoke, and they were saying one step for man, everything. It's all very calm and collected, wasn't it? Yeah. And they had an alternative with it. He's going, Houston, we're just about to step on the moon. I am on the fucking moon. Unfucking believable. I am on the. Because if you imagine, it's difficult to imagine if someone was in that situation, they wouldn't be as excited as fuck. Do you know what I mean? And they always look. Whenever you see those NASA guys over the years, they all look so bloody miserable, don't they? Like they are. Like they are running some massive deception. They're
Especially right after they got back.
Oh God, their faces! You thought they'd lost their dicks in space.
All of them at the same time, and they witnessed it.
Yeah, it is quite weird. And like I said, there's only news network.
If you're out there, buddy, we're gonna need that clipped out. You would have think they lost their dicks in space.
Yeah, they look like they got Lorraine bobbited.
Yeah, it does look like that. I think Jesus Christ, man, you've just been on the moon, and you look like you've been smacked in the face with a wet packet of shit.
A bloody wet noodle in the face, I say. Shit.
I am the moon landing stuff. It's there's a conspiracy. There's a conspiracy theory for you.
Pausa, you're fucking hilarious.
So are you guys. It's entertaining on here.
I know, man.
But yeah, there's some conspiracy.
Oh my God, my children are animators. I think we just dude, we gotta animate it. We lost our dicks in space. Why else would they be so glum if they really went?
You just no. I just thought that as I just looked at them. And yes, it's looking at yesterday actually.
Dude, that's a movie title. We lost our dicks in space.
They look honestly.
They look bummed out.
It sounds way better than motherfucking snakes on the plane and shit.
They look like they've just got in. They've just got back here, right? They've just got back.
We'll get Samuel L. Jackson to play the part.
We lost our dicks in space. Forget that's it. Forget lost in
the fucking
space.
dicks in motherfuckers.
Not lost in space. Lost dicks in space.
Yes, their whole crew lost their dicks in space. Holy shit, we lost our dicks in space.
They look like they've been to the moon. They've come home. They're overjoyed, and just before they go into that room where they all sit down together and look like a bunch of smacked asses. They've met their wives, and their wives have all gone, "Where the fuck have you been?" Do you know what I mean? They've had their day ruined by nagging.
Sorry you had to go through that, but just in case you have any other questions, we have these little mini guillotines back here. So go ahead and do the question.
Yeah.
Be prepared to whip them out.
Yeah, now listen, lads. You've run the deception, right? And we'll cut your dicks off. If you let slip what really happened, we're going to come back for your balls.
I know. Be happy that you have those.
We're going to finish what the Moyle started.
Boy, that sure de-escalated, didn't it? Oh man.
1 minute I'm talking about drones, and next minute I'm talking about cockless test pilots.
I have freaking tears coming down my face.
But they honestly
takes the term cockpit to a whole new level, doesn't it?
I'm crying now. I'm laughing so hard.
I guarantee you will never look at that video footage again and not think about them not being dickless, because they look so fucking miserable.
Oh gosh. Gotta collect.
Yeah, like Neil Armstrong, the first person to allegedly walk on the moon, the biggest accomplishment of mankind in history, becomes a fucking hermit, and the second person to walk on the moon becomes a raging alcoholic.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on this.
Well, I mean, if you lost your mojo in space, right? And I only say that because I'm out in public. Then I guess it would be pretty imperative to have a little fun before you die.
Yeah, Neil never house because he's scared to use a public urinal.
I've told this before, secondhand account, but there's this kid that was working for us in summers while he was going to college. Jake, that when he was like, I think 8 years old, he was somewhere with his dad and his uncle, and Neil Armstrong was there. And his uncle and dad talked him into going over to Neil Armstrong and saying, hey, was the moon landing fake? So he went over there and asked Neil Armstrong to his face at like 8 years old. And Neil Armstrong looked him in the eye and said, yeah, it was fake, you little shit. And I was like, so I'm asking this kid, I'm like, I mean, that could be taken two ways. He could just, maybe he hears that so often, it was just him being a dick about it.
Yeah, sure.
But he was like, no. Like the way he looked at me, the way he said it, like I believe him. No, he told me it was fake.
Yeah, exactly. They must. I mean, let's entertain the notion for a second, yeah, that they did actually go, and it did actually go as it, and they were actually there, yeah. And I know we don't, but let's suppose we do, yeah, right? They must be sick and fucking tired of people saying, "Did you really go?" It's like Columbus coming back from America, coming back to Europe, and then you can imagine sitting there going, "Look, for fuck's sakes, I landed, I found America." Do you know what I mean? For the rest of his fucking life, if it, either way round, they've had what looks to be a miserable existence since then. So yeah, it always strikes me when I see those pictures. I think and it always strikes me that if any, well, I know that if I was setting foot on the moon after such a treacherous journey, I'd be like, whoa, yay, fucking, how can you not be elated if that was real?
Thing that gets me about the moon thing is like 6 flawless missions under Nixon and 69 to 72 went off without a hitch. 0 cents. Makes sense, don't it?
Yeah.
12 minutes of tape cut out for national security.
They spend a lot of money in that parent. There's no question about that. They spend a lot of money. And there's a load of people doing a lot of work. I think it's unquestionable that some of the efforts going on at the time were purposeful and a whole load of other practical ways outside of the moon stuff. At that time, NASA was employing a lot of people to do a lot of computer research. Definitely was expedited, in that framework. Whether it actually got strapped to anything that went out, I got no idea. But a lot. You
mean the Nazis that who you're talking about?
Well, the von Brauns and all the people they brought from post-war Germany were, definitely. Well, let's put it this way: I remember years back seeing an article about the rocket research, rocket development, and the engine development in America, and prior to the team that the von Braun team getting involved after their integration into the big machine, the Navy, I think the U.S. Navy and its research teams were predominantly working on rockets, and they had America had its Vanguard series of rockets, which were fucking appalling and crashing and exploding on launch pads all over the shop. They couldn't get their act together at all. So yeah, that team of post-war Nazi researchers and developers definitely expedited that a bit more quickly. But that's the same in Europe as well. A lot of intellectual people fled Germany prior to the war anyway. Obviously, if you're Jewish, you had the money. It was something you did. It was that goes without saying you fled Germany. But there was definitely a mass exodus of the intelligentsia from that part of the world as a consequence of the war.
Well, basically said that if you'll turn over your property to us, we'll give you a ride to Israel, and you'll basically get some tokens for German goods when you get there. So when they get there, they could start ordering German goods equivalent to equal amount of the wealth in the country. So it was a real for the people of Israel who wanted their state, right? They could now have their state, right? They got to share some land with the Palestinians, no problem there, and they're getting paid to relocate, no problem there. So, he was Man of the Year, right? Time Magazine Man of the Year. Shortly after that, re-entry financially, and these are things that you just can't deny. It's like actual like history, right? So it's really frustrating that like after he kicked out the bankers, his country did well, and I'm like wondering like what would other countries look like without banks? Because I mean, imagine if we were like exporting hemp. We got a military where no one else could grow hemp. We're the only ones that can produce hemp. I mean, we could rule the worlds, but no, it's the banks instead. Oh, okay, I guess that's okay. That's fine. But yeah, can you imagine like kicking out no lawyers, no bankers? Gotta go. Bye, everybody. Like that's, and the lawyers and the bankers were like, okay, let's go. Like, we're leaving. Fine, fine, we're leaving.
Well, what are some of the countries that aren't part of the World Bank or the World Fractional Reserve Banking System? North Korea, Cuba,
Venezuela, Iran, Syria, North Korea.
These sound like people we want to go to war with. That's weird.
It's pretty amazing that they took this land. They said, well, what are we going to do with this new land? I don't know. Let's get rid of all the people that were there, except for like 13%. That way we can maintain a slave population. Right. And then with the rest of them, let's grow warriors, right? The English, our Dutch, right? And then maybe we'll get some specialists from Brazil. They'll come up there, and it's like all these, martial arts, like all this technology. It's all in one spot. It's like if you want to know how to fight, you can go train kung fu, or you can go like to America. We got like the best equipment, the best skills, and it's like it seems like that's all we want to do. We just want to mow down the enemies of the banks, and we're just growing Irish, growing English, growing Dutch, and I'm not really afraid to say it. The First World War looked like a bunch of white people killing each other, and the second one did too. It just looked like a bunch of white people. I mean, there was other people involved. I'm not saying there was no Japanese or anything like that, but it's what it looked like. It looked like somebody was trying to get rid of communism. I mean banks, and obviously he was a bad guy. We need banks so they could charge us interest. I mean, if the bankers don't do it, who's going to do it, right? I mean, who's going to put all this money into the black hole of space, the Space Force, and just run our country into the ground? Like if not us, somebody's going to do it for us, right?
Sense this bit of sarcasm in your voice there, Hank. Was I correct?
Yeah, I'm not laughing as much as I was a few minutes ago, but you know what? Sometimes it just needs to be said. Sometimes the truth just needs to be aired out. And I would challenge anyone to come online and show me where I'm wrong. Anybody.
You just made a good point about how useless banks are, really, because that's the only reason they're there is to cost us money, really. There's no other reason for a bank to exist. If you think
Well,
about
how
it.
else do you funnel funds, right? You smuggle funds or move funds. You move it through banks, right? So how else would you move the wealth out of the country? What was it, September the 10th, 2001? We lost $2.3 trillion. I don't know where that went, but I'm sure it's in the sand somewhere.
They were unable to track $2.3 trillion worth of transactions, but no big deal. And the office that was all paperwork was in gets blown up the next day by a plane. So what a coinky
Don't
dinky.
you worry about that pudding. Don't you worry about that pudding. Go back to sleep.
Yep. No worries there. Don't even mention it. We'll enslave you tomorrow.
Yeah, but I will say this is that there's two types of banking. One's with interest, and one, which is kind of intriguing.
Yeah, huh?
Because I think all people like the only benefit of a bank to the people is that you can have a medium of exchange, and you can use instruments instead of actually physical gold or physical whatever it is, because you have the ability to you don't have to carry it around, which would make you susceptible to getting robbed. Right? That's why they had the banks in the first
That's the
place,
only
so you could
point of the
make them go.
banks is security, right? You're right. Go ahead, AC.
Well, yeah, I was just saying the only reason they had banks in the first place was so that the pilgrims could go to the Holy Lands and provide a piece of paper which was good for the money necessary to cover their costs while they were in that region. So if you sold off something so that you could make your pilgrimage, you were given a note by somebody. That note then had the authority in the land that you were going to go to, so you didn't have to travel through the land of vagabonds and get fucking all your shit taken.
So you wouldn't
Right?
get jacked. So you wouldn't get jacked. You had a place you could go to, exchange.
Right. And that was the initial set of it. And then that's where you kind of walk into this world of you have interest, which was added. And then that market was where that's why there's a distinct, like, religious point about banking, like, let's say, like in Islam, where they don't let you do interest banking. It's considered, haram. It's like, evil.
So you could say that like banking itself is not the problem, usury is, correct?
Yeah, I mean, well, banking, any kind of deception anywhere is the problem. But yeah, in banking, like, they compound that with interest. Because then people, like, I'm under the impression that, the fractional reserve banking thing, like, you know what I mean? I don't think that's really happening. I'm more on this other idea. But I just say, like, in defense of banking, as awkward as that is, like, that's why we have it, right?
Yeah, so what you're saying is the ledgers are being balanced. We don't know how they're being balanced. And I say we don't know as in most people don't know, right?
Yes, I think what it actually balances the book. Like, here's the thing: you can establish, like, if you start reading von Mises and, like, all these fucking economists, like, we should have entered into hyperinflation fucking years ago, but because it's like rigged, a trick, it's like this, it's beautiful system of deception, if you will. It is, I think I think the answer to how they balance the books is general amnesty. That's why they're bringing all the immigrants in, because they need the birth certificate bond in order to create more money. But it doesn't actually balance anything. They just put out the interest and the principal. The layman thinks that China owns the debt right now. That's why they're doing this whole China show. This is why we're in a movie right now. And, like, so in order to balance the books, they're going to wind up blaming, you know what I mean, the people who people think own the debt, and they're going to clear the debt that way instead of in reality, all of us are owed the principal and the interest on the national debt but we've committed our or not we maybe, but the people have committed their minds to thinking that they're the collateral on the national debt, not the guarantor or the creator of that of these instruments. Like you gave over a birth certificate bond, which is an indented deed, which either represents land or gold. Like think about it. Hank was just bringing up how Hitler was Time Man of the Year in 1933. Well, 1933 is also when all Americans got an SS number, right? All the citizens. They got a
Yeah,
social
Social
security number.
Security.
They got a social security number because we entered into socialism because of a bankruptcy that goes back in 70-year terms, 70-year contracts in 3-year terms. We're at the end of the third. Actually, we're already at the end of the third 70-year contract, and much like the Federal Reserve was planned in 1913 and then executed in 2000, or in 1933. What's that? 20 years. So same way in 2001 they orchestrated this plan. In 2021 they fucking executed it. And that's why it's going to be. I think the blame game is going to go back to, the kung flu, and they're going to fucking destroy the national debt that everybody thinks China owns because of what China has done to us and the world. And the creation of that's far off from what we were talking about, but I think it's integral personally to what banking is now, is that they've got this fictional area, this gray spot due to fucking interest that they can operate in. And because the people think they're the collateral and not the guarantors, there's nobody knocking on their door for payment. They can do whatever they want. Nobody collects. That's why also the other thing is that's why they have to have space rocks worth $4 quadrillion so that they can go mine them, right? Because they've got to settle the national debt somehow without telling the people that they're the ones that are owed.
So they'll have to go find some more petrified wood, I guess, huh?
Right, like they can't take away space until the banking issue's handled.
Yeah, I think I agree with that.
Right, you can't this void of like black hole of money fucking usage as far as in the people's mind is concerned.
Yep, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
I mean, I'm like almost like 90% convinced like the whole space program was like Robert Anton Wilson's friends. Just making a buck off the fucking
Who and his friends?
Robert Anton Wilson.
Oh yeah, I think yes, I know exactly who you're talking about. Think so. Has something to do with the Satanist community?
No, well, I mean they're the, it's like the Discordians. I mean they're all about just fucking up everything. You know what I mean? So they could call themselves Satanists. I have no idea what they could call themselves, but they're just. It's just that's the whole point, is to offend. It's art, like to the nth degree. It's art to the point where you think they landed on the moon. It's just what I mean. Like they're just gonna. It's brilliant, really, and they've milked the very people in the very society that was condemning them at the time.
Exactly.
I mean, it's kind of like, that's why I'm like, I clap my hands at the whole you're an astrobiologist. Like, that's a real good one, dude. Well done. You get paid how much? Awesome. Like, good for you, bro. Well done. You've tricked them all. You've gotten them to pay you money. Like, you're brilliant. Dark matter and dark energy. Like,
Yeah.
well done. Like, I'm clapping at the idea that it's like, this Discordian fucking myth.
Yeah. They got
into.
all this funding. They have all this huge amount
How
of funding.
smart, dude. How smart. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I gotta fucking like, you almost have to step back and be like, dude, you literally outplayed the player.
Yeah, that's how that's how these elite launder all their money into supposed philanthropy, right? If I say it again, I won't be able to say it, so forget it. But you know what I'm talking about. It's supposedly
I
helping
mean, yeah,
people.
like precisely, but it's like these like intellectual gangsters that have just hijacked this quote unquote retarded old elite to give them all their money.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm telling you, psychotic
Like,
clown. That's who's in
well,
charge.
well, almost more like satirical clowns, like Elon Musk,
Satirical,
like
satirical, yeah,
right,
and
like Elon
psychotic.
Musk.
How's
It
that? A
looks so
psychotic
fake.
satirical.
You know, it's real because it looks so fake,
Mm-hmm.
and people just are like, "Wow, he's a genius."
A
It's
fake
fucking
clown
brilliant.
pretending to be real.
Or like, yo, how about this? A real motherfucking dropping, a real person, like a real one of us, like dropping game on society. Just like, fuck it. I'm just going to get mine.
Yeah, I know, right? That's what happened. Well, it was a whole group of them actually, so they're still running it.
Right. But you're only offended in so much as if you buy it.
They're pretty psychotic. I mean, you got to
I
admit.
mean, right. But like, again, it's like they're not that psychotic. They always left the room for you to like reject their ideas
I think they
because
have
it's
to.
inconsequential to reality, really.
Yeah, I think they have to obey.
Why would anyone let the school raise their children?
Yeah, that right there is just kind of goofy.
Do you know what I mean? Like, why would anyone let the school raise? Like, if you're a flat or if you're somebody with a different cosmological outlook, you're going to be strong in that anyway. So it's like anyone who's just like, putting their kids into school. Well, this is what you get, dude. You get the troll. You got to raise your own kids, etc.
Well, I could have done a much better job, and I wish I had been much more awake at that time. Unfortunately, I was not, and I'm willing to admit.
Dude, none of us are, man. None of us were. None of us are. This is so cool right now.
I was still very asleep, at that time, and had some pretty deep issues still from my past that hadn't been resolved, and some things I was doing right. I was working really fucking hard, man. I went to school full time and worked a full time job at a very busy hospital for 12 years. I held it down, but came a point when I wasn't able to. And that was just things in your life kind of like certain things are kind of riding along and they're all kind of on a trajectory. And when two or more of certain aspects of your life collide in the negative kind of sense, yeah, that can take you down. So, I'm not ashamed to say that occurred because I'm much stronger than I was as a result. I don't know where I was going with that, but I think some of you can probably relate.
Oh yeah, I think we put the psychology. We overmesh our own problems with all this stuff too, and how it's affected us. But also, it's like a lot of us. In some ways, it's like we wind up looking for somebody to blame, and
Exactly.
and then we wind up like intertwining.
Being a victim, you end up being a victim. Yeah.
Well, you wind up intertwining
Hmm.
institutions rather into our psychology for what they allegedly have done to us. But in reality, when we realize it's what we let them do to us, then
Yeah.
we have strength. You know what I mean? But then
You
you're
have a
also
way. Yeah, you have a
got to
way
deal with
out.
that anger too.
You have a way out. Then you literally have a way out.
Well, we also have to deal with that anger, and I think like that's why I've always. It's funny, like every time we used to get yelled at back in the day, I used to just tell people like, "Look, sounds like you need to go for a jog." Because if you want to go, like, you're out here, you want to take down the government and NASA and everything, but you can't run a
Right.
fucking mile.
I know.
You can't run a mile, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? You're a real threat,
I know.
homeboy.
I might put my raincoat on and go out and ride my bike anyway. It's kind
Well, you know what I mean? Like, get that anger out and like
of
get that, like, put it in healthy places as opposed to like, being upset with the
Yes, I
government more.
know. Yeah, exactly. That's what I have to do
I
then.
know you sound like you know what's good, man. If I'm not mistaken, you sound like, or you know what's up with life, man.
Well, I have a pretty good idea. Like, I'm just cruising along at this point, man. I'm just like
Give thanks
I'm
for
hanging
your.
on at my age. I'm hanging on and I'm maintaining pretty well. I just seek equilibrium every day, and sometimes it's easier than others. Some days feel like pretty shitty, I'll admit, and some of those the reasons why are usually from something I've done and not from anything else. And so I don't know, just growing up can take a long time. Some of us are late bloomers.
Yeah, I think it's cool. Like that. Like right now, we're in a time. Like this is where it's like, what an interesting time to be alive in.
Yeah, actually.
We can be like. I mean, how cool. I'll never forget how, and I'll never not be grateful for. Let's say reaching out, meeting all you motherfuckers, and being able to talk to you. 'Cause you can't talk about this shit with most normies. And it's just like
I know.
it's so nice to be able to fucking come in and listen to like I love listen Hank, you're my favorite. Like
Yeah,
honestly, you know what I mean? Like when I can hear
yeah.
motherfuckers just dropping the shit and like for some reason I just really enjoy it, and I'm happy for it.
I do
And
too.
what a
I
cool
do
time,
too.
man.
Totally talking, man. I'll just kick back and listen, and I love the teaching moment there. That's really great. Yeah, all of us. You're right. I don't know, man. Life wouldn't be as fulfilling as it is now. Even just knowing you guys are here, like it's a big deal. Like you have conversations, just like you mentioned, that you rarely have ever in your lifetime that we have a chance to do every day here, which is
Oh, dude, think of how hard it was back in the day to like find somebody that was open minded. And I mean, that's why
yeah.
people went to the extremes to like identify themselves because they were like, you know what I mean? Like that's why people were rocking mohawks and shit and like that because they're like, yeah,
Right.
and that's where you could see the motherfucker from far away and be like, yo, what up, dude? And like honestly, it's kind of crazy to me. This what always got me was like when used to see like punk rock looking people like in the city or whatever.
Yeah.
And all the punk rock heads I knew were like fucking awesome, laughable motherfuckers that were jokesters. You know what I mean? And then like you'd meet like, I mean, granted, there's also I remember I was in London and like some punk rockers. Somebody went to take a picture of them and they freaked out. You know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, like, there was like an element of like a good time. You know what I mean? Not so much like anything other than that. And I just think now, we're so lucky in the sense that you get to like this is all like delicacies of these are all luxurious topics and
Yeah, no, no.
you don't necessarily have to don your suit and drink wine and go out for one evening out of fucking in 10 years to have these conversations with your friends. You could fucking actually have these every night intellectual conversations and read the news and everyone's got all this different input from all over. I love it, man. It's cool.
Yeah. I mean, like people talk about the Akashic record, I mean, I think you might know about that. If you do, that's cool. But
yeah,
we have a record here that's really incredible because, and I don't know what it is, but I've listened to groups of people before, and just it's not necessarily the quantity. It's not the quantity. It's the content itself, the value in the content itself, intellectually speaking. It's so much more meaningful when people are talking, and then all of a sudden, like I like to speak of it in terms of being pieces of the puzzle. That all of a sudden, a piece that you've been waiting for a long time, someone else had it. Boom, there it was, and you knew it there. Just you didn't have it yourself. And so through this grapevine that we kind of have through information filtering that we do ourselves, we can kind of gather an incredible amount of information that I don't know, like it's I don't even know how to describe it because I've never experienced anything like that in life before.
Yeah, I think that's what's so. I mean, this is why I say it's so interesting because these are firsts. Like even like when I mean, even think of how advanced people are in regards to even some of the trolling. Intellectually, I mean, I remember when it was like, you were almost terrified that people were going to slander certain aspects of you because nobody fully understood that that's how these people operate. And then, look how far along people have come where they just reject all that hearsay bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? Of like, and then they look to the topic and they look to the subject matter, and like, you know, think of even how far society's come in that regard. You know, because like people recognize like, hey, like, you know, we're going to look to the substance of the matter. We're not going to look to your allegations about somebody and trying to poo-poo whether or not they're a flat earther. Like, what's he saying? You know, this has been a huge, I think, advancement in debate with the general population, I even think.
Yeah, and I think now, because we've had 2 years, 2.5 years to think about all this, and I think people have, and I think people are coming to their own conclusions. They might not come to the same conclusions we have yet, but they're definitely changing. I think their viewpoint is changing because their hands are being forced, so it's forcing more people to look at their situation. You know, it's not just like go along as usual anymore. It doesn't seem to me, right?
Yeah, I think there's people waking up.
So people are waking up. Yeah, exactly. What was I going to say? Oh, there's
You know, we
something
get
new.
new.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you were going to go ahead, Hank.
No, I was just going to add on to the conversation. You guys can prepare to talk to the new person. I was going to say, every time we get a new flat earther, I'm like, hey, man, it sucks that you're late. Glad you made it, bro. You know, because every new guy might be the guy who's, you know, that piece that we needed, right? Every new person, every new woman, child. Because you never know what people are going to do, man. People have so much untapped potential. Maybe somebody actually gives a fuck enough to, whoa, bro, don't ruin me.
They
So is there a new guy?
I didn't notice.
Yeah, I got distracted. Dude went into the ditch to avoid rear-ending me at a stop sign that you can see like a mile away. Guess he
No
didn't know it was
shit.
there.
I thought you said something like that, and I was like, wait, what the fuck, Hank?
Yeah, you can't dodge the ones from behind, so it's lucky that he dodged me.
Are you helping
Yeah,
him
it's
out, or what
typical.
happened?
No, he's out of the ditch.
Oh. Good times.
Yeah, pretty much normal for me.
Oh, man.
You know, when the person in front of you goes, it's not your turn after that. People are dumb. You know, I really can't say that they're dumb. They know not what they do. You know what I mean? It's just like moving on, bro. And we have a trucker here who doesn't know what a one-way right turn is. So he's going to think about it for a minute or two. You got one way to go, bro.
So
Yeah.
going back to what you guys were talking about, like people popping in here and just the knowledge that people have. Like I've been on this server for I think less than a year or whatever, but you got guys in here like I think it was last night or the night before. Issa, you're talking about Robert Menard. Like I watched his videos fucking 15 years ago. Like maybe you're figuring shit out and doing stuff that I have just been so caught up with life, I haven't been able to study further and apply to my own life. You know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of us that didn't have connectivity that have been looking into a lot of shit for a long time. Or at least for me, I didn't connect with a lot of people that I could even have a conversation about any of these kinds of topics. You know, if it comes to like the earth or law or even the banking system, you know, anything outside of the red and blue politics, like most people fucking check out. Like they think you're fucking crazy. But yeah, there's a wealth of information on here with people for sure.
Yeah, it's dope to hear like we're certain. Like I've always kind of, as much as it like irks, like not, I can't say it irks me because it's like I'm so proud of heads that like whenever I hear someone come with legal angst or whatever it is, you know what I mean, like about the system and whatever, and I always just think like, oh, like you're right there on that level of coming to the what I think to be the good news about the law. You know what I mean? Because you've got to hate it
Right.
first. And then, like, it's like, well, where are you at in your hate? Because, like, you know what I mean? Like, if I can, and then how smart are you about why you hate it? And then, because then with all that knowledge of why you hate it, when the penny drops as to why it's good, it becomes this, like, it's like, I imagine it almost like something like, it's like putting a black light to something you didn't see before. And this beautiful fucking like geometrical fucking craziness appears and you're like, holy shit, it's divine.
Like when all the pieces just click into place.
Right.
But it takes a long time to get there, you know, like
Right.
I'm sure your path was similar to mine. You're talking about punk rock kids. That's how I fucking grew up. Anarchist, whatever, back in the day. Fuck the system. And then you start to study more about it. You get down Federal Reserve, read some fucking Mises, Rothbard. You think you have it figured out from an economic standpoint. And then it's like, oh shit, here comes somebody like Robert Menard who's just laying it all out. And it's like, oh, that's the system. Like, oh, we're not the raincoat, but we need the raincoat when it's raining.
Right. He's so clever with that one. His analogies are so great. And even like I go back and I watch him and I'm like, damn, I missed that at the time. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
And then you go, like, that's why they're just so great. Especially Menard, because he is so right the fuck on. But for me, like that juice came from Gordon Hall, like that, like this is holy. This is like, like I love that.
I don't know if I know Gordon Hall. Is he? Did Marcus get his information from Gordon Hall?
I don't know, Marcus.
You know who I'm talking about, Marcus?
I've heard that name, but it's funny because, and I've heard it. Do you know who Brandon Adams is? By any chance?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, I feel like those circles were so small, and you know what, man? I had the good fortune of meeting actually out here because of Flat Earth, the son of one of the prominent gentlemen in that movement back in the day, and it's really cool actually.
Nice.
And yeah, so cool. And there's like, but that whole movement, like they were so familiar with each other at the time. I imagine that I've heard that name before, but I don't really liken it to anything of that. The guys that, and I think I heard that from Brandon Adams is why, and he ran this thing called Creditors in Commerce. Gordon Hall was a part of that. I kind of really clung to what Gordon Hall was saying. My whole thing in regards to any of this is that I would never pay anyone to tell me this. My whole thing was that I wanted to learn this, whatever. So, but it's like, so there were these hustles going on that I guess people were doing, like paying to go to these seminars, paying to go to stay to people's houses. I couldn't give a fuck about it. All I was interested was in the knowledge. And what I saw from Gordon Hall, one of the good lines that I love him is, would the good Lord put us in a place that we couldn't get our ways out of? And the idea of like, what can you do to your property? Anything you want. So if you identify as these things, then they can do whatever they want to it. If you identify as their properties versus God, like, I don't know, all that little finesse of like the philosophy and then how to avoid talking about it in the court system using their words, I particularly picked up from Gordon Hall. The pizzazz
So that
of
sounds
law.
similar to what probably this guy Marcus who put out the Reclaim Your Securities, which I don't know if it's necessarily the right path, but he lays it out in a very scriptural type way.
I have to look into that because for some reason that rings a bell. But what I had found in a lot of ways with, like, let's say, like Gordon Hall used to have. I don't know if any of you guys are into jujitsu. Gordon Ryan's the shit. Gordon Hall. What do you call it? Where's I going to go with it? He used to have phone calls with like guys like Carl Lentz and like, I don't know if you know about Carl Lentz, but he's very argumentative, and like Gordon Hall would try to help him through his problems, and he'd helped him prior, and then he wouldn't listen, and then he'd lose, and then he'd come back and blame Gordon. He's like, "You didn't even do what I said," and it's just interesting stuff. And
Carl
yeah,
Lentz, I know Carl Lentz.
hey, what up, Quantum? Yeah, we were just
Yeah, he
talking
was
about
the one that switched to samples, and then he hired Sykes to friggin' frame Dr. Kimball. Killed his wife.
I wonder if that's the same guy. Is he from England or what? Because I know he was living in England.
Talking about the movie Fugitive.
Oh, forgive me. I don't. Yeah, that's funny. No, I don't. I missed
You
all
still
that
talking
yesterday
about the
too.
same stuff as this rinse and repeat from yesterday?
Yeah, no, I know. Well, no, we were just getting into how cool it is that like this gentleman here knows a little bit about this legal shit and how cool it is that we all can kind of fill in the gaps for one another.
Well,
And it kind of came up with the law stuff because we were talking about like how people generally hate the system, and then I think anyway, like as you get to start studying it, it's almost like this black light goes off and you can see this image and this shit that you couldn't see before. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. Like you see this like beauty in the system, for me anyway, and for others, that you
you
don't
doing some
see.
shithouse lawyering again.
What is it?
You doing some shithouse lawyering again.
Some shit house lawyer? No, I just talking about the good Lord, the good news, my brother.
Oh. You know what shithouse lawyering is, right?
Shit house lawyer?
Yeah.
I mean, I can put it together, but is there any specific implication you're getting to, or
Yeah,
what?
well, I can only use it in military context. These were the guys that would give you advice on military matters, conduct and stuff. And they'd always be the ones in the back of the room shutting up because of the advice that they somebody else got their ass handed to them. That's what a shithouse lawyer is. There used to be a dime a dozen, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So every time I hear lawyering, I think shithouse lawyering.
Right, but it's like in America, they said like the tradition was that the head of the family was to be his own lawyer. Every man should be his own, have his own understanding of the law, and that's what I think. Actually, like for instance, we've lost a lot of our American traditions because of our lack of understanding of our rights. Now that's why I don't ever propose to ever like try to help someone as a lawyer, because that's not the point. The point is that you have to be the household. You have to be the leader of your household and be able to defend it in business matters. That's why.
Is there a law against stupidity?
What's that?
Is there any laws against being stupid?
No, I think there's advantages to not being stupid. That's
If
the
there was
point.
any laws, the baltards would be on death row.
Well, I mean, a lot of people don't even know what they, don't even know don't even know where they live, do they, Quantum?
No, they don't. Not only that, that's not the bad part. See, that's just that could be forgiven. Then it's a whole different game to come out and then preach on what they don't have a fucking clue about.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole different ball game. Shit, is there a law against? See, that's fraud, isn't it?
Well, it's funny. I used to think, that I could write paperwork that would make it so that I could sue NASA. But that if I actually wanted to get paid, I'd actually have to have if I really wanted the money versus whatever, you take the money and agree that you're going to shut the fuck up and never tell anyone about it.
Huh.
For their fraud.
I think they should take their money and shove it.
Well, right, but I'm saying like if you wanted to bring a case, like I was proposing, like yeah, I could probably write it up. I mean, if somebody was even willing to do it, I could probably show them how to do it, and fucking be like, do this, do that, and then fucking see what happens, and try to get it dismissed, or try to get it settled before court, and never talk about it again, and probably admit like, hey, look, I'll leave all platforms. I won't discuss any of it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, make it like, hey, look, carry on. Just give me some, But I don't think you could ever bring them to like public justice in the way that people think.
Right.
It's like people, like I say, like, flat earthers are out there like, how come the Pope isn't in handcuffs already? And it's like, we're not there yet, It's like,
Yeah, 1,000-year reigns take a little while to undo the mess.
right.
I was thinking, why isn't Sonny in chains yet?
What'd you say? No, I'm sorry, I missed. What'd you say?
I was thinking, why isn't Sonny in chains?
Sonny, I'm not the one that needs to be, man. I'm a peaceful whatever. I'm not a person. I'm a peaceful being.
Is that you up here at 649?
Who?
With the girl on top of the terrace.
Yeah.
Huh?
What?
Yeah,
At 49. Yeah, these they're saying La Tierra es plana. Basically, they're saying, look, it's flat.
I didn't ask that. I said,
okay,
is
okay.
that you?
No, that's not me. No, it's not me.
For fuck's sake.
No, it's not me. But that's too bad. It's not me. No, I'm only kidding.
I know. Just keep going on and on. I'm just dragging it out, man. You got to pay attention to what the question is. That's so hard.
No, I guess it's just a matter of viewpoint at the time. Why you say, huh?
Say, huh?
Why you say, huh?
That's right. Just listen to the darn question, man. Not what you think the question is, but what the actual question is.
No, I'm not. Like, you want to know specifics or something? I don't know, man.
You should know is that this is a pretty quick question. It's right to the point. Is that you or not?
On the terrace, like, yeah. No, it's not me.
Not multiple choice.
No, I have a lot of hair.
Figured he looked like a younger man than you said you were.
He's younger, yeah.
Sonny's a boomer.
But he looks older. He looks older than me. He's younger, but he looks older.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
I look like a kid still.
Yeah, my ass.
I'm still pretty lean, mean, fighting machine, man. I don't know.
I didn't say you're fat.
I know. I know you didn't. Oh, dang. But flying squirrels get old too, so yeah.
Flying squirrels?
I know, that's funny.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, because I used to tell people that, because it's true. I said I could fly like a squirrel. I used to be able to.
Did you wear the getup, the flying squirrel getup?
No, I used to do a bunch of martial arts, and I was in gymnastics and swimming too. So like I learned how to like fly through the air.
You can beat people. You can beat people up.
I don't need to. People don't seem to have that inclination around me. Yeah. I never I've been fortunate. I'm pretty tall. I think that's the reason why, you know.
How tall are you?
6'1" on a good day.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
What an amazing accomplishment.
Yeah, boomer, shut up. Damn. At some point, you have to put these younger boomers in their place, even if they are QE.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna ask, are you a young boomer?
I am. I snuck in.
Yeah, you gotta draw the line somewhere.
They did. They drew it right around where I was born, so I'm screwed.
Yeah. So we were in the service almost at the same time. Like
really?
Yeah, I think so. I left in '89. So.
Oh, we were in together.
Yeah.
I graduated in '89.
So see what I mean? We were in the service same time. Probably at other sides of the plane.
Yep, I was in from '83 to '85. I was in Louisiana.
83 to 85, yeah.
Yep.
83 to 85. So let's see. Yeah, I pre-enlisted in '84. I went active in '85 to '89. I left in '89.
So where were you? '85.
San Diego, Naval Training Center.
Oh, at the Naval. Okay.
Now it's a place where there's a mall. Those buildings from 1901 and all that stuff are all like huge fields where people like soccer moms take their kids and stuff. Where the artillery were at the head of the parade grounds.
Huh.
There's all the big like huge fields and people walking around like hotels over there and stuff.
What, like unspent rounds could be out there? You could walk on one and boom. Shit like that? No, you didn't know what I'm talking about. All right.
No,
so 85 through 89. Hold on. Just relax. 85 through 89. Did you spend the entire tour there?
Yeah. I got a job on a ship here, a repair ship. So I had a regular job. I had a place in town with my wife in Ocean Beach here, and I went out to sea whenever, you know, I did my duty. I went out to sea when the ship went out to sea.
You have a tendency not to answer the question that's asked.
Answer it again. I didn't go anywhere other than no. I stayed in San Diego the whole time. I went to Alaska, Vancouver, and sometimes we just did maneuvers out. We would go offshore, and they would just go in big squares. They would just go make a big square or a big rectangle.
So you're in the Navy. What was your rank and MOS?
MR2, machinery repairman.
Machine what?
Machinery repairman.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. So I worked in a big machine shop in the center of the ship. Mm-hmm.
So when the ship's going down, like Hunt for Red October, they're calling you over there
to fix their stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they come into shore all wounded and limping, and we have to fix their stuff. So that's what I did. I made a lot of pump shafts and stuff that hold the water out, like O-rings, and I made those on milling machines and pump shafts.
What the hell is so funny, Jenny?
What's so funny,
Fucking
Jenny?
squirrel in the airplane, man. What are you talking about?
What squirrel?
A squirrel in an airplane. Look, the live voice text.
Squirrel.
Oh shit, I'm in the wrong text.
Hold on a second. I'm not even there. I got to scroll down myself.
I like the
Oh, the squirrel in the airplane, flying squirrel.
Dude, that squirrel is living his best life. Mm-hmm. He's the envy of all squirrels that know him. Yes.
So look, we went offshore on the way to Alaska. We sailed from San Diego to Adak out in the Aleutian Islands. We met up with the Ohio of the Ohio-class ballistic missile submarines and got to tour the ballistic missile submarine. And then they had to go all of a sudden, so they rushed everybody off. But I got to see the sub down below and everything. I walked the entire distance of that whole ballistic missile submarine on the inside. So that was pretty cool. And and we went and we met up with them again up in Alaska, and up in Seward Bay. There had been no military ships up in Seward Bay since World War II. We were the only first 2 ships that sailed up there. So we had a big party, when we went to Seward. It was pretty cool. It was 4th of July.
Nice.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Sun didn't go down. We were in the bar drinking until after midnight. Sun was just going down like 12:30, sunset at midnight.
Huh.
That was pretty strange. And Russian trawlers following us up along the way with like a million freaking antennas on them, bro. I was on the lookout a couple times when we saw those trawlers.
Yeah, that was Cold War time, man. Your ass started to pucker.
They were following us for thousands of miles.
Huh.
Literally. Crazy shit. But here, in San Diego, they're flying these pairs of these military helicopters, like all different kinds all the time, up and down the coast, like pairs of them. Like you see them up along this way, and then a little further east, another pair, and then they're cruising up right along the coast. Like it's pretty bizarre. See all the brand new ships going through the harbor, and they look very strange. I don't know if you've seen any new battleships lately, but I see them from time, every now and then here. And they are looking crazy looking, bro. I bet they have hydrofoils.
What does that mean?
That means they can lift up out of the water and probably do close to 100 knots.
Whoa.
Yeah, as the surface friction increases, it makes it worse. So when they get up on those skis, there's a lot less surface hitting the water, so they can hit some really high speeds. It's kind of like the planes can't really fly that fast down at this level, right? But they can go like 550 miles an hour way up there, even though it's a bus.
So I've been to San Diego. Just get off topic. Just a tad. I've been to San Diego plenty of times, man.
Yeah, I know you said that it is beautiful here. Yeah, there's what parts? Like along the coast, probably the beach, right?
South Padre.
Okay.
That's right. That's right where the Navy is, right? We stayed right there, right next to what's that hotel down there on South Padre?
Wait a minute, South Padre. You're thinking of someplace else. Hold on. The Embarcadero. Hold on. Gaslamp District. Down by the stadium. Are you talking about near the Padre Stadium?
That right down there by Naval Base.
Okay. By NTC, where the Marine base is too, like over that way.
NTC, no, the National Training Center is where I came from. That's in Barstow, you numpty. South Padre Island. You San Diego and don't know where South Padre.
I don't.
Oh, wait a second, I'm fucking up.
You're in the wrong place, wrong location.
I'm in Texas.
Yeah. I'm like, no, it's Padres baseball team. No, we don't have a Padre Island, but that's okay. No worries. I get it.
What?
But
so what's it? I always fuck it up. Shut up.
But I know you've been here.
Shut the hell up.
Are you talking to me, bro?
Yeah, Naval Base in San Diego. For fuck's sake.
Oh man. Yeah, sub just like that.
Why don't they give it a damn name? These numpty dipshits. What's the name of this place? What the fuck? We got the real famous hotel is Coronado, for fuck's sake.
The Del Coronado. Bingo.
Shut up, Jenny.
The Del Coronado. Yeah. If there weren't so many buildings in the way, I could see it from my place. But
really?
Yeah, I could see it if there weren't any buildings, but there are a bunch of buildings in my way that direction.
Of course, we'd go down there. We went to San Diego Zoo. We went and seen Flipper and friggin' Shamu.
Marineland, and was it? Yeah, SeaWorld. I don't know. I don't even know the name of it anymore. Yeah, SeaWorld. That fiasco.
They closed that place down, dude.
Did they close SeaWorld now?
Well, they took Shamu out of there. I know that.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So South Padre Island, what's that? Not South. See, I'm on South Padre again because I've been
Stop.
there too.
Yeah. Stop it.
So Coronado, the Coronado Hotel. What's the name of that? Is it Coronado?
The Del Coronado Hotel.
Right up against the naval base. They got each.
Yeah.
We stayed on the beach for $23 a night, right by Hotel Coronado, man.
Yeah. Great stuff, man.
It's pristine. The Navy got some nice damn beaches, man.
No kidding. Yeah, that's you used to be able to walk all the way around there, all the way up to, but then after 911, they put those big barriers so you can't run
Oh,
on the
they
beach
did.
anymore into the base area. You can't go. You used to be able to go all the way along there until a certain
Oh,
point, but
wow.
yeah, they blocked it off after 911. So yeah, and the border too. Like it would be hard for someone to get. You have to go way out into the water and inland. Now there's a big, huge freaking wall from the last I saw a couple of years ago. But that's where it's a trip.
Yeah, we used to take the kids down there. Down there all the time. San Diego's gorgeous.
Yeah, La Jolla is one of the most beautiful places in the world.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
it's pretty fantastic.
We were right down there. We were close to Mexico, boy. We took a wrong turn one time. We almost crossed the
Yeah, we used to go over there sometimes and drink in the Navy.
Yeah,
and
well, shit.
stuff.
It's only right down the street.
Yeah, but it used to be a lot less dangerous back, in those days.
Okay.
Now it's a lot more dangerous. I wouldn't go there at all, not even as a group.
Memories seems like so long ago, but I can remember. I know the smell. You always remember those.
Yeah, I like going along the water, like because I can ride along the harbor and I can look out towards Shelter Island across the harbor, which is about 4.5, 5 miles, and I can see the lights. And when the water's really, really still, I can see the street lamps on the other side of the shore, that far away. And then I see the reflection on the water of the light from the street light, and that light that's in the water is coming all the way across the water to my feet. So that right there, not curved. I mean, it's so stark when you look at it. You know, when I get to see it all the time and go out there and look at it every day from different angles, different locations. Like,
you know what's really ironic?
What's that?
We were up by. We took. Of course, we spent 5 years out there, so we did a number of vacations, and we went up to through Bakersfield, and then come down
Right.
Highway 1 through Santa Barbara.
Mhm,
And at
mhm.
one point, I drove past the Black Swan rig.
Yes, you did. Right there it is. Yeah.
Isn't that ironic?
It is ironic. And listen, I don't
Prophetic.
know if I told you this before, but listen, in the 70s, I went to high school in Santa Monica. In the 70s, after I went to Mexico for like 5 months traveling as a teenager, I came back and lived on my
What?
dad's sailboat.
For your
We
sex
used to-
change operation.
No. None of that happening. So that we used to sail up to the Channel Islands all the time, you know. And back in those days, we would go get these abalone that were as big. You had to hold them in your two hands. These abalones were the size of a football.
Huh.
And I had a cat. My cat was named Tyke. My cat lived on board with us. This big, huge gray tabby, and had got to have fish all the time, and that was just amazing times. But that's that very same place, directly across the channel on the shore is where Miramar Beach is, where that guy Bo was taking his pictures.
That's too funny, man.
Right there.
Yeah.
And do you know about Santa Rosa Island, Arlington Falls, man? The oldest man in North America, found on that island, right across from the Black Swan. Santa Rosa Island, Arlington Falls, man. Check it out. Like they're saying it's 9,900 years old or something, 9,500 years old or something like that. Trippy stuff.
That's not true.
Well, yeah, yeah, exactly. But they say Juan Cabrillo is supposedly buried on San Nicolas.
That's
one of
amazing.
those Channel Islands. The explorer.
It's amazing, man.
That's amazing. Okay, I know you don't like trivia history nonsense, so I'm gonna back off. I yield the floor to QE.
I don't got anything to say, man. I was just talking about California, Ventura Boulevard.
Right on, man.
Because
Ventura
I was out
Highway.
there for a little bit.
Yeah, man.
Victorville. I see Victorville on the map. And there I am right there, Barstow. But I wasn't in Barstow. I was out in the damn desert.
29 Palms?
No. NTC, National Training Center.
Shoot, where is that? I don't even know.
Fort Irwin.
Oh, because it's an Army base. That's why.
That's right.
That's why, yeah.
There it is, right out in the middle of nowhere, right smack in the middle of the damn desert.
There was an old Army base called Fort Lewis on San Pedro, California. Forget what point, Crown Point. And
Fort Lewis is up in Washington.
Fort Lewis, I got the wrong fort then. I forgot what this one's called. But where they had this battle over Los Angeles, the artillery bunkers over there on top of the hill up there in San Pedro were shooting at what they said was some kind of UFO or something.
I was out there trying to find the dude.
Yeah, I bet you were.
The Big Lebowski, I was out there. Where
Is that where you found your wife, or she's from Mo?
Nah, she's from. I found her in Texas, but she's from Mo.
Yeah, good, man. That's cool. She's got a wife that's from the Show Me State.
Yeah, that's why I took her.
I didn't mean for it to go that way, but okay.
Yeah. Met her in Texas. We went down to. That's why South Padre come up.
That's funny. Yeah, probably.
We went down to South Padre, right? And by Corpus Christi. Long fucking drive. Texas is just too damn big. But anyway. I'll tell you another quick story about that. But we went down there and we were jumping in the fucking sand dunes on South Padre. We've come to find out later that's where all the rattlesnakes are.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I said. Okay, then. Good thing I left. But anyway, we took San Antonio's way down there, right? So we did go to Mexico. We went down to, the southern tip down there.
To Cabo San Lucas? Cabo San Lucas?
Nah, it has another name. Hey, honey! Honey!
Ensenada.
She ain't listening.
Ensenada?
No, it's not Ensenada.
It's all the way down there. Is it on the mainland or on the tip of La Paz? It's on the very end of the thing. Then it's close by to Cabo San Lucas.
I'm guessing he's going to find out.
Yeah, across to the east would be on the mainland would be Mazatlan, and then
you can't
across
remember.
Further south would be Puerto Vallarta.
Well, shoot.
Puerto Vallarta.
So Texas, the southern tip. Who? What?
Oh, he's
it
talking
ain't
about the East Coast.
Laredo.
Are you
Yeah, it ain't Laredo.
Are you talking about East Coast of Mexico on the Caribbean side?
Ah, Texas, you numpty.
Texas, I know. Then you said Mexico.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, Mexico touches, the southern part of Texas.
Okay, I gotcha.
You got me now?
So I'm trying to figure out where you were in Mexico south of Texas.
Texas map.
Or only in Texas, Corpus Christi.
Right down there, I'll get it.
Take
Just
us
one
back
second.
to Corpus Crispy.
Yeah, you like that Corpus Crispy, don't you? Holy shit, let me go to Google Maps.
I heard the sun down there. You will get crispy.
Oh yeah. We went down to Corpus Christi's beautiful too, but they had a was it the USX battleship, the Lexington? They have it docked right there, and then you can
Right
go
on.
on take tours and stuff. So we went on there and took a tour of that. But
Isn't that
right outside it, right in the waters, man, there's fucking jellyfish everywhere.
jellyfish? And you got the nasty ones over there on that side. Yeah, isn't the Lexington a sister ship, New Jersey?
I don't know.
Hmm.
So Google Map. Let's go to Texas, man. Let's see what's
You know,
in
we
Texas.
we had to learn in lookout training. We had to like memorize and be tested on like shapes of like all those things, different ships. Not so much of it, but a little bit of everything. You know, how to identify different class of ships,
Yeah, you need to know the
the
nomenclature.
silhouettes and all that crap.
Metamoros!
I never know who he's yelling at. Like, did I do something wrong?
I'm yelling at my wife. It's Metamoros.
Oh, Matamoros.
Yeah, you see South Padre Island. If you look at Texas, you're looking at the coast over there in Texas. You'll see South Padre Island and just head like southwest, south by south. No, it's west southwest. And there's big ass Matamoros. Yeah, you can go across the border right there. And we went down there and started. They have a big marketplace, and you can barter for things. So we like to do that instead of pay a price at the market. Then you go down there and then you do barter back and forth. It was a blast. I loved it. There's a play of Baghdad down there. What the fuck is that?
Let me just look at a map here for a second.
All right.
So I can orient myself.
La Burrita down there, Matamoros. Yeah, it's near Brownsville.
That's funny. Honey, why are all these maps flat? I don't get it. What's happening?
She might not have heard me. I'll go tell her.
Corpus Christi.
Yeah, my sister
There it
and
is,
my
right
wife.
there.
My sister came down to visit us, and we took her down there from San Antonio.
Padre Island National Seashore.
South Padre Island, right?
Wow, that looks pretty killer. Look how long that spit of freaking sand is, huh? Is that all sand along there?
Yeah, oh yeah.
What a trip. And there's a bridge that goes all the way across that, huh?
Yeah, that's really cool. It's like a border right there. I didn't realize that. I would have carried my ass out there.
That's outrageous, man.
Is that?
Love to drive that.
You see Matamoros down there?
Matagorda. Hold on, I'm working on it. Rockport. I bet Hank knows all about this stuff, huh? Brownsville.
Brownsville. It's right by Brownsville. Matamoros.
I see it. Hold on. South Padre. I see South Padre now. Yeah, you were only like on the other side of the Matamoros. Ciudad Victoria. That's right at the border of Mexico. Where is this place? I don't
My
see.
wife's arguing with me.
Oh, that's good. That's always
So
healthy.
look, there's South Padre Island. All we did was cruise over here to Brownsville, near Brownsville, Matamoros. That's all we did.
Straight in there. Yeah.
Way over here.
Oh, it's directly across. I gotcha. I just
You might
didn't
have
zoom
went
in
to
far
Laredo, but
enough.
we went to Matamoros because there's South Padre Island right there.
Wow.
All right, I think I convinced her. It is right. My wife got pulled over going that. She said thanks. Too funny. No, there's plenty of border towns right here. Plenty of them. Laredo's one, but it's way up there. Let's back out a little bit.
Never been over there. I did drive about halfway across
it's real
Texas
close.
before.
No, not real close, but you did.
Drove
Okay.
halfway across, yeah.
Yeah.
And
See, here's
back.
Corpus Christi. We went down this direction and then down south to South Padre.
I think I was only far south as El Paso, though.
That's where we did our bartering. Yeah. Remember the rattlesnakes that were supposed to be in the sand dunes in South Padre? Yeah. Reminiscing, man. Reminiscing.
I wish I had a couple of those tacos right now, though, from Mexico.
Hey, forget about the tacos. I got a question. Sorry, Sonny.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to ask whoever is listening, right? QE, whatever. So if we had drones and they had like the radar or LiDAR or whatever echolocation, they have new drones that like measure the topography of like a piece of land. So if we could do this over like a large amount of water and they're measuring the topography of the water, like say over a distance of like 5 or 10 miles, like eventually wouldn't we be able to measure the curvature with a drone if the technology increased to where they could go like 10 miles?
Yeah.
So I think that's only a matter of time.
Well, you're not measuring topography of water. You're not measuring anything. There's no topography. But I see what you're saying.
Right. We don't do it over land because you're just measuring topography, but water has like waves, and that's what I meant by topography, like waves and tides. But yeah, I was thinking if we could measure over like a large thing of water, which I don't know, it's not ground penetrating radar, some sort of radar system like they use to measure the bottom of the ocean. So,
Mm-hmm.
anyway, I thought it'd be cool.
So, another story about Texas. We're leaving Texas to go to California, right? We're trying to get out of Texas. I drove for 12 hours and I still wasn't out of it. 12 fucking hours. Nope, still in Texas. Man, we ran into a blizzard up in the Panhandle.
Yeah, you go over that panhandle, you'd be kind of wondering, is this Texas? I didn't know Texas got cold like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Texas is pretty unique, man. I really like Texas. I didn't like the weather, but I thought the people and just the ambiance was outstanding. I loved it. Hell, that's where my daughter was born. She's gonna have to carry her ass down there. She's a Texan. My son's a Californian. My wife's from Missouri, and I'm from Pittsburgh. We can't stand each other.
Yeah, Texas is a trip. Don't knock it till you try it. If you're liberal, you can go to Dallas. If you're conservative, you can go to Fort Worth. We got beaches, we got land, everything you need, everything but tundra.
Everything but what?
Tundra, Iceland.
Oh, tundra, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have that. We got all the other 5 types of land. Something I learned in school. I say it all the time because it's like this is such a big piece of land that we got everything. think I'm gonna go check out Oklahoma. I've been taking trips up there, checking it out, looking for places to live. The further out in the wilderness, the better, right?
You're looking for wilderness, just stay in Texas.
Yeah, but West Texas isn't very appealing to me. East part is pretty, settled in. There's lots of people on the east side, but the west side's pretty sparse. Everything's pretty spread out. I don't know. I got to go to Oklahoma because they got medical laws there.
What about Arkansas?
I've looked around up there. Pretty nice. Little Rock is nice. Hot Springs is nice.
Yeah.
Those areas. But I was thinking somewhere out in the middle of nowhere in Oklahoma. Didn't look too bad.
Get yourself a tornado shelter.
Yeah, they actually got those there. Yesterday I went to AutoZone to get a battery for my bike, and this guy was like, "Hey, you want a job?" I was like, "Okay." Doing what? He was like, gun safes, underground bunkers. It's like the city over here, we're hiring. I was like, "Okay, I'll look into it." So they want to train me to weld for free.
Sweet.
And pay me to do it.
I was going to be a Navy diver. That's what I was going to end up doing, but I decided not to. I passed the diving test for the Navy divers.
The diving would have been fun, but it's probably a lot safer than a machine shop, right?
No, not the kind. No, diving, that's super hazardous. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You're safer than the machine shop.
Exactly.
Yeah, because once you get down there, it's not like your little dolphin buddies are going to help you out.
Survival situation every day. Those guys make good money, but but I had already done enough diving, and I knew that like I had done enough recreational diving up until that point that I knew that I didn't want to ruin that with having to do that every single day. So I said, nah, forget that. If I'm a glutton for punishment, I'll just go, get the gear and go clean boat bottoms or something. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that either. Did my share of all that stuff.
It's never too late to start doing carpal tunnel exercises on your wrists.
But check it out. Anywhere you are in the world, if you know how to dive and you have your gear with you, you can make money doing it anywhere. People get stuff tangled in their props. All kinds of stuff happen. If you know how to work underwater, you can help people out, get them out of a jam, and make enough money to like continue going on to different
I'm not anywhere near that amazing. It's one of the last things I would want to do for a job is to work underwater.
What a hassle.
Right.
It's not even like, oh, I could die at any time. It's not really like that. It's like all the work you got to go through just to do what you're gonna do.
You might as well just go under there and just sightsee and look how beautiful all that
Wetsuits, dude. Do you know how hard those are to get off and on? It's not fun.
I know, right? Skin diving is actually the best, I think, out of any of them.
Yeah, just depends on the water temperature.
Well, you could even do it with a suit and a little weight belt. Get neutrally buoyant. Go under there with a do some fishing.
I'd fish underwater. That'd be great.
Just use a little Hawaiian sling. You just pull that back. Chink. It's got a little rubber band. You pull it. It's about 7 feet long.
I don't know what any of that is.
You never used one of those? Really? Whoa.
Yeah, no, really, I don't know what you said.
I'm such a weirdo.
No, you're not, because QE laughed. That means that he knows what the fuck you're talking about, but I don't.
Come on, son. Go ahead, man. Go.
You go skin diving, man. You got to watch yourself because you'll have shrinkage.
For sure. You'll go back in time when your nuts weren't dropped yet, and you have to go to the doctor.
You're like, where'd they go? Holy shit.
Where'd they go? Well, you're digesting them right now, unless you see a physician immediately.
Yeah, I seem to remember an episode of Seinfeld where the Duckman guy went swimming, and then somebody walked in on him and was getting dressed. He's like, "What? It was cold."
Yeah. Nothing more embarrassing than kids pooping themselves in a public pool.
Oh, damn.
Nothing more embarrassing, I don't think.
Wow, that connected.
You know what I mean?
That connected with the visual of the dog and the drone, and for some reason, I connected those two.
You ever seen a ball tart in a debate?
It looks like the exact same thing. It just smells worse. See?
We did. Even in the last 48 hours, we did. Yeah, we did. Just bring that drone with the dog over the public pool. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If you go to the public pools a lot, you see some stuff that's gross. You see like a team of like 12 soccer kids, intramural soccer, whatever, and they're like 12, 11. And one of them ate too much at lunch, but that was 3 hours ago. So, could go either way. Poor kids.
I spent most of my childhood in a public pool, as much as I could possibly get. Yeah. If it was open, I was there
all of the time.
Yep. I'd actually get a nice little tan after a few sunburns, and then I'd be completely immune to it, unless you shave your head. I've had some pretty bad blisters on top of my head, but I didn't know. I thought, I'm good. Mm-mm.
I didn't
second degree.
Sorry, man. I didn't even notice all these squirrel memes until just now. What have I said?
It's like every time you ask a Glober a question, like, hey, how do you have a Coriolis effect if you can't demonstrate it? Oh, look, I brought a squirrel with me. Squirrel! Just let the squirrel go in the room. Now everybody's thinking about what he said instead of, hey, didn't I just ask you a question before you let a wild squirrel out in front of everybody? So it's like that's going to be like their next gimmicks. You know, just instead of red herrings, it's going to be the red squirrel, North America. We do got some obfuscation magicians in here from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Word magicians. Yeah, I wish we had some new people. Is there any new people? Doesn't look like.
We did earlier. I was trying to make notice and it got overlooked and I forgot. Then they left. But that's okay.
Man, I slipped through our clutches.
What'd you say? There are.
We had some Globers, but they slipped through our clutches.
They slipped their clutches.
Slipped through our clutches.
Oh, they slipped through our clutch. Well, it almost sounds like spin their clutches. I was like, zzz, zzz,
No.
zzz, clutch.
You're so mechanically minded.
Hyper mechanically minded. Isn't that bizarre?
You were like, clutches, I know what they are. Hydraulic clutches? We're talking about manual clutches? What are we talking about?
Damn, I swear, you know what happens too when you say it like that? It got my mind pulls up the freaking file cabinet and starts going through. I see diagrams. I see the whole thing in my mind. I swear to God, it's so weird. You have no idea what it's like. It's like they just come up, boop, 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 like all this information. Boop, boop, like I'm like, okay, yeah, I did look at that, but I didn't expect it to come back all at one time like this. Literally. It's kind of bizarre. I often wonder why I would like sit there and like study these like circuits and things and try to put shit together. I'm like, have these moments where these existential moments, not a crisis, but just a existential awareness. All of a sudden, where I'm like, who the fuck am I? Who is this person doing this? Do you ever have that moment? Like, who am I really? Do you ever ask yourself that question?
Oh, yeah, my son, he got me real good not that long ago. He said, who are you? I said, well, I'm Larry, you know. He said, no, that's just what people call you when they want to get your attention. It's like, who are you really? I was like, well, I'm your dad, I'm a husband. He's like, no, those are archetypes. Like, you're not the archetype.
Wow.
So he asked again, and this time I really thought about it. He said, who are you? I said, well, I guess I'm the I that when I say I'm coming, I'm not talking about the meat suit, but the emergent being. And he's like, that's it, you got it. Oh, I didn't use the emergent being. He did. He used that word. I said, you know, I'm the light being, the I, that when I say I mean the spark in between my, you know, frontal lobes, right? That's the I.
The I am here, like the I that is
Yeah.
I am here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, and he was talking about the emergent being, and you know, he kept on and on about it like he often does, and he lectures the fuck out of me on some things sometimes.
That sounds like a smart son.
Oh yeah, he's always got something to say.
And what age group is he like?
He's 18.
Okay, yeah, so about the same age as mine. I'm a couple of years older, but same age group.
Man, he's a tough little son of a bitch. I've seen him go through some shit, man. He's a tough son of a bitch. But yeah, he's he's always talking about the emergent being, the being, and I always think about like when I see a Hindu man, like this isn't a Hindu man. His meat suit is from Hindu land, but he's not a Hindu man. He's just a man. Like the emergent being behind the meat suit is just like me. Like he's a spark.
Right.
Yeah. And it took like my kid to help me like realize that, like to pull back the layers of humanity to get to the I don't want to say God because I'll trigger people, but the godlike image.
I like to think of it as just like the source of who I am. Like, what is the essence of I? What is the essence of this being? Like, yeah, it's very interesting. That's a good topic, but it's very, what would you call that top? Philosophical? Maybe philosophical. I guess it is. Yeah. So they are two different things, though. That's for sure. I'll say that confidently. That whatever this meat suit is, like, I didn't make it. I didn't create it. But I can sit here and observe. Apparently, I can observe everything that's happening, and I can even look at myself and be having that experience of consciousness of my own being. So who's, the observer is different than the physical thing we're seeing. It's different than we're looking from the inside out. Something else is doing the looking. Anyway, I didn't want to stifle the conversation. I've been listening to a bunch of Robert Seffer, and I'm really liking him more and more.
Yeah, that dude, he's one of a kind, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, most of them, they stay all politically correct and everything, and it's kind of disturbing. It's like, just tell it like it is. Don't like be all politically correct and don't worry about, losing your shit. Just tell it like it is.
Right. Now, he does a really good job at that, I think. And it's good to listen to information from somebody that you can easily understand. And the way the speech goes and so forth is important. But even though, like, I'll put a caveat, like, even though he does say planet a couple times, not that often, everything else is just almost like it's all on the up and up. Like, I don't know.
Looks like we just had a Glober Branch join the VC.
Branch.
Welcome, Branch.
Hey, Branch. It's been a while. Wow.
Yo, what's up? What you up to?
How you doing, Branch?
All right, Branch.
Chilling. Not much.
We started talking about Texas, and the favorite Texan shows up.
What's that? King of the Hill?
You, bro. You're our favorite. You know how many branches there are in Texas? You're a dime a dozen, bro.
Yeah. It's a strong name, strong family name.
Oh, Branch. What is that Michelle Branch song? Making my way downtown.
Oh my God, I love that song.
And he's got the big old bold.
God damn! Why all of a sudden you guys all gotta be bitches towards me?
No, wait a minute.
Come on, man.
No, we're kind of.
Whoa,
feeling...
I'm talking about music, bro.
Mentality going on here?
I'm talking about Michelle Branch. If you don't know about the dun, then we.
Dude, we're just taking the piss, and if you don't know that, you should probably bounce.
It's okay.
Don't like it, dude. I don't like it. I feel like you guys are attacking my masculinity.
Whatever,
no,
dude.
Listen, we're not actually. I'll be the mediator. I'll mediate between. No, we're not actually. We welcome you here. It's okay, man.
It's all love, brother. Welcome.
We want to have conversation. Welcome. These guys are kind of
concern trolling.
They're biting
at the bit. I'm just fucking playing, dude. You swear like I really give a fuck about stuff.
What's up, Brandon? So what's your best evidence for the globe? Where's your curved adjacent, bro?
My
Where's
penis?
your curved adjacent? Oh, that's gonna get you banned real fast. We need
I know. Well,
a
don't
card
ask me
adjacent.
questions like that. Then I don't do that type of stuff.
No. What do you do then?
I usually just come in here and listen.
Oh, well, what about the globe?
What about the globe?
Well, you have a globe earther role.
So?
Where you at? Where you
So
at? Cock.
we would
You
kind of
globe
hope.
cock is
We
your
would just kind of like
Does
hope.
that mean I can't sit here and listen?
No, you
You're just
can't.
cocking
Absolutely.
for the
We don't
globe,
mind
right?
if you want to listen. That's fine. But we'd like you to engage with us as, like to represent the globe for us so we could have a conversation with you.
He's a what do you call them? What do you call those non-player NPC? He's an NPC. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an
Oh,
NPC, man.
let's not call people
To be
names.
honest, with you, I mean, the way it works is this, yeah. I find it
Quiet.
ridiculous to argue with you guys because you're not worthy of my arguments.
Okay.
Therefore, I'd rather just listen.
So what are you
Yeah,
here to
you're trolling. So do you really think that you have arguments that can go against reality or not?
No, I think that it's pointless arguing with you guys. That's why
Why?
I don't bother to
But you're
argue.
here nonetheless.
I don't even know if I've ever talked to you. So can we
Right
talk?
then. So you don't know me.
That's fine. That's probably the good news. Sounds like.
This guy's been here since the beginning of our fucking
Oh, I
show.
know Branch.
This motherfucker, man. I swear.
Me and Bonsal were like one of the first few in the fucking room, man.
Helio
So are you actually a globe earther, or are you just fucking doing that as an act?
I think he's he's one of those. I can't explain it. It's like kosher.
He won't give it up, kind of like was Xanax.
Yeah.
Like lukewarm. I think like.
I'll tell you this: I would give it up if somebody gave me some good ass evidence.
When did you measure for Earth curvature?
You have to
if
give
somebody gave me some evidence that I couldn't deny.
everyone is saying that we can't give it to you, dude. We didn't give it to ourselves. We had to find it. We didn't have someone give it to
All
us.
right. Well, the problem is this:
What are
I
you
can't
asking
find
for, though?
all
That's
the
what I'm trying
evidence
to
I find.
We can't control your mind, though. I
All
don't
right.
understand
Well,
that.
if you can't provide me with good ass evidence,
What are you
then I'm
talking?
not gonna
We
be able to
can't
fucking-
provide you anything. I'm trying to
We're
tell
not.
you that.
Then I'm
That's
gonna
why
chill. Then I'm
You
gonna
have
chill.
to. You.
What's wrong with just chilling then?
What's wrong with you providing us any information about what you believe in?
Because it's pointless. I've done that
Is
for
it?
many years, bro. Like Bonsal said, I've been here a
But
long
what I'm trying
time.
to say, what we're trying to
I
do is trying
provided
to
I
have
provided enough
conversation with
information
people
to
that
enough fucking people.
Oh
I
no! I
why
think
it
you
just gets
should
boring.
chill out, dude, because you've been here. That's what I mean. It's not good. It's not good.
this is the live stream. We tried to open it up with Globers, and we tried to understand what they bring in and what we can do with it. With
All
that
right, bro. If you guys don't mind, do you mind if I just go back to listening?
I haven't.
I just wanted to
We'd
make
like
sure
you to tell us.
you understood that. That's the reason why they were asking you. So it wasn't
Yeah,
a
no, I
personal,
get it.
personal like any kind of personal attacks. It was just the fact that you had a globe role. Most people they want to speak to a glober. Like, why do you believe in a globe? Why do you know it's a globe? What is the test that you've done to prove it to yourself?
He's like he's like a closet flat earther.
I'm sorry, Branch, if that's.
Bunks out. Who else is left in the room from the old days, man?
Not much.
Michael.
Depends on which day, probably.
Helio, I see Helio's here.
And
We're
Helio,
all
yeah.
trying to hold on to old friends.
But I've been here the whole time, man. I know you. I know you, Branch. I've talked to you.
Well, Justin, you was there from the start, right?
Oh yes, I've talked to you plenty of times, Branch.
What's up, bro?
Hold on to your balls.
I actually done this with you, Branch, before. I actually calmed you down a little bit before because they weren't attacking. No one is attacking you. They just wanted an answer from you, and you gave us that. Just don't talk to us. Don't talk to me. I'm here. This is what I want to do. So that's fine.
It is cool. It's just that sometimes he, says the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Please don't take anything we ask you personal, please.
Hey, anyway.
No, I don't, dude. Don't worry about it. I don't take it. I understand what's up. Like, you're chilling for a bit. You see a glober in the room. You want.
We have to. It's part of being here, right?
That's why we're here. That's all.
Dude, I am a fucking rabid dog, ravenous, fucking waiting for meat. You know what I mean?
Good, dude. I get it. I'm just not the right person to fucking do the whole.
We understand.
Versus I like to hear the arguments. I just don't like doing the arguments.
We do
well,
have a
maybe
globe
that's a
septic
wise.
skeptic. Seb is globe septic.
I never really got to talk to you about what you think about the Earth, man. Like I've heard you like slip and slide. Yeah.
I don't slip and slide. I've just never thought it could be anything but.
So why do you think it's a ball, man? Why do you think it's a ball?
Well, you see, when I was like 4 years old, I got indoctrinated, right? And then since then, I've just been indoctrinated my whole life, and
Bro,
therefore
after all
I'm
this
now
time
a
you spent
glober.
with us,
I can't break my cognitive
are you a
dissonance.
little suspicious?
It's very hard.
You're being sarcastic.
Wait, Bong, let him finish because he said he can't break his indoctrination. I thought he just
Okay,
said
well, just
that.
know
Is
he's
that
being
right?
sarcastic and ironic. Thanks.
Is that right, Branch?
Because he's being
Branch.
but I don't know if you are suspicious.
Hold on a second. Branch, did you just say that you can't break your indoctrination?
I can break it for you. Hey,
Branch, is
I
that what
can't
you
break
said?
it, bro. I've tried. I even tried to hit my head against a wall once.
Okay.
It wouldn't break.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take your word, for that stuff. That's cool, man. I get it.
No, are you a Glober, man? Like, are you on the fence at least?
Bong, it just doesn't stop.
I have no idea.
Dude, Bong wants it more than I do.
Bong, I wish I was, man. The sad thing is, Bong, like I don't even know why I'm into the whole flat Earth thing, but like for me, there's no way it could be nothing but a globe.
Well, that's all right.
Affirming the consequent. First logical fallacy.
Yeah,
You
it's
win.
an incredulity thing too.
What do you have to say like that?
You're just
Because
defying.
has to be.
You're just denying all of your senses and every other human's senses. Because we don't experience a moving globe. It's not in motion. It's had never been detected, never been measured for curvature. We don't have gas pressure anywhere without, so all these things.
I know all the arguments, man. Like he said, I've been in this shit from the start. I've heard all the arguments. I know what the response is. I know all that crap. It's just
okay.
Yeah, it's pointless having.
What you doing here, bro?
If it's I was gonna be like, what the fuck are you
doing?
That's what I said. That's
what
why
are you
I
doing?
come in to listen.
Saying that.
Why can't you listen on YouTube?
Isn't it okay to come in and listen?
No, it's fine.
Kinda.
They're
Everybody
giving
wants to
you
know.
bullshit right now. Stop giving them bullshit.
Wait, you guys.
Okay,
hold on.
Branch.
So
I'll
everybody
put it
wants-
down for now.
Can I ask the question for the group then? Just one question. So why are you still here? Because you like to hear the conversation, right?
He likes
Is that
us,
right?
guys.
It's fun. It's enjoyable. I mean,
so
there's
we're
not
all
so many.
intelligent.
There's not so
He
many
does.
chat rooms.
Yeah.
On Discord that are just wacky stuff like this.
We're smarter than your friends. You can be honest.
Actually,
Yeah, you guys are my
you mean
He
that
knows.
it's not wacky, it's actually
It is actually, yes.
it's actually not actually no.
It gets crazy.
Well,
Guess
we're
what,
honored.
man?
We're honored that you
Does,
want
does
to
Kiwi
listen
still
to
come
us
here?
because listen, we don't really care eventually those people that are open to new information and are willing to look at information, other than their indoctrination, then they'll come to their own senses. So it's okay if you're here at this point. It doesn't really matter to us. I think I can easily say that for the group. It's not really that important if you get it. Nobody here, if you get it, nobody here is going to try to compel you to do anything. I think that would be ridiculous as a human endeavor. And I think I'm kind of honored that you come here to listen to us because I think it is interesting conversations, whatever way you think of it. If you think it's ridiculous, that's fine. If not, there's going to be others that will listen. So welcome again, Branch. Nice to
All
have
right, thanks, bro. I appreciate it.
Oh, brother
And
Branch.
don't
Brother
use
Branch.
wacky. Wacky means foolish. You just called us foolish, man.
No, I
just
didn't.
called
You
us
know,
crazy.
I didn't mean it that way.
One of my favorite
on,
bodybuilders is Branch Warren. Do you ever heard of Branch Warren? Big fucking guy.
No, but do you guys know Brummy? Brummy comes here, right?
Romy, I think I've heard that, yeah.
Brummy the boxer?
Does he? I don't know. I think I've heard that name before.
Oh. He's a boxer. He used to be a Glober, and he turned flat earther.
He turned logical.
I thought
Funny
he
how
used
that
to come
happens.
here.
You know, it's really weird when people go out and test it for themselves. They all of a sudden turn flat earther. That's weird, isn't it? When they go out and measure it directly.
Yeah, I don't. You know, for him, he didn't really go out and test anything. He had a kid, and like it was after he had a kid, something just flipped in his head, and he became a flat earther.
He probably did do his own observation.
Oh, I'm
He went out
pretty
and
sure he
checked it out.
Yeah.
That's the way.
No,
it
he didn't. He didn't. Yeah, he would have mentioned it. He would have at least mentioned it to like people
Maybe
like me.
ask him again. Maybe just truly
I
ask
think
him.
we've asked him multiple times. It wasn't so much. It wasn't a single thing that flipped him. It was more just everything.
Well,
I guess
there
it was
you
more
go.
of an awakening when he had his kid. You know?
That does happen.
Yeah, it does.
And it's fine, dude. I don't mind people believing in the globe. I mean, the flat Earth, right? Or the globe Earth. I mean, there's a lot worse shit.
I don't want anybody believing in the flat Earth.
Yeah,
No one here believes it either.
That's fine. I mean, I'm just saying that like, there's a lot worse shit people give. Right.
Oh yeah, that's a fact, isn't it? I think that's one thing we can all stand on common ground with, is that statement right there. So I'm just trying to put out an olive branch here. That's I'm trying to change my ways, turn over a new leaf, as it were. So, yeah, you guys have probably been on here too long.
All right, I'm gonna be silent for a bit. I've got to actually step out for a sec. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay, well, I can't seem to get away, and it's all wet outside, so I don't feel like being cold and wet. So I'm like, well, I'll just stay here with these guys. Drink more coffee or something, right?
Warm and dry, yeah.
Continue on. Have a hit of this hooter and just go along with the evening. It's pretty fun. There's almost no place I'd rather be, actually, you know. Get to have like a fireside chat every single night. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
So you just said something that reminded me of something. My mother-in-law died of pancreatic cancer not that long ago, a few years back. Well, more than a few years now. But towards the end, she was kind of weak and she couldn't really say a lot. And one night she woke up from a nap towards the end and she said, "Give me a hit of that fifth of Big Mac." And what she meant was, I want to smoke weed, I want to eat that Big Mac, and I want a fifth of that whiskey. Because, you know, she was dying, right? And when you said that, it triggered that memory, and it's like, she's
wow.
Wow. And she said, "I want a hit of that fifth of Big Mac."
Yeah, and at first we all looked at each other like, what?
Makes sense to me, man.
Yeah, I'm going to try to remember that. Maybe I'll write that down somewhere.
To like honor her, take a hit of a blunt. While you're holding the blunt in, you take a big drink of the fifth, and then afterwards you pound a Big Mac and throw up.
And that's what she did.
That's what she did. Right on.
That's exactly what she did.
That's just so cool.
The story reached its logical conclusion.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Till the next time we say goodbye. Lord have mercy.
So I think they say the same thing about what was it, Nietzsche? Like he had some sort of illness to where he would put like a whole bunch of like dense material in just like a couple of sentences because he had to think about it, like how do I word this to where I can fit as much, because he wasn't like healthy enough to write down very well or something. So when you look at his stuff, it's like really dense. But the way that she did it was like because, she's an old, hippie, right? But she said it like a millennial. She like fucked up the English language, even though she was a literature major. And she
Okay,
actually
that's
published some
ironic.
stuff too. I know, right?
Yeah. Whoever's writing this script is having a great time with it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, all I gotta say is that Cherokee woman could put down some weed. She could make it disappear.
Yeah.
Mm.
You like the pharmaceuticals a little too much, I think.
That can be a big problem.
Was she getting them illegally or from a doctor?
Oh no, the doctor was prescribing her 180 Xanax a month. So there's Aprazolon, the little blue ones. There's no way that she needed that many.
So the deal is, and everybody's going to tell me I'm wrong because they don't want me to talk about it, but doctors get kickbacks for all kinds of shit like that. They get the chemotherapy drugs they get paid more for, all kinds of stuff. So they're going to push that on people. And so if someone develops a problem, like, they won't know about it until, it's a really big problem because they're just the physician prescribing the medication. They're not like a psychotherapist or an addiction counselor or a cop or, you know what I mean? So then they have no liability. It's all nice and tied up in a bow, so the doctors can literally give anybody as many drugs as they want, and the doctor can say, well, it's all above board. It's all on paper. Not every doctor is corrupt, by the way. A lot of them are not. I would say the majority aren't.
That must be difficult for the ones that are not corrupt right now.
Well, but not only that, put yourself in the doctor's shoes where everybody that comes in needs pain relief of some sort. Not everybody, but, who of the people who come in for pain management, as they call it, I feel like every doctor, even if if they want money also, still has a genuine care for this person. Or, you know what I mean? I think that doesn't go away just because they want extra money, but as long as the person doesn't show symptoms of a substance abuse problem, legally he doesn't have to do anything and can prescribe these people hundreds of pills all the time, right? So long as nothing's happened to flag on their medical record where it says, well, I noticed you had maybe a little bit of a problem here and there, and a lot of people don't report the problems until, like I said, it's too late.
I just wanted to let everyone know there's someone new here named Bestman. He's VC verified, and there you go. Can you say hi, Bestman? Okay, well, you might just be listening also, so welcome to the server.
That would have been good timing, though. I was talking about medical stuff.
Yeah, Now we can move along.
Did Best Man just pop in?
Yeah, I just happened to notice him in here. I don't know for how long, because I get kind of dazed out sometimes, but...
Yeah, I just want to say we're not doctors. We're not medical professionals of any kind. So ask your doctor if 180 benzodiazepines is right for you.
Yeah. And how many times a month? 200. Yeah, again, how many times a month? Anyway.
I heard these public announcements before. Oh, boy. Hank, you should make a series of those audio clips of all those different ones.
Ask your doctor if a full frontal lobotomy, just like Kennedy's little sister got, is right for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's so crazy. It's like, well, we're just going to take part of your brain out. Are you sure that you can do that? Yeah. You'll be lesser.
They weren't sure.
You'll be
and they
less than
did.
yourself the rest of your life. You'll be 22% vegetable because you're not supposed to take away parts of the brain ever for any reason. Unless it's got cancer on it.
There's also someone new named Trixie. VC verified. Hi, Trixie.
I don't see Trixie.
Yeah, she also has image perms.
I might be blind.
Veronica, I don't know. I never met Veronica. Hi, Veronica. You're a flat earther. Nice to meet you if you're there. If not,
Where are you looking, Sonny?
oh my God, I'm down in Biblical. Where am I at? Doy, boomer moment. What the heck?
Man, I thought I was going nuts. I mean, that's good. That's happening anyway. But what I meant was,
where is that list come from? So hold on, best man. Okay, now I'm on the right list.
yeah. Well, because you said best man, I was like, okay, he's here, and then you said Trixie, and I don't see Trixie.
I didn't even know I scrolled down that quick and got to Biblical. What the heck? Have some unconscious scrolling going on or something.
You blacked out and scrolled. Is what
That's
happened.
possible. At least I blacked out that finger.
It was like a
motion.
half of a second. Yeah.
Blackout scroll. That's
just a real snip. It was just like that. Just like that.
An instant blackout scroll.
That'd be like QE pulling back the bow, you know, like, and then like losing contact with that finger. Or not.
That would never happen.
So I never shot a whole lot of bow and arrow. Excuse me, but I did shoot an 80-pound bow, and I always wanted to try like a 100-pound. I don't know if they exist, but I always wanted to try like see what, because I felt like I could do more than 80. But I did the 80, and I didn't have the jerky arm, the jello arm, you get when you're lifting too much.
The jerky arm when you do what? When you're straining or something?
Yeah, when you lift too much and you get like the jello arms and the shaky arm.
Oh, okay.
So when you do a bow, you do it up till your strength, right? So if you can do 60, you don't want to do 40, and you don't want to do 80. Because if you do 80, even though you can get the bow back there, your hands are going to be shaking all over the place because you're straining to get it held still, and then you can't take a precise shot. So I've taken good shots at 80. I never had a 100-pound bow to try. So I probably couldn't do it now. Now that I'm older, I probably couldn't do it. Back out of high school, man, I was lifting every single day.
I probably couldn't do it at all, actually. I don't know if I'd want. But my arms are getting stronger, though.
I guarantee.
For a while,
I guarantee you could do a 60.
Sorry, go ahead, man. What were you saying?
I was saying I guarantee you could do a 60. And those are still effective as hell.
Yeah, I probably could. Yeah, I probably could do that. No doubt. So I've had some plumbing problems here, so I had to like bail water from my kitchen sink in this big 5-gallon bucket. So actually I started kind of enjoying it because I'm like, especially in the winter time, I don't get out quite as much when it's not sunny out, So I don't mind doing that kind of stuff. So for a while, I took a break from the bike, and my shoulders got weaker, man. And now
it's not sunny out. It's not sunny out.
No,
sunny's not out when it's not sunny out.
It's drizzly. Yeah, I don't go out much when it's raining, but I have before. Actually, just about less than a week ago, I went out.
But I have before.
When it was raining. I go out anyway. But I got full gear when I do that. Now I'm like so happy I can do that. But today I didn't feel up to it today. I'm like, screw that. I don't feel like being wet or cold or having to lug around all this foul weather gear just to go out. And it is fun though, honestly. You're out there by yourself and not wet or cold and get to see the storm come in. It's pretty fun.
Well, I've been working outside for so long that when it gets wet, I just maybe put on like an extra layer underneath.
Yeah.
And then get the Timberland boots. Not because they're fashionable, but because they're fucking waterproof.
Yeah.
I like the Sorel boots.
Never had those.
Yeah, they're nice. They're just big winter boots.
They're a man's boot.
Yeah, it's got like a ruffle of fur, fake fur around the top, you know. But they're super great.
I'll show you the boots I got. 1 second here. Where'd they go? Let's see it. Where did I buy those? I got a really great tent. Wait a minute, is this the right one? Is that the one I got? Oh yeah, yeah, that's cool. There we go.
Dinner time across the country. Earth is still flat. Care to challenge that? Come on in. 24/7.
And Level Up appears to be VC verified. We can get
High level up.
Come on in and show us what kind of boots you're wearing walking around on the flat Earth.
Andy Level Up.
Yes, Andy level up. He is. I don't know. What are you, Andy?
A flatte.
Scorpio. What are you?
I'm a Virgo.
I only like short walks on the beach, but I like a lot of them every day.
So you like doing donuts at the beach?
Short, fast ones.
I like donuts anywhere, at any time.
Or really short walks slowly.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Okay, Andy level up's a flatty.
And lots of those.
Yep.
Best man. Hey, best man, you got control of your mic?
At work. Is this Andy level up? Hold on, no. He's VC.
What do you do for work there, guy?
From WoHo? Sorry. Where's that?
Snipe. What is that? Snipe Bola?
Work. Okay, work.
In the frozen department in ASDA. Got it. Cool.
Snipe Bola. Snipola. Nope.
Snipola.
Watch out for that Coriolis when you're sniping.
Snipola, did you find any Coriolis?
That's why I say watch out for it, because I really have not found it yet, and I really want to find it. So
I mean, it would be impressive.
Please watch out for that. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Justin, it would be very impressive if the Earth were a globe and snipers were accounting for the curvature. That would be wow, right? Whew. That's talent.
Mm-hmm.
To hit a target that you cannot see.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like, have you seen that movie where they throw the bullets around the corners? What's it called?
Yeah, it's called Wanted.
Wanted. Yeah.
Yes. Ah, I watch that all the time. Angelina Jolie. Woo.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
And it's a cool movie too. Like, you almost start to believe that it's possible. Well, I did, but that's because I'm stupid.
Again, Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, once again.
Samuel is in there.
It's like, just when you think the movie can't get any more cliche action, he shows up.
Yeah, exactly.
It brings it all to like a new level. Yeah.
Yep, it does.
Mm-hmm. What's the other one he was in?
I bet they asked him personally to do it because they knew he would be like so strong in it.
Yep. I don't think they had to do that with the Avengers, though. I mean, it's cool and everything, I guess, but
no, they just
it's not.
They knew.
Yeah. They're like, where's our gimmick, our real world gimmick? You can get Sam J. Really? For this one? Yeah, fuck it. All right, call him up.
Zambian Afronauts. Yeah, what's up with that?
Don't Google that. You're not ready for this.
What kind of rabbit hole did you go down today?
You know how sometimes you watch the YouTube shorts and you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's generally what those are for. What was that one program first came out that it was just clips of yourself that you posted on the internet, and like you only had a certain amount of time, and you could like press and hold and record, and then when it releases, it doesn't record, and then you press and hold again, it keeps recording. God, what was that thing called?
I don't know, but you guys were talking about Wanted.
Vine. Thank you, KJ. Vine. Yes. Anybody remember Vine?
Yeah.
See, that was the beginning of the end, right there.
The yummy gummy monies are deliciousness. Something like that. Yeah, but whoever was talking about that movie Wanted, check out what I posted. That's how you shoot around corners.
Tell me that works, Hank.
If it was a shotgun with pellets, maybe. You know, little shotgun BBs. Because
there's no way that works.
I don't know. What kind of gun has he got there?
That's not a thing, dude. There's no way.
I don't see how that could work.
It goes too fast for that thing to, like, you know what I mean? You can't do that.
Not if the metal's strong enough. It could make it around the corner. Yeah, it could.
How is it?
It would get red hot.
If it's a shotgun, it might work. If it's like a 20 gauge shotgun.
Yeah, it might work with. That's not a shotgun, though.
But I was thinking if you put like a rat shot in it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's true. Shoots a little spray of pellets. That would be deadly.
I mean, that's definitely enough to peek around the corner with a mirror. Hey, there's some assholes right there. Let's cause some commotion on this side. Pop, and then hit them from the opposite side of the building.
That's pretty cool,
right?
actually. If it worked, that impresses me.
You have someone that whistles on the other side of around the other side of the corner, whoosh, and they look, and then bam.
Well, I mean, once you shot at them from the right side of the building, but you got your whole team on the other side of the building, they're going to take corner, and the left team is going to take their backs.
What team, dude? What are you talking about?
I'm just talking about traditional flanking techniques that people use.
Yeah.
Suppression fire. I got a brother-in-law who was in the military,
okay.
And he tells me about how they do suppression fire, which would be this guy right here with his pow, 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 pow. He's got a semi-automatic shotgun, let's say.
Just raining on kids.
Yeah, and then the guys on the other side, the majority of his platoon is going to be on the other side, and when they take position against the suppression fire, that's when they light them up on their flank.
I see. Okay. Well, the next time I'm in that situation, I will think about this conversation.
Yeah. If someone's shooting at you in the front and it's military, they're probably behind your back with a knife.
Yeah, I hope I don't have to think about that.
Can't imagine a circumstance where that'd be an issue.
At least not in
we'll
the next couple days, hopefully.
Yeah. I don't think I can pencil that in right now.
No. Yeah. Enough said. But I like the idea of all that stuff, the tactics and things like that. I'm good at that shit, man. Camouflage.
Think about this. Invisible super soldiers.
Uh-oh. What do you mean, like Goliath? Like Goliath, or
what's
like
Goliath?
Riddick? You know, David and Goliath, like a 12-foot
I don't know
tall
how big he
motherfucker,
was. Oh,
invisible.
12 foot? Was it 12 foot?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how tall, but you know, I was saying, is he going to be like Riddick, like a little small dude who's just like a honey badger, don't give a shit, or is he going to be like a really big giant dude that we can, you know, chop him down?
No, so it'll be like an 8.5 foot guy that weighs like 375 pounds and is pure muscle. That's pretty much how it's going to be. It's just going to be a much bigger boy than you're used to dealing with, and they're super fast and all kinds of stuff. This is just speculation.
Slide out to their left. Slide to the left, and get their tendons on their knees or ankles. But you got to make them miss. They're big, slow, dumb motherfuckers. Physics.
Sure, I get that. I saw footage of and it still could be fake as shit, but the National Guard taking care of a blown up, it was like an auto parts store or something, and people were looting and stuff, and they sent in some National Guard to take care of them, and you see all these soldier guys running out of like they weren't on fire, they're just leaving the area, and yeah, and then there's just one huge motherfucker that's dressed in the same gear, but he's like 1.5 feet taller and gargantuan, and he's walking with him, and it's like, what the fuck is that?
That is absolutely giant.
I'm sure they have them. I mean, I'm sure they've bred them to be that way. I mean, I don't put it past them to feel the need to do that, right? Anyway, speculation.
Somebody's trolling us with it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, if it's a fake video, it's a fake video. But if it's real, it's crazy. And those things exist. Big boys, and I mean, why not, right? We all know that you can do the same thing with, well, I don't know, all of us, but with vegetables and sound frequency and stuff, you can get stuff to grow bigger and better and faster, if you want to. And there's ways to do that. Anyway.
So according to most biblical translations, they say Goliath was supposed to be 6 cubits and 1 span. So taking a cubit to be approximately 18 inches and a span to equal 6, this figure equals to a height of approximately 9 foot 6 inches.
Yeah. Yep. That sounds about right. I mean, from what I've seen, and that's assuming I've seen anything.
They're saying, hold on, they're saying in the Greek translation of the Old Testament, let's see, They're only saying he's 4 cubits in one span, which would be quite a bit shorter, 5.5 feet.
Real quick, hey, is Evermore a? Is it, so Evermore might be in the live stream voice text. They're not in the thing over here. The voice chat.
Evermore has no roles, but I could unmute them if you want me to, which I
Might as well. Let's just see what we're working with here.
There you go. Say hi to Evermore.
Hi to Evermore.
Man, what do you clowns want, man?
I don't know. I just want to talk to you. I'm lonely.
It's
Come
the
on.
Barefoot Princess.
Well, that was climactic.
On the sand with your bare feet. That's Earth curvature.
How many times have we been over this, Sonny?
Evermore, what's the shape of the Earth?
It's multi-dimensional.
Okay. That's not a shape.
That's the correct answer to the wrong question. Let's try again.
Multi-dimensional. Okay, well, where we live, is it flat?
Who's we?
You and me and everybody that is a human?
It depends where you live, and I'm not a human.
Oh, I see. We're going to do semantics now. Wait, no, we're not. So, is there curvature to be found? Earth curvature to be found here on Earth?
I've seen the Earth curve, yes.
Where'd you see that?
My backyard.
I'll try again. Where did you see that Earth curvature?
Already told you.
What makes you think you saw Earth curvature in your backyard?
Because he drank pissed, and last night he was pissed, and he got drunk again. I think this is the piss drinker, dude.
Well, that has nothing to do with Earth curvature, though. Not to rain on your piss parade, Hank.
Yes, it is the same guy. I concur. But that's all right. He's talking about when he puts his foot in the dirt outside, with the dirt being earth, his footprint, the ball of his foot makes a curved imprint. So that's what he's saying is you can make earth curve by making a curved imprint in earth, which is dry land or dirt or sand.
Imprint, that'd be convex.
Yeah, convex, but it'd still be curved. That's his point, though, because I've talked with him before.
It'd be concave.
Concave, yeah.
Sorry, you're right, concave. Yep, concave, that's what it would be. It's neither.
So I don't know exactly what he thinks the entire realm, like what the realm of Earth is to him. I'm not really sure. I've never really gotten to resolution of what that actually is. And, it's not very clear to me. But that's what he's saying, that you can experience curvature on Earth because if you put your feet in the sand.
Yeah, what?
I'm just trying to explain. I'm just trying to make it clear so you can cut through all the other stuff.
Just cut the crap, show me the curve.
Yeah, and I'm sure Evermore will correct me if I'm wrong.
Wow, guys, look at biblical. It is popping.
Yeah, they're all evil antichrists. I've already dealt with them.
Wait, say that what?
He said, oh, never mind. I'm not going to speak for anyone. Go ahead.
Who was he talking about?
I don't know.
The people in biblical. He's talking about the people in biblical.
There is not one single person in biblical that's going to deny that Yeshua is the Messiah. So I'm calling you out, bro.
I don't know what the heck.
I've already been there, Hank, and I've already proven that they're the Antichrist with Scripture. So by their own admission, they did not confess that Jesus Christ is in the flesh. Okay? So by the scriptural definition, they are the Antichrist under 2 John 1:7. So again, I've heard not one of them say that. I've heard two not confess that he's in the flesh. So like I said, you're not arguing me, right? The scripture says that they're the Antichrist.
Okay, well, you should really probably go talk to them about that, not here on the live stream. Okay?
Just smoke something, Sonny.
All I said was it was popping. I
pardon,
didn't
Ma?
mean to spring it up.
It's popping full of demons. You're correct, Justin.
Popping full of demons. That's funny, bro. Really? How did you get to this place?
This dude is just.
I know.
This dude is just something else.
Let me
man.
ask you a question. How'd you get to this illustrious place that you can like look down and make these judgments or whatever it is you're doing? Like, I don't get it.
It is literally the same thing as arguing over a Mary Had a Little Lamb book.
Yeah.
And I'm getting sick of it.
Kind of. Let's argue about Mr. Potato Head instead.
Right.
And that rhymed, so that worked out pretty well.
I worship one thing, the potential for curvature measurements. That's all I care about.
Curvature measurements. Curvature.
Curvature.
Boom, 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 boom.
Theoretical physics is fascinating. Curvature, you can find. You can find that shit. It's out there. It's out your door.
It's your shit.
I can't find any space-time.
Haven't seen no hide nor hair of any space-time.
If you find yourself stuck in a snow globe, jump off the edge and onto the flat earth.
Snow globes don't have an opening that I'm aware of.
But you're already on the outside, so it doesn't matter, right?
Who says we're not on the outside?
Well, some people think they are, Sonny.
Yeah, that's true. The outside of a water ball, right?
You got to jump off the ball and into the flat earth, dude.
So, yeah, Evermore knows we're not on a spinning water ball. So, I think it's just, I kind of understand your standpoint also, Evermore, I get it, man.
It's just utilization of the English language.
Well, true communication is difficult this day and age when what's gotten passed off for how to speak or conversation is archaic at best.
Oh yeah, that's what happens when you bathe in calcium hypochlorite your entire life.
Well, it's like, they've taught people how to babble, literally. So, we're all kind of coming through different stages of recovering from that situation.
Well, as long as we use language to confound communication, I think that that's going to be an issue.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for God's sakes, we got conceptions passing off as reality.
But that's a tale as old as time.
What's that?
That's a tale as old as time.
Mm-hmm.
It's been happening since, since talking was invented.
Mm-hmm. But now it's space.
Yeah, but we need talking.
No, we don't.
But now it's space-time being bent and warped, like as if you could bend a concept.
Certain things we should talk about. If you're building something, you should be able to communicate what you're doing with that. Certain things, but just to sit around and bullshit and like get mad at each other for what someone thinks, right? And and language gives us the ability to do that, right? We have free will to use the communication tool for good or evil. Problem is, we don't always make the best decisions with that.
Yeah, especially emotions do get involved. There's no way around that.
And we all know that it's not what you say, it's what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you heard like the best method, Glatflobe?
Which method for what?
So it's kind of like a model of thinking, right? So it's like if you're worried about something, try to find like the best source of it, right? So for example, if you're worried about vitamin C deficiency, like try to find the best source of vitamin C, and then do the same thing for like each vitamin, do the same thing for each beneficial thing, right? Always try to find the best version of it and then apply it to your life. So I think that's a good way to look at things.
It is a good way to look at things, and people get caught up in the "it's too hard" aspect of it. When I mean, if you just develop the habit, you'll be fine with it every day. You'll want to do it. Yeah, that's akin to doing the next right thing, in my opinion. I think that's what that is.
Well, slow night in here, huh?
Yes, it is. Kind of so. Surely is.
Are all the bullies gone?
I don't even know if that's picking that up.
Yeah, we can hear it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it takes about 20% up. need a little tune up on the B string.
You know what? You're right.
A tuning on the B.
He's more than that.
Yeah, he was a little flat on his B string.
I'll use a sharp instead.
No, you just
It's
you
all
just tune it up a little bit.
It's all a balancing act, actually. Yeah, it's.
That was a keyboard joke.
Oh, I don't know the keyboard, so you got me there.
Neither do I. That's why it's a keyboard joke.
Sounds right nice now.
Mm-hmm. Maybe we could just get him to play a song that I know. Just kidding.
At first, when he first started playing, it sounded like he was working on that Rush song.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking the same thing, and then
Which one?
it sounded like Red Bruschetta or whatever, kind of.
I can't remember the name. It's the one with that awesome bass line.
I forget the name of it.
I used to know those songs. I used to know all those. I don't know if that's right. I'm messing it up. I used to know. Listen. What you? Hold on a second.
That didn't sound good.
No, I'm just.
It's gonna be cold tonight. I can tell already. Freezing out here.
Oh, dude,
Just
you
got
should
dark.
see.
Look, it's supposed to get to
Man,
34
I can't
degrees.
show you the weather where I'm. Yeah, it's going to be in the 30s here.
Yeah. It's supposed to be bad tonight, but I'll be in the house, thank God. I ain't in the doghouse tonight, so.
Not me. I'll be in it till 1 a.m.
You still working?
There's some Rush. That's just a steel guitar? You ain't got no amp hooked up?
This is my Stratocaster not plugged in.
Oh, that sounds mighty fine just by itself in the room.
Yeah, it does sound very good.
Oh. Oh, a sec. Oh, that's right.
My favorite Rush song, I don't know if it's the name of the song, but Concert Halls. It's written on the bathroom walls of the concert halls. Something like that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I know the song you're talking about. I just don't know the name of it either. I think it's on Moving Pictures though.
You know, you really got to hand it to those three-piece bands, right? I know that what's the guys who sing Nimrod? Uh, Green Day. I know Green Day. They're not like the most talented group of people, right? But the fact that there's only three of them making that much music and singing and playing is hard, right? And you'll notice that a lot of times they'll stop playing the guitar while he's singing, or maybe do like single notes.
I'm making shit up now because I don't remember the song exactly. Anybody else remember it? I'd have to review. Oh, it's called Limelight. I just remembered. Right?
Living in the limelight, the universal dream of those who wish to see.
Yeah, I was kind of playing it wrong. But so what's the other one called though? That's not Limelight. So the other one is called about the concert halls. What's that? What's the name of that song?
It's called YYZ.
It's called what?
I think it's called YYZ.
Oh, YYZ.
Mic check.
Yo, yo. I hear you nodding.
So I gotta say that when I was playing in a band, when I was like 16, 17, 18 and a half, we went looking for shrooms, but we never found any. And our thinking is that if we could get a hold of some shrooms, it would help us make better music. And we were struggling with how to get that perfect melody behind that perfect metal, because metal doesn't have to be just screaming kill the puppies, right? You can make it melodic too, right? um, so we were trying to like figure out how to do that part, because we had a slow song and we had fast songs, lots of fast songs, but we couldn't ever like figure out how to do that. um, think about like Creep, you know, like that song, like it was like really melodic, and then those two little guitar, that they mixed in the, like, I don't know. Anyway, we were struggling how to mix the melody with the metal, and we couldn't keep a drummer. And I think that if we would have found some shrooms, we would have did a little better. Because, man, when you're playing the bass, you kind of top out. Like, I had a 6-string Ibanez, and that sucker was probably worth more than a car at the time. And yeah, man, I could play lots of notes, and I could do, partially lead bass riffs, and I could do slapping and popping and
Subdivision is the
crunching.
song I'm
What? What'd you say?
I was calling out that song from earlier on.
Oh. But I kind of feel like we were limited, not in money because we were all working, not in talent because we all had talent, especially that lead singer, man. Jeez. But it was the drummer and the lack of mushrooms. I think we would have did a lot better if we could have kept a drummer. If we would have had a drummer those 2 years, we would have been able to put on concerts. But our drummers kept flaking out, and it's like the drummer is like the foundation of the band, and they're flaky. Drummers are flaky. But my favorite thing about being in the band is one guy had a 7-string Ibanez guitar, and the other guy had a 6-string. And what that did is it made a low octave and a higher octave. And then me, as the bass player, I got to bounce back and forth between both of them, because I was kind of doing like a slap metal, if you could think about less funky and more metally, with not a whole lot of effects pedals, right? Just crunching it and slapping it, and releasing some anger into the strings. But yeah, I got to dance all over the place. I could play really high notes because I had that extra string on the top of the guitar. So a 6-string bass doesn't have another low string because you can't go much lower than A. And I'd say you can't go lower than A. So it was just like the what is the low string on the 7-string guitar? EAD. So what would it be? A B string? Yeah. Yeah, it was like a high B string on the bass. So if you could think past G, there's B. Yeah, so it's like I had a lead string on my bass guitar so that I could do like higher octave stuff. Anyway, I thought it was pretty cool. We had a lot of fun, but couldn't keep a drummer. And you can tell you've been in a band when you hear these words. Shut the fuck up while I'm trying to tune my guitar, you fucking assholes. If you spend any time in a band, you know that's going to happen.
Yeah, that's a great album actually. Oh shit. That's a fun stuff. That's pretty fun. They did some weird stuff. Oh, I'm fucking up. Must be getting tired. So I'll do what I do best.
My wife calls and she's like, "Hey, could you come on the house?" And I was like, "No." She's like, "I just baked some fresh cookies." I'm like, "Don't tempt me, Frodo."
Oh, don't do that to me with those cookies. I'll tell you
Yeah,
what.
fresh cookies.
That's what I'm telling you. I said, Mama, don't you tease me with those, try to tempt me with those cookies. No more. Because I really don't need those extra empty calories. Anyway, do I?
Can't spell calorie
Hell
without
no, Mama.
cow.
Don't tease
Ooh,
me
mama.
no more. I said, "Mama, don't tempt me to go out the door."
How'd you go?
Those little tiny M&Ms inside those cookies, I can't take it no more. Somebody else can take over. She gets those little. They're called mini M&Ms.
Yeah, those are good.
Those mini
They're
M&Ms.
miniums. Minims.
They're
They're miniums.
I said mini M&Ms, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
You can take the chocolate chip cookies. I don't want them no more.
I need help. Well, my old baby, baby. Baby, baby.
That's all out of tune. That was like the full screwed up. I'll do it again, Mike. Can't do it. If I had it plugged in, then you'd be able to hear it right. So anyway, I'll yield the floor. At least for a little while.
Son, how do you yield the floor?
I don't know. I think that's maybe yield the floor. You step away from the mic for a second.
Never heard of such a thing.
Really?
I think I need practice doing that.
Well, some of us do anyway.
Yeah. The other day I saw that Indio was like, "Man, everybody on the panel sure likes to hear themselves talk." And I was thinking, I bet I was on when he posted that. That was probably me.
Well, if we didn't like to talk, would we be here? I mean, of all the places we could go.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Where can we go where we can have
It is called
this
Discord.
kind of conversation?
And some
Yeah,
live
there's gonna be
music.
some Discord.
And some live music to boot.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. To
where,
boot.
where it doesn't
Fucking
sound
Canadian, eh?
It probably doesn't sound shitty now that I have some good equipment. So
True, true.
you can even hear it with my electric without it being plugged in. That's pretty good. I was
That's
surprised.
because your new mic is what it is. The mic.
Yeah, it's pretty killer.
Damn, it's cold out here. Jesus crazy.
Did you say it's pouring out?
No, I said it's freezing out here. No, it was raining earlier, but it's not raining now. It's just cold and windy. I mean, windy.
It's
knocking stuff over.
rainy here. It's all wet outside. It's all drizzly and stuff. It's not pleasant. It's like it's not even really raining. It never really makes its mind up to rain here. It just drizzles for a little while.
Oh yeah. I wish we'd get some more rain, but I don't know. If it rains now, it might snow or it might flurry at least. Yeah, it's been 40 years almost. Yeah, I think it's been 40 years since it snowed in Antioch. Maybe it has before. I just don't remember. But last time I remember it actually snowing and sticking to the ground here in Antioch was in 1983, I think, somewhere around there. I think I was in third or fourth grade. And of course, the next day it melted. It stuck to the grass. It was like a half an inch of it. It was pretty cool. Mm-hmm.
What is going on, gamers?
What's up?
What's there left to say? Haven't we said it all?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Might seem like it. I'm sure there's plenty of things we haven't hit on. I'm sure there's things that we're not even aware of. I'm sure. I'm sure of it.
Knowledge.
You know what's odd about conspiracies in general is that the people who either believe or don't believe in them seem to be in a category on all their own. You know, like you'll have a group that'll go with anything, right? You know, they'll investigate anything, and then you'll have these little cliche niche groups that only believe in certain types of conspiracies. I always find that interesting how well they separate us with that particular thing, and how many different groups will form whenever you talk about stuff like that. I find it fascinating.
That is interesting.
Of course, that just sounds paranoid.
No. You're fine.
That's it.
Yo, what's up?
What's up, bro?
What's up? What's up?
You talk. Who are you?
Who are you? I'm listening to you guys for that minute.
Man, I'm Larry the Pizza Guy.
What was that?
I'm Larry the Pizza Guy. Who are you?
I'm Sebastian.
So, is this your first time to the server?
No, I've been here for like a minute. I just listen to you guys talk. I don't know. I think that after being here, I've seen a lot more proof for the Earth being flat rather than it being a spinning water ball in a vacuum. So, yeah, that's what I think.
Well, that's astute of you. Our arguments.
I haven't done any. Actually, you continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna go into that subject that you're about to go into. Arguments isn't meant to convince you. So that's not the whole point. I'm sure you've heard me say that.
Yeah.
The point is to go measure it, and then once you do that, nobody's convincing you of anything. That which you teach yourself is a lot harder to do than someone else teaching, right?
I agree.
So I could tell you about how the inner core of the sun, the particles are just bouncing off each other for like millions of years, and they're just getting really hot, right? And sometimes those particles break through out of the core and they get on the surface of the sun, and that's why the sun's hot, right? But that's a lot different than like me taking you, right, on an expedition to some of these lakes around here in Texas that got the trees and teaching you how to fish in a lake that has trees sticking up out of it because it's a man-made lake, right? That would be a different experience, right?
Yeah.
And you'd be like, yeah, whatever this idiot says about the sun, I can't prove any of that. But now I know how not to catch trees all day, which is really important because, it's not cheap to come to Texas and stay and catch trees all day.
I'm actually going on a trip pretty soon, across country. I'm kind of gonna try and get my dad and like my uncle and me to like measure the earth if they're down. I've kind of been like bugging my dad about it and my parents about it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I
I
would
see
say
a lot
take as
more
many
flat
measurements as you
earthers.
can.
I'm going to
I'd
do it
say,
like within a couple weeks. So whenever I do it, I'm going to send it here.
yeah, bro, just do it as many times as you can. Don't go for a day. At least go for 2 days.
Oh yeah,
That way
'cause
you
we're
can
gonna
observe
go
it like day and night.
multiple states, so we're probably gonna have multiple chances, I think.
Yeah, cool, man. Just get back with us, and whatever you find, if you find curvature, bring it. We
Oh,
want
I
to see it.
will.
Yeah, if
I
you
don't
find
really
curvature.
expect to see any, to be honest with you, because I live next to like the ocean, and like the whole like you could see further than you're supposed to. Like that makes a lot of sense to me because that you definitely can see further than you probably should. So yeah,
You, the whole conversation boils down to this right here. They claim that when conditions are bad and there's refraction, because obviously conditions are not bad if there's no refraction. If there's no refraction, that would be good to make an observation. So they don't like to say the word bad, but I'm helping people understand it. This is what they're saying essentially. When conditions are bad, there's refraction and you can see further. And we're saying no, when conditions are clear, you can obviously see further.
yeah,
And that's where we're disagreeing at, essentially. They claim refraction is going down 8 inches per mile squared at the exact same curvature rate as the Earth. And we're like, well, that's, kind of circular logic because we're saying we can see too far, right? So we got the upper hand because we're
yeah,
making observations, you're making observations, we can see too far. And they're saying, well, it's because the light is bending with the curve of the Earth. Well, that's the thing in question to begin with, numpty. So we need you to, give us a little something. Show us some curved Earth,
yeah.
right? And then we can address that. But until then, we can see too far. And you can say refraction or Coriolis or gravity or anything you want to say.
I don't think refraction is bringing objects over like hump that is supposed to be there. And like, I don't think that's how refraction works, but I could be wrong, but that's what I think about refraction. I don't think that could happen. But
I had a
could be.
guy fail the egg test the other day, a test that I was sure that anybody could do. But he said that he had a whole bunch of salt piled up in his water at the bottom of the container. And I was like, well, maybe the salt's not dissolving, and that's why the egg test failed. So we want people to do these things.
Yeah.
Whichever one you want to do. Some people like to track the moon, some stars, and some
I
people like
wanted
to.
to like measure like
Yeah,
a body of water. Like that seems like a completely reasonable experiment to do. Like if you have the ability to do that, you should. Like there's no question about it really. Just test the reality. Test the reality they gave you, I guess. Yeah. That's what I want to do. I enjoy listening to you guys talk.
especially if the science has been settled for 400 years, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with teaching kids how to go out and measure it for themselves. Because that's all
I
our
agree.
arguments are meant to do. Make you go outside. Like quit being a Nintendo or Xbox, little
Indoors all the time.
automaton. You're a toy, like for the,
Yeah.
you know, gaming companies. But yeah, go outside. I grew up outside, man. I was in the woods. I was in the water. I was like eating dirt because my dad was like, "Yeah, there's nutrients in there. It's okay if you swallow a little bit of dirt. It'll be all right."
Yeah.
So that's the kind of kid I was. Mud pies. Not that I was eating the mud pies, but you know, I was outside, like
Yeah.
getting dirty, getting filthy, and just get your ass in the shower when you get home and just get ready for bed. And that's just how it was, man, outside. And this, so I was born in 82, right? So you see where I'm at, right?
Yeah.
I grew up outside and we had Nintendos. Like I was the first generation to kind of get the consoles in the house and the computers in the house and everything. But man, it was so much better outside. And if you go outside with your family and you measure it, you find curvature. Man, we'd love to see that. Like we would love to take a
What
look
I'd
at what
want
you
to do,
find.
like,
So
I feel like I'm getting looked at like I'm crazy, and like I completely understand it, but like I just think like you should be able to question things that you've been told are true. Like, just go test it. Like there should be no, oh, what do you want to do that? Like just do it. Like what do you got to lose? That's how I feel about it. Like I'm not so attached to the sci-fi shit. Like I like sci-fi shit, but it's nothing more than that. Like I don't know.
dude,
It's cool,
I
but
can't lie. I still play space games.
yeah, I do too.
There was
Enjoy it, but
a game, No
it's a
Man's
game.
Sky.
It's a little,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
fantasy.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not real. Yeah, the reality outside is like way cooler than expected because if you go to a different place where you're not from, you get to see like all these different animals and creatures and everything.
Yeah.
So, like so much stuff out there. First time I went to the beach, I was just like checking out all the life, you know.
It's dope.
So
It's
much,
pretty cool.
so different than what I grew up with in the piney forest. But yeah, man, definitely go check it out. And just
Well, I will
it's not like
definitely
you have
bring
to
what I
tell other
find
people.
back here. I'm sorry.
Hold on, what? What'd you say?
I will definitely bring what I find back here for you guys.
Oh yeah. But yeah, when mentioning this, just say I heard some flat Earth guy say, and then you can like slowly plant seeds. Say something that's absolutely true, that's innate. Like I heard this flat Earth guy say that water's always flat. It's
Water's
like, but
always level. Yeah.
yeah, level. You know what I meant. But yeah, if you say something like that and you show people the Scientism Exposed or Quantum Erasers series on science and scientism, those two guys are pretty much doing the exact same thing that Kent Hovind started.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
What's up, bro?
Jeremy?
Hey, Matthew, you there?
Yeah, sorry I dropped
I'm
off for
here.
a second.
I'm here.
What's up, Matthew? You been out to measure it yet?
No need.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's settled, right? But so if it is settled, like you said, Matthew, and Earth is definitely a sphere, then what you should do is you take your students out, like on a field trip, instead of watching Shrek. You guys could like measure it yourselves, and it is math that you do, right? So if you took some kids out and did some math outside, wouldn't that be cool? Like kids get the fresh air, to light up their brain so that they could understand and comprehend the things that you're teaching them, and they get some vitamin D, right? Maybe even a little extra knowledge because they can go outside and measure the curvature directly over the water, right, Matt?
Yeah, I like that idea.
That would never work.
You should totally do it, bro. Go measure the curvature. You guys are pretty sure, pretty convinced.
First of all, I'll get in trouble for taking the kids out of class.
He's a college teacher.
Yeah, they're over 18. They can do what they want.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
you would get in trouble then.
Yeah, you guys should
But you have a
go.
lot of explaining to do as to where this curvature is. You can't find it.
Well, no. They're gonna find it, bro. Let them go. Don't tear them down. Let them go find it.
But isn't that why NASA gives us these perfectly spherical space balls so we don't have to look for it ourselves?
Yeah,
Isn't that
but you've never seen that yourself from your own point of view. You've only seen pictures from space. He wants to go see it himself. He is a curve enthusiast. He's a curve enthusiast, and he wants to. No, he wants to show the children, the young men and women. I'll say children, they're young adults. I apologize. Yeah, they're adults. They can do what they want. If they want to go to like a field trip, with Professor, forgive me, I don't know your last name. Yeah, go out there and measure, do math outside. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, and we're in Southern California where we have hills that we can go up high and watch the sunset and do measurements where there isn't refraction messing things up.
Look, I saw Gravity, the movie with George Clooney. That shit's curved, so I don't know why you'd bother.
So you said you went and measured over some topography and calculated refraction?
No, I was saying in Southern California, we have mountains that are near the ocean, so we could watch the sunset, we could measure long distances, that kind of thing, without having to worry about refraction.
Yeah, exactly.
Refraction
You watch the sun set. You don't watch the Earth turn.
Well, that's just semantics, right?
No, it's not. It's observation.
When people say the word sunset, they mean seeing the sun move down in
Exactly, the sun moves.
I have a question.
Oh, go for it.
Matthew, can you show me like at least 5 or 10 of these satellites, of these 10,000 satellites that are spinning around Earth, please? I'll settle for a NASA image.
I mean, they're pretty far away, so it's hard to see. But if you go outside on a dark night, you'll see like dots of light moving across the sky.
Sure, you will.
But you've never seen that? You've never seen that?
I think Godric, the count now is 14,000 functional satellites.
Yeah, I'll settle for 14.
Maybe even 16. But yeah, I think it's 19,000 total, and a few thousand are debunked.
In the sky.
See, here's the thing. If you take the night vision and you look up in the sky, or you get some, what is it, where they measure the heat? I forgot what it's called. Heat vision camera?
Infrared?
Thermal. Yeah. You'll be able to see some stuff, but it's not the kind of stuff they're talking about.
Right there with UFOs, though. I'm talking about satellites that, that they put up there to do stuff, satellite stuff.
Satellite stuff.
Yeah, like make the GPS system work in the middle of the ocean.
Right, so
You know what's weird? Hold on, bro. Give me just a second. I've been delivering pizza a long time, and I remember when the GPS thing first came out on cell phones, and when it didn't work when you got out to the boonies, right? Because it requires 3 towers, and without that third tower, you can't get your correct location. You'll be off by a lot, and sometimes a little, but sometimes a lot. So as I'm trying to find this house way out in the boonies, like out in the middle of freaking nowhere, like my GPS isn't working, and I'm paying like $15 a month for satellites. So if I had 2 towers, because surely my town had 2 towers, shouldn't there be a third in the sky that could tell me, oh, he's right there? Shouldn't there be a third? Because if the satellite signals come from global positioning systems that are orbiting the Earth, I should have been able to get it. But you know what? They fixed that now. Now there's so many towers that I don't seem to have that problem anymore.
So the towers are useful for getting a data signal, and cell phones do use the towers, the ground-based towers, for location trilateralization. But if you're not near any of the cell towers, they can switch to GPS signal and get the latitude and longitude from GPS, which stands for ground positioning service.
Yeah, it's just weird that I lived in rural Texas and, we've got Florida, Houston, California, right? All around, this part of the world. And it's like, I couldn't get, okay, I'll explain to you what happened. People who have private driveways better have more than one house. If you got a private driveway, because you're special and you need to name your little driveway, and you don't have more than one house on there, you're a moron, okay? People name stuff that they want to find when they're looking for it, and they want to have come to you when you call it. You don't name your fucking driveway. But anyway, people do that, okay? It's really frustrating. Moving on. If you have a GPS phone, you can still find the house, even though it's on a private driveway. But if you can't get your location, you're shit out of luck because you don't know where you are. So, yeah, I've been around long enough, and you could say that, yeah, it's anecdotal, whatever, but that's my life experience. Sorry, lived it.
You don't sound
sure.
very sorry.
You need a data connection to look up maps on your phone. That's right.
No, bro, you're misrepresenting my point exactly. Could you please repeat my point to me so that I know you know what I'm talking about?
In rural Texas, some people have named their driveways, and you expressed frustration at it not working very well if you don't have access to a cell tower signal.
No, bro. That was part of the story, but the main premise was I had 2 towers that knew that I was registering on the map, but they couldn't get the triangulation because there wasn't a third tower. So I couldn't get a GPS signal, even though I was paying for GPS on my bill with Metro PCS back about 11 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. I've been a customer that long. Same phone number. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So I couldn't get
that's
the
a good point.
signal
I don't know
from the
what happened in that.
GPS.
I don't know what happened in that situation. I use the
So I couldn't get
GPS.
the GPS.
I got a GPS signal without a cell phone and without being anywhere near any cell towers. So how did that happen?
I don't know. I just feel like you're directly ignoring the point. There should have been a satellite nearby since I was paying for it and being charged for it, assuming that I'm using it, that could have gave me like a position because that's what they're supposed to do.
Yes, there should have
Like
been.
this,
You're right.
especially if I was paying for it, But I'm not going to go to Metro and curse out that little 5-foot girl in there, like I couldn't get my signal. I'm just gonna, keep on swimming, right? But the point is, I remember that. That would have been about 11 years ago.
I remember using a little Garmin GPS device in 2008 No, 2004. Way up in the mountains, away from any cell phone service. So I was able to get a signal in the mountains, as early as 2004.
High up in the mountains?
Yes.
Like more than 1,000 feet?
Oh yeah, it was like 6,000 feet.
Oh yeah. It's line of sight, right?
Yeah, it's line of sight. But we were in a valley where there was no cell towers in that valley. We had a line of sight to the sky.
If you're at 6,000 feet, you're not in a valley.
There are valleys that are that high. For example, all of Mexico City. In fact, Mexico City, I think, is like 7,100 feet.
Look at Matthew. It's all relative, bro. Say it, Matt. Come on, Matt.
Wait,
tell him it's all relative. Because he's saying you can't have a valley that high.
Oh
And you're
yeah,
saying,
no, I was just giving an example of where I've been to valleys that are at least that high.
So you're saying it's all real?
There are flat valleys. That's correct. You are correct. That was a plain, actually. That whole entire city used to be built on a lake, so it was completely horizontal, no curvature. It was built at water level because they actually had the water level.
Yeah, and they still have some parts of that lake are still there. I think it's such a.
So you can still check the level with the water level that they built the whole entire city on, the actual lake.
When you emphasize the word level, what are you trying to prove by saying that word?
So I had to drive back closer to range till I got signal, call the customer, get specific directions, because I had faith that we were sending billions of dollars into space and that I had satellite coverage. And this was all before the flat earth thing. So when the flat earth thing happened, I was like, huh, that makes sense. Because it's like, if you got a little life experience, I have very small, but I have a little. You can go back into what you learned and like you start running it through. Like, okay, they said the Earth is flat. Well, okay, how about this and what about that? And how did they lose flights in the middle of the ocean if they got, what was it at the time, like 12 to 18, something like that, GPS satellites, over the Earth? How do you lose a plane? Can't you just, rewind the footage? And people are like, oh no, it doesn't record like that. Well, what's it doing up there then? So just for positioning? So if it lost position here, maybe we should know, but we don't even have a place to look. So the Malaysian flight that went down over Ukraine, this is a separate event. All right, thank you. Sorry, I thought I'll try. Totally lost it. Sorry.
Hey guys.
Yeah, so GPS satellites broadcast, they don't receive, just like your TV broadcast station can't tell who's watching TV. GPS satellites can't tell who's connecting to them.
Yeah, I've learned a lot about it, but I don't think it's like just stuff above our heads. I think it's Wi-Fi signals. I think it's anything they can use to, create this GPS amalgamation, right? And I think it's like everything. Like they're not just going to use satellites in the sky because that's not very effective, efficient, etc.
Right.
So they
your
would
phone
use like things. Go ahead.
Yeah, your phone uses the Wi-Fi broadcasters and triangulation from the cell towers and GPS. So it uses whatever's most efficient and accurate.
Anyway, so yeah, I just look back at those things and wonder, how did they lose the Malaysia flight? Oh, I was talking about over Ukraine. Thanks, guys. Over Ukraine, when that shit got shut down, America was like, Russia did it, and Russia was like, we got GPS, or sorry, we got satellite imagery, and they like came up with this like cartoon shit, and I was like, thinking back during the flat Earth thing back in 2015. Like, why do they give us like cartoons and shit? They got settled. They're Russia, right? They're like the OG, space earthers, right? They've been doing this longer than anybody. It's like, you're telling me that I can't just rewind some footage of a war zone? Like, Russia ain't going to keep eyes. Because, I mean, we have contracts with Russia and the United States are old that we can spy on them and they can spy on us. So nobody had no spy, nothing up there, nowhere, nothing. No satellites. And, I've seen stuff on TV where they can zoom in from space and see your face. And, none of that shit's real. Like, they're not recording any of this shit. Or if they were, Russia would have said, I have authentic satellite imagery. I don't know. I think it's
Yeah, so what do you think happened to that Malaysia flight?
I have no idea. I know that there was a lot of people talking about the type of people that went down, something about businessmen, and there was some sort of business deal. I heard a lot of stories about that. But the point about the Malaysian flight, the one they couldn't find that went down, was how do you lose a plane in 20, let's say 12-ish, I'm not sure exactly when the date was the Malaysian flight went down, with all these satellites in the air? Because there's supposed to be like 3,000 satellites, and we know that more than 10 of them are for getting signals. So how do they not know where to look for that flight? It's like, well, it was a really big ocean. And then you start hearing flat earthers say stuff like, yeah, you can't see the flight paths between South America and South Africa. Like, it's rare, and you don't get to track the plane the whole way. So when the plane leaves land, it leaves transpondence signals off of the, I forget what the program was that presented it, but off of the screen, basically. And then I remember looking, and I got a gift of those. Those were recorded by a bunch of people, I'm sure. But yeah, that's kind of one of those weird things where I started going, man, maybe, we've been lied to. Like, I wasn't sure the earth was convinced, but I definitely wanted to hear the debate because I was already, geeked out on winning evolution debates. Like, you get really high off of those, right? Especially when you're debating, smart people like I was. There was a couple of smart dudes that I was debating at the time. Um, yeah, it was addictive. So I guess it made sense. But yeah, like I'm just looking at all that stuff and thinking we were lied to. Like, how are they gonna lose a flight and one gets shot down and nobody can say who shot it down? How'd they lose that flight then? I mean, why did that plane land in Anchorage, Alaska? From Malaysia, I think. I might be wrong about the origin of the flight, but
Which
like South.
flight landed in Alaska?
Just type emergency landing in Alaska. Woman gives birth. I'm sure somebody will post it. It's kind of an old one, but yeah, things like that. It was just enough to scratch your head and make you go, like what's his name said. But yeah, Matthew, you and your students should definitely go out and measure over some water. Like, just get a couple cabins on the beach and You can be the designated driver. Take some observations over a few days.
I found the Alaska emergency landing. It was from Taipei to LAX, and they landed in Alaska.
That's right. Taipei. Where is Taipei? Does anybody know?
It's the
Wait,
capital of Taiwan.
Can you say those? Can you say where they left from, where they were headed, and where they landed?
Yes, they were headed from Taipei, Taiwan, headed towards LAX, Los Angeles. Had an emergency mid-flight, and so they landed in Alaska so that this woman could give birth.
Where in Alaska?
Hold on, let me look.
Anchorage.
Yes, he's right, Anchorage.
Okay, because Alaska's pretty big.
But yeah, there's not a lot of places to live. I mean, there's not a lot of places to land. For a birth, anyway.
You might be suppressed.
Okay. Fair enough.
I want to see what that looks like on a. I want to see what the globe thinks that looks like.
Yeah, that emergency flight totally makes sense on a globe.
Yeah, well, I generally trust you, but I'm gonna check real quick.
What you guys are looking at is a globe and a globe projection. So, this isn't really an argument that we would use today. That's why you're not familiar with it. I was reminiscing and thinking back to how hard it used to be to deliver without a cell phone and GPS.
Do you, Hank, do you know how far into the flight they were when they diverted?
No, like I said, it's not a recent debate. We don't use this one anymore.
But do you think it matters how far they were into the flight?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would say 2 hours in.
And do you think it's a valid argument against the globe?
No.
I mean, so to answer Matthew, it entirely depends on when it happened during the flight. Because the flight path actually does so the like shortest path from Taipei to LAX does actually go surprisingly close to Anchorage. But I also know that the planes prefer not to fly over open ocean, and if possible, they'll fly a slightly longer path to hug a coastline, which could bring it even closer to Anchorage. Although I think I think they balance that. That's like we want to be close to the coast, but we don't want to use that much fuel. So it's a compromise. But even the just most direct path goes shockingly close to Anchorage. And I could see if they were about 50% of the way through the flight, they would have definitely diverted to Anchorage. That's the weird thing, is that people present these arguments like somehow they don't make sense on the globe. But they never actually seem to have looked at it on a globe. I don't understand.
Yeah, Adam.
Yeah, bro, this wasn't. Hold on, let me say this. Hold on, let me respond just real quick. Sorry, I'll let you talk. Yeah, this was stuff that people were, just thinking about when they just started. This is early, like 2015, right? We weren't using this argument, right? This was when we were first getting started. So this was like before the debates, really. And, people mentioned it afterwards, but when it was being talked about, it was like people were remembering this kind of stuff. And it was like we were having to go back and check everything. So this isn't a debate topic. I don't ever remember it being used in a debate. It's not something that we would use. So if you guys ever use this one against us, I don't really think we're claiming that. It wouldn't work on a globe. There's lots of other stuff that doesn't
Interesting.
work.
So you think that the emergency during that particular flight no longer supports flat Earth?
No, all I'm saying, this isn't the type of concise argument that we would make nowadays. And it wasn't even an argument we made in the early days. That's all I was saying. In the debates circuits. You understand? We don't
I
we don't
think
really
so.
use this one. Yeah, we
I
don't
don't know.
really use this
I don't
one.
know if I don't know how familiar I am with the debate circuits, and sadly, I wasn't present in the early days.
Well, then you have to take my word for it. Or maybe you could go back and find some footage of people claiming this, but I doubt
Here's something amusing related to that. The rules about how far planes can go out over the ocean only have two engines. It's called ETOPS, ETOPS, which stands for Extended Range Twin Engine Operational Performance Standards. And so if they have really reliable engines, they can go up to like 2 hours away from the nearest airport or 3. But in the old days, it used to only be 1 hour. But here's the funny thing: ETOPS, the colloquial definition of that among pilots is engines turn or passengers swim. ETOPS.
How many countries have like? I assume that's like some sort of treaty, or how do countries decide whether they're gonna abide by such a standard? Like I could see the FAA. I could see the FAA impose that for American or originating flights, or perhaps
I got a phone call. I got to go. But yeah, you can look it up on Wikipedia. It's pretty interesting. All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
So sorry, could we go back to the shortest path on the globe from Taipei to Anchorage, or sorry, to Los Angeles? Who was talking about that? So
Hank and Matthew were talking about it.
Oh, and Matthew just left. Okay.
I will jump in on Matt's behalf.
So okay, I assume you're basically taking the Great Circle as the shortest path. You're just pertaining to sphere, or is there? Do you have a better source?
That's the geometric shortest path, sure.
Well, okay, assuming it's a sphere, then that's your geodesic. But I'm just looking at a globe. I have a globe right here, and it looks to me that, like, for example, Hawaii is much closer to this Great Circle. It's on the same longitude. Like, so, I mean, even assuming it's a globe,
the same longitude.
Well, which one's east to west? I always forget this. I think it's longitude, right?
So the
Can
way
I
you
give,
can remember
can I give Sleepy Joe one tip real quick? That globe's not for educational purposes. Go ahead.
I can tell you.
I'm playing devil's advocate.
I can tell you a quick mnemonic to remember them in any future debates. The latitudes are like a ladder that you can climb to the North Pole.
Okay,
so just remember, latitudes are like a ladder.
All right, I don't think it matters that much, but okay. So, like, why are we going to Anchorage when, for example, Hawaii is much closer?
But it's not much closer.
It is
to a latitude line. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying draw the shortest path on this great circle.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
Hawaii.
I'm looking at it right now, and Hawaii is.
I mean, you don't have do you have a source? Or what are you saying? Like,
I don't have a source. You would.
I'm just looking at the globe. So if you have a better source, but like the globe, I don't know how accurate this thing is, but.
So, but how are you? So you're looking at it. You're looking at a globe, but how are you identifying the Great Circle?
I mean, it's a sphere, right? You just you can just by the eye test, you could just find the circumference going through those 2 points, right?
Well, but it's not an east-west line, right?
It doesn't have to be east-west line. It's a sphere.
No, I mean for these particular two airports, it's really very much not.
Wait, do you understand basic geometry? I mean, it's a sphere, right? So you can just reorient it so that those 2 points are on a great circle.
Right. Yeah. Actually, Adam Unsalted.
It doesn't have to be east to west. It can just be any two.
Adam Unsalted, I think, has basically exactly what I'm thinking in my head.
Who?
The post in Livestream.
Oh, wait. Let me see. I'm stuck in some chat. It's hard to navigate. I'm still
So
not
it
used
looks
to
like straight line in 2D, but that's going in a circle. It's a top down view. So the circle, like the yellow line's a big circle. You're just looking down on it.
Yeah, but Adam Unsalted like rotated the globe so the like pointy top of it is along that great circle. So like that picture's I think that picture is completely fair.
So what's the point of contention here? I'm just curious.
Whether the yellow line's closest approach is to Hawaii or Anchorage.
And that'll prove what?
I don't know.
No, I'm saying distance. It seemed to me the distance from, say, Anchorage to this yellow line was greater than the distance, assuming this yellow line is the Great Circle, was greater than the distance from, say, Honolulu to the yellow line.
And looking at Adam Unsalted's pictures,
yeah, assuming it's correct, which I assume it is.
Adam Unsalted is fairly.
Okay,
I mean, he's not going to bullshit you.
I'm sure it's better than my eye test with my toy globe here. So, okay.
I'm not saying it proves or disproves anything.
I'm not saying
that emergency. I'm only saying that emergency landing is not inconsistent with the globe. That's the main thing.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to understand your exact argument and whether it made sense.
So, rolling my boulder, do you know there's a book called 16 Emergency Landings That Prove the Flat Earth? You should check that out.
I do not know.
I'll see if I can find you a link. I'll be back.
I think I remember the argument. The argument wasn't that this proves that the Earth is flat, but it shows that all the flights seem to go north and then south. And the flights never seem to go from like Argentina to Australia. Like they always seem to go Argentina to, the UK or the Middle East, and then they go down to Australia. And that's why, they take so long. And I don't really think this is like a flat earth proof. I think these were people trying to prove the AE map. And you're certainly not going to find us making this argument. So I really don't understand why you're digging into this argument, because it's really kind of a straw man. But if you guys want to go ahead and exercise that, have fun.
I'm not trying to make a straw man argument. I was only trying to answer Sleepy Joe.
I know, bro. I was just explaining, to the audience that this is not one of our arguments. I mean, maybe somebody in here will use it, but I don't really know what it'll prove.
I was just trying to clarify your argument. Like, I wasn't saying it's going to prove or disprove anything.
Was Sleepy Joe the person that I gave the quiz to the other night when I had to go?
Yes.
Thanks for doing that, man. I was very rushed, so I apologize. If you had questions back to me, I'm happy to answer.
I didn't, but I think other people might have. Maybe they're here. But yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, but I had a hard cutoff. I had to go. So it's a difficult choice.
No worries, bro.
So I wish we had that.
If you look at our arguments, nowadays, it's more about measuring the Earth directly. And I was just thinking back to the airline. These are my first thoughts when I first, because think about it. 2015, I was reading like space books about ancient spacey Sumerians written by some lunatic. I mean, I was really deep. And then out of nowhere, some guy on the internet, Mr. Skiba, he says the Earth is flat. I was like, what the fuck? Is he serious? Because how do you take it serious at first? And this was like some of my first thoughts. The Malaysian airline that disappeared, the one that got shot down that nobody had eyes on, in the middle of like a skirmish. Maybe not a war zone, but they were fighting at the time. And yeah, this one. This one was something that flat earthers brought up, thinking that it was going to prove something, but really the thing was that all the flights, if you look at the flight paths, they go north and then they go south. It's like never like straight across. Anyway, check this shit out.
Adam Unsalted, the last picture that you posted, I don't understand those lines. Those don't look like, I don't know what those are. They don't look right because the one that goes across the diamond, like up the spine of the kite, it should be bent if it's going to be representative of the Great Circle. Yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah, that does make sense. If you have a globe, it's like a literal globe. I mean,
It's like a toy globe I had as a kid, so I really don't know how accurate it is. I just
yeah,
like
I
have it in
mean,
my own.
so it does have the problem of, I don't know if you've ever like looked up how a globe is constructed, but in general, those things were printed on
Yeah,
a printer, and that paper was originally flat. So like,
yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, I can see that. Because you're not going to print. I mean, you're not going to print globes. Like, I mean, usually 3D printers.
yeah, I mean, like we do have some new technology though. Like you could probably build like a projector inside of like a paper mache sphere and get a pretty accurate thing going. This stuff
Did
that
you
Hank
guys
is
see the
talking
gift that I
about, Hank,
posted?
the thing that it frustrates me about what you're talking about is like I don't dispute the truth of what you're saying, but the like relative populations of the northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere, there it's not 50-50. There's not 50% of people living in the southern hemisphere. So like why should the flights, I don't know, why should they be distributed some certain way that you like, I don't know. It seems like population density is far more
All
important
right, bro.
than geography.
I agree. Once again, I'm agreeing with you. This doesn't prove anything. So how about we give you some 2015 globe arguments to snack on? So when you flush the toilets in the northern hemisphere, the water goes clockwise, and when you flush the toilet in the southern hemisphere, it goes counterclockwise. Do you see what level of argumentation we were at the time? We
I'm
really
sorry,
didn't
say that,
know.
say the first part again.
Okay, so when you flush the toilet, this is the globe Earth argument, 2015.
Did you say
They say it's
flush
a
a
myth.
toilet?
Yeah, flush the toilet. This is what they said in 2015. The globe earthers were making this argument. Flush a toilet, it goes counterclockwise if you're north of the equator. It goes counterclockwise if you're south of the equator because the Coriolis effect proves the Earth is a sphere. This was what they used to tell us. And they still do this toilet humor with us today. You can see like one of the astronauts talk about they take a poop and they turn it into chugga coffee. And he's like, yes, that means exactly what you're thinking it means. So yeah, they still do the toilet humor with us today. But yeah, can anybody think of another 2015 argument? You know,
Wait, hold on. So when you flush a toilet, which way it spins, I don't see what that has to do with recycling water if you're on the space station.
it's toilet humor.
Oh, the
They're
connect. I see.
mocking us.
Okay, I see the connection.
Yeah, because the people didn't see it. Because this is 2015. Nobody's thinking flat Earth, right? Not very many people in the world. And then they're telling us, like, no, you idiots. You can tell it's a sphere because the way you flush your toilet, right? And now that we're far beyond in the debate, now they say that was a myth and they never really said that. And it's kind of like we're saying we don't make arguments about the flights so much anymore. We like to measure the Earth directly. So you see how the arguments have advanced and changed.
Hank, that reminds me of the main argument that they used in 2015 and 2016 was The boats going over the geometric horizon. That's making the boats disappear. Remember that one?
I still make that argument.
Where's the geometric horizon at then?
But I guess I'm a glober from 2015.
Well, now they claim we never see the geometric horizon. It's just magic fairy dust stuff, floating stuff up over a curve. You know? Makes sense, don't it?
Refracted horizons. When objects, if you look at the definition, are objects refracted, not horizons.
The horizon itself cannot be demonstrated in any way to have any effect from whatever refraction or whatever you want to try to make up.
Make it closer, but it can't make it farther. Maybe in a tiny bit, maybe just a hair, because light does spread out a little bit, and there is that cone effect, but not very much. Not an order of magnitude. We'll give you a margin of error, but an order of magnitude is a bit much.
So I wanted to mention it's up in the chat now, but there's a new documentary out called Flatten the Curve. I just watched it. It's very well done and it's professionally put together and it's got a lot of factual information in it and some passion in it too. So
Flatten the Curve, that's a good movie.
I would give it a thumbs up. There's a lot of pilots. There's a helicopter pilot. There's a merchant marine guy talking about it. There's a whole bunch of people and you just have to watch it. But that's my plug for it. I didn't get paid for saying that either.
Maybe you got paid to say that. You didn't get paid for saying it.
Nice reverse psychology. Good job.
Sorry, I was slightly distracted. I got trolled by my first bot.
I got trolled by my first love.
So Dave's been around since the beginning, just about too. I think he came in shortly after me, or shortly after I started doing videos and live hangouts. That's where I met Dave at, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we were around the same time. We were one of the first few hundred people on here internet talking about this shit, weren't we?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? And now
So
the whole world's talking about it, or they've heard of it.
Do the other kind of recognizable names ever come here? That guy from the documentary. So there's Eric Dubé, Mark Sargent. That's who I was trying to think of. And there's one other guy. Dave.
Listen, we had somebody come here last year that was going to be doing the next day an interview with Mark Sargent. I never spoken to him in person, but we know people that have spoken to Mark Sargent in person. But this person was asking us questions of like what to ask, and I gave him the 3 points, and he asked Mark Sargent the 3 points after that. But we've had Bob. I don't mean to rumpus the show, but yeah,
Bob's a member here. Dave Weiss has been here. I don't know about Eric Dubay or
Dave Weiss. That was the guy I was trying to think of. Wait, was it Dave Weiss? No, not Dave Weiss.
Dave Murphy.
No, God, his name is just right on the tip of my tongue. I can't.
Is he white? Is he black?
He's a white guy.
Does he have hair?
I think so. He was in the Netflix documentary.
His name's Dave, I think. There are no more Dave.
Hold on. I'll find it.
Is he fat?
Probably thinking of Jaron.
Probably thinking Jaronism or Jaron, yeah.
Is he old?
No.
No, he's in he does stuff with FE Core. I just can't think of his name off the top of my head.
FE Core.
Is he a Hungarian guy?
Bob Nodell said for
yeah,
sure.
Bob Nodell. That's what I was trying to think.
That's what I said
He
like
already,
15 seconds ago. And
you
Bob
said
Nodell is old. He has white hair, for God's sake.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to like look up FE Core
he was one of the first guys you mentioned.
Bob Nodell.
Well, one of us said that he's a member of this server, as far as I know. He's been on here. He was even on here one night when somebody come on here to try to say that he proved the spin of the earth, and he was sitting in the chat. We've got it recorded somewhere. Somebody could find it. But yeah, Bob was in the chat here when the guy come on and tried to say that Bob proved the earth was spinning on Netflix. It was funny.
Well, yeah, I mean they edited it so that it definitely looked like that.
Well, to say the least, everything was taken out of context for the way they represented it in that movie was very deceptive, put it that way.
Well, yeah, I have no doubt.
And that's what they say, but have you guys seen the original footage to be able to say that it was taken out of context?
No,
I can't say I've seen the original footage, but I've seen plausible explanations, and I saw them do an experiment that they documented going to different elevations to prove that it wasn't just the Earth that was picking. Well, that ring laser gyro was not picking up Earth spin, put it that way.
So here's the thing. When we talk about cause and effect, right, you can't just say that this is causing this, and that's my affirmation, and I'll put my hand on the Bible and I'll swear. Like, that's not science, right? Like, that's just poetry, right? So in order to get, like, the cause, you have to manipulate, in order to get the effect, you have to manipulate the cause. So what cause did they manipulate in the ring laser gyroscope experiment? So you guys claim that the cause of the deviation of 15 degrees per
Hank,
hour.
hold on
is
with
the Earth's
you guys thing.
Hold on, bro.
But yeah,
Hold
but
on, bro.
you guys.
Okay, so it's a generalization fallacy. I've heard some people say that the cause of the deviation of 15 degrees an hour is the Earth spinning. Did anybody manipulate the Earth spin to see if this was indeed actually the cause? No. So it's just an affirmation without experimentation. So that whole Netflix documentary is a nice piece of literature. It's poetry. You guys can have it up there. I'm glad that you got it, but it's not science.
Would you consider Aries' failure science?
Nope, not really, because he didn't manipulate anything. Well, I take it back. Okay, so he manipulated the density of the contents of his telescope.
Yeah.
That proved him.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say Aries' failure is indeed it's a pass or fail test. That's all.
It's a test, not a scientific
I'm not being
experiment.
incorrect. I don't think it's a scientific experiment. I think it was a test to see if he could see the stars moving in the way that he thought that they were going to move, and he predicted, and then he tested it, and it was a failure. So,
Yeah,
not really an experiment. We're talking about cause and effect.
He tested the hypothesis, right? I mean, that's still part of science, right? I mean, it's not like an experiment in the sense you're thinking, but it's still part of science.
It's like a modus tollens. It's like if P then Q. So if this, then therefore that. So the thing is, it either went into the telescope or it did not. That's all. That's it. That's all he did.
Of course, that's assuming modus ponens, which you could argue maybe it breaks down on some level, like the quantum physicists say, right?
It doesn't matter if you're using real data.
Yeah, I mean,
it logically fits or it doesn't. It's not a question. It's not an opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying you're assuming if it did not go into this thing, it went to the other thing, and like that makes sense. But I mean, there's something to think about there, right? On a metaphysical level, if that's true, maybe this breaks down on some scale.
No, we're not in the metaphysical level. We're in the actually is level.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. So I mean, but you're assuming something about how reality works, which most people would agree with, like the way you're thinking it works. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
No, not really, because he was measuring to see if there was parallax. So there either is parallax or there isn't. It's pretty simple.
I thought it was
I don't think it's
Earth
parallax.
rotation, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah, it's not necessarily parallax. It's whether the light goes straight down or if it hits like the wall of the telescope.
You need to look at the setup of his test then before you start making judgments on what he was doing. Go look at what he was actually doing. Look at the video.
Again, I know the setup. The setup is he has a telescope. He had it with air. He changed the contents to that of water so that it would basically refract in a different manner. It would enter the telescope in a different manner. And as the light from the star went up there, if the Earth was turning, given that it takes longer to go through that telescope, then the light would hit the wall of the telescope. If it wasn't turning, it would go straight down at the same exact angle regardless.
Right.
And he found that it came down at the same angle. So it has nothing to do with another, the foreground and the background or parallax. That's not part of it.
I believe, I might be wrong about this part, but I believe he did it exactly a year later on the same day and achieved the same results. But double check me on that. Don't hold me to that.
Hey, even Sonny, if that's the case, it's still not parallax. But anyways.
Hey, Sonny, can I ask you a completely unrelated question? I think only you might be able to answer.
Sure. I don't know if I could answer, but go ahead.
How did I contract space crabs?
That's a complicated question. Unfortunately, I appreciate you thinking I might know how you got the roles. I don't have a clue. I wasn't even told the roles that I have either. I mean, some of them I did know, but there's roles being assigned you don't necessarily know. We have no control. It's out of our hands. It's
kind of made me want to contract the rest of the space diseases.
Shoot. Well,
just be happy that if you went to space and you came back with your junk still intact, you're better than the astronauts.
Don't go chasing.
He's a bug chaser.
Don't go, Don't go chasing.
I wasn't until I realized there's like. I wasn't a roll chaser until I realized there's like a whole plethora of space diseases you can contract.
Bro.
Yeah,
you misunderstood. There's people that want to catch STDs in real life. They're called bug chasers.
I haven't heard of that. That's horrifying, dude.
That's some gangster shit right there.
What the?
Heard of it. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hank.
Okay, so we don't know what space crabs is.
I bet if you start acting real crazy with space stuff, then you'll get some more of whatever they got. Just depends on who's listening. Yep.
Well, ask me space questions. I'll contract more space diseases.
Just start talking deliriously space stuff. Start stringing together like space information for us.
In terms of celestial objects.
Okay, I got one. Wait.
I got a question for you.
No, hold on.
No, I got a space crabs question.
I got a better one.
So in terms of the celestial object, what do you think of when you hear space crabs?
I think gravity causes refraction.
Terrible. Celestial objects.
Boom. Headshot.
He's invoking refraction.
And gravity in the same thing.
You
with
didn't even hear
circular
my question.
reasoning.
I said refraction. It's.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Grafraction. Dude, grafraction. I'm writing that down. Grafraction.
I thought it was refravity.
Ravity, yeah, ravity.
Refravity.
Refravity and grafravity.
Refravity, say it right, yeah. That's the entire globe argument, refravity right there. One word.
No, it's two-pronged. It's refravity and grafraction.
It goes along with the Curvizin set.
Curvizin. Oh my God, these are awesome words.
We're giving them handles.
Get old sea curve instead of sea level. It makes sense, right?
Wait a minute, Sonny. What about herivature?
The what? The what?
The Herivature.
Herivature?
Herivature.
This is terrible.
It's too difficult.
Oh, I see.
Pronounce.
So I see. Words get too hard. I got it.
Just flow. It can't be a tongue twister.
Yeah, I see. She sells seashells by the seashore.
So
watch NASA release a video using these words.
What about refractivature? I can't even say that.
Or a C-curved level.
Horizontal curvature.
Why, Orion? Hey, man, we've hardly ever talked.
Curvizontal.
I've seen Orion a lot, but he never says hi to me.
I'm trying to remember what your name is.
Hi to me.
What?
Oh, right. Hey, what's up, man? I mean, I remember your voice.
You're the guy with the business cards taped to the trash cans, right?
Yeah, Sisyphus is pretty cool.
Yeah, a few of them.
Much better than Zanuck, actually.
Who is Zanuck?
It's like dealing with a 3-year-old baby. I mean, really.
Oh, you mean that guy? Oh, yeah, I know.
He's a used globe salesman. You don't want to talk to Zanuck.
No,
He's a used turd salesman.
Like Rio said.
Man,
I wish we had a sound clip of her saying that. You're like a turd that keeps coming back in the toilet and you can't flush it.
God, we should dig through the archives, try to find it.
Rio was a fireball, man.
Yeah, no kidding.
Anybody ever played Magic Cards? It was like, fireball spell, 5 points to the player.
Yeah, so her player was like going ding, ding, ding.
Go ahead,
So you know, today is like, it's February 22nd, 2022. And something funny about today is a friend of mine got married today. And it was his wife's idea to get married on today because she thought it'd be a funny date to get married on. And she didn't even plan for it this way, but her father was pointing out on his cell phone as they were going down the aisle together that it was 2:22 in the afternoon as she was getting married on February 22nd, 2022. I thought that was funny.
Dude, isn't that when Biden came out to give like his speech like today? Like, there's like a reason these people like will find dates like this to do things.
It might be demonic.
Oh yeah, super demonic.
Come on, man, blame it on Trump.
Unironic. Huh?
I don't think Biden can give a whole speech, can he? I haven't seen him do one yet.
Well, whatever the deep fake body double who gave like the whatever virtual speech, it started at like 2:22 today.
So if you think about it, February being 2 and the 22nd of February, so 222, that adds up to 6. 2022
oh my God,
adds up
he
to
found
6.
666.
And then 222
PM or AM
would be another 6.
Well done.
Ding, ding, you found 3 6s. Good job.
Illuminati confirmed.
We laugh,
Oh
but
my
these
God,
people,
can't wait.
These people actually believe this stuff. Like, you'd be surprised.
I definitely laugh at the people finding 666 with like adding and multiplying whatever together. Yes.
Yeah, but who was born
Well,
today?
this one's
at
pretty
this
simple.
time?
It's just adding only, and it's kind of like,
We got to find
your
out who was
face.
born at this time.
Okay, but it's not an accident he came out at 2:22 at like February 2nd, 2022. Like, come on.
Yeah, but we do have to kind of get behind. We're Americans. Russians are bad, right? Like that's supposed to be a thing.
Yeah, whatever the
Russians are the
Magic
best.
TV people say. Yeah, sure.
Who told you that? The TV?
I'm here, dude. I should be on TV, but I'm here on Discord talking flat earthers. So my priorities are on their head. I am
It's
not
the other way around.
getting the
We should be on
proper.
TV. And we're talking to you.
Exactly.
Truth. So see you later.
Like Putin could have taken over those two regions in Ukraine that are like basically they've been rebelling for like the past 10 years. He could have like taken them over. They identify with a lot with Russia and Russian values and stuff like that. He could have just like went in there. They probably would have welcomed him. But instead he recognized their independence and called them the the Donetsk People's Republic and the pronounced People's Republic or whatever, right? So you could say that he's on one level he's at least like looking for the long-term solution and the greater good and what's kind of the more amicable approach.
Yeah, I mean it's true. The people there are mostly ethnic Russians, but I mean this excuse has been used historically to invade, as we well know.
I don't think he's going to invade Ukraine.
Okay, I mean I think it's all theater, anyways. I mean it's just the next act of the WWE show that like whatever the elites have in store for us.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised and actually expect that he'll put like boots and artillery in these regions. Like that was part of the agreement, maybe of recognizing their independence. Just so he's better kind of like positioned in case Ukraine tries to pull some shit. But I don't think he's going to actually invade Ukraine proper. A lot of that is just hype.
He already has.
When?
I think it's a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, these like disputed regions, Ukraine didn't like let them go. Crimea and the other places are all still like Ukraine hasn't released them and said, "Yeah, fine, you take them."
Of course. But in terms of Crimea, this is like in the past, and I'm talking about all the hype that you hear in the news right now about Putin's going to be like invading Ukraine and he's looking for war, all this other propaganda that the West, especially the US, is releasing. So going forward, I don't think he's going to be like, I think Crimea, and I bet you like I don't know, like to be honest, but I imagine if you were to poll the Crimeans, they would probably say that they identify with Russia more. That they are considered part of Russia more than they are considered part of Ukraine. God knows.
Okay, but so like Putin put tanks into land today that there are only two countries in the world that think that's not Ukraine. Even China basically says that Russia invaded Ukraine today.
So wait, he did put the like artillery in those regions that now given independence?
Yeah, that's what I understand. Is he's moved artillery, tanks, and troops into.
Oh, I didn't know that. I was just guessing that he would, considering.
No, he did it today.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I'm sure there wasn't pushback from the people, right?
While Putin says he didn't invade Ukraine, the entire rest of the world, save Belarus, says that he did.
What do the people there say? Because they're who matter.
In 1991, and so admittedly that's the people there's parents, they voted 81% not to be a part of Russia.
Okay, and in 2022?
No one has polled that I know of.
91, right after the Soviet Union, I can understand. But, I mean, it would be better to get more accurate polling. But even if they did want to join Russia, I mean, Putin is violating the sovereignty of Ukraine. I mean, that's indisputable.
I mean, what are the other possible options? Number one, they've been like, strifing for about 10 years now. There was the Minsk Accord that failed. Those negotiations failed in 2014.
Go back to the nuclear non-proliferation stuff from the 90s, dude. That's even worse.
Almost there, Roland. So the possible options are either one, they continue in this like strife, right? Number two, civil war breaks out. Or number three, they get annexed by Russia. Or number four, they get their independence. So I feel like, out of those possible options, I don't know if there's a fifth one. If you guys can think of a different one, I feel like Putin recognizing their independence, and obviously he didn't impose that recognition onto them. They agreed to it. They wanted it, right? I feel like that was probably the most amicable solution.
The territories.
Yeah, about Donetsk and I think Pranatsk People's Republics. that they're now.
And you feel convinced that the popular opinion is not manipulated and accurately represented?
I do think so. Yeah, I think
What percentage do you think support joining Russia in those regions? Like what percentage?
Enough that their leaders agreed to it.
I heard
I don't think the leaders are tyrants that are going against the will of their people. I think they've been rebelling for more than 10 years because the people are actually unsatisfied. Like they're not satisfied with the status quo.
If anybody should have an accurate percentage, it should be you.
It sounds like you would know. Yeah.
I have a question. The Ukrainians, after the collapse of the USSR, they had a lot of nuclear weapons, and they agreed to destroy them all on the condition that the rest of the world would protect their sovereignty. So they gave up being a nuclear power pretty much on the condition that Russia, Great Britain, US, the kind of France, kind of China, everybody would rally to their defense if they ever got invaded. So
that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Should they, dude, look it up. Do you think they should have kept their nukes so they could nuke Russia right now?
It sounds like Czechoslovakia in the 30s. Like that's not a good agreement.
It's so idealistic and like unreal that you think that regardless of the reason, perpetually into the future, regardless of any reason, if you get invaded by anyone, that you're going to be protected just because you gave up your nukes.
I think giving up nukes is the absolute best thing ever. Nukes are a plague of the planet and should be destroyed. I feel
assuming they exist, yeah.
Assuming they exist, I think we should back up.
But yeah, you can't expect a blanket, wholesale immunity from anything ever just because you gave up your nukes.
See, look at you talking about anything ever, and obviously Ukraine was fearful of a specific event, which is now unfolding. I'm not talking about
anything. That's not what you said, though. You said the condition that they gave it up was that they're not going to be invaded by anyone.
Well, right, but everyone understood the threat. The threat was Russia, and now the threat is unfolding, and nobody is really standing by the promise that they made.
This happened in 2014. I mean, why are you saying this now? Did you say this?
I said it. Ago? Yes, of course I did.
Okay, I'll take your word.
Point out the irony. I just point out the irony of, Texas. Like we stole the land from the Mexicans, caught Santa Ana in the woods, dressed like a woman, and we let him live. He died in New York City or something like that. Then we paid Mexico for the land.
Sorry, why was he dressed like a woman?
Oh,
trying to disguise
because he's. I'll be super quick. He slaughtered our men at the Alamo, and we thought it was a fair fight, 10 against 1, and we fought him. Not we as in me, but we as in them.
Yeah.
And we got him back after we, rallied. That was our 300. That was our Joan of Arc. That was our rally call. Remember the Alamo? So we took them in the middle of the night, and we didn't form lines. We did guerrilla warfare because we were pissed off because they slaughtered so many of our men. And he tried to hide by putting on a dress and hiding in the woods until finally someone said, Presidente. So that's when he was caught.
That sounds like a fake story.
It sounds like a real story.
The whole, someone overheard him saying Presidente.
One of his own men pointed out, that's the president. Whatever. I don't know how you say it.
Just watch. That'll be Biden in 2 months.
So they had a traitor that knew that he had disguised as a woman and said, that's the president. That's the president.
Yeah, they were fucking surrounded, though, with their pants down. We caught them in the middle of the night. We were doing, Apache warfare on them. Guerrilla warfare. They weren't used to fighting like that.
Anyways, Roland, you said Ukraine made a deal with Russia, UK, the US, all these nuclear, superpowers or whatever. The nuclear powers.
Yeah,
that they wouldn't
France
be
and
attacked.
France and
Yeah,
China kind of made a separate deals.
sure.
France,
But you said the deal is that they wouldn't be attacked, like they would be defended if any country were to invade them, right? But now you're saying that it was actually just a deal with Russia that if they gave up their nukes, then Russia doesn't invade, or a deal with all the other countries to defend them from Russia. But
Well, no,
those two are different things.
I'm saying that the literal text. Well, the literal text is actually really disappointing because even this conversation is not representative. But the literal text doesn't mention Russia specifically. Russia was a signatory to defend Ukraine. But the literal text actually just says that if somebody does invade Ukraine, then we'll just tell on them to the UN. So I guess we've already fulfilled our obligation. It's really stupid.
So supposing nuclear weapons are real, Ukraine was just dumb.
I don't know. I applaud that. I applaud.
Not dumb, but naive.
Maybe, but also like I want nuclear weapons destroyed, so I support that.
Well, if they didn't exist to begin with, you should feel fine.
I was waiting for someone to say, I don't think you need to worry about that.
So there's a Glober that has joined us that is up for taking the little quiz that I asked Sleepy Joe the other night.
Is it Humpty Dumpty?
He is Humpty Dumpty.
Okay, before you start the quiz, I want someone to answer my question from before. What celestial object do you think of when someone says spacecraft?
Cancer constellation.
Attaboy. Quick with it.
So that's the right answer.
Yes, it is.
Yay.
Hank, are you here?
I thought you were gonna make a dirty joke about Uranus.
Yeah, if you want to go ask the guy, or if you go
yeah, I just
down
want
to
you to.
voice room or something, why don't you go ask him down there? If he wants to
Oh,
go
you don't. I thought you'd want to hear.
I do want to hear.
Does everybody
Hey, you
want to
got
hear?
something else you want to talk about?
No. If you guys want to hear it.
I see
just thought we
Matthew's
were talking about something different, but yeah, if we go back to the Earth, I guess that makes sense.
I see Matthew's back.
So Hank, you're the like flat Earth moderator to keep me honest, so that I don't treat him different than I treated Sleepy Joe. Fair?
Hold on.
I don't know if I can keep you honest, bro.
What was the dude saying? You see Matthew what?
Oh, I was going to ask a question about satellites, but I can wait.
No, fire away, dude. My quiz is secondary, but I thought you guys would like to hear a Glober try to answer the questions.
No, this is for any satellite like defender, whatever, defending the NASA sort of story.
Defending the sanctity of satellites.
Yeah. So how come like in these like International Space Station, like what's the official reason in like all these ISS footage and whatever pictures of the Earth, we don't see any of these 14,000 satellites anywhere? Like, what's the official reason?
Airplanes.
Or anything. Yeah, we just see like a perfect cartoon of the Earth, like
the same reason that if you look at aerial shots of the city, like an airplane takes a picture of a city, you don't see any dimes.
Any what?
Pennies or dimes on the ground.
That's a false. That's a false equivalency. Let me point out why. Because if you take a look at how big a satellite is, they all have the solar panels, right? So they got to get energy from the sun. So they're all, spread out a little bit, at least, right? And you would think some of that would reflect light or stop light from happening, one or the other, or both. And you got to think, right? We can see the ISS at 250 miles away. Now, it's only the size of like less than a football field. That's how big the ISS is. And we can see planes, right? And the light reflects off of them. And they kind of got like a little span, right? A lot less than a football field, maybe like 3/5, 3/6, something like that. 3/5 of a football field, maybe. I can't be certain about that last part. So we should be able to see it. Like from the ISS, they should be able to look down and see planes because there's not a whole big difference between the plane and the ISS, and we can see both from Earth. So it would logically make sense that if we can see both of those from Earth, then from ISS, we should be able to see small orbital satellites, geocentric satellites. As they pass by, they should be able to go, look, that's from 1993 when we launched the blah, 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 or whatever. You know, they can't show us Voyager, obviously, but they should be able to show us some sort of geostationary satellite like from the Epic. Is Epic still out there? How's she doing? You think maybe she can float around and take another shot? She's still alive? What
Hey,
about,
Hank, I have a question.
They have a word for it. It's called space junk. And how come we don't see the space junk? But wait, hold on a second. Matthew, back to what you just said, Matthew. I have a question as a rebuttal to what you just said. Do you have any photographs of the whole Earth? Like a single one?
Would a digital image count? Because we don't use film.
No.
What do you
No,
mean
that's
by
my point. No. One. Because it's an image.
Wait,
I mean, like a photograph
false
of the
dichotomy.
whole Earth.
Sorry, excuse me. Time out. False dichotomy. There's a difference between a digital image and film, but it's not the only choice. There's digital images, and then there's film, and then there's digital photographs. Right, Matthew?
Wait, what?
A photograph
So
is an
we
image.
don't accept. No. Listen, there's a difference between a snapshot. We all know what that is. When you take a selfie and the camera captures everything, and then it's not edited. It's totally different when you take that image of you at your birthday party and you make a composite and you add Paris Hilton. That's a totally different thing. That's not a photograph. That's an image, right? So when you edit the photograph, it's no longer a snapshot in the colloquial terms like a selfie. It is more like a computer-generated image. Correct, gentlemen?
Hey, can I just have 1 second to voice my frustration with this argument because it really drives me crazy. Nobody ever wants to hear what I have to say. But what Hank just said makes me feel infuriated. Hank, do you know how your eye works? Where the retina attaches, where the optic nerve attaches to your retina, you have a dark spot. Your eye jumps around all the time, and what you perceive as this nice smooth image is actually a bunch of stitched together crap that your brain understands. And it's really easy to trick it. So everything that you look at is a stitched together picture of a bunch of stuff. Well, why do you hate stitching together pictures? Why is that so invalid when it is your literal experience every second of every day?
So someone's taking each image, each frame of what we see from our eyes and taking it to NASA Photoshop lab and then stitching them together. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that your brain is photoshopping together all of the shitty data from your eyes all the time, constantly. It's the only way that you can see.
That part is incorrect.
Do you understand it's a non sequitur?
No, I don't see how it's a non sequitur. You trust your eyes, but then you don't trust the exact same process when it happens in some other context.
Hold on, maybe there's a misunderstanding. Let me ask you a clarifying question. Okay, so have you seen the images from deep space? And have you read at the bottom how they say it's a composite image, an artist rendition?
I am completely understanding how those are composite images, yes.
Okay, so you do understand that if I Photoshop Paris and then I cut her out and add her to my, birthday
So
party.
who's doing the false equivalence now?
No, I'm asking you to understand. If you take something that isn't there and you add it to it, so I'm not talking about adding data like your eyes are doing as they're scanning constantly going through the streets, right?
So you're saying because it's possible to construct a false image, all images that have been constructed are false?
Nope,
I'm pretty sure if you look that up, it's a fallacy.
Except NASA admits it's false.
NASA admits some of the things are constructed, but not all. Even the ones that are constructed aren't inaccurate.
They admit every single photo of Earth, except the one from 1975, or the first one.
And the one I posted, 1975, and the one I posted.
So can we talk about the blue marble, right? Have you heard about this, Roland?
Only if you're willing to address what Matthew Learns just posted. Address that and nothing else.
Okay, so I'll have to get to that in just a second, but
No,
The
not in
guy
just a
said,
second. You're talking about
"Yeah,
pictures of
you're
the
not
Earth,
running
of
the
the blue
game here,
marble.
bro.
Look
You're
at what
not
Matthew
running the
learned.
game."
Look at what he
I
posted.
will. I'm driving. I cannot safely pull over and look.
Yeah, I think
So
that's
you're
fake.
gonna have to wait.
I'm looking at what
You have to
Matthew
wait.
posted, and
So
I'd like substantiation that it's valid.
Oh, so this is not a argument that is valid. This is an argument that NASA claims that it is not a composite. So not everything that NASA posts is a composite. Here's an example.
that
Fair
wasn't
enough.
my
They can
claim.
claim that. They also claim
Okay, so
is this the 1972 blue marble, or is this a different one?
No, this is one taken yesterday.
Fantastic. I still think it's bullshit.
Sure.
Why?
No,
Why do you
of course
think it's bullshit?
Because there's
Wait,
no
wait,
there's no
Here's
chain
the
of
real
evidence whatsoever.
argument. The real argument is, how do we verify this? Said it was
Exactly.
taken yesterday. How do we verify it? That's the argument.
How do we verify the black swan?
All the clouds are exactly right.
Are they?
Yeah, because we can shoot radar up into the sky and see where clouds are, and
Even
then mirror
with-
that image back down on the map with
even in
computer
the middle of the
processing.
ocean.
In this one
Yeah,
instance,
it probably
Matthew,
takes
I'm
once
like
every 10
frustrated
minutes.
because sure, that's not a composite image, maybe, but who cares? Composite images are valid. Your eye feeds your brain a series of composite images every second of every day. Composite images are okay.
I disagree with you on the eye thing. For instance, let's say your eyes are closed. Close your eyes, all right? And then look at a fixed area without moving your eyes whatsoever, and then open your eyes for a split second and close them again. Basically like a reverse blink. You can still see, right?
Not well.
You do see a snapshot. You don't have to have a constant stream.
No, you're remembering what you were looking at before you closed your eyes. If you closed your eyes and then I got to change what you were looking at, then you wouldn't be able to tell me very much about it at all.
I would actually, because I just looked at the other side of the room without looking at it before, and
which you've never seen before.
Doesn't matter.
You've never seen that room. You don't have any memory of what's there.
But you're changing what you're saying. You were saying before you need your eyes to be constantly darting around in order to see something. That's not true.
That's right. I want you to close your eyes and then open them on something you've never seen before. So you have no memory. Nothing about your brain can help you here. I want you to open them for a fraction of a second and close them, and then tell me everything about that scene. I know for
everything
a fact
is no. Now you're moving the goalpost.
And people
you didn't
can
say everything.
No, I'm not. No,
you could
I'm
be
not
looking at something with your eyes wide open, and then look in a different part of it and notice something else.
Correct.
So we're not saying
because you have a blind spot, and because the resolution
no,
isn't
it's not
the same
about the blind
everywhere.
spot.
Yes,
it's about
it
just
is.
Focusing on the thing, right? Consciously focusing on something.
It's okay to be wrong.
Yeah, and you are. You're saying that your eyes require to be constantly moving around in order to even process the data. That's not true.
100%, and we could construct dozens of observations to prove that.
It's not composite images, that it's doing like one quadrant of your eye at a time or something like that.
That
it does
is
it all
exactly
at once.
how your eye works. It doesn't do it all at once.
Okay, so tell me then,
Does it have to do with
the
anything?
left side of your eye is processed by what side of the brain?
It's just derailing this whole.
What's that?
Yeah, I almost feel like we should just move this to another
It's not
like
who
channel.
cares,
Like, this
'cause
is
this is
like
what-
got nothing to do with flat Earth. Like,
Hold
really
on, let me
nothing.
just debunk this guy real quick.
Because how light works and how eyes work
Roland,
has
you have to
nothing
understand
do
there's something
with
called
flat Earth.
optic
It's
chiasm.
not a genuine
Okay?
argument,
Your
dude.
eye
It's
sees
just-
different parts at the same time. It all processes it at the same time. Part of your eye goes to one side of the brain, part of your eye goes to another side of the brain. They switch, like, the medial vision.
Who
It
cares?
switches sides.
Who cares?
It's processed all at the same time. It's not a composite images that's
It isn't
that's stitched
processed
together
all at the same time. You're just
When you
flat
get-
wrong.
sequentially.
You're just
No, you
you're
were
just,
wrong.
You're just denying it, dude. Roland, you're just like denying everything he said. You're just shutting down. Like, at least listen to what he's saying, right? You can't just like claim something's wrong and then like shut off, right? If you're gonna actually.
I agree with Roland.
The only thing he said that was accurate is that the optic nerve is attached to the retina. Oh, and that
we
there's a
do
central
take,
part
like,
in your
a lot of.
there's a central part in your retina which is the macula lutea, which will basically has better focus, but less night vision.
None of this
Hank,
matters.
Are you saying
So what
you agree with
argument's trying to be made here?
Roland's? Are you saying you agree with Roland's frustration with your comment that he was originally commenting? Okay.
No,
so then maybe
that
you
would
should
be
try
dumb.
to go. Maybe you should try to respond to what he was saying about his frustration or anger or whatever with
Well,
people
now we're
making the
talking
claim
about
you made.
eyes. Now we're talking about eyes.
So could you
which I agree with
separate that
Roland
for
on.
us?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to separate. So here's the thing. Y'all two are going to agree to disagree and carry this conversation on later. I really don't care about how eyes work. I'm pretty sure I know how they work, but I would love to listen to the conversation later. But right now, we need to discuss. You've never seen the Earth as a globe in space with your own eyes. You've only seen images. And the argument isn't that I will never trust all composite images, because some of them can be truer and some of them can be faker. That's not the argument. That's the straw man. The argument is, how do I verify that these are authentic? So if you think about it from a court's point of view, they recounted the votes in 2000. When they brought them to the courthouse, the judge said, have you been with these ballots the whole time, ever since they were cast? And the guy was like, no, like we didn't have them in a locked box in a safe, locked up. No, we didn't do any of that. We just kind of had it sitting out. And they were like, okay, that's dismissed. So you have to have like possession of the knowledge to trace it back to its source and verify, like you do the same thing with their equipment. And we can't do that. That's the argument. We can't verify this globe from space. All we can say is that it's an image. That doesn't mean that it's a photograph. If it's a composite image, to us, it could possibly be fake or manipulated. And we have no way of verification. Thank
And wait. Let me just say, I agree with Hank.
CGI.
I agree with Hank that he cannot personally verify the authenticity of any picture that he is given through Discord.
What was it that got you so
way.
upset about what he originally said? What was so frustrating for you about what he originally said?
Who's he? Hank?
You said this when Globers make when flat earthers make this type of remark, which Hank made. You said it really irks you. For what reason and what?
The idea that because an image is a composite of several images, because it's not one snapshot of one camera at one instant in time, then it's garbage and should be thrown out. It doesn't count as evidence of anything. Like composite images are not invalid because they're composite.
Yeah, that wasn't.
But then you just agreed with him. You just agreed with him about it not being
right.
So where do you disagree?
Hank and I, when we debate, we often come to agreement. So that has happened again.
It doesn't sound like you're agreeing though.
No, I do. He can't verify the authenticity, and I would never push him to. And
neither can you.
Of course.
So then, why does it irk you for that comment to be made? Why would that
because most people aren't like Hank.
Well, it's not about personality. It was about the point he was making that you were upset with.
Well, it is kind of about personality. Most people don't say what Hank said.
Okay, so it's more about the fact that you don't like it when they say that none of them are any good because they're CGI, like they mean nothing.
Right. Most people say because it's a composite, it's false, and they will not budge or back down from that period ever for any reason.
So you'll go as far as to say, okay, I don't want to throw it all out, but at least I understand why you have a problem with it being a composite image rather than something that's an actual photograph.
Yeah. I'll go there.
That's not how you started, but we'll allow it.
But that's the point of debating, right? Is to ideally move toward each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
A second ago, you said
when that comes up again, yeah, we can go straight there. Go ahead.
Okay, moving on.
Well, yeah. A second ago, you said you can't verify anything as an image or whatever. So I just wanted to point out that you have a reference frame. I mean, you have a reference point in regards to many things, but you don't have a reference point in regards to, pictures from the vacuum of space or pictures from the moon. Because if you've never been there, then how would you know if a picture is realistic looking or not? But in regards to, a car or a horse or a cat, I'm sure that you've seen in person a car, a horse, and a cat, and touched a car, a horse, and a cat. So if I showed you a picture of a car, you'd be able to say, oh yeah, that looks like a picture of a real car. Cars exist, right? Yeah. But if I show you a picture from the vacuum of space, You have no reference point. You see the difference?
Almost. If you showed me a picture from space of the moon, I have looked at the moon from my backyard, and I could definitely say, so yeah, that's not a picture of the moon. It doesn't match anything that I've seen. So like I can definitely debunk some pictures from space. Like, there's lots of like artistic.
No. Hold on. I gotta stop you there, buddy. Hold on. I gotta stop you right there. No, the answer is simply no to that. You have no reference point. So any picture that they say came from the vacuum of space, whether it's pointed at the moon or pointed at the Earth or whatever, you have no reference point. You've never been there. You can't say that, it debunks half of them. No, dude. That means you have no reference point for any of them.
That's not true either. Matthew put up a picture that he asserted was from yesterday, and I didn't look that closely at it. But I know whether it was cloudy yesterday or not, and so if the picture like showed clouds over me when I knew there weren't, or didn't show clouds when I knew there were, like I could definitely know that Matthew was maybe lying, because he said that picture was from yesterday and it showed where I live and it showed clouds where there shouldn't have been, or whatever. So like what you're saying is not true. I do have some points of reference sometimes.
That is a terrible way to go about rationalizing that. Like, that is just terrible.
How? Like, if Matthew is saying,
I'm pretty sure he was sarcastic.
If
I'm
Matthew
pretty sure it
is
wasn't
saying
taken yesterday.
I don't think he was being sarcastic at all. And but regardless of whether he's being sarcastic, he made a claim. And I can like look at his picture of where I am, maybe, sometimes, depending on the picture, and say whether I think that, that can't possibly be true, because I can see where I live, and that picture doesn't match what I saw yesterday. So I do have some points of reference sometimes.
Well, you think you do. That's for sure.
You don't think I can tell whether it's cloudy outside or not?
No, I just mean in regards to the pictures of space part. Like, no, pictures from the vacuum of space, pictures from Narnia, pictures from Hogwarts. No, you have no reference point for pictures from any of these places because they don't exist.
But I do have a reference point. I live at a specific place, and it is shown sometimes on the globe pictures from space, like so I can see where I live sometimes. I do have a reference point.
What?
It's not a lot of reference points, but it is at least one. I have at least one reference point where I live.
Okay, and if that was done with a fisheye lens?
Yeah, sure. Of course. There are lots of ways I could be tricked, but I could at least say for sure, like, the like clouds were over me or not. I have a reference point.
Well,
you're saying I have an argument.
Even that's not a reference point, because that's still just a digital, flow from some source where you are not at. So.
Yeah. Do you have a reference point if it's a completely fake image?
I have a reference point of where I live and whether over my heads yesterday was cloudy or not, and whether that matches a picture from yesterday or not.
Yeah, but if the picture is fake, then does it matter?
You're saying if it had fake clouds over my head?
Let's say it was how they have like hyper-realist
Yeah. I'll stipulate
paintings?
that I could be tricked.
Yeah, so I could, someone could paint something that looks like a globe that, maybe let's say you have a huge house that, for argument's sake, that you can see from space, right? They have this globe, and it's like a fucking Great Wall of China. You could see this building, right? But it's fake because it was just an artist's rendition, right? Does your point of view, being on that Great Wall of China or being in your huge ass house, does it matter? Is it relevant whatsoever?
I guess you sort of like got me. I don't know. I'm just saying that if Matthew showed me a picture that he said was from yesterday, and it didn't match my observations from yesterday, then I could know that Matthew was lying to me.
In other words,
fair enough. But at the same time, if it's a false image,
that's all.
it does match. It still doesn't matter. If it matches the clouds, but it's still a fake image, it doesn't matter. You're
misunderstanding.
Verify if it's real or not.
No. I can't do that. I can't verify if it's real or not. I can only catch Matthew in a lie. That's all I can do. I can catch him lying. I cannot verify that he's telling me the truth.
Absolutely, but it's innocent until proven guilty. So you don't need to catch him in the lie. What he needs to do is prove that it's real, right?
I don't think he can.
And that's why you discard it. It's not good evidence. If it's not possible to validate it, it's not good evidence.
I am gonna just concede. You win.
I
can't go down that rabbit hole. I concede. I concede.
If I could help, I think that people are just kind of feeling you out since you've been here shorter time than others. As far as like, are you just a NASA apologist for a lot of things, or are you trying to be fair and kind of neutral and actually give your honest opinion regardless of course NASA or not?
Can see. Hold on, sorry, I forgot to mute. Sorry, I know this is important.
Anyway, so some of the things that we might point out that it's really hard for us to understand why people just blindly believe it. I mean, of course, the Tesla car in space, that seems real to you. If you think that happened the way they said.
Yeah, let me say, since it's been presented, but it's impossible to validate. I'm not saying it's definitely, fake or someone, just CGI'd this shit or whatever. I'm saying we don't know. We can't know until it's possible to validate whether it's true or not, right? And I would agree with you that if it didn't match up with reality, then that's evidence to say that it's not true, that it's fake, right? But the first order is still to, for someone that makes the positive claim, to prove their positive claim, to substantiate it, right? So it's absolutely fine for some to say it's not true because they're holding the negative position and they're just denying it. And it's the onus of the person that's making the positive claim with a positive position to prove it. But
I personally, whether this makes me a NASA apologist or not, I personally don't think positive claims can be definitively proved, irrefutably. I just don't think that's possible.
It's definitive evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. We're not saying
I don't want to get into an argument
debunk solipsism or something.
I don't want to get into an argument with you about where the line of reasonable doubt is. We may not agree on that. And I don't think positive claims can be definitively, objectively, 100% proven. They can be presented, and then if anybody can come up with a counter argument or counter example or explanation that doesn't work, then it has to be questioned, and we've got to start arguing about whether that counter example is valid or not. And if Matthew was presenting pictures to me that showed clouds over my head yesterday when I know there were not any, then I know Matthew is lying to me. I personally would say I know Matthew is lying.
Fair enough. But let's say you and Matthew are standing there, and there's clouds over your head, and Matthew says there are clouds overhead, and you look up and you see them. Is that not definitive evidence beyond a reasonable doubt for you? His positive claim has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt for you?
It's fine for me, yes. If Matthew and I are standing next to each other and we both look up and we both see clouds and we agree, yeah, I see clouds, I'm fine.
A minute ago, you just said, I don't think positive claims can be proven, definitively.
Right, because maybe then we get on Discord and we start talking to you and you say, I have radar images from your area that show no clouds. And I don't know. We got to talk about it. Maybe I was confused. Maybe I was
I'm skilled, but I'm not skilled enough to gaslight you into not seeing the clouds that you saw.
But I'm saying that when Matthew and I are standing together looking at the clouds and saying, yep, there are clouds in the sky, it's good enough for me, but I will never concede 100%. I know for sure I could never, ever, ever, ever be dissuaded otherwise. I always leave a little bit of room that maybe I misunderstood.
Absolutely, and I did as well. That's why I said beyond a reasonable doubt, right? You could have this doubt which others would deem unreasonable because it doesn't really matter if it's all solipsistic and you're imagining everything, right? But in the end, it's definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt. You could leave that 0.01% that it's, a brain in a vat type thing, sure. But we agreed that it's definitive evidence, beyond reasonable doubt that you're certain of it, and that that positive claim has that certainty associated with it.
With the level of technology now, any pictures can almost be thrown out, because even if it's claimed to be a real photograph, looks just like exactly what you should see. All of that is possibly manipulated now. So,
oh yeah, the deep fakes.
Slight digression, because my time is somewhat limited. New perspective. I had to dog out on you the other night. Did you have other questions or follow-ups that you wanted to ask me?
Well, yeah. Well, it was. I guess right now we're kind of talking about. I think a lot of this discussion centers around globe earthers accusing flat earthers of being incredulous, and then the opposite way with us claiming that you're incredulous. Of how could you like what we see? When it seems like fake beyond belief, like I just mentioned, the Tesla car, a lot of the stuff we see from the ISS, and I think we wonder why wouldn't you want better proof yourself from, like, when I asked you the question about the satellites and no real images of space, and why, that your response was, well, maybe they don't have the budget or time to to appease us on those kind of things. Is there anything that you wish that they would do that would make it a little bit more definitive proof? Or is there anything about the ISS that you have issues with as far as the believability goes?
That's a good question.
Is a good question, yeah.
So let me think more carefully than I did the last time we were talking. If I can go back in time a little bit, when I was a kid, which was decades ago, I grew up in a very rural place where there wasn't a lot of light pollution. And I have these memories of laying on the grass in the yard, looking up at the night sky and seeing stuff move across the sky, which my dad explained to me were satellites. That the stuff moving really fast, that was look like a star, that was a satellite. And I believed him, whether it's true or not. Like, I'm not trying to prove anything to you yet. I'm just kind of trying to ground myself here. That memory really stuck with me, of like laying in the grass, looking at the night sky, and being mesmerized by the stuff that I saw. And it left a strong impression that informs a lot of how I argue today. So from that point of view, I don't feel like I need to be convinced. I feel like I'm already convinced. I allow that I'm wrong. If there was 0% chance, if I knew that the Earth was a globe, I don't know if I'd be here. I allow some possibility that I'm wrong. I very much like hearing counter arguments and other perspectives. But that was really impression. That memory was really early, like 7, 8, 9 years old, something like that, and it really left this mark on me watching the night sky. So I don't know if I want NASA to try to prove it to me. I feel like I take it for granted. I feel like I don't care. And that's really my genuine, sincere answer.
Well, if you don't, can I follow up with that? Just saying it's a little bit of a contradiction in what you're saying, because you're here partly because you have a doubt, right? So you're here maybe to possibly learn about something that you didn't know that would put more doubt in your mind, or maybe even make you realize that it's all fake or whatever it is, right? That it was that percentage. But at the same time, you don't care, you don't want to know. So which is it?
I see your question, and that's a fair point. I'm saying I'm not putting the burden on NASA or some external agency to convince me. I come here and I talk to people and I take pages and pages of notes, and then I go spend hours looking up the stuff people have talked to me about and trying to make sense of it. So I'm just not thrusting the burden onto NASA. But I'm very interested. So it's not insincere. I'm just not trying to push it off to NASA to prove it to me.
You just got to select it as an input from the devices. For some reason, all the sound setting. Oops, sorry.
Does that make sense?
That's it. That's fair. Yeah. At the same time, that's what we kind of try to figure out about people that are somewhat new. Just because we deal with people that are seem like they're just bending over backwards to make excuses, and they have to accept everything, and that's the burden of being a baller. Is you almost have to accept almost everything that NASA puts out, and if you show any doubt, then it's like, wait, then you're leaving room for everything else to be put in question too. That seems possibly unreasonable, you know. So that's kind of it. Dealing with someone that's a little more honest. Like we have a guy in here that doesn't believe at all in moon landings. You know, like he'll tear that apart and still thinks that it's false. So it's interesting, the psychology of it.
Yeah, I do not assert that NASA or the government or the media or anyone else is always telling the truth. I think everybody has an agenda and everybody's trying to like get their way. So I do not assert that all these people are telling the truth. Anybody that like cites Neil deGrasse Tyson or even like my favorite scientists, a celebrity, like people that I love, anybody cites those people, they could be wrong. And everybody's fallible. Everybody has an agenda. Everybody lies. I believe these as tenets of humanity.
Not me. I'm pure as wind-driven snow.
Except Matthew. Matthew never
And
lies.
Matthew will admit to a lot of things that other ballers won't admit as well. Right? He'll actually say some of the things that would seem to put the argument away for us, and at least he's honest enough to acknowledge that when a plane goes up in the air, it's in a separate reference frame from the Earth, and therefore there would be a Coriolis effect we should observe, although he won't admit that we should be able to use a camera underneath the plane to see that this west to east rotation is actually there. So there's a little bit of a contradiction sometimes when we get into these arguments. But as far as your questions go, I was going to say you were going to put those questions to somebody else when they came in, and I thought it would be more interesting if you do bring them up again for us to go through some of the questions and how they might apply to one side of the argument or another. Because it seems like at first when you're leading into some of the questions with, would you feel linear motion? Would you feel linear acceleration or linear movement and all that?
Do you
what
want
would
to
it
hear?
be? Did you devise the questions as kind of like, okay, like later on now you're gonna analyze this person as well. If they thought this at this time during these questions, then how is it they can make the argument that this is the case?
No, yeah, I know some of my questions sound like that, and I take a lot of notes on the questions, but I never write down names. I don't care to like follow up with an individual and say, well, you answered my quiz this way, so how about that, huh? Like that's not my game. So I have a lot of notes on the paper, but I don't write down names.
Do you write the notes as like ballers versus flat earthers? So I heard you say the tally was that flat earthers have done better on the questions. So
I do not tally up ball or flat earth. I generally write down. So like I don't have like check marks of like, I heard this answer like 10 times. I just write down answers I haven't heard before. So I don't really care who they came from. I just sort of tally
but when
up.
you devised them, you were thinking of things that didn't make sense to you. And I think that you were thinking, well, if people are competent enough to answer these questions, and there's correct answers. There's not just like, however you answered it. You have a list of correct answers that you're tallying them up with, almost, right? Which is true. They all do have certain, particularly correct answers. I'm not trying to say that's a problem. I'm saying. Is there
I don't. Well, let me like address that first of all. I don't think they all have correct answers. I don't have an answer sheet, and people do ask me for the answer sheet, but I don't have one. I can tell you what I think the answers are, but I am in no way the arbiter of truth. Like I don't assert my answers are the correct answers.
And see that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the difference between a Baltard and a globe believer, right? So in the past, what we've dealt with is that people who think that, someone died, they're now the king and the mayor and the governor of the arbiter of truth, right? And I think those people are out the door. I think at this point, they're going to have to take Flat Earth a little more serious, and they're going to have to send in the big guns like Roland here and Matthew, who have to take the argument a little more seriously, and you can't just say, you don't understand because you're stupid. So I think this is like the new, expect more of these type of people coming in here from now on, because they can't afford to just keep throwing, skank and foul, crayon munchers and pretending clowns at us anymore, because that's not working.
Yeah, and I'll just personally disclose that I think it was Netflix that sent me here. Like I watched that Netflix documentary, and that was the seed of curiosity. Um, but other than that, like that's my only like initial contact with this idea. But I really want to go back to New Perspective's other question of like why these questions. And New Perspective, these questions came from things that like by just listening to the conversations, not directly participating, I heard like some of these concepts come up, and Globers argue one side, flat earthers argue the other side, and they were always about disproving each other. And I started to wonder if I just asked people questions without challenging them and without making it about proof, just like, here's a question, what's your answer? What would they say? Like if I took away the like, I gotcha, I'm trapping you in a corner, and like what would people say? And that was the like motivation of trying to ask both sides the exact same questions in the exact same way to the best of my ability.
Yeah, it's just the whole discussion is frustrating for both sides, I think, because there's points that just get repeated back and forth when we go in a circle.
It's true, and you're spot on, dude. Globers have struggled with the questions and gotten frustrated with them as well, which was eye opening. I didn't expect it to go the way that it has. It has been a very educational experience for me. We do have, but riding on eggshells.
You could reform some of the questions, is what I'm saying. If you wanted to make it more about like trying to stimulate the debate, you might take some of those, like the ones about angular acceleration, or some of the ones about friction, or you can make more of a series of how it is that it would apply to supporting the globe and or flat Earth, or if it's both. Like David Weiss has like this basket. He says that there's a basket that it could be both. The explanation of the globe, explain it as well as flat Earth, and then there's ones that are just and then there's ones that don't matter or whatever. Yeah, it's like there's three different categories they could go into, which is kind of interesting for the discussion.
Yeah, like personally, ideally, I'd like to ask some questions that trigger flat earthers a little bit, and I'm trying to also construct questions that would trigger globers, especially maybe not very knowledgeable globers also, which I mean I've already done. Like I already have like Glover struggle with this too, and I'm already working on a version 2. Like I've gotten so much interesting feedback about how to change the questions or reword them, and yeah, I'm taking all of that into account. We do have a guy that would like to answer them. Do you want to hear somebody else go through?
I don't know if that's where we're at. I also ask you that, but one last question: have you watched any? Since you watched the Netflix, have you dug into flat Earth information? Like you watched 200 Proofs by Eric Day?
Your mic is kind of trash. New Perspective.
Oh, have you watched 200 Proofs by Eric Duvay yet?
As much as I could stand.
Fair enough. I couldn't get through it all either.
Now you know how we feel when we see NASA videos.
I'll send you a list of links that you could dig into, old school flat Earth information that you can't really find on YouTube unless you know exactly what you're looking for. And I'm going to scroll down pages and pages and pages. Actually, get the video, which should tell you something about what's the reason they're hiding all this. It doesn't make any sense. Why would they do that?
To be honest with you guys, how many of the 200 proofs did you get through?
All of them.
For real?
I watched the video. I don't remember all of them, but I watched the whole video.
Oh, so
I watched it
before
twice.
you watched it, you were just Joe, and then after it, you were Sleepy Joe.
I was awake Joe. I was Sleepy Joe when I started.
Oh shit! Touche.
Because I started. Am I misremembering? But I started watching that, and I was like, forget if it was because of the first 10 or something. But I was like, 3 of these are basically the same thing, worded differently.
A little bit, yeah. They're a little bit redundant.
I think I got to like 17 or something, and then I was like, oh man.
And some of them near the end.
What are you guys talking about?
Some of them near the end.
Proof.
Oh, the 200 proofs.
Sorry, somebody else has been trying to speak.
Oh no, I was just
you streaming this?
Yeah.
Writing. Are you
What?
streaming this? Are you
No,
streaming
I'm on my
this?
phone. No.
Okay.
Yeah, who was going to do the questions?
Yeah, are you?
No,
you
someone was
guys,
going to answer them.
right. Eggshells is going to answer.
He used to be Humpty Dumpty.
Unless somebody else wants to.
Mm. I feel like I already know your answers, Eggshell. But for the rest, why not?
I should just answer everyone, whatever the government says.
Wait a minute. Did 32 million% ever answer these questions? Because he's being kind of a dick.
Have you met me?
Yeah, do you remember we were at the bar last night?
Oh, the gay bar.
Sounds
See, Eggshells knows what's up.
Candace,
you must have me confused. That's against my beliefs.
It's not against your behavior.
You got riding and rolling.
What are you guys ragging on me for?
Riding and rolling.
Dragging on me for.
You guys should step outside and duke it out.
Me and percent? Nah, he's not worth it.
No, I don't mind percent. I appreciate his puns.
How about his punches?
Yeah,
rolling. Take it away. Rolling
sorry.
Eggshells.
Okay, take it away. Eggshells, does light always travel in straight lines?
No, I don't think it does.
Percent, does light always travel in straight lines?
Yes, it does.
Rolling, that's me. Damn. Eggshells, can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
No, I don't think you can.
Percent, can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
No.
So I just have to digress. I've been always surprised because I put I asked it experience in there for a reason, and nobody has said, yeah, going down the road, I can look out of the car and totally tell that I'm driving 50 miles. Nobody has said, yeah, my sight tells me. It surprised me.
I was going to pause on that because I was also being able to experience it doesn't mean that I've discerned that that's it. So if I am traveling at that while I was, chatting to somebody or something, was that part of my experience even though it was outside of my perception? But the way I took your question is if you blindfolded me and put me in a dark room and then that room was moving at a constant speed without any bumps, would I be able to tell? And that's why I gave my answer that way.
Let me differentiate.
I gave my answer because you can't experience it like that.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. It's because we know that if you were on Earth, that you would be able to tell, right? Because there's atmosphere, turbulence, all sorts of things, right? But in space, we know that this is different than Earth. So we kind of imagine maybe we wouldn't be able to tell if it was all dark and all space, and we're just focusing on the velocity alone. Can you feel it? And experience is a different word, right? But we're used to hearing, can you feel it? We've been programmed to hear that for the past 5 or 6 years, right?
Yeah, I mean, Hank, I'm not lying. I put a lot of thought into these questions, and I tried to trip Globers up as much as flat earthers. So, I really have tried. Okay, so that kind of is like a little bit of disclosure about maybe the rest of the questions. Good luck, guys. Is there a minimum rate of rotation that you can feel? This would be to eggshells, I guess.
If that's the way I think you're asking it, yes, I think there is a rate of rotation that we could get to that I wouldn't feel it that would be slow enough that I wouldn't feel it anymore.
And percent?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity? Eggshells?
No.
No.
All right. If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again. Why? Eggshells.
It transferred its energy into another form, sound and into the table, kinetically.
Percent?
Because you put a finite amount of energy into it.
Okay. It had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to that energy? Eggshells.
It transferred into the table and some of it turned into sound.
Percent?
His answer.
Can you have acceleration without any force?
No.
Percent?
Acceleration without any force. I'd say no.
Is the pressure of a gas equal everywhere inside a closed container? Eggshells.
No, I don't think it is.
I think it'd be pretty hard to prove.
Do you have an opinion?
My opinion is no. In real life, no.
Okay. Does GPS give you your position on the surface of the Earth?
Yes.
Percent?
More or less.
What do I feel when I put my hand out of a car window while I'm going down the road at 50 kilometers per hour?
I'd say wind or force or pressure.
What would you, if I pressed you, would you call that force or pressure?
Well, they're both pretty much the same thing. Pressure is a force that's exerting on something, so pressure would do, I guess.
Percent?
Well, if you pressed him, it would be pressure. If you forced him, it'd be force.
Nicely done. And what's your answer?
I'd say, I hope to God there isn't a sign outside the window, because I have a friend that lost his arm because he was hanging outside his window, was hanging his arm outside the window, and it hit another car. And so I hope there's a sign or a car or something like that to add an extra amount of force.
See, and now I have to write that down on my paper. Injuries from experiment.
Where was his ethics approval?
Exactly. Hold on, writing. Okay. So eggshells. What are latitude and longitude?
The reference system on the Earth. Longitude goes vertically, pole to pole. Latitude grows and shrinks in size, going horizontally, east-west.
Percent?
A reference system based off of the celestial sphere that is superimposed onto the Earth.
How does triangulation work?
Get 3 known bearings, so you know that mountain is sort of X compass bearing away from me, and with those 3 known points and 3 known bearings, you can triangulate the position of a 4th point.
Percent?
I just thought it was funny how you said you could triangulate the position. You used the word in the definition. Well, basically, yeah, you have known bearings, known angles between these points, and I'll combine it with your next question. So go ahead with your next question.
Sure. How does trilateration work?
All right. So the way I envision it is let's say you have your arms in front of you, right? And they're kind of making like a pizza slice. They're angled inwards, right? So for triangulation, if you were to push your arms forward at the same angle so that they touch, that's how triangulation works. Whereas with trilateration, let's say that your arms are just straight ahead, they're not angled inwards, and then you start angling them inwards. You have the length of your arm, right, with your hand. You start angling them inwards, and when they touch, that's how trilateration works. So for the first one, the angle stays the same. For the second one, the distance of your arms or the distance of whatever stays the same.
Yeah, I would say I don't think I'd give you the confusing thing with the arms, but yeah, the distance, not the angle. So you find the intersection.
Okay.
There's an example like this used in historiography for the Quran, where they're trying to figure out where a city is, and they go, well, we know it's 3 days walk from here and 1 month's walk from there, and da 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 da. So then we can guess what position it's in because we know roughly the distances.
Yeah, that'd be trilateration.
Yeah, that would be trilateration. Nom.
So we're gonna go back to the original order. Eggshells. How does GPS work?
It pings you a time, and based on the time that the signal's received, it knows how far you are from a given satellite.
Percent?
Yeah, it just has basically that latency, that TTS, time to service or whatever. And from that time, it basically tells you the distance, assuming that the like the propagation of that, that signal is traveling at the same speed throughout.
And now I just want to pause. This is a digression from how I usually ask the questions, but I want to ask both of you. Like, based on the two previous questions, how come neither of you used either of those words?
Because I thought that was going to be the next question. Is that, does it use trilateration or triangulation? And I thought that's what you would have asked if you wanted it. It uses trilateration is my answer.
And percent, how come you didn't like frame your answer in terms of the two previous questions?
Because I feel like, the idea is you asked how does it work, so I want to explain it kind of simply, right?
Let me
just say I was also building off of Riding's answer, where he said like, you have the signal coming from the satellite to the person, so I was just kind of like expounding on that.
Yeah, and I'll just disclose, like, up to this point, 0 people have ever used the previous questions as leverage to answer how does GPS work. Globe, flat, either side. Nobody uses the questions about trilateration or triangulation to answer how does GPS work, which I thought that, like, asking those questions in that order would make people answer a certain way, and I was totally wrong.
Bro, because I remember telling you the triangulation works with the 3 towers, and they get the signals, and it pings back, and they calculate the time. Are you sure about that?
Okay. No, that's true, Hank. You caught me. People have actually said triangulation. They have used that word, but that's not how GPS works, and so I guess I didn't. I should have taken better notes. So now you've busted me like double
Trilaterization
down.
is how they use it. Is how it's done with cell phone towers. It is.
Yeah, even with cell phone towers,
it's the same principle.
And I only know this because I listened to you talk about this before, so don't think that I'm just.
Yeah, it should be trilateration, whether it's satellites or cell phone towers. But because, well, anyway,
Wouldn't surprise me if it's somewhat cell phone towers, because they shape the beams for cell phone towers. So at least that's what my brother told me they do. So they could be like, not just is it being served by this tower, but it's being served by this long, narrow beam from this tower. So it could be a bit of a mix.
Oh, wow. So you're talking like the multi-input, multi-output, like complicated antenna arrays that like somehow know they're servicing a specific cell phone. And yeah, okay. Like that's
or like a specific quadrant.
Yeah, no, that's a really good counterexample. So like the logical fallacy that I am most guilty of is strawman and overgeneralization. And I try really hard not to do that, but I seem to not be able to help myself.
I think it's most people.
It's hard not to.
Yeah, strawman is really hard not to, because you like construct an analogy and then all of a sudden you're guilty of strawman. It's just so hard not to do, even like accidentally. Okay, so and overgeneralization was like I just grouped a bunch of people, but like Hank is like, no, I use that word, and I think he's right, and I try to take notes, but I'm clearly not that good.
It's okay. You can't remember it all. I do want to say that around here we try to steel man arguments. It's something I learned from Jordan Peterson. Just a little simple clarification and maybe restructuring, or maybe even making the argument just a little bit better, and then attack it. It kind of gets you in a state of agreement. Like, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, that's even better than what I said. And then you say, okay, but it can't work because this, and this. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, Hank. I mean, you've done that to me a couple of times, and I'm trying to watch Livestream, but I'm bad at talking and watching. I've seen Northern Rebellion's picture before, and I love that picture. I think that's a fantastic picture. Okay, going on. So, Eggshells, how do you personally measure distance between cities?
Google Maps, something like that.
Percent?
I don't.
Eggshells, are you familiar with the Black Swan picture in the oil rigs?
Yes.
How were the distances measured in that picture?
Google Maps, I believe.
Percent?
I wouldn't say they were measured, but the values were taken from Google Maps.
Eggshells, how do you, I'm gonna,
Google Earth, I should say.
Yeah, I'm digressing because this is actually part of V2 now. I'm changing what I've asked before, Hank, so these will be slightly worded differently. Eggshells, what is one way that weight can be measured?
On the scales by the amount of downward force it exerts, by putting a scale in between it and the mass and the Earth.
Percent?
One way that weight
Yes.
by lifting something up.
Eggshells, what is one way that mass can be measured?
Only using another mass.
Percent?
Define mass.
The only way I know of that mass is measured is with mass spectrometry, and they don't measure a mass per se. They measure a charge, which they correlate with a mass. Mass, aside from that, has never been measured.
Define mass.
I'm leaving that up to the people that answer the questions. They're free to define it how they wish.
Yep. Good answer.
Eggshells, how do you what is one way that temperature can be measured?
With a thermometer, expanding a substance of the known expansion rate and seeing how much it expands or goes up.
Percent?
A little tube.
By touching it.
Eggshells, what is one way that you can measure air pressure?
Measure the force it exerts on something like a barometer or a pressure gauge on a tank. Force is pushing against a spring or something like that.
Percent?
Sorry, what's the question?
What is one way that you can measure air pressure?
I would say the classical method of having like a barometer with your pool of mercury or what have you, but you could measure it by changing your position. So for instance, if I'm walking versus being in a car like a convertible or hanging out the window, I'm going to be measuring more. Obviously it's not an accurate measurement, but qualitatively it's more of a measure of the pressure when you're like hanging out the window or something. So just by feeling it.
Okay, so you feel like you can feel air pressure?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I guess this is the last question of the V1 of the quiz, and we'll flip it around. Percent, on a night with a full moon, is the moon the same size all night long?
All night long.
All night long.
With night being considered from, dusk till dawn, 12 hours ish.
Sure.
I would say
if you want to put stipulations on it, then go ahead.
I would say yes.
And eggshells, on a night with a full moon, is it the same size all night long?
Yeah, in terms of angular size, yes. In terms of physical size, yes.
Because keep in mind, a full moon lasts for usually more than a day, and even with like our equipment, with huge telescopes and stuff like that, we can't really gauge a difference in the illumination or in like I forget what the other word they use for it, like this. You can't gauge a difference for like a day, or like maybe a little bit less than a day. So yeah, it doesn't change even with the best equipment that we have.
Yeah.
And now, final thing, especially an invitation to flat Earth people that were listening and didn't like the questions and maybe thought they were unfair. I want to trip Globers up. So please PM me thoughts you have, questions you have that you'd like to hear Globers answer, and I will try to integrate them into my version 2 of this quiz, because I really do want to trip. I want to trip Globers up as much as flat Earthers. I want everybody to be challenged.
Ask them what ether is.
What's that?
Ether.
Most of them are going to probably say that it. Oh, well, okay, yeah, sure. I shouldn't even say most of them are going to say. I know what I think, but. So how would you? How would you? How would you?
Gravity, man.
I got a question.
I'll
I got a
answer. Hold up.
question.
I'll answer the ether question after you answer it, Roland.
Well, yeah, but like, please don't just shout out the answers. PM them to me so that I can like think about them. Like, because I'm a slow learner and it takes me time to write these.
I mean,
So,
shout the questions. Yeah, but what's your
no?
answer?
If you have questions that you think belong in the quiz, just shoot them off to me. Don't shout
Yeah.
them out.
But what's your answer to his question about ether?
Oh, personally?
Yeah. No, I want
don't
you to speak for everyone else. Come on.
Okay. Speaking for everyone else and not me, and yeah, no, I can't do that. Personally, I don't think it exists. I'm an ether denier.
So your answer for what is it is something non-existent?
I didn't hear you.
I said your answer for what it is that it is something that does not exist.
You're right. Like it's a unicorn. It's made up.
Okay.
And moreover, even more importantly, it doesn't seem useful to predicting anything. Because if it was useful to predicting stuff, then I wouldn't care if it was like a unicorn. That would be okay. If it was good at its job, I wouldn't care if it was wrong.
Are there things that are that's often a question I ask. Are there things that are like non-factual, like not real, but do work? Like can we
Newton's laws of motion come to mind first and foremost. They are
like gravity.
Sure, gravity, Newton's laws of motion. All of those are ostensibly wrong, but good at their jobs. I guarantee the Russians invading Ukraine are going to use Newton's laws of motion to shoot their tanks.
Well, what about the idea that that the ether could explain some of the things that they're claiming the rotation of the Earth is actually doing?
I've read like a little bit about it, and nothing has convinced me personally. But I can like I said previously, I don't hold any beliefs to 100%. So I'm mostly willing to read and entertain any counter argument.
I got some questions. Okay, Roland. So, shit, I just can't believe it. I'm having a brain fart.
No worries. I have a question for whoever wants to answer. So when you have something like matter, like any medium, it has a density, right? The density is the mass or matter within that volume, right? So my question is, what?
I'm sorry. Say the first part again. I didn't hear the first.
Anything has a density, right?
Oh,
and
okay.
the density is the mass per unit volume, like the amount of matter in that volume, right? So my question is, what is where the matter isn't?
My brains just jammed full of my brains.
No, his question harkens back like thousands of years, I think, because the debate about is nothing something is very old.
So you think it's nothing or something?
I mean, the concept of zero as a number was not introduced easily, and people fought against it. So, like, the idea that nothing might be something is really, really frustrating. For me personally, where there is nothing, there is nothing. If the space is devoid of stuff, it's devoid of stuff. Although, I have to caveat that by saying, I do believe radiation can propagate through nothing. A place with no obvious medium can still support wave energy, and I can't explain it to you.
So this goes back to Perspective's question where he said, what's ether? And I suspect, or I believe that ether is what is propagating light and stuff in like those spaces of nothingness. You know, for lack of a better term, that it's the medium, just like every other wave. It's the medium that allows that wave to propagate.
I mean, that's not a stupid position to hold, and anybody that like attacked that as stupid would I think be naive themselves. Many people thought that was true and like tried to justify it, and it makes a lot of sense. If you look at sound waves in air or ocean waves in water, it does seem like something is necessary to support waves. Like, I understand where you're coming from.
And you have to like think if what's in something that's, you know, very light, that's like, you know, has a very low density, is a lot of nothingness, then the universe, especially like the outer edges, that is just, you know, the vacuum of space, they say it's expanding into nothingness, but the outer space has a lot of nothingness, so nothingness is expanding into nothingness. It doesn't really make sense.
So, Roland, if you agree with what he just said about the logic of it, that there must be something there, would you at least then maybe consider not taking ether off the list of things that you just declared don't exist?
Would you accept a qualitative answer to that question?
However you want to answer it. I'm just saying to believe it doesn't exist would take, you know, some kind of research to have reason for that, other than that it's, you know, something that's proposed as an alternative to some of the globe explanations.
Yes and no are qualitative answers.
But like I don't. So this comes down to something people ask me about. They use words know and believe, and just speaking personally, everything I believe. There's nothing that I would know in the sense that that word gets used here. I just believe some things to like 80% and some things to 90% and some things to 99.99999%. And the existence of the ether is in the like 99.9% kind of category.
Okay.
So like I feel strongly
You
about
guys,
it, but I don't reject it outright.
you guys have been kind of dancing around and leading into the questions that I wanted to ask, which was, what do you think about physics outside the standard model? For example, we're always talking about that number with 120 zeros behind it, right? It's that nothing that you guys were talking about. That nothing really is 0-point energy, right? But Lawrence Krauss talks about it as if it's some sort of bare bubble universe or black holes popping in and out of existence. And that's how he describes it, I think. I could be wrong. But the question stands, if you do a quick search on physics outside the standard model, and you go to the Wikipedia, and you look at all the things that are there, which is the things that we see that don't really fit in the model. Like, what do you think about those things? Like, you know.
So yeah, I hear you, and my answer is first and foremost that I concede that there are multiple models of physics, and they're not all consistent with each other, and that is frustrating. And I wish that they were. The quantum mechanical models, they are really good at making your cell phone work, making really tiny transistors work. I mean, they really explain a lot about semiconductor physics and stuff at this like really ridiculously tiny scale. But then when you try to like grow quantum mechanics out to the like solar system scale, it breaks. It doesn't work for some reason. And I don't know why. I really don't know why. And it's aggravating. And likewise, you know, even Newton's laws were really good at explaining how the planets move through the solar system. But when you try to apply Newton's laws to explain cell phones and transistors and like the state transitions of electricity, it just doesn't work. It doesn't do a good job of it. And that is equally aggravating. So my answer is we're still learning. As a species of humans, we're still trying to figure the shit out. We don't know. And I wish we did. I wish we did.
Which is why maybe including ether as a possibility might be wise, just to keep it on the table, because if we don't know, and there aren't explanations for a lot of these things, and we only have one that is reified and maybe, possibly, or most likely, it seems, reverse engineered to give the answers, and then we're having all these contradictions come up. Seems like everything should be left on the table as possibilities. That's all.
Yeah,
Okay, I
and
gotta
to
say, but I
the
got
quote
hold
that
on,
Hank
Roland.
posted in Livestream, to the
Okay,
quote
go ahead.
Hank posted in Livestream. I mean, that's a fine thing to say, but I mean, you can cite and quote all kind of people, and I have my own thoughts. Like, I'm not just a sheeple that if you quote some Glover, I say, yeah, they're definitely right. I mean, I don't know what point he was trying to make,
That's not
but like
what my point was.
I don't think everything is quantum mechanical, and I don't think everything is Einsteinian or Newtonian. We just haven't got there yet. We don't know.
Well, the thing is that you said something. I disagree with it. I cited a source. You can either say, I don't really care to engage, or you could say, I have my own source. Like, I'm not like trying to get you to believe what I believe. I want to see your source or your reason for your believing that, because mine might change.
Then I will need to make a note of this and put it on my list of so many things that flat earthers have told me to research, because I don't have a source to give you. But I guess I guess I could share that. I guess I could share that some of my ideas are shaped by that briefer history of time that Stephen Hawking did from way back when. Like there's an audiobook of that, and I've listened to it on road trips, and I felt like it made sense and answered some of these questions, and so
I used to love that book. I highlighted like every other page with like tons of marks and notes, and I even ordered the Universe in a Nutshell and A Brief History of Time color back special edition books. That was like my man, and I have to admit that even a couple months before I realized that we're not on a spinning ball, I was cheering up at the end of the movie they made there with that about that guy, So yeah, I understand the attachment to him is hard to give up.
Yeah, I thought it's a good book. But I mean, so that's where some of my stuff comes from.
Let me ask you, Roland. In your little quiz, you have 3 questions back to back that are basically the same. You say, how do we measure weight? How do we measure temperature? Measure pressure. And they could be answered, one of 2 ways, maybe more, but I mean, definitely more, but mainly just 1 of 2 ways. You can answer them kind of in terms of the equipment that we use, the contemporary equipment that we use, or you could kind of answer them in a way that I did, which is like the common sense, analog type of way. What is your kind of your expectation? What were you thinking when you formulated those questions?
When I tried to put those questions together, people would say like air pressure is a thing, temperature is a thing. I mean, I could have added humidity because people throw that around, and I just wondered, like, since people are using these terms, air pressure, temperature, mass, weight, whatever, force. I mean, there's a lot of things, and that was just a small sample of words that I wondered if I asked people, how do you measure that? How do you know what the temperature is? How do you know what the pressure is? What would they say? And that's pretty much the extent of it.
I see. So it's more to gauge their understanding of the thing itself rather than like trivia as to how to measure it.
Right. Like people would say that like air pressure, that they would use air pressure in an argument to prove that it was a globe or to prove that it was flat. Like that would come up from both sides. And I wondered if I stepped outside of that question and just asked, how do you measure it? What would the people from both sides say? How would they respond?
Okay, in that note, or on that note, how come you sounded surprised when you basically followed up my answer with, you think you can feel air pressure? Why did you sound surprised when you asked that?
And nobody has said that before.
That's why I opted to answer them kind of obviously. How do you kind of measure the weight of something, you can lift it up. How can you feel the temperature of something, or measure, the temperature? You can touch it, see if it's hot. How can you measure air pressure? If you can have you could have air that you feel pressure from. There's compressed air guns. Yeah, if I shot you with if I kind of hit you with a compressed air gun, you would feel it, or a blow dryer or something like that. That's air pressure, right? It's not unconfined air pressure. But if the goal is to understand the topic, I feel like that needs to be kind of emphasized, that air pressure isn't just, the atmospheric standard temperature pressure. That's a specific type of air pressure.
Yeah,
I just figured I'd comment on that.
It's like the if I put my hand out of a car window type thing.
Exactly. That's air pressure.
Yes.
Don't do that.
Yeah, but be wary of cars.
and road signs, apparently.
Yeah, with my friend, it was a car. It was actually a semi, I think, that came by and just took it almost clean off.
Were you with him at the time?
No.
Oh.
Dude, that'd be fucked up to see. Like some guy's hand get taken off right next to you. It'd be like,
well, it's time for me to bow out, guys. So, any final thoughts?
Be good.
All right, peace, guys.
I have a good thought.
Watch those links I sent you.
That.
It'll help you. It'll help you with the conversation in general, just to watch them if you can get through them, or at least some of them.
Till next time.
See ya. Thanks for doing the questions, Roland.
Later, bro. Well, don't everybody leave at once now.
I'm still thinking about your friend with the arm. What? How old was he when it happened again?
He was young. He was maybe 16 or so.
his right hand? Sorry.
Was it? Or did he just have no arm, or did they try to do something to replace it? Were they?
It was his left hand.
Does he have a mechanical arm now or anything? Did he still play basketball or anything like that miraculous?
Okay, so I just confirmed it was early 20s.
He replied to you?
Nah, because he's
right.
like a relative, so I asked a family member that knew more.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, what was the other question? Can you play basketball?
I don't know. Was there anything miraculous that happened afterwards? Did they try to replace it or anything like that?
No, he lost the limb.
It was his left arm.
I think it was his right, but I don't know. I wasn't there.
From passenger window, it would probably be right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he wasn't driving.
Also, the right side of the road would have the signs, probably.
Yeah, it would have to have been the right side, either front seat or back seat, because they drive in the left on that country.
Oh, I didn't know it was another country. That's why I was assuming it was the left. So in that country, everything's mirrored. So if it would have been here, it would have been his left.
Like the UK. Or that country, yeah.
Don't forget about us.
How can we forget about you? You guys think we're driving upside down? What a load of boats.
I'm riding upside down.
How long do you guys think it'll be, if ever, that we have optics that are good enough to be able to zoom in on people on Earth from high altitude balloons or satellites or whatever?
They have that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they already do. I mean, The main question I asked, because I mean, it would have to be out at an orbit a long way away. Low Earth satellites, I think, already can capture that, but they're only going to get a very small view of the Earth. You need to get far enough away to have the perspective.
So you think it's possible, like with the inverse square law and the propagation of light and stuff? You think it's possible to still pick up something as small as a person?
If there wasn't cloud cover and a whole lot of stuff overhead, yeah, I think so. Like, I mean, take James Webb. I think, like, with an optic like that, if you turned it around, if you could focus it that close, I don't know what its focal length or anything like that. I think, yeah, you could get a boat. So it's quote unquote up.
James Webb isn't like a camera, right? It is picking up data.
Yeah, I don't fully know what it is, but yeah, it seems like it's just picking up radio and stuff. But I think it can still construct that back into image, albeit black and white, I think. But yeah, it's not just a camera. Is that what you're talking about? Percentage, it's got to be a camera operating in ordinary wavelengths.
Yeah, I was thinking like actual optics.
Here's an idea. What you just said made me think of something that we could work on if anyone else is interested in that. But like what you said, if there wasn't too much atmosphere in the way, and I was gonna joke and say, well, then why can't we see Paris from New York? And there's just like a list of things that newcomers to this conversation that they come up with that the people that have been in the conversation, even on the ball side, wouldn't think would be possible. Like that, for instance. Like, can we just start eliminating some of these questions? Like, why can't we see forever on the Earth? Someone like just to come up with a list of things that can just be knocked off and not have to worry about, or maybe even give the newcomers a list of things not to ask with the answer that no one tries to claim any longer.
Well, I mean, I think, like I was considering asking that earlier when someone was saying, why can't you see other satellites from the ISS? And although I don't think there is parity, I think if you say, well, there's why can't I see Paris from Sydney? Both answers, like the answer to one is it's too small to resolve. That works for the other.
So I was thinking about
minus
your
the
James
density.
I was thinking, why haven't they put a James Webb on Earth and pointed at the moon and shown us the lunar lander? Why?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't accept that answer. I want his question to be answered too, but I can't just overlook the fact that he just said that it's a false equivalency to see Paris from New York. But when we say, hey, how come we can't see, satellites? Well, satellites are roughly the size of like Volkswagen Beetles up to school buses, right? Some of them are big, like the Hubble. That's a big satellite, right?
Hubble they claim it's pretty far away, 400 kilometers. No, what was it? It's pretty far away, so I don't think the Hubble will.
Yeah, but from the ISS, you should be able to see
yeah.
the Hubble, right?
Right.
Yeah, but Paris is even bigger.
Because we can see planes, right? So the satellites up there should be able to see planes because we can see the ISS, and they claim the ISS is 250 miles up, traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. So if we can see that sucker traveling at that speed, then relatively they should be able to see the plane traveling at that speed, because the plane speed is not that much different than the people on Earth, which would be the Earth speed, only like 550 miles an hour. So relative size, speed, everything calculates. We should be able to see satellites from the ISS if the ISS can be seen from the ground. And it's 250 miles away. 250 miles away, and it's the size of a football field. Like, I spent a lot of time on the football field growing up. It's not that big.
But yeah, to new perspective, your question is like all these kind of basic questions, right? these ones that like, can we just knock them off? And
yeah, like, are there things we can agree upon at this point in the discussion where we don't have to, like, go through those any longer? And some of the patented answers are, are not even used any longer by a lot of ballers. So
yeah, and we don't go through them unless a noob, asks them, right? So
right.
My answer to you is definitely, if you want to go write up a FAQ, frequently asked questions, and just like provide all the answers for these basic questions, be my guest.
Yeah, I proposed that at one point, and I think that Helios said that he wanted to have it be that newcomers are fresh, even asking the stupid questions, so that they at least get involved with the conversation. But more so, I thought that when I was kind of devising my list that I had for Roland last time, I thought it'd be interesting to find it, just to work on something together where what are the things we actually can agree upon, and one of them would be, like, we all agree that it's stationary, flat Earth locally for all of us. That's what it seems like. We can all agree upon that, at least. I think there was another question. I think Issa was mentioning in the other server, like, if we can't agree on the basics, why is it we're going to try to get into some of these deeper issues? Like can men have babies? I think was the question, or something.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah.
Crypto too.
Yeah, I think it was you. Yeah, but you guys were talking about that, and so that's an interesting thing to try to figure out as far as a list of things go. If we're doing lists.
Here's a question that flat earthers don't agree on, and there is a correct answer. Does the horizon rise with eye level?
Depends on how high you go.
Yeah, say we're going as high as a high altitude balloon.
Then no.
If we do go that high, should we expect to see a curved
on an
horizon?
On an infinite plane, yes. Sorry.
So,
on the infinite plane, yes.
Define rise to eye level? Is it like in the area of eye level, or is it just at like 50-50 eye level?
Within the margin of error, right? You're right, Roger. It's within the margin of error due to refraction, but they want to claim that refraction can make us see around the ball, and theirs is off by orders of magnitude, but they could keep that. Ours is off by a margin of error, and they won't accept it. Good job.
No. This is not a question for globe earthers. It was for strictly flat earthers. The Earth is planar, right? You're rising high enough that, and by eye level, Roger, we mean like basically a straight line, horizontal from your eye.
Yeah, I think if we took out eye level in general, that should never have included eye level, because if the horizon rises as you go further up, then it couldn't be a ball. Is the point? Whether it's your eye level or not doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's true.
So so the way but maybe a language thing. It rises to your eye level doesn't mean it's 50, like the line that's 50-50, right? It rises to your eye level doesn't mean to me that it's exactly in the middle.
Yeah, but they're going to get us on the technicality of it. So yeah, maybe some kind of caveat or just excluding eye level from that question would help.
So you're saying the horizon rises, but not as high as you rise?
Right.
It's an action, right? It's an action. It's something that is done, right? So rises means it is doing that, but maybe not exactly.
The idea
Right,
is
so
with the radius they
Go ahead.
give, eventually you wouldn't be able to see it at all if you were on a ball. That's the whole idea, right? Go ahead.
So
I
what
guess
I'm seeing
the
is
issue
that
here-
it rises, but it's not in the center, the exact center of your eye. It's slightly down below. And if we're looking through an atmosphere with layers, kind of like the water, doesn't that make the fish look a little lower perspective-wise, closer to your feet when you're looking through, a different layer, a different medium? Because if you're way up there at 120,000 feet and you're looking at the horizon, a lot of that atmosphere wouldn't it bend it down, just like the fish, when it might be stretched out a little bit further towards the horizon? So it's raised up to the eye level, just not directly in the middle of the eye.
I think the issue here is the definition of horizon.
the point of infinity, right? What's your definition?
Well, most people's definition, and I would say it's accurate when you're like on terra firma, on Earth, is the junction of the sky and the ground, the intersection of the sky and the ground. But as you rise to a high enough altitude, like for instance where the high altitude balloon is, the horizon itself changes. It doesn't continue being the meeting place of the sky and the ground, because you go high enough and the physical matter that reflects to your eye is like all of it is the sky and the ground together, and on the top half it's just blackness because there's not enough matter to reflect the light to your eye. So the horizon becomes that haziness between the black and the blue.
Oh, that's okay. So you're just saying because it's no longer the sky, it's not.
No, you're still in the sky. It's just less pressure, less density.
I'm struggling because mathematically it would still be. I mean, it would rise to your over a infinite plane. It would rise to your eye level, but
no, it wouldn't. That's what I'm saying.
It
wouldn't, because a horizon's the necessary antecedent for seeing a horizon or anything else is to have that physical matter reflecting to your eye. And as you get high enough, there isn't enough physical matter because of just the low density nature of that environment to reflect it to your eye. So you're not going to have a horizon in that area, or you're not going to see, above that area. So the horizon becomes that which you see, basically, the blackness, versus that which you can see. And the haziness is, the interaction of the two.
Okay, well, so you're definitely
time you're not seeing the horizon because the sky's dark. Like, you're still seeing the horizon at night, right? There's moon and stars and stuff, and there's a point at which that's obscured by landscape or seas or something. But I agree with the person with the mouth for a thing. If what you've got is an infinite plane,
yes,
it should stay bang on horizontal from your eyeball, regardless of how high you get. At zero altitude and at 400,000 feet, it should always be bang on horizontal from you.
No, but you guys are discounting the requirement for seeing, which is the reflection of light off of physical matter. If as you go up, let's say it's an infinite plane, as you go up though, you're only going to see a specific distance around you, right? You can only see so far, and that specific distance is of stuff that is closer to the Earth that's reflecting the light. So as you go up high enough, you're still going to have this expected apparent curvature from the circular, more or less circular horizon all the way around you.
You're saying
that looks like a ball?
I'm saying on a planar Earth, you still expect to see a curved horizon as you go up high enough.
Are you saying because our eyesight is limited, somehow there will be a radius which we could see, like a maximum radius which we could see, which would make it look like a globe? Is that what you're saying?
Not like a globe, but it would be a curved horizon. Absolutely.
But okay, I don't know.
And this is like, it's not, this is the correct answer. It can't be anything else, because in order for us to see, we require the light to reflect off of matter. If there is no more matter for it to reflect, or not enough for it to reach our eyes and for us to actually perceive anything, then we're not going to have
that's
sight
just the
at that
limit of
location.
our eyes. I mean, okay, so you could say maybe our eyes limited, but you could just say somehow if we could enhance our vision, like we had a machine, or can you hear me? Yeah, if we had a machine,
Absolutely.
then it would still rise to the eye level of that machine. But yeah, I mean, sure. So
yeah. The limiting kind of reagent is the amount of matter in the atmosphere. So if we had this superhuman vision where we could see, like we barely needed any atmosphere whatsoever to see, then yes, this wouldn't be an issue. But the necessary antecedents for a horizon is, number one, an observer, with their whatever limitations of eyesight that they have, and number two, the matter to reflect that light to their eyes or to the lens or to whatever it is, right?
Okay.
If you go up, you're still going to get this thing below you that you can see. Above that, where you're seeing inky blackness, would you also see stars?
I don't see why not. If your exposure was good enough, I don't see why not.
So at the point where the stars stop and the Earth starts, would we not still call that the horizon?
No, I don't think so. Because
why not?
Because I think, and actually, I'd love to see some kind of high altitude video of this, but from the high altitude video that I can remember, you don't see any stars, and I think it's because of like the amount of light that's coming from the sun and stuff like that. It's basically washed out. But let's say it's
you would. My feeling is all you'd have to do is have an aperture or an eye that isn't blown out by the light of the atmosphere and the earth below you. That if you like put on a collar or something like a big, dog collar thing that they put on to stop the dog chewing its own nuts after it's had surgery, and then looked only upwards, so everything you're seeing was a night sky, I reckon you would see stars.
Yeah, if you blocked off like the earth below, but if you blocked off the earth below, let's say you left a little bit of haze, so you knew where that horizon was, right? Do you think that the stars would mesh into that haze, or that there would be like a buffer kind of zone where there's not enough, there's too much atmosphere to see the stars, but not enough to see the actual haze, the matter?
I think the foggy bit before it got down to the ocean or the land or whatever it was, where it'd be hard to tell where the hard line of the horizon was, but you'd still call that general region the horizon. I don't think the horizon's existence is dependent on an observer observing it.
Well, exactly. It absolutely is. So
I do think it depends on the position you're in, but I think a camera could observe it without a human being there. Or
of course. But then the camera's the observer, right? But yeah, let's say you blocked out the sun, and you blocked out the majority of the earth, and you just left kind of this haze thing, and you increased the exposure and stuff like that. I would still say the horizon is at the middle part of that haze, when it's half black, half blue. That I would consider that would be the horizon, and it would be interesting to see if a star can kind of shine through the top half of that haze or something. But yeah, so simply stated, horizon on Earth is ground meeting sky. Horizon, when you're high enough, is black sky meeting, blue sky and Earth. So the horizon itself changes.
Is a confusing one for me because there's many people with auto levels who test and photograph that, and it doesn't appear to be the case. Even flat earthers have gone. Hasn't Bev gone out with an auto level and photographed the horizon being below the line in the middle of the lens? Thought he had.
I'm not sure. It's on Earth alone. It's kind of hard to gauge whether or not it's an effect of barrel distortion versus it just not being at eye level. But I think there's no reason why it wouldn't be at eye level if you're so close to the Earth.
Well, I just think being up a significantly high hill, high mountain.
I mean, when are you supposed to see curvature on the globe? So Neil deGrasse Tyson says you cannot see it below 120,000 feet. So, but what's the real mathematical answer according to the globe model?
60. He doubled down. He said 60 miles with the bed thing. 60 miles.
Oh man. Okay, so only NASA can get there according to them. Okay, yeah, I see.
No, I mean, I think that the mathematical answer to that would be
would require that we put some maths on what we mean by the word see, because when we say see it, I think there's ambiguity in whether we mean see or perceive.
Well, okay.
It's not which one somebody's asking. And so I could say, being a glober, I think we see it everywhere. Anytime you look at the horizon, you are seeing curve. Do you recognize that it's curved? Do you look at it and go, that looks... No.
I mean, mathematical curvature, there's assuming there is, good enough machine and you can really, measure that it's curved from given height.
You're talking about two different things, though. If you say mathematically, it's not a measurement.
Mathematically, I'm assuming the mathematical truth is, I assume our perceived truth is compatible to mathematical truth.
How about we say it this way? If Earth was in a perfect vacuum,
hold on.
How high would you need to be to see it?
Hold on. Did you say mathematical truth?
Yeah.
Well, what does that mean?
That's a good question. So it's there's a theoretical truth, okay, there's a cube somewhere, and it's actually a cube, or there's a sphere somewhere. It's actually a sphere. and we perceive it as a cube and a sphere as the compatibility. Like, I mean, like in a, I mean, like a truth in the realm of ideals, right? There should be some objective reality. That's really what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what mathematical truth? You didn't answer the question.
It's hard to define. It's a
okay. So
I would say it's portion.
Hold on. How is the truth hard to define? Because it's the truth.
Well, how do we measure it's the truth?
Well, the truth is the truth. It's apparent. It's obvious. So what is a mathematical truth?
Can you prove that's true? I mean, can you prove that the truth is just independent of all logical systems?
Yeah, I mean, so water boils. That's the truth. You can test it. It's obvious. It's apparent.
Well, it's just us perceiving it, but is it actually boiling?
No, it's not a perception. It's actually what's going
dogmatic.
on.
I mean, okay,
because because here's the thing: you can close your eyes and stick your hand in it, and it still boils your hand if you put it in boiling water. A blind person can do that. So it has nothing to do with perception.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. You've got to be able to put a number on perception. You've got to be able to say
why. Wait, a number on perception. What does that mean? Because you do understand that.
Sounds like you're agreeing with.
Hold on. You do understand that numbers and math are simply made up by human beings.
No, I think 1 and 2 and 3.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Hey,
we made them up because
no need to get angry.
You can say 1, 2, 3. You can also say potato, tomato, peanut.
But 1 and 2, you can say. You cannot say. I mean, you can give it whatever name.
Can you hold
want.
1 in your hand? Can you hold 1 in your hand?
Right. So you can make. Right. So we make these things up. Human beings made these things up.
Yep.
Well, 1 can or 2 cans. Let's say. I mean, there is
what's
difference,
one?
right? No matter what. 1 is. Yeah. So
yeah,
1
what's
is
1?
The unit of.
It's a quantity of something, correct?
Yeah, it's a quantity of something, but the quantity.
Okay, show me 1.
But
the quantity,
that's the thing.
The numbers.
It's a name attached to anything you want. At that point,
numbers,
right? 1 of anything, you can just fucking say that's one thing.
You can call it whatever you want, but the concept, the idea of 1 is still there. So you can say there's potato.
It's conceptual. You just said it. It's in your head. You said it's conceptual.
Concept and idea. Those are things that exist only in your head.
But it is a. I mean, it is a real. Are you saying all of reality is in your head?
Show me 1.
What?
Show me 1.
Well, if you took the idea that kind of like what you were saying, if someone closed their eyes and you handed them a beer can and you asked them how many beer cans are you holding, then they would know what 1 is, even if they didn't perceive it.
I mean, they only would say 1 because they've been taught that 1 is 1. We all understand what 1 is because we understand the word mean 1. A single thing.
It exists, right? You agree that 1 exists.
No.
Okay,
it's a concept. It's an idea.
So what do you agree? So it's an idea, but it
right. So based on that,
on the other hand, you perceive water boiling, and then that's
conceptual. Listen,
but you don't
it's conceptual. The fact that it's an idea, right, does not mean that you can have a mathematical truth.
It's much more complicated.
Because ideas can't be true. Ideas are just ideas.
Sense. That's a nonsensical.
No, it is.
Ideas
represent
not be
something
true.
that's real.
So the reason, hold on, the reason you think it's nonsensical is because you think math is a real thing. You think numbers are real things.
So there's a quote in math
hard for you to follow.
So I think 1, 2, 3, the numbers, the natural numbers are a real thing. I think that's a fundamental part of our universe. What you're saying, the rest of math is made up. That could be true. In fact, mathematicians have debated this.
Well, math is a language like any other, and it represents something that's real. Is it real in itself? No, but it represents.
It's hard. Well, you can't prove it's not real. I mean, that's a fundamental question. So most people will say that 1, 2, 3, these things are fundamental. These things are part of our universe.
So here's the thing: you said that it's not real, but you can't show me 1, 2, or 3.
I mean, like one, it's not just something physical, right? That can be real, right? It can be a realm of like abstract of ideals, right?
Yeah, those things aren't real.
Well,
I mean, I
you're
can
just saying
talk
like
about
you're just thinking
unicorns and
from like
dragons.
you're just thinking of a point
A
like the most.
dragon, right? These
You're just
things
thinking the
aren't
most
real. They're
materialistic.
ideas.
Your threshold of real is just purely materialistic. That's what I think. That's the difference. You're just
Yeah,
saying it
ideas are
has
not
to be
real.
physical. But then, what is
Ideas are
your
not real.
consciousness? Is
Wait,
your consciousness real? Can you show me your consciousness?
Oh,
We're not talking about
so
that. We're talking about math and mathematical
No.
truth. We're
Can you
trying to
show me your
listen.
consciousness?
Listen. We started.
I'm
You
listening to you.
started with saying something about mathematical truth, and
Yeah,
you have not
mathematical.
given it to us yet because you're attempting to apply a mathematical truth to your reality. Now, how can you apply an idea to what's real?
Okay, I mean, do you agree that there's such thing as a circle?
We can draw a circle. We can call it a circle. We've
I can
called
draw
something
one. I can
that
draw a
we
tally
drew
mark.
a circle, right? We could also call it a triangle. We could call it a square. We could have given any. We could have called it potato. We could have drawn a line in a round thing and said that's a potato, and then everyone would say potato.
I think you guys are. I think. Well, can I say something real quick? You guys, I think that you guys, if you guys really did talk this out in a more rational, calm manner, you would agree. You're both flat earthers, is that right?
Yeah. I think he just triggered because I said something math, and then people have this
Yeah,
perception that
math is
only
not.
a tool.
Yeah,
No,
it's an argument about concepts versus reality, and math is a concept.
Attempting to find out what a mathematical truth is.
It's hard to define. It's going to take a lot more discussion in this, especially if you're going to if you're going to be, like, have this kind of mindset. Like you're going to have a very dogmatic.
It's a matter of semantics almost.
Hold on.
We need to.
What
we need to do this
mindset?
somewhere else.
I'm asking you to tell me what a mathematical truth is. You said something. Now I want you to tell me what it is.
I'm trying to demonstrate to you that you can't define everything that you perceive as real in terms of materialistic terms.
Even if you can't define it, don't use it. Don't bring it up. Don't say that it is a thing that you can then use to demonstrate or apply to reality.
It's a concept of cardinality to describe the number, the cardinality of a given whatever of given substance, given objects.
What?
Yeah, I mean, so
what's cardinality?
Yeah, so cardinality, you have to say what a function is. It's a function. It is okay. So, I mean, okay. Do you agree that if something, just because something's not physical, would you say it's not real? Like that's what I'm a little bit struggling on with your viewpoint.
Yes. So if you say fairies and you can't demonstrate a fairy, it's not real.
Well, I mean, like your consciousness, like real, like can you pull out your consciousness and show me that
pull out?
But we can use language.
That's but what is language? I mean, like, does that show that your consciousness is real? I mean, there are some things that might not be physical but are still real.
Well, we can use language to try to represent it and try to guide actions toward.
Yeah. So our concept. Oh, I totally agree. So maybe the mathematical language of one is just our human way to describe one. But the concept of one, I think most people would agree exists. The concept of one is true. We can call it whatever.
Toward one unit so that you direct one action toward one unit, stuff
maybe
like that.
We can have this conversation later, but maybe I'll just go back to what I was trying to say about that we could have a machine to perceive if there's a curve, right? And then we can agree, you and I, that there is a mathematical, there is some kind of unambiguous definition of curve, right? We can agree if something is curved or not.
We'd shoot a laser and try to measure the curvature, say, of the Earth.
I think you're just getting hung up on semantics. I think we're really, Sorry, who's talking?
Mathematics is it?
To plot two points will create a line and a third will test it. So that is a mathematical way of telling if something is curved.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. I wasn't trying to trigger. Yeah.
I think it's a valid point. My only question was depends within which error bars, because if you didn't have any error bars, right? If the error bars were totally zero, then You're talking about only in the realm of maths in terms of, you know, an object, a device that could do it. That's a different issue because maths doesn't have cars, but the machines we design to test things in the meat world reality do.
Well, math is just a way to check change with a rigid standard that doesn't just change all over the place. If we had one quantity here, we should have a similar quantity over here unless we're missing something. So math is an attempt to try to catalog and count everything so that you can make sure that you've accounted for all the variables and seeing if the Earth, you know, is changing or curving relative to a straight standard, say, that shouldn't be deviating like a laser, stuff like that. Math is a language that needs to be used properly to represent what's going on.
Math is a language, but mathematical objects could be real, right? It could be real. It could just exist in the non-physical realm.
I don't know what mathematical objects are, but I'm a
right. I mean, so you have to get to like
one of the best math ever. Listen, mathematics is a tool, and you can make up your own as long as you can follow your way back to where you started. That's Oliver Heaviside, one of the best mathematicians ever. It's a fucking tool and nothing else. It's not a language, none of that shit. They're symbols. They're symbols that represent something in our mind. That's it.
Yeah.
With symbols, you can do more than words.
Yes.
That's just that simple. You don't
exactly. They represent ideas. They represent abstract ideas. That's right. That's
and with any language, you have the thing being represented and the way that it's represented in the language. So the question with math is the thing that it's trying to represent being accurately represented or not?
When I say math, when I say mathematical truth, I mean like the idea, the concept. I do not mean our whatever, the way we describe it. That is definitely, you could say that's a language. I mean, I think most mathematicians actually agree with you.
Yeah, I thought you would agree if you just got down to what exactly one was meaning as opposed to what one was asking. But if there could be like an objective truth of any sort, like even like if this was a designated area we're in with one sun and one moon, and that was objectively true, you know, then I guess you can go take it to that level.
Well, let's see what's represented by
objective proof.
Crucial to a bunch of flat-earth arguments in maths, right? The black swan is a mathematic calculation based on spherical geometry, 1,000 miles an hour. That is real. If they don't have a relationship with reality, it has a very damaging.
Black swan is not based on 1,000 miles an hour because that's velocity. There's no velocity in the black swan.
Black swan.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What is
not what I was talking about? What I said was the black swan is based on spherical geometry of an observer's height of 6 foot, the curve on a ball of given radius of blah, 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 then the horizon should be no more than 1 point. They're all numbers, right? If numbers don't mean anything, then those things don't mean anything. Then black swan is just a picture. It doesn't actually prove anything because if maths doesn't prove it must represent reality.
You can use the numbers, right, to mark things that are real. Like the real amount of miles between the eye and the horizon, right? And we're using the real things like the hill house habitat to denote distance. Now we're directly measuring it, right? And we're getting this number and we're plugging it into the equation. But that's different than getting an abstract number like, you know, just making something up without a measurement and calculating off of, you know, estimations rather than measurements. So they have different levels of reality. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, language can be used to be simplified or to complicate things or to muddle things and to deceive, even with math. Like if we're talking about 1.22 times the square root of the height, if you're 6 feet, you know, the square root of 6 is between 2 and 3 because 2 squared is 4, square root of 4 is 2. 3 squared is 9, square root of 9 is 3. So between 2 and 3 is the square root of 6, since it's between 4 and 9, for, you know, 6 being between 4 and 9. So you'd multiply 1.22 simply times 2 or 3 to get the distance to the miles. That would give you the hump of Earth curvature horizon. So 1.22 times, you know, say 3 would be like about 3 or 4 miles away. You'd expect a horizon to obstruct something at your height of 6 feet or lower. It's just so simple. You know, once you simplify the language, the meaning becomes clear, even with math.
Well, my point is, one must accept that math is real. It is not just conceptual.
I love math. Math is the shit, man. I love it. And I wish you Globies can do more of it because you guys fucking suck at it.
But it can be used to
I
deceive
agree.
people. You got to be careful, even math, because the way that the numbers are used to confuse, to hide simple meaning, it's not that difficult if you just simplify the meaning and just say, okay, this is what we think is going on.
So the way to understand it is that figures can't lie, but liars sure can figure.
There you go.
Good one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing with modern science. I know what you guys are saying. It's like they just use math as a way to. They claim that it's reality, right? It's like they'll come up with an idea.
You're going to need Tesla for that. His quote is the best. He said they replaced experiments with mathematics and they wander off into equation after equation and they build something that has no relation to reality. That's what
He's a smart guy. Yeah.
He's
That's
very
right.
smart. So that's the problem. That's what they did. They replaced the experiment part for experimental mathematics, and that's Einstein and his followers. You see,
I totally agree. I mean, I'm just saying that there is math. I'm not saying it's like the physical reality. There is a math, though. And there are things that can be true in math. It does not mean it's true in the physical reality. So that's it.
Yeah, like you can. Well, they divide by zero, which is undefined in math, but you can't divide by zero.
Dude, these
one
quantum
thing
physicists. Oh yeah, they're full of shit, dude. They do all sorts of stuff. They just they don't even follow their own math. Yeah.
Well, Miles Matthews talks about the problems even with current physics. He talks about even conceptualizing a point. This, location in space which has no parts, no extension, no width, no depth, just a perfect point. He says in real life you don't have that. You have things that have length, that have extension, and that's why you have a renormalization necessary in math when the numbers get so crazy and so out of whack that you have to bring them back to some sort of unit number line definition. And he says we wouldn't even need to do that with physics or some of these weird maths that are talking about infinity points and stuff like that if we had the math grounded in some sort of firm basis where stuff in real life is not a point. It has length, it has width, it has breadth, it has depth, it has extension. So technically there is no such thing in calculus or anything like that as a point. You need to talk about the length of this point, to really ground it in normal math again.
I don't agree with that. I think that points do exist in a meaningful, intersect with reality in a meaningful way, even if they're theoretical. Like, for example, best example is when you are trying to do the timing on a piston, you want to find it where top dead center is, because TDC, top dead center, is when the piston's at its full extension point. It's all the way up inside there and it won't get any higher. What it means is it's gone up and it'll start going down again. Really, really hard to find that point with accuracy, even though it exists. There is a certain point, because it's going through a circular movement, piston's linear movement. There is a certain point of that linear movement where it is at top dead center. Whether you can find it or the closer you can find it is a question. But that it exists, I think, is
paradox, trying to break reality into these units. It's impossible. We live in a reality that's so continuous. Trying to do that to a certain point with perfect points or perfect division of reality is in itself going to be a problem if we don't try to marry this back to some sort of real standard, where in reality things have extension, they have length, they're not perfect points.
No, but
there's accuracy.
There is no length, there is no extension, there is no breadth to top dead center. It is a singular point, and the lower your deviation from that point, the more efficient your engine.
Bro, you're defining it as a point, but it's not really a point. You're measuring. So if you take the cylinder head off, you got a dial indicator, and you're moving the crankshaft until your piston goes up, and you follow your eye, and the dial indicator is going to be rising. Let's say going clockwise until it's going to stop and start going counterclockwise, right? So you want to catch it where it stops, yeah? And that's dependent upon the accuracy of the instrument. So let's say you buy a dial indicator that's graduated in 1,000s increments. So that's and you read the gauge will tell you how accurate it is, plus or minus 1,000s of the division, right? Or plus or minus half a thou, or 1/10,000s if you want to fork out the money. But do you have to be in that accuracy range for a gasoline engine? The answer is no. You don't. You don't even have to be within 1,000 is fine. More than plenty for gas.
But you're going to be more efficient the closer it gets to it. I didn't say you have to get it to within 1/10.
Point. You know what I mean? Like, mathematical points are extremely powerful, but they're not real. You know what I mean?
How could you be within 1,000th of a distance from something that doesn't exist? It has to exist to know how far you are from it.
Yeah, because we're talking about the translation of the piston up and down. So it's not, of course it exists.
There is a point at its highest. Yeah, so it exists.
Sure, yeah. But you can say it's made out of infinite points if you want.
No, I'd say there's one point. There's one top dead center point. Sure, the whole rotation is made out of infinite points, but only one of those is top dead center.
Well, we
It's
have to
more
talk
accurately
about the
defined as
problem with some of these
position.
definitions. I mean, the
Top
thing is, when we're
center
talking
position.
about a point, we're talking about something that ultimately we'd like a physical operation to be performed on. Now, that's where you need something with a certain length and a certain extension. When I grab a cup, it's not a point. It's something with length that is big enough and, able to be handled by my hand with a physical operation. And that translates even to the piston, unless you're talking about operation on points. That's where the language falls apart mathematically, because what operation is possible on a point? We can try to discover one conceptually in an abstract sense, yes. But when the rubber meets the road and we need physical operation, we need length, breadth, depth, extension, limits, and stuff like that.
Frankly, it's horse shit. No, like, you're just pointing at something that isn't a point and going, hey, look, that's not a point. Of course, a cup is not a point, but is there the point at which your hand first touched it, that you didn't just grab it all in one go?
I mean,
Yeah.
unless I can see this
I'm down
point,
with you on
even
that.
that's problematic.
I can fucks with that. Sure, man. Yeah. And it's sort of like you're talking about infinitesimals or like asymptotes. As it approaches zero, but it will never approach zero. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, okay, I'm with you. It's mathematical. I got you.
But in maths, like if you were to mathematically describe what that piston does, there is a number, there is a place, there is a definite need for error. This is top dead center. But yeah, if you get into reality, suddenly we need gauges and we go, well, look, I know I might be 1,000th out this way or that way, but in reality, with the gloopiness of fuel going in and it's pretty good to get it close enough.
Yeah, man. I'm just, so you call it point. I might more accurately call it position. In my world, we're both right. Whatever. It's just we're describing top dead center. You know what I mean?
Well, how would we define even a point, gentlemen? I mean, Euclid's definition of a point for him was that which has no parts. Do we see anything like that in reality? No. And so when we tried to marry this back to reality and guide actions in reality with these questionable definitions, that can be a problem. I would say at best a point is going from one level of interaction to the other conceptually. That would be, a much more accurate definition, and how we try to marry that into reality is something different.
There's a really good definition, but you need a line. What's a straight line? Exactly. The straight line is defined by points. It's the shortest distance between 2 points. So in order for you to have a line, you got to have points, man. That's according to that geometrical concept. You see what I'm saying? So points are
if you can't have points, you can't have a sphere. If you can't have a sphere, you can't test a sphere. If you can't test a sphere, you can't know you're not living on one. Like, you need this for everything.
Well, the thing that would need to happen with a point is it needs to be modified with something that's closer to reality. In reality, things have parts. So if we're saying that this is a point, well, ultimately we're going to need to say how big this point is if we're going to get back to reality.
You're just pointing at physical objects that have 3 dimensions and going, look, some things have 3 dimensions. That's right. How do you get... Okay, so remove 1 dimension. Can we have 2-dimensional things? They're not objects. They don't exist in reality. But is it useful to have a 2D plans of a house? Yes. If you don't go 2D, what do you go below that? 1D. What is 1D?
Yeah, but even though your house plans do have like thickness on paper, so technically they're not 2D. But yes, I'm with you. Of course they're 2D, but they're not. Right? Because the paper is
when
not
we're
2D.
talking about dimensions, all we're really talking about is level of focus. On the paper, we're asked to only focus on length and width. That's it. But it's conceptual in that, are there 2D objects? Not really. It's basically talking about what they want you to zero in on for focusing. Like when you go to the store, could you focus on 3 dimensions? Yes, you could say, I want a ream of wallpaper or something like that, or a roll of wallpaper that is 1 inch by 1 inch by 1 micron. But people are like, we don't need to focus on that because it only comes from the manufacturer in this form. For you to focus on that is redundant. We're going to give you a 1 by 1 square and only focus on 2 dimensions. That appears to be what we're talking about with these abstract things. Do they have a
And you're gone.
You went dead for me. Just kind of okay.
Absolute dead for me too.
But yeah, in order, I think we're agreed. Sorry, what's the name of the blue thingy? I'm not allowed on my computer while my girlfriend's editing.
Me? Who's the blue thing? Or Lemon Bird or me?
No, you.
I'm Cyrus. What's up?
Yeah, we're agreed, right? Like,
I know. I don't. To the flat earthers, I'm not trying to sound like a globey guys, but like points are useful. I like math, so you guys should know that already. So points are pretty useful.
Well, they're
and there's
useful
no
to help you focus. I mean, when you go to the store, you don't say, I need a roll of wallpaper that is 1 inch by 1 inch by 1 micron. People don't think that it's necessary to focus on that. You only need to focus in 2 dimensions because they're going to say to you, it comes from the manufacturer in this form. You don't need to specify this 3rd dimension. We're just going to give you a 1 by 1 thing of wallpaper and just, call it a day. But does it mean that there are 2D objects? No. It's just a way of focusing on this versus this to guide the most, intelligible action mathematically, physically, or whatever.
So for the math lovers or haters out there, I'm not sure, but believe it or not, there's only there's only addition. There's no subtraction, there's no division, there's no multiplication. There's only addition. And I can prove it mathematically. There's only addition. Everything else is a concept or a construct of your mind with addition.
Well,
there's no subtraction
division
either.
is a form of addition because if you divide something in 2, it's kind of similar to just adding another copy of
Division,
it. Smaller.
I got you. So division is multiplying by the reciprocal, and multiplication is shorthand addition. That's all it is. And now subtraction is what we're talking about. To subtract something, you don't actually subtract it because there's no such thing in math. You have to multiply it by -1 first, then you add that to it. And between each term in a polynomial is always a plus. There's no minuses. The minus belongs to the operator.
Okay, so
like the number.
Your wife has to be versed in those mathematical things, right?
My wife? No, she doesn't have to know any of that shit. What?
Why not?
She just can't be a glowtard. That's the main thing.
Why? She doesn't have to. I like this shit. Not everybody does.
Listen how passionate you are. That's all I'm saying.
Dude, if math was taught this way, everybody would be a fucking genius. But they don't teach it this way. It's if they just teach you everything, just put a plus sign. There's no everything else comes from that -1 that you multiply by the other number to get a subtraction. It's actually a multiplication by an invisible -1. But like Lemon was saying, the thickness of the paper is so common if you're buying wallpaper that they neglect it. That's the same exact thing we do with the negative sign. A subtraction, it's not subtraction, it's addition. Like say you're going to go 2 minus 1 equals 1, right? There is no -1 there. It's 2 plus -1 multiplied by +1. That's how it really is. And if you always work out your math problems,
I mean, totally. Like that's
you would make no mistakes. Anyways, but yeah,
that's super interesting. Is there a link you could drop for that? Because I've never heard that concept. That's awesome.
Oh fuck yeah, man. I'll get you. That's how, dude.
It reminds me back.
Dude, listen, I'm a vapid cheerleader. Okay, you got to talk to me like I'm 2.
It reminds me of the idea that there is no push. There is no pull. There's only push.
That's I get you.
We're talking about these things in a way that leads to clear action. Clear understanding leads to clear action, and that's why it helps to speak about these things in a language that makes sense. Not just be like these are esoteric numbers on paper. What am I supposed to do with these numbers? What do you want me to understand? What do you want me to do? That's a bit more common.
Yeah, what's the intention and that's the thing. One apple exists whether or not I say one apple exists.
Yeah, but I mean, what keeps happening when you need to say that is you present something where it doesn't matter, or it's esoteric, or it's weird, and going, hey, look, this weird example I presented is weird and doesn't matter. But somebody barreling through a school zone at 120 kilometers an hour, that's just dangerous. We can all immediately go, oh, that number, that 120, that's way too high. Slow it down, dude. We immediately go, that's going to splatter some kids. That number is going to equal body parts all over the street. Whereas if you went through at 20, we suddenly recognize that number is objectively different. There is a difference between the two, and we could measure it, and it does mean something. Whether I can touch it or hold it or pass
the unit.
Yes, 20 versus 120. You're only going to break some ankles. Yeah, that's right.
If you use a number, you've got to say what after, like 20 what. Because if I'm measuring speed in light seconds. Well, 20 light seconds is pretty quick, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I agree
Or
with that,
20 miles an hour is faster than 20 kilometers. So there must be
So
a unit.
numbers aren't a contrivance, then. Is that what we're saying?
Numbers on their own kind of mean nothing. They mean nothing.
Well, but everyone agrees they're all. It's because there's a perceiver that they are concepts, and maybe
Everyone agrees with
another.
that. I agree with that.
Yeah. So if it was a different type of perceiver, they may see everything as one in a totally different designation for whatever reason. That's all.
Then someone's going to come along though and say, "Does information exist regardless of a
yeah,
knower?"
it's useless to go down that road. But I think this discussion started where I was asking, are there things that at this point in the conversation, ballers and flat earth can just agree upon, and we cannot have to go over some of the same explanations we've done plenty of times, which is like, for example, like why can't we see Paris from New York? Even ballers don't try to propose that any longer. Could we make a list of things we all agree upon? And then somebody asked, what's the height at which we could actually see the curvature? If it's not what Neil deGrasse Tyson says, then what is it? And that's where we got to this point.
Well, language, like math, has a context, which means that, there are certain actions it's supposed to lead to in certain situations. And so it helps to talk this stuff out. When we say you see the curvature, are you seeing like a degree of curvature? Does it look like a pie slice? 10 degrees of curvature. How much curvature are we seeing? Is it like a hump? Is it like, a circle that kind of goes outward a little bit? Or, what exactly would we be seeing? A lot of this is conceptual. And if it's conceptual, that's fine. But how does this map back to reality? Because we use both of these things, with language. We use the abstract concept to get back to a reality and vice versa for something that's meaningful and makes sense and is communicable to other people.
Yeah. Well, the other example I gave is we all can agree upon if we, hadn't been told about the globe Earth, our perception of reality is that it presents itself as a stationary plane. I think even ballers and flat earthers in this discussion this long, aside from observations that can be interpreted one way or another, that's our objective reality.
To me, it's not. To me, I think I would still look up and go, those stars are circling a central point.
I said aside from observations that could be interpreted either way.
So that's what I'm saying. If somebody said to me, and I went, those stars are circling a central point, and there was only one of those, I would go, yep, that could be interpreted. I don't even think that could be interpreted either way. That would say we're all on the one side of an object. Whereas if somebody said, hey, there's that in the north, and then when I go to live in London, I see that in the north, there isn't two ways to interpret that for me. There is either we're on something where you can be facing in 180 degrees opposite direction, or
I was just trying to say, aside from observations, which could be interpreted either way. In fact, the Southern Star Trails is one of strong points for flat Earth, in my opinion. Two disks in the sky that are adjacent to each other, not in the top and the bottom of the pole. We have dipole. We have two poles, and that's fine. It doesn't debunk flat Earth at all in my mind. But aside from observations that could be interpreted either way, we all have to agree that our reality seems stationary and level. Correct?
That's what I experience.
No inference can ever trump direct measurement. And that just that will always stand. Always stand. No matter what.
Well, in a way, we're trying to ask people to share reality with us and lead to similar actions. Like if we're saying it's a flat, motionless plane, it's basically saying this is real, guide your actions accordingly. And it looks like people already do that with, the NASA literature and their flight, documents and their models, appearing to use a flat, motionless plane in some instances. So it looks like the truth that we're communicating and the truth that's actually there appears to be a flat, motionless plane, at least based off of the way that they model, the way that they treat their, flights and stuff like that, and what they use when they make their calculations and stuff.
Yeah, it's already admitted to. It's almost already admitted to.
But if it's a dipole, that might work. Where is the South Pole south of? Like to me, a dipole, at least on a magnet, any I don't know too much about them, I must admit.
Not to the equator, man.
Well, that would be like using a magnet to try to get to the rest of reality. I mean, what's happening with the flat plane may be a North Pole center and south at best being like a ring around us, like a ring magnet then. That would be south in a different definition with a different...
Yeah, you don't have to even call it south. You could call it just adjacent.
Call opposite of north. Opposite of
Yeah,
north.
whatever that is. Whatever
Well,
that
we
is.
can say that we're talking
180
about a
degrees the
magnet.
other way.
Well, when we're talking about a magnet, stuff flows into the magnet, stuff flows out of the magnet. That appears to be what we're saying with north-south. Stuff could be flowing into the North Pole, out from the South Pole, vice versa. It may just be a flow, a way that the field flows. We could idealize and conceptualize it as a north-south pole magnet, a north-south buckyball, or a north-south ring. You know, there's different conceptions even with that.
Yeah, so there's definitely two ways to interpret it, obviously.
No. I mean, there's two ways to interpret it, provided you don't let me share what I'm saying. And that is the southern stars circle roughly the point that Sigma Octantis sits next to in a tight little circle due south of me. The same thing happens due south of Perth. The same thing happens due south of the Cook Island, of Brazil, of South Africa. That doesn't represent...
That still doesn't falsify the surface measurement. How does that falsify the surface measurement?
It doesn't. It doesn't falsify it at all.
I'm down then. Cool. All right. Awesome.
Yeah, and that hasn't been proven otherwise either. There's different time zones for all those areas, and there's flat earthers that will acknowledge that maybe that seems to be the case from the tip of all those areas. But have they ever been observed all at once? Has that been documented to beyond a reasonable doubt? And even so, if that is the case, we might have to consider some other things about the sky and the way it appears, and it may not say anything about the surface.
Well, we duplicate the effect even in the Spanish video with a flat plane with stars circling overhead like those concentric circles. He passes a hemispheric dome glass over there, and you see a warp to the left and a warp to the right. That might be what we're seeing, with the north being toward the center and the south, like toward Australia or whatever, being toward the outer perimeter, where, firmament, glass, or sky is deforming the star trail. So at that point, it wouldn't be a pole like on a ball. It could be reconceptualized as a flat plane with warp and distortion from glass, atmosphere, or firmament, dome, something else.
Yeah, there's a channel called No Fanfare that does a really good job at showing how that could be the case, that we're seeing a reflection. In fact, he even designates the constellations as looking like the same constellations, but spread out from that warping effect. And that's what you would be observing from all those different points.
So if you want my testimony on it, I've looked at it a lot. It doesn't warp and distort for me. It seems to stay like it appears to me as if the stars could be fixed in a sphere and rotating around a central point. There's no warping. There's no point at which they get further or closer to one another. They just circle lazily around a point that's like half a degree off Sigma Octantis.
So they're not expanding
in that
from
case,
each other?
the dome of the sky is the hemisphere, while the land is flat. It's not necessary, though, to marry the land to what's happening in the sky, though. The sky just has a solid structure. And so it would just be a different way of conceiving the same thing with a solid, hemispheric dome glass sky or something like that.
Yeah, anyway, the point was that these are all things about the observations that could be interpreted in more than one way, even though you want to insist that it can't be. But the point is, we all agree that if we weren't observing things and interpreting them in one way or another, the Earth presents itself as a stationary plane to everybody, globers and flat earthers included.
Honestly, that to me, provided you use special pleading to explain away contrary cases, then my case looks good.
Well, you're using special pleading to explain away the curvature and the lack of movement we see. I mean, we're asked by globers to deny our senses, that declare that it's a flat horizon, flat, unmoving plane, and marry them to another conception where we're moving, but we don't feel it. And we're curving based off of NASA's, curve distortion photos and CGI and their barrel distortion lenses, but we don't see that on the horizon. So you're already asking us to take our senses and submit them to another way of thinking and being intellectually,
and ignore all the official documents that say treat it as a stationary plane.
Okay, so that's changing the topic though. Like that's not saying that, like, it would be one thing to go, right, this is an issue, but then there are these other things. But it's a bit weird to go, these other things disprove that issue.
Well, the question is, are we going to keep the model or drop it in the face of adversity or things that don't quite work? I mean, sometimes when we're so committed to a model, we, with our bias, just gloss over the inconsistencies flat around. So we can only admit our bias and admit the inconsistency, what the model can or can't address, and how it tries to address it or not address it with workarounds, excuses, salvaging theories, rescue devices, whatever.
So good on you. Are you admitting that that's what's happening now for the South Celestial Pole, or are you saying that only the globers do that?
Well, the Globers and the Flatties, I guess, would have their ways of doing it. They would just need to be simply acknowledged in what can or can't be addressed. That's all that you can do.
Well, I've addressed since I've got into this conversation, talking to someone that left the conversation in 2015 because it seemed like some things were just being ignored by flat earthers in general, like the idea of a southern star rotation, like just saying that the stars move east to west as an answer to that, and that's the only thing you need to say. It comes up short. In fact, his whole description of the sky in the way that it could be that these are two adjacent things that are working like thermodynamics, and you put the shavings on the graphite shavings on a paper, and you have the two poles, it makes that same pattern. I mean, it's something that we could observe and see that there's an example of it at least, but we don't have any example of a ball spinning in space to make any kind of reference to, that's for sure, other than itself.
I don't think you need to. It doesn't need to be conclusive either way. My only point is to sort of, it's worth acknowledging strong points. That's all I'd say.
Well, for sure.
What you guys on about?
I don't know. They were talking about math when I hopped in here.
Well, we were trying to come up with a list of things that ballers and flat earthers can agree upon, so we can start from some objective type of basis.
Nothing. We can agree upon nothing.
I mean, there's nothing that you can do, dude. If there's not curvature,
objective reality.
Well, the ones that are honest will admit that it seems as though we're on a stationary plane, as far as we can tell, without the theory involved.
That's why I was offering feedback. I would just change the wording to it doesn't feel like, and then I think you'd get 100% agreement. It doesn't feel like we're turning, or on a ball that's rotating around another ball that's rotating around a galactic center. That kind of thing, I think everybody would agree with. Whereas there are no observations or something like that, I think started where I was like, well,
that was the caveat. Yeah, without the observations that could be interpreted one way or another.
Can I use your top dead center example? May I use your top dead center? Okay.
Sure.
So, we use obviously an indicator, or a dial indicator, whichever. It could be a linear indicator, don't matter. But you need some sort of instrument. So if you tell me that there is something there that my instrument cannot pick up, cannot measure, well then how did you come up with it? Well, surely you must have an instrument that can do it, right? And that's the thing here, So if you talk about something that you cannot feel, detect, or measure, then how the fuck did you know it's there in the first place to tell me that it's there? Well, you can't feel motion, you can't prove that we're moving, but you're moving. You know what I mean? And I understand the whole constant velocity thing for sure. For sure, that's true. But, you know what I mean? You got no measurements of motion, so with what instrument did you detect motion?
Yeah, if somebody was just using maths to say it to you and saying this thing is true, but I can't detect it or show it, I would agree.
Einstein.
Hey, how did they get
would give you 50-50.
How did they get the rotation detection if they aren't on a separate reference frame? Go.
I mean, I hold with rolling in that I don't agree with things to 100%. But I think if you look up and you go, looks like that's turning at 15 degrees per hour or something like that, then you can test it.
Well, reference frames are interesting. I mean, on one hand, they're trying to say that you can't establish any frame of reference to tell if we're moving or not. But at the other side of their mouth, they're saying, we know that the Earth is moving. So in a way, relativity and reference frames and the way that they use it is being used in a somewhat deceptive way. On one hand, to say, well, we can't tell if we're moving or something else is moving. But out the other side of our mouth, we're saying, we know